Get lost. Voldy devil. Mom, would we be going a little too far by doing this? Su Tingting, who was sitting in front of the dresser wearing her wedding dress, looked at Wu Guifang with some uneasiness. Today was Su Tingting's big day. She and Lin Hao had been talking for 5 years and were finally going to get their marriage done. But her mood right now was very uneasy, because just now, Wu Guifang suddenly proposed to add another $300,000 to the bride price. Wu Guifang let out a cold grunt from inside her nose. What's wrong with that? You've been with that brat for 5 years. The most valuable 5 years have been wasted on him. Isn't it right to add another $300,000 to the dowry for your brother's marriage? As a sister, don't you care about your brother's lifelong matters? Alright, don't say anything about this matter. I'll speak about it later. Wu Guifang was filled with impatience. Su Tingting, however, sat in front of the dresser with a difficult face, not daring to say anything at all in front of the strong Wu Guifang. Sister, you're so pretty. Even if you married a rich second generation, marrying that brat, it's simply cheaper for him. Su Wei, who weighed 200 pounds, said rightfully, the idea of temporarily adding a bride price was still his idea. 2 days ago, his goddess said that she needed $300,000 for the bride price to get married. Where could their family come up with $300,000 in this family condition? So he simply ran to Wu Guifang in front of the trick of crying, making trouble and hanging himself. There is only one child in the family. Wu Guifang certainly cannot let his son become a bachelor. This is why there is such a show. I would say not to mention asking for $300,000, even $500,000. Su Wei said prettily. At that time, the remaining money can also be used to buy a car. Wu Guifang took this in. Don't be in a hurry. When your sister marries into their family, won't their family's things be our families? It so happened that Lin Hao's voice sounded at the door at this moment. Mom, it's me opening the door. Lin Hao arrived at the door with the bridesmaids and groomsmen. Originally, the bridesmaids were supposed to be here last night, but Wu Guifang wouldn't let them spend the night over here, so Lin Hao even made a special detour to pick them up from the hotel today. Wu Guifang pulled open the door and looked at the crowd with a cold face. There was no trace of the festive feeling of marrying a daughter. Lin Hao also noticed the stalemate in the atmosphere and hurriedly said with a smile, Mom, I've come to pick up Ting Ting. Who knew that? Wu Guifang rolled her eyes. Don't change your mind so fast. My daughter hasn't married you yet. The crowd of groomsmen and bridesmaids looked at each other in dismay, sensing that something was wrong. Lin Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. There's no problem if you want to marry my daughter. Add another $300,000 to the bride price. The smile on Lin Hao's face couldn't be strained. He was so excited last night that he didn't sleep all night, thinking that he could finally join hands with the person he loved for the rest of his life. He didn't realize that Wu Guifang, who had been quiet for half a month, was here waiting for him. Mom, how can you temporarily increase the bride price? A $300,000 dowry was not a small amount, not to mention that he himself had long ago given the Su family a $380,000 dowry in order to marry Su Tingting. In order to tie the knot, one could say that he had dumped his family's money. He had even borrowed a lot of money from friends and family around him. Add another $300,000 for the bride price? Was the Su family treating him as an ingrate? Don't joke about this on the big day. Lin Hao didn't want to stand in a stalemate with them at the door, but Wu Guifang didn't give him a chance to go in at all, and directly brought Su Wei to block the doorway. Su Wei's 200 or so pounds stood there. No one could really squeeze in. My mom is not joking with you. Brother-in-law, don't you want to marry my sister? Then take out your sincerity? Su Wei said with a smile. It was as if Lin Hao taking out this $300,000 was just a matter of a moment. Sincerity? Lin Hao's face sank. Am I not sincere enough? You guys feel your conscience and tell me, have I spent less money on you guys over the years? It's only been 5 years since Su Tingting and I fell in love. Paying off the mortgage for your family. Buying this and that for Su Wei. When Su Wei couldn't find a job, it was still my family that found connections to arrange it. Su Wei last time riding a motorcycle knocked down a person. Is not I take out money to compensate? I'm not going to talk about the small amount, but the large amount of money that has been scattered over the past 5 years adds up to $200,000. I make $20,000 a month, and $15,000 was spent on your family. So you tell me what you mean by being sincere? He wasn't a soft touch either. If it wasn't for the sake of marrying the woman he liked, he wouldn't have endured all these years. But today this matter really offended his bottom line. Wu Guifang's tone was very acerbic. Isn't this something you are willing to spend yourself? Are we holding a knife to your neck to force you? Besides, Xiao Wei is your brother-in-law. What's wrong with you spending some money for your brother-in-law? It's not like I'm asking you to spend a little bit of money. So catty? Lin Hao was laughed at by her words. Listen to yourself what you're talking about. Let's not talk about anything else. Your family's mortgage is over $5,000 a month. Am I paying it back? Su Wei stayed at home for a year without looking for a job. Every month at the very least he took $2,000 or $3,000 from me. You call this a small amount of money? Wu Guifang also knows that she is not in the right in this matter, and quickly changed the topic. You just say that this 300,000 you give or not. Today either you go and borrow another 300,000 over, or you get lost and don't want to marry my daughter. Su Wei coaxed from the sidelines. That's right, my sister looks like a heavenly fairy who can't marry her. Lin Hao looked around inside the house and didn't see Su Tingting's figure. Su Tingting, you come out. I'll ask you if this is your intention or your mom's. Su Tingting, who was sitting inside the room apprehensively, ran out carrying her wedding dress. She looked at Lin Hao and whispered, Lin Hao, my brother is getting married too. He needs a $300,000 bride price to get married. So can you. Su Tingting didn't finish her words, but the meaning was already obvious. Hearing these words, Lin Hao suddenly smiled. So you're also on your mom's side, right? What exactly am I to you? Your family has been on me like a bloodsucker all these years, and I've always told myself that I could marry you if I endured a little more. Your words make me feel like a joke. Lin Hao suddenly felt that his persistence for so many years was worthless. Su Tingting, I'm going to ask you one last time. Will you come with me or stay here today? Wu Guifang glared viciously at Su Tingting. Su Tingting took 2 steps back and looked at Lin Hao with a pleading face. Lin Hao, it's kind of like I'm begging you for the last time, okay? Lin Hao's face was filled with disappointment when he heard these words. The words had been said to this point. What didn't he understand? Again and again. He kind of saw clearly that this matter never had an upper limit. Right now it was for him to go and borrow $300,000 for Su Wei to get married. In the future, when Su Wei buys a house and a car, will he also be asked to borrow money? This family was like bloodsuckers. Not only did they not know how to be thankful, but they also took all his payments for granted. There's no last time. Su Tingting, I'm telling you, we're over. Su Tingting couldn't believe it and widened her eyes. Lin Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you breaking up with me? Lin Hao nodded. Break up? You can find a better one anyway. The sudden turn of events caused the photographers and bridesmaids and groomsmen behind them to freeze. They hadn't expected at all that what was supposed to be a very celebratory event could turn out like this, and the culprit of all this didn't show any hint of remorse. Instead, he was very arrogantly clamoring, Ting Ting, he will definitely regret it. Just wait and see. Sooner or later he'll come to your door and beg you. Just as Lin Hao was about to turn around and leave, his brain suddenly resounded with a cold, mechanical voice. If you dare to marry, I dare to marry. Detected that the host is facing a choice, triggering the divine choice system. Choice 1, borrow money to marry Su Tingting, rewarded with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle title and $1 million in cash. Choice 2, leave directly, rewarded with a luxury villa. Choice 3, propose marriage to Su Tingting's best friend, rewarded with a bound divine choice system. Lin Hao froze when he heard the voice. Sure enough, the system wouldn't disappear. It would only be late. He directly chose option 3. Su Tingting's BFF, Su Shui, was a famous goddess within the school. It was also Su Wei's goddess. He knew a long time ago that Su Wei had been chasing Su Shui. He even asked for a lot of money from him to buy gifts for Su Shui, but Su Shui simply do not see each other. Those also naturally confiscated. After Su Shui went abroad for further study, this 2 months before coming back, the discerning can see, Su Shui simply do not like hypocrisy, so we'll say that they need 300,000 bride price to get married. This is just an excuse to get rid of Su Wei. But Su Wei thought that with this 300,000 will be able to marry his goddess. He also didn't think that Su Shui was so outstanding. How could she possibly look at someone like Su Wei? Lin Hao left with a lurch in his footsteps, changed directions, and arrived in front of the bridesmaid. Su Shui, I'm willing to pay a bride price of $300,000. Are you willing to marry me? When the crowd heard these words, their minds didn't turn. What kind of operation was this? Turning around and proposing to the bridesmaid? The one who couldn't stand it was Su Tingting. In fact, she had just had a fantasy in her heart, thinking that she and Lin Hao had been in a relationship for so many years, and that even if Lin Hao left today, he would come and apologize to her in a couple of days when he figured it out. As a result, it didn't occur to her that the other party had actually proposed to her good girlfriend. Lin Hao, how could you propose to Su Shui? Have you forgotten the feelings between the two of us? She's my good best friend. Do you realize what you're doing? If you think you can make me bow down with this kind of approach, then I'll tell you it's impossible. Up until now, Su Tingting felt that all Lin Hao had done was to get her attention. Lin Hao ignored the other party's hysterical voice. I was looking at Su Shui with a serious face. Are you willing? Su Shui froze, looking at Lin Hao with complex emotions in her gaze. For Lin Hao, he actually didn't care if Su Shui would agree to this matter. There was a 90% chance that Su Shui would reject him, but it didn't matter. He himself had made this move in order to bind the system. Even if he was rejected by Su Shui, it would only be a matter of shame. Over the years, in order to please Su Tingting, had he done fewer humiliating things? Su Wei was so angry that his fat body was trembling. Lin Hao, you're crazy, aren't you? You clearly know that I'm pursuing Su Shui. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? There's no way Su Shui will agree to your marriage proposal. Wu Guifang was also incredulous. It's not too late for you to go borrow $300,000 for the dowry, so don't clown around here. Lin Hao was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people. His eyes didn't leave Su Shui's body for half a minute. Good, I already know the answer. Inside the world of adults, silence already represented an answer. Lin Hao was about to take back the hand bouquet in his hand, but Su Shui pulled his hand. The warmth coming from his wrist made Lin Hao freeze. Who said I'm not willing? I'm willing to marry you. He didn't know if it was Lin Hao's illusion, but he always felt that there was a hint of excitement in Su Shui's eyes, so much so that even her hands were trembling. If Lin Hao's actions had shocked the crowd, then Su Shui's reply was even more dismaying to them. This receiving of the bride today was really a series of twists and turns. I didn't think that tying the knot would even change the bride. Did you just say yes? In order to avoid hallucinating himself, Lin Hao confirmed it again. The corner of Su Shui's mouth rose slightly. Didn't you just propose to me? I said yes to your proposal. It wasn't just Lin Hao who heard this clearly. The other people heard it incomparably better. Everyone thought that Lin Hao would definitely make a fool of himself. After all, Su Shui's condition was just notoriously difficult to pursue inside the school. Who would have thought that Su Shui would actually agree? No way. Su Tingting shouted hysterically. You two can't be together. Lin Hao looked at the other party like they were idiots. We've just broken up. Haven't I made myself clear enough? And it's you guys who caused the result of all this. Su Tingting looked at Lin Hao and Su Shui holding hands together and suddenly felt like her whole world had collapsed. And Wu Guifang hadn't expected things to come to this. She had been holding Lin Hao's feelings for her daughter all these years, so she thought she had Lin Hao. No matter what she asked for, the other party would agree, even if they temporarily added another $300,000 to the bride price. Lin Hao, you're proposing to Su Shui now. What have you put my daughter in? Ting Ting has been with you for 5 or 6 years. The girl's most valuable youth has been wasted on you. Can you afford to do this to her? Su Wei rushed over with red eyes. You two spread your hands. But before he could even get close, Lin Hao was being held down by the best man. Lin Hao smiled coldly and looked at the 3 members of their family. I, Lin Hao, feeling my conscience, have not wronged any of you. Since we're breaking up, let's do it cleanly. I don't care about the small amounts over the years. You guys return all the large amounts I spent inside your family as well as the bride price money. Otherwise, I'm going to go through legal procedures. Wu Guifang completely panicked when she heard these words. The money had long been spent by them, so where could they get it out? Su Tingting saw that Lin Hao was determined to break up. Tears came to her eyes. Lin Hao, I know I'm wrong. I'll never listen to my mom again. Don't break up with me, okay? They had been together for such a long time. She did like Lin Hao as a person. However, her character was naturally weak, and usually Wu Guifang always chanted in her ear that it was not easy for her to pull her up all by herself, so that she would think a little bit more about home and everything. She also does not want to be Voldemort, but then what can be done? She only had one brother. At this moment, Su Tingting's heart was truly regretful. Wu Guifang directly pulled up Su Tingting. No talent. What are you begging him for? Not marrying you is his loss. Just wait. Sooner or later he'll come back and beg us. Lin Hao, I'm telling you, by the time you come back to beg us, it won't be a matter of $300,000. Lin Hao sniffed and directly pulled Su Shui's hand and left without looking back. Dream on. He wouldn't regret it. He couldn't be happier to get rid of this vampire family. Only after arriving downstairs did Lin Hao let go of Su Shui's hand and said with gratitude, I'm sorry, I just offended you. Thank you for helping me out just now. I'll treat you to dinner when you have time later. Hearing these words, Su Shui gently furrowed her own brows. Do you think I just helped you out? Lin Hao froze. No, there were a handful of people who chased Su Shui in college, but none of them were able to hold the beauty. Su Shui must have just pretended to cooperate with him because she couldn't bear to see him embarrassed. Su Shui sighed. I was sincere in those words just now. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will marry you. It seems that he still does not know these years, but it doesn't matter. Now she kind of has a chance. So are you willing to marry me or not? Chapter 3, Systems, Newbie Bundle. Now it was Lin Hao's turn to be confused. In all fairness, Su Shui, whether from the appearance of the body or temperament, are much better than Su Tingting. It was because the conditions were so superior that it gave people the feeling of being able to look at her without being able to play with her. This kind of woman would normally be inferior standing with him, let alone confessing. Didn't you say you want to marry me? Why are you still standing here? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Lin Hao, however, stood still and didn't move. This thing that had happened was just too dreamy. His understanding of Su Shui was limited to those rumors inside the school. Although Su Shui was Su Tingting's best friend, Su Tingting couldn't say why the other party had suddenly become good friends with her. It was because they were originally people from two worlds. You're not joking with me? The corner of Su Shue's mouth rose. Come on, I've always been serious. When have I ever joked with you? Congratulations to the host for making a choice and successfully binding the divine choice system. The newbie gift pack has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Diamond Sea of Light, worth 300 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxury villa in the city center. The villa has been listed under the host's name. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the Universal Group's shares. The shares have been successfully transferred into the host's name. This rookie gift package made Lin Hao feel a little surprised. The stuff inside was quite generous. Was he more or less a rich man now? It felt like everything wasn't so real. Lin Hao subconsciously touched his pocket. Instead, he ended up touching something hard. A box? Lin Hao directly thought of the diamond. Was the system handing out rewards so straightforward? A diamond worth $300 million. Before Lin Hao could react, the system's beep sounded again inside his head, detecting that the host is faced with a choice. The divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, refuse to get a license with Su Shui, rewarded with 5 million in cash. Choice 2, immediately get a license with Su Shui, reward a Rolls Royce. Su Shui saw that the other party had been looking at her without saying anything, and her face became tense. She was a little unsure of what the other party actually meant. Could it be that he didn't like her? Thinking of this, Su Shui's mood became a little lost. You don't want to get a license with me? If you do not want to, I will not make it difficult for you. We can first be friends. Su Shui's careful tone made Lin Hao tremble inside. Was it his illusion? He always felt that the goddess who was unattainable in front of others was careful when she spoke to him. Are you sure you want to get a license with me? I'm a person who once I choose someone, it's for life. Su Shui's eyes lit up when she heard these words. What a coincidence. Me too. Let's go get a license now. It so happened that at this time, those best men and bridesmaids upstairs also came down. The ones who were the best men today were all Lin Hao, his good brothers from college and high school. They also didn't expect the big day to turn out like this. They could only comfort Lin Hao as much as they could. Su Tingting isn't worth it. It's a good thing that the marriage didn't work out. Don't feel too bad. I'll introduce you to a better one some other time. Yeah, their family is like vampires. If you really marry him, you might be dragged into something in the future. Lin Hao glanced at them. Alright, stop pushing. Come over and drive for me. Drive where? Why don't we brothers find a place to have a good drink? Lin Hao said in a bad mood. Who wants to drink with you guys? Drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hearing that Lin Hao was going to get a license, one of his buddies, at once, touched Lin Hao's forehead. Haozi, you're not suffering from some kind of stimulation, are you? That's right, even if Su Tingting treated you like that, but at least the other person, Goddess Su Shui, just gave you a break. That's right, you can't really think that people want to marry you, right? You don't blame the brothers for saying bad things. People Su Shui Goddess, whether it's family background or education, are too much higher than us? We are ordinary people. How can we climb up? Only Lin Hao's buddies, all of them persuaded towards him. After all, they knew that Su Shui was helping Lin Hao out, not letting him be embarrassed. However, hearing this, Lin Hao's ears were speechless. No, our buddies have known each other for so long. When do you guys see me? Like I'm joking? I'm serious. Lin Hao said to those buddies in a very serious manner. Hearing this, those buddies really thought that Lin Hao had been stimulated, and immediately said, quick, let's send Hao Ziqian to the hospital. He's been stimulated quite a bit. Yes, brother Haozi, don't be sad. As long as there are brothers in, we'll help you find a beautiful daughter-in-law. That's Su Tingting, also worthy of letting you treat her so well. Only to see that Audi was about to drive away, but Su Shui suddenly walked up and sat on the car in a flash. Hubby, when are we going to have the banquet? Is it after we get the license? Or? Su Shui sweetly called out to Lin Hao, holding his arm, looking like a little petite wife. While sitting in the car at this time, Lin Hao's buddies were immediately dumbfounded, especially the university classmates, who directly exclaimed, crap, Haozi, you're for real, crap, brother Hao, you're awesome, the goddesses are all picked up by you, brother Hao. I admit that I did speak a little too loudly just now, only to see those university classmates, one person with a F***CK, in disbelief, looking at Su Shui holding Lin Hao, and at this moment, Su Tingting, who had chased out and wanted to explain to Lin Hao, saw this scene again, and her heart was even more like a knife. Su Tingting walked up and just shouted at Su Shui. Su Shui, you're really something. I treat you as a good girlfriend. How dare you steal my husband? Su Shui, I'll break ties with you from now on, and I'll never see you again. Only to see Su Tingting pointing at Su Shui and cursing. While hearing this, Su Shui was unconvinced and directly disliked. No matter how I am, Am I not still better than you, this food devil? Did I force him? No, right, but you and your mom, how did you force him? You have the most in your own heart. Only to see Su Shui speak sharply, directly disliking Su Tingting. You, seeing Su Shui say this, Su Tingting pointed at Su Shui with a face full of anger. Su Shui, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to her at all and just looked at her with cold eyes. Lin Hao, I'll ask you one more time, will you choose her or me? I've been in a relationship with you for 7 or 8 years. She's nothing, actually interfering between me and you. Only Su Tingting roared at Lin Hao. Just then, a mechanical system sound suddenly rang out. Hearing this system sound, Lin Hao knew that the godly hero quest had come again. It was just that he didn't know what the quest this time would be. Chapter 4, Choices are for children. I'll take them all. Detected that the host is faced with a choice. The divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, choose to side with Su Shui and dislike Su Tingting together. Rewarded with a Vacheron Constantin limited edition King Cobra watch. Choice 2, side with Su Tingting, join her in dealing with Su Shui, and your wealth value will be halved. Choice 3, give Su Shui a kiss and piss off Su Tingting. Rewarded with a super power pill. Seeing these 3 choice items, Lin Hao burst out laughing. System, can this be multiple choice? Lin Hao asked towards the system. Of course you can. As long as the host is in the system's regulations, you can choose more than one. The system's mechanical voice rang out, and Lin Hao already had an answer inside. Children only make choices. I want all of them. I choose 1 and 3. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he immediately spoke to Su Tingting. Su Tingting, we've already broken up. You're pestering me like this. Do you think it's appropriate? And now Su Shui is my wife. Please don't speak out against her. You are not qualified to teach my wife to do things. Right. Wife, come give me a kiss. Lin Hao said and reached out to hug Su Shui's waist. And feeling Lin Hao suddenly hugging himself, Su Shui even froze, her flushed cheeks carrying a little blush. Lin Hao, you. Su Shui was about to ask something. Lin Hao was using his fingers against her pink-red lips and whispered, hush, don't speak. Lin Hao's tone was so domineering that Su Shui couldn't help but give in to him. Su Shui responded afterward, booing a mouthful. Lin Hao kissed him on the spot. Feeling the softness and scent on Su Shui's tender lips, Lin Hao only had one word within his heart, and that was cool. Too cool. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Now issuing the reward for the host. Congratulations to the host on receiving the Vacheron Constantin limited edition King Cobra watch, worth $20 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super power pill, the specific use of which is still for the host to figure out on his own. Only to see the system's beep. After it rang out, Lin Hao was even more excited. Crap. This system arrives too fast. It's sent in seconds. After Lin Hao said this, he looked at his hand and saw the super vigorous pill that had suddenly appeared, and his face immediately revealed an excited expression. Although he didn't know what this super vigorous pill was for, but he guessed that this pill must be one that enhanced some aspect of might. Just seeing Lin Hao eat it on the spot, he instantly felt filled up, and just then, Su Shui, who had been kissed by Lin Hao, was blushing like a world-weary little girl. As for those of Lin Hao's college classmates, as well as his high school classmates, when they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded on the spot. Crap, Hao, you really didn't blow it. Hao Zi, bragging, too bragging, this is goddess Su Shui, she actually really became your wife. You deserve to die. Woo woo, only to see those university classmates of Lin Hao, all of them very excitedly said towards Lin Hao, and hearing this, Su Shui was like eating a candy, her heart was as sweet as honey. This could be considered enlightened. She hadn't waited all these years in vain. Seeing that Lin Hao and Su Shui were faking it, Su Tingting was even more filled with anger, pointing at Lin Hao and saying, Lin Hao, do you really want to do this? Our relationship of several years is still inferior to an outsider? Didn't you say that you would be good to me for the rest of my life? At this point, Su Tingting was already a bit choked up as she spoke. However, in Lin Hao's eyes, it appeared to be nothing more than that. You said that we've been in a relationship for a few years, so why did you take my money to pay for your brother? Your parents are parents. My parents' hard-earned money isn't money? What crooked reasoning? After Lin Hao cursed, he directly slapped his buddy in front of him. Big head drive. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. I want to get a license with your new sister-in-law. Only to see Lin Hao said a sentence. Sitting in the driver's seat of the best man, is very on the road. Hey, good Lu, brother Hao, I will definitely give you in sister-in-law delivery. After Big Head said that, he immediately started the Audi. Lin Hao, don't run if you have the guts. Make yourself clear. However, at this time, Lin Hao, they had long since driven away for a long time. After arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Hao held Su Shui's hand on the spot and walked out of the car. do you really want to get a license with me? Lin Hao confirmed towards Su Shui. What about otherwise? Do you think I'm joking with you? Su Shui looked at Lin Hao with a very determined look, as if she was saying, am I the kind of person who cheats? Alright then, let's go in. After only seeing Lin Hao say this, he took Su Shui's hand and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. After walking into the Civil Affairs Bureau, he saw that there were a lot of married and divorced couples inside. At this moment, Lin Hao was sighing, alas, asking what is love in this world, and teaching people to live and die together. After Lin Hao said that, Su Shui was the one who returned on the spot. They're them, and they're not us, not to mention I. Su Shui suddenly thought of something and was about to open her mouth, but she suddenly closed it. What's wrong? Only to see Lin Hao suddenly ask towards Su Shui, and after hearing this, Su Shui didn't say anything more. It's fine, it's really fine. After hearing this, Lin Hao didn't think much about it and led her inside the processing hall. Both of you, are you going to apply for marriage? The receptionist was a short-haired imperial lady, and after seeing them again, she immediately revealed a smile. Yes, the two of us are going to apply for marriage. Only Lin Hao replied to that receptionist on the spot. Alright, please show the two of you your household registers. That short-haired imperial lady said towards Lin Hao and the others. Hearing this, Lin Hao remembered. It seemed like he didn't have his account book with him. What's wrong? Lin Hao. Su Shui noticed the expression on Lin Hao's face and immediately asked towards him. I don't seem to have brought my account book. Lin Hao was very anxious and said towards Su Shui. While hearing this, Su Shui was full of indifference and replied, it's fine, I'll accompany you back to get it, or you can have someone send it over to you. Seeing Su Shui say this, Lin Hao really looked at her with great gratitude. There were really too few that were as understanding as Su Shui. However, at this moment, Lin Hao suddenly remembered something. Crap, my account book. It's still where Su Tingting's mom is. Thinking of this, Lin Hao was instantly in trouble. Previously, Su Tingting's mom had asked Lin Hao to give her the household account book, and then prepare for the two of them to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately after they were married, but did not expect, but appeared this file thing. This is Lin Hao very difficult. Do you want to go back to get the account book again? Perhaps Lin Hao's difficulty in choosing was heard by the system. At this time, the system's beep once again sounded. Chapter 5, Getting Back the Account Book. The host is faced with a choice. The divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, go and ask for the account book now. Rewarded with a set of villa in Hentaying Sky Palace, worth $20 million. Choice 2, tell Su Shui to get a license tomorrow. The reward will be reduced by half. Choice 3, go back and get a license with Su Tingting. Say thank you to Su Shui, and the reward will be 0. Seeing the system suddenly come out, Lin Hao immediately felt that this system had come at the right time. He wasn't sure how to choose, and the system just appeared straight away, allowing him to force a choice. But of those 3 choices, the only ones Lin Hao didn't want to choose were the second and third. Getting a license tomorrow? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Choosing a day is better than bumping into a day. Getting married today is the nail in the coffin. There's absolutely no way to change it. Thinking of this, Lin Hao chose the first option on the spot. Let's go. Let's go back to Su Tingting's mom and ask for my account book back. Then we'll get married. After only seeing Lin Hao say this, he immediately pulled Su Shui and walked outside. And seeing Lin Hao's eyes so serious, Su Shui instantly felt a sense of being valued, and the way she looked at Lin Hao became even more tender. Lin Hao, thank you. It's great to be able to marry you. Only Su Shui turned towards Lin Hao, but because the wind was so loud, Lin Hao didn't hear it at all. Ah, what did you just say? What? Lin Hao asked Su Shui. Seeing that Lin Hao hadn't heard anything, Su Shui said somewhat gamely, nothing. Hearing Su Shui say this, Lin Hao didn't say anything more and directly got into the car. Go, let's go back now. After only seeing Lin Hao bring Su Shui to the car, Big Head immediately started the car. And just then, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards are now being issued for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hentaying Sky Palace Villa, worth $20 million, only to see the system's beep. After ringing, ding, host, your rewards have arrived. Hentaying Heavenly Palace has been moved into your name. The system rewards arrived in the account. It was really fast. Cool. It was really too cool. The Hentaying Heavenly Palace, but it's a top villa worth $2,500. It wasn't even too much to say that it was the king of the building. After all, it was the most luxurious top-floor king in Jinghai City. That row, that aura, Lin Hao didn't even dare to think about it. His mind was filled with the look of the Hentaying Heavenly Palace. Only after Big Head drove the car back to the hotel, Su Tingting was still inside the hotel, only she was arguing with Wu Guifeng. Mom, Su Wei, is he armless? Why are you taking my happiness to fulfill my brother? As you know, I've been with Lin Hao for a few years now. This relationship, He can come up with $300,000 for the dowry. That's already his limit. What more do you want from him? Su Tingting she had no choice. If she hadn't staked out such a loser brother, she wouldn't be a voodoo demon. Moreover, mom and dad raised her so big. This is the first time she quarreled with Wu Guifeng. Gu, my stupid girl are you really stupid or not? That Su Shui is not a good thing at first glance. Just watch. By then Lin Hao he will definitely be fooled by that Su Shui. To the end. At that time, you in his difficult time, snow in the charcoal, he is not obediently back? And what are you afraid of? His account book. But in my place, no account book. I see how he married. And mom and dad to raise you so hard. You just such a brother. You pay a little for him, how as if mom is forcing you. I only saw Wu Guifeng's words, which were so well spoken that they directly made Su Tingting unable to refute them. Lin Hao's account book was indeed in her mom's hands, but the way she looked at Lin Hao, it didn't seem like he was being cheated either. Even that look Su Shui gave Lin Hao, she was a woman. Women understood women best, that was clearly the look in a lover's eyes. How could she not understand? Good girl, daughter, don't be afraid. Tomorrow mom will take you to meet my best friend's son. I heard it's a sea turtle doctor who just returned to China, working as a general manager in Tianbo Group, earning $500,000 a year. Tomorrow you'll go on a blind date with him. Alike Lin Hao doesn't deserve you at all. Listen to mom. How could mom possibly harm you? Only to see Wu Guifeng brainwashing Su Tingting on the spot. And Su Wei also coaxed from the side, saying towards Su Tingting, yes, sis, just listen to mom. How could mom she harm us? And just that punk Lin Hao, he'd better not come back. Otherwise if I see him once, I'll beat him up once. How dare you rob my goddess? Really looking for death? Only Su Wei's face jumped with fat across his face, silently clenching his fists. Seeing his mother and younger brother, who had been pressurizing him, Su Tingting's face was even more pale. She simply couldn't figure out how she was born into this family. However, just at this time, a sudden shout came from downstairs. Su Tingting, come out here. This voice, Su Tingting instantly heard it. It was Lin Hao's voice, and she had been with Lin Hao for so long. If she couldn't hear Lin Hao's voice, then she was a real failure as a girlfriend. No, it would be an ex-girlfriend now, but that was fine. Only Su Tingting immediately rushed down and said to Lin Hao, Lin Hao, have you figured it out? Have you come around? Su Tingting was very excited, asking Lin Hao. While hearing this, Lin Hao was unimpressed and said indifferently, not really. I just came to ask your mom for the account book. The two of us have to get married now, and without the account book, we can't tie the knot. Your mom asked me to give her the account book at that time, because she had long predicted that this day would come, right? If I don't add more to the bride price, she'll just keep holding on to my account book and then make it impossible for me to marry someone else, right? Only to see Lin Hao questioning towards Su Tingting on the spot, and hearing Lin Hao questioning like this, Su Tingting's face instantly revealed a look of weakness, because in this matter, it was indeed her mom who had done something wrong. But if Lin Hao was like this, directly marrying her best friend, then was he right? Lin Hao, this matter was my mom's fault first, but we've had a relationship for 7 or 8 years. You married my BFF. Have you considered my feelings? Only to see Su Tingting on the spot, yelling at Lin Hao. And hearing this, Lin Hao didn't say much, just said, he. So when I was asked to put together the bride price and marry your brother to a goddess, did you consider me? Su Tingting, don't be too selfish. Only to see Lin Hao finish the sentence, he was about to leave on the spot. And when Su Tingting saw this, she immediately pulled him back. Don't you go, make it clear. What do you mean I'm selfish? Don't leave until you make it clear. Chapter 6, Storming Su Wei. And seeing that Su Tingting had been entangled with Lin Hao, Su Shui even directly said, you have broken up with Lin Hao. How he seems to be none of your business, right? After Su Shui finished her sentence, Su Tingting slapped her backhand. You still have the nerve to say, we are bosom friends. How dare you like my man and pry him away? What kind of bull ***** bosom friend are you? There was a slap. Su Tingting's slap just happened to hit Su Shui's face. And seeing this scene, Lin Hao instantly became a bit angry. Su Shui, no matter what, was now his Lin Hao's woman. For Su Tingting to hit Su Shui in front of him like this was a provocation to him. How could this be tolerated? Thinking of this, Lin Hao directly, in one swift motion, pushed Su Tingting away and then slapped him over on the spot. There was a loud slap. A crisp slap sounded immediately. Everyone present looked dumbfounded. How could they not have imagined that Lin Hao would directly slap Su Tingting? Moreover, this slap was particularly heavy, and it made Su Tingting's face red on the spot. At that moment, Su Wei heard the commotion downstairs. Su Wei, who had heard the commotion downstairs, then saw his sister being beaten, and immediately rushed down. Just because the body is too obese, Running down is particularly strenuous, and even when he walks, the fat on his body is constantly trembling. Lin Hao, how dare you hit my sister? I think you don't want to live. After Su Wei said that, he came in front of Lin Hao and swung his fist down to hit him. After seeing Su Wei's fist, Lin Hao didn't know how, but he suddenly and subconsciously dodged it on the spot. How dare you dodge? I'm a grass mud horse. And seeing this scene, Su Tingting also panicked a bit, because he knew his brother Su Wei's weight. Just now Lin Hao had dodged it, but now this punch, the speed was just too fast. If it directly hit Lin Hao's body, I'm afraid that Lin Hao gave lay down on the spot. Su Wei, stop it. No matter what, he's still your ex-brother-in-law. Put it down. Seeing this scene, Su Tingting immediately rushed up and directly grabbed Su Wei's arm, preventing him from hitting him, and Su Shui also stood in front of Lin Hao, trying to block the punch for him. Seeing the two females, they were both protecting him. Lin Hao's heart was immediately filled with mixed feelings. In fact, Su Tingting, she couldn't help it. After all, she was stuck with such a family, but the fact that she turned a blind eye, and even aided and abetted her, made Lin Hao not like her at all. To say that there was a disconnect wouldn't even be an exaggeration. It just wasn't very comfortable anyway. As for Su Shui, as Su Tingting's BFF, the existence of a national goddess, having helped him out before, and then now planning to marry him, Lin Hao was really grateful to her. But now in this situation, he could only choose one person to save. Just who should be saved? When he thought of this, the system beep sounded directly. The system has detected the host's dilemma. The divine choice system is activated. Choice 1, push Su Shui away and block yourself, rewarding Vajra indestructible kung fu. Choice 2, protect Su Shui, then push Su Tingting away, reward twin mansions, worth $10 million. Choice 3, defeat Su Wei and make him kneel down and beg for forgiveness, rewarding the Okati oil fields, mines, worth immeasurable amounts. Just after seeing these choices come out, Lin Hao immediately clicked on the third choice without even thinking about it. Damn, the one in front has such a small reward. How meaningless is that? A real man has to choose the third. After Lin Hao had finished choosing, he directly took the momentum of thunder and lightning in, directly appearing in front of Su Wei. At this moment, Su Wei didn't even react before he saw Lin Hao appear in front of him. Just as Su Wei reacted, he was about to give Lin Hao a punch. Lin Hao backhanded him and punched him in the stomach. After feeling the power of that punch, Su Wei fell to the ground in an instant, his hands covering his stomach as he kept rolling on the ground. Little Yakuza, before, seeing that you are my brother-in-law, I gave your sister a little face. I'm not angry. You really take yourself as an onion, ah? I'll tell you the truth. If it wasn't for your sister's face, you wouldn't know how many times you've been punched by me. Now I'm giving you a chance. Kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Then I'll forgive you. Otherwise, even if your sister is here, it's useless. Only to see Lin Hao walk directly in front of Su Wei and stomp on his body. And after feeling that kick from Lin Hao, Su Wei's face showed a pained expression on the spot. But he was still a bit unconvinced, because with a punk like Lin Hao, what right did he have to beat himself up? What qualifications did he have to hit himself? Lin Hao, let go of your foot. Are you looking for death? Ah, you let go of me. Only Su Wei roared at Lin Hao, defiance in his tone. After Lin Hao saw this scene again, he even bent down and directly slapped Su Wei. There was a slap. This slap was so crisp and dry that it confused Su Wei on the spot. After feeling the hot pain on his face, Su Wei looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. He had thought that after he had said that, Lin Hao wouldn't at least be so desperate, but he had underestimated Lin Hao, and even overestimated himself. Lin Hao, you, only Su Wei said to Lin Hao on the spot about to stand up. Me? What do you want? Lin Hao asked towards him on the spot. The arrogant Su Wei, who had just been arrogant, then saw Lin Hao's murderous look. He wimped out on the spot and said timidly towards Lin Hao, brother-in-law, I was wrong. Brother-in-law, I apologize to you. Please don't hit me. Only Su Wei was seen begging for forgiveness towards Lin Hao on the spot. And seeing Su Wei begging for forgiveness towards him, Lin Hao reached his goal and didn't bother to tangle with him for so long, directly walking away from him. Pay attention next time, or I'll make you regret it. Only after Lin Hao said this to Su Wei, he immediately walked up the stairs. However, right at this moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Now issuing rewards for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Okati oil field, the mine. And after obtaining these rewards, Lin Hao's face was devoid of any expression, but instead directly pulled Su Shui up. After all, the crucial thing right now was to find Wu Guifang to get the household account book. Only after getting the household registration book could he marry Su Shui. Otherwise, they couldn't get married without the household registration book. After Lin Hao walked up, he saw Wu Guifang sitting over there with a pleasant expression on her face, as if she knew Lin Hao would definitely come. and it was impossible not to come. Chapter 7, The Brash Wu Guifang. Coming? He, I thought that you wouldn't come back. Only to see Wu Guifang crossing her legs and saying towards Lin Hao, with an unquestionable look in her tone. Hearing this, Lin Hao didn't pay any attention to her at all, but only looked at her with eyes that became very angry. Auntie, I respect you as an elder. Please give me back my account book. I'm going to go marry Su Shui now. You should know what kind of person I am. Auntie, it's better to give it to me. Only Lin Hao said very seriously towards Wu Guifang. Hearing this, Wu Guifang suddenly laughed and said directly to Lin Hao, "Oh, I don't know what kind of person you are. I only know that this account book is here with me. If you want it, then you have to take money to buy it." Only to see Wu Guifang very arrogantly said to Lin Hao, and hearing this, Lin Hao's face immediately showed a look of anger. This Wu Guifang, really a vampire, loves money to the bone. It wasn't too much to say that he was a money grubber, but at this time or to keep calm. After all, at least he and Su Tingting is also together for 7 or 8 years. If he suddenly tore his face off, it wouldn't be good. Only to see Lin Hao ask Wu Guifang on the spot. Then, Auntie, how much did you say it would take to give me the account book? Lin Hao suppressed the fire in his heart and asked Wu Guifang. Hearing this, Wu Guifang's heart immediately burst with joy, because Lin Hao, this great bastard of an enemy, had said this, then he would definitely pay out this money. After all, if there was no household register, going to the Civil Affairs Bureau was simply impossible for them. And thinking of this, Wu Guifang immediately lionized him and said, "It's not much, just 300,000. After all, my daughter's youth for such a long time can't just be wasted for you, right? Oh no, should add another 300,000, a total of 600,000. You and my daughter together, penniless, my daughter still chose to follow you, never leave. How can you also give her 300,000 as compensation, right? Otherwise you don't want to take away the account book." I said so, only to see Wu Guifang very firmly saying towards Lin Hao. It didn't look like she was being reasonable at all. And hearing this, Su Shui's face was even more written with displeasure. Auntie, what do you mean by that? Back then, when Lin Hao talked to Ting Ting, he also gave your family quite a bit of money, right? You can't be like this as a human being. If you're going to be like this, you're going to get retribution. Only Su Shui said in defense of Lin Hao. While hearing this, Wu Guifang was all of a sudden laughing out loud. Then, Wu Guifang's face changed, and she cursed at Su Shui. How do I do things? Do I need you to teach me? Who are you? You dare to teach me how to do things? Only after Wu Guifang scolded Su Shui on the spot. In Lin Hao's mind, the system's beep suddenly rang out. Why is the system asking me to choose again? Hearing the system beep, Lin Hao was a bit speechless on the spot. It wasn't that he had already figured out what he was going to do, but he didn't expect the system prompt to pop up directly. Did that make him take it or not? Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately clicked on the mission bar to check the mission released by the system. Let's see, what kind of mission is it this time? If this mission is too strange, then I'd better not take it. Only Lin Hao said with some trepidation. And after the system heard Lin Hao's words, it immediately popped up a prompt. Please don't worry. Our system is very humane and won't let the host do any very excessive requests unless the host volunteers. Only the system's mechanical-like voice suddenly rang in Lin Hao's ears. And hearing this, Lin Hao was relieved on the spot, only to see Lin Hao immediately hit the taskbar and check the tasks on it. Choice 1, give Wu Guifang $600,000, hit her in the face, and reward her with a private jet worth $50 million. Choice 2, dislike Wu Guifang, take back the account book from her, reward an antique street, worth $100 million. Choice 3, incarnate a great injustice, give Wu Guifang $1 million, and receive the title, Brother Ex-Husband. After seeing these options, Lin Hao didn't even think about it and directly chose 1 and 2. After all, he couldn't help but choose these 2 options. People lived for pleasure, so how could he not do something so pleasurable? That was simply impossible. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has taken on the mission. Start the mission countdown. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It was only after Lin Hao had taken on the mission that the system suddenly had an additional countdown mode. This made Lin Hao a little surprised, and he asked the system on the spot. System, what does this countdown do? Host, this countdown is used to urge you to complete the mission. If you don't complete the mission within the corresponding time, the host may suffer a punishment. However, this punishment has to be chosen by Su Shui, and the host cannot collude with Su Shui, much less punish, or else the system takes it back. Only the system replied towards Lin Hao, and hearing this, Lin Hao was even more suddenly interested and asked towards the system. System, these punishments, can you show me? Hearing Lin Hao's words, the system's mission block immediately opened. Punishment 1, kiss Su Shui passionately for 10 minutes until she suffocates. Punishment 2, go home with Su Shui to meet her parents, and make all of Su Shui's family agree that she's with you. Punishment 3, give Su Shui a princess hug and touch her thighs in the process. Only after the system showed this punishment to Lin Hao, the joy on Lin Hao's face couldn't be hidden at once. Where was this punishment? It was simply a baby-making mission, but this was too fast. He hadn't even known Su Shui for long. System, this punishment, what happens if I don't do it? Only Lin Hao asked the system. Hearing Lin Hao ask this, the system but returned, if you don't accept the punishment, host, we will mentally control Su Shui and make you have some indescribable things with her, make you raw. And hearing the system say this, Lin Hao immediately had a black face. Although he did quite like Su Shui, but he was a decent man. How could he let the system use such despicable means? System, stop talking. I'll do it now. Only after Lin Hao said that, he immediately threw out a card of $600,000 to Wu Guifang. In this card, there's $600,000. In addition, I'll tell you one thing, I've actually been pretending to be broke before. Now I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm a billionaire. Only to see Lin Hao turn towards Wu Guifang and say on the spot. And hearing Lin Hao's words, Wu Guifang laughed on the spot. Chapter 8, I'm not pretending. I'm a billionaire. However, at that moment, Wu Guifang had already taken the card Lin Hao had given into her hands. Ha ha ha, you're afraid you're not being stimulated silly by my daughter, right? As far as you're concerned, you're still a billionaire. If you want to be a billionaire, wouldn't I be missing out on a golden son-in-law? Wu Guifang felt that Lin Hao was just blowing smoke up her ass. He didn't even have the money to add more to the bride price, and he was still pretending with her here? In a moment, she would let Lin Hao be beaten back. Okay, you actually said you're a billionaire, so where's all your money? Why don't you take it out and show it to me? Or do you not have any at all? Only Wu Guifang asked towards Lin Hao, obviously not believing that Lin Hao really had money. And upon hearing this, Lin Hao didn't get angry, but said to Wu Guifang, go, I'll take you over to see it now. After only seeing Lin Hao say that, he led Su Shui down the path, and seeing that Lin Hao was still going to pretend to be a bully in front of her, Wu Guifang also followed down. She wanted to see exactly how Lin Hao was going to round out the bull he had just blown. On his way down, Lin Hao ran into Su Tingting and Su Wei, who were going upstairs. When Su Tingting saw Lin Hao, she was furious and wanted to slap him. However, Su Shui suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao and grabbed Su Tingting's hand on the spot. I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything to my husband, I won't let you go, even if we're girlfriends. Only to see Su Shui very domineeringly said towards Su Tingting, and hearing this, Su Tingting's face instantly became quite ugly, because what was supposed to be Lin Hao being her husband was cut off by Su Shui. Even Su Shui was her best friend. This made it impossible for her to tolerate it at all. It was really a case of fireproofing against girlfriends. Su Shui, do you still want to be shameless? You're the one who stole my husband. What, your husband? Lin Hao, when was he your husband? Only Su Tingting yelled at Su Shui. While hearing this, Su Shui didn't even care and directly brushed her aside. Now that Lin Hao is my husband, please also stop pestering him, or else you'll suffer the consequences. After Su Shui said this very domineeringly, she took Lin Hao's arm in a very intimate manner, and when Su Tingting saw the scene, her face was even written with a complicated expression. Lin Hao, you let go of my goddess. What kind of a thing are you? You dared to get your hands on my goddess. Only Su Wei saw Su Shui holding Lin Hao's arm, and the fat meat on his face shook with anger. Su Wei, you dead fat pig. Are you sick? Lin Hao is my husband. Why can't he have me on his arm? Who are you to care? You're nothing but a licking dog. Su Shui immediately disliked towards Su Wei, because she was looking at Su Wei was just too disgusting, and even just now he had actually cursed Lin Hao. This was something she couldn't stand at all. Lin Hao was her husband. Su Wei, what was he, daring to point fingers here? However, right at this moment, Lin Hao was looking at Su Wei and said towards him, Su Wei, what did I just say? If you dare to act like a pussy in front of me again, I'll beat you until your parents don't even recognize you. Am I right? I'm thinking of your sister's face. I'm already treating you well enough. If you say one more word, your sister's face, I won't give it to you. You're on your own. Only Lin Hao said towards Su Wei. And hearing this, Su Wei could clearly see that Lin Hao didn't even look like he was joking, but was very serious. The current him really couldn't beat Lin Hao. Even after he had been beaten by Lin Hao that time before, he realized just how big the gap between him and Lin Hao was, only to see Su Wei immediately look like a different person, fawning towards Lin Hao. Gu, brother Lin Hao, what are you talking about? Are we all family? You're my good big brother. How could I possibly make a move on you? Don't you think so? Just now it was my little brother, I was joking. Please don't take it to heart, big brother. I'll make way for you and sister Su Shui now. You guys go. You guys go. only to see Su Wei being very good at his job. He stood to the side and let Lin Hao and the others walk on. As for Su Shui, after seeing Su Wei standing next to her again, she was even more disgusted and didn't dare to approach, and switched places with Lin Hao before walking down. At this time, Wu Guifang also went downstairs, and after following Lin Hao to the door, Wu Guifang crossed her arms, with the appearance of a shrew, and looked at the surroundings, the vehicles coming and going. Afterwards, Wu Guifang asked Lin Hao, "Billionaire, where's your car? Why, didn't you just say you were going to show it to me? Could it be that you were just bragging to me that you don't have anything?" Only Wu Guifang scoffed at Lin Hao on the spot. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was in no hurry, but said to the system, "Have those company people, as well as the private jet and supercar delivery people come over. I want it now." Only Lin Hao said to the system, and the system, detecting again Lin Hao's words, immediately replied, "Detected the host, has a very strong desire to pretend." Super pretend system activated, only to see the system's beep. After ringing once, hearing that the system was activated, Lin Hao turned his head towards Wu Guifang on the spot and said, "Wait a while, you'll see, don't blink." Lin Hao's words made Wu Guifang feel funny. He was a waste of space who wouldn't even be happy to add a bride price when he married his daughter-in-law. What kind of billionaire could he be? With his appearance, I'm afraid he wouldn't be rich for the rest of his life. Wu Guifang looked at Lin Hao with disdain, as if in her eyes, Lin Hao was a wimp who wanted to save face and loved to pretend. However, right at this moment, rumble, only a car roar suddenly sounded. Countless supercars suddenly stopped downstairs of the hotel, and after a large truck drove up, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom presented itself in front of the crowd. Crap, Rolls-Royce, and it's still a Phantom. Yeah, cripes, this car must be worth $30 million anyways. In the end, it's that rich second generation, so wealthy and generous that they let this car come and find a parking. Really want to see, have this car? In the end is what people. I'm afraid it must be a young handsome rich second generation it, only to see those women present. After seeing this car, their faces showed an excited expression. May I ask if that person is Mr. Lin Hao? Please sign for it? Mr. Lin Hao, is it there? Only that delivery man was seen, speaking towards the crowd, and hearing this, Wu Guifang even felt like she hadn't heard wrong. This car belonged to Lin Hao? And hearing that, Lin Hao immediately reached out to that delivery man and greeted him. Chapter 9, punching Wu Guifang in the face. Here, the delivery man, after seeing that it was Lin Hao, immediately said to him, "Sir, please show me your ID card." Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately took out his ID card and handed it to that delivery man. No, the delivery man took one more look at the ID card before handing it back to Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, have a nice day with the car. Besides, you're already a super member of Rolls-Royce. You can enjoy a first-class discount next time you buy a car." It was only that the delivery man, after saying a word towards Lin Hao, left straight away, and after Lin Hao got the car keys, he threw them to Su Shui. "Wife, this is my gift to you. From now on, this car is yours." Only Lin Hao said towards Su Shui, and hearing this, Su Shui was even more frozen, and immediately asked towards Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, are you serious? This Rolls-Royce Phantom, it's worth $30 million. You're just going to give it to me like this?" Only Su Shui said towards Lin Hao, "Of course, you're my wife. If I don't spoil you, who will?" After Lin Hao finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Big Head. "Big Head, there's a Bugatti Veyron later. Just take it and drive it. Brother is giving it to you." Only Lin Hao said towards Big Head, and hearing this, Big Head's face instantly showed a look of surprise. "Brother Hao, you can't be kidding. That's a Bugatti Veyron. How am I qualified to drive such a car? Besides, you still have to marry your new sister-in-law. Where can I afford to let you spend money? This broken Audi of mine drives quite well. No need." Only Big Head refused on the spot. However, Lin Hao was adamant, "That won't do. You have to change your habit of driving a crappy car. A man must drive a sports car." In the next second, Lin Hao made a phone call on the spot. "Take out half of the money from those oil fields I have abroad, and then I'll buy cars for my brothers. Whatever car is the best and most expensive, give me the whole thing." Only to see the phone hang up after that. After a few more minutes, a line of luxury fleet appeared outside the hotel door, and those sports cars, without exception, were the most expensive sports cars: Rolls-Royce, Panamera, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and the lowest grade, all Land Rovers. Seeing these sports cars, those college and high school classmates of Lin Hao's, their faces were even more shocked. "Brother Hao, so you're a hidden tycoon?" "Yeah, Hao Z, you're hiding it so deep, and you've cheated us so badly." Only those classmates of Lin Hao's, who directly rushed over, clamped down on Lin Hao's head and questioned him. "You kid, how dare you lie to me? Honestly confess, what's going on here? Only one of the university students was seen asking Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, didn't say anything, but just replied, ha ha ha, sorry about that, brothers, before my house wasn't demolished. Now that my house's demolition money has arrived, naturally, I have to spend it, isn't it? And those high school and college classmates, hearing this, did not suspect. After all, many people are relying on the demolition money to get rich all of a sudden. However, those women watching from the sidelines suddenly recognized Lin Hao. Isn't this the one on the previous floor? The one where Voldemort added the bride price? How is he a rich man? Yeah, and so handsome and young. Hey, that woman is also blind. Actually, let such a good man ran away. I would have regretted to die. Just seeing those women, they chattered and discussed on the spot. And hearing this, Su Tingting was also a bit regretful, but regret was no use at all. Who let her fall into such a family, and such a brother? Otherwise, I'm afraid that the person standing next to Lin Hao right now would definitely be her, right? And seeing this scene, Wu Guofan was even more speechless. How could she not expect that Lin Hao was actually that rich? And it wasn't even bragging. Lin Hao, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Lin Hao, our 7 or 8 years of affection. Is it really not worth mentioning? Only Su Tingting said as she hugged Lin Hao. While hearing this, Lin Hao didn't feel a thing and looked at her very indifferently. When you sided with your mom and your brother, it was already destined that we wouldn't be in the same world. Also, Auntie, the account book can be returned to me now. I've already given you $600,000. You can't go back on what you said, right? Only seeing Lin Hao walking forward, he said to Wu Guifang. Seeing Lin Hao asking for the account book, Wu Guifang felt particularly disadvantaged. Had she known, she wouldn't have looked down on Lin Hao in the first place. Who knew that this guy was actually a hidden tycoon? What a blunder. She had only asked for $600,000. It was really too much of a loss. Once a person got greedy, that desire was never ending. Only to see Wu Guifang immediately took the account book to the hand. I didn't say just now that $600,000 can buy this account book. The $600,000, just let you take a look at the account book. And if you want to buy this account book, you have to spend at least $1 million. No, $10 million, or don't want me to return it. Only to see Wu Guifang very brutally saying towards Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao, however, felt nothing, as if he had guessed that Wu Guifang would be unreasonable. After all, she was such a person. Want to let her completely return the account book, but also have to come to a set of hard work. Otherwise she would not obediently give them the account book. However, just at this time, the system beep suddenly rang out. The host's grievances are detected to be very heavy. The divine choice system is activated. Choice 1, call the police and have them sanction Wu Guifang, rewarding a deep-sea pale blue necklace, worth $70 million. Choice 2, forcefully take back the account book. Let Wu Guifang know the price of messing with her. Reward a jewelry store, worth $1 million. Choice 3, be humble and curry favor with Wu Guifang. Beg her to return the account book to herself, and receive the title, Invincible Wimp. The system taskbar. After suddenly appearing in front of Lin Hao didn't even think about it and clicked the first choice on the spot. Just kidding. She was actually being unreasonable, so let the law and the police reason with her. Do you really think that this society, brash and unreasonable people, are bullish? In front of the law, these were nothing at all, only to see Lin Hao call the police on the spot. After the phone was dialed, Lin Hao directly said, "Hello, is it Yun Hai office? These people are robbing my personal property and not returning it. Can you guys come out to the police for a bit?" Just after Lin Hao finished speaking, the caller immediately said, "Sir, please say the location. We'll be right there." "Oh, my location here is the Tianhao Hotel. You guys just come over." Afterwards, Lin Hao hung up the phone. As for Su Tingting, when she heard this, she was even more stunned all of a sudden. She didn't expect that Lin Hao would actually be so desperate. Chapter 10, Reward Stacking. Lin Hao, what do you mean? Are you really going to take my mom in? I only have one mom. No matter what, you can't take her in, right? Yes, it's true that she's a bit unreasonable, but she already has this temper. What are you doing getting angry with an old man? Only Su Tingting immediately said towards Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Su Shui couldn't stand it any longer and directly walked over to Su Tingting and said, "Su Tingting, I hope that you'll first look at what happened before you come here and blame Lin Hao. It's your mom who has been holding his account book, preventing us from getting a license. How does this make it? We're getting into trouble with an old man? Did your mom not take Lin Hao's account book? And also made Lin Hao pay money? What's wrong with him calling the police?" Just a few words from Su Shui instantly silenced Su Tingting, because what Su Shui said did make sense. This account book, indeed in her mother's hands, and even her mother rely on the hands of the account book, to Lin Hao and Su Shui and their threats. In the law, this is a blatant violation of personal privacy. It was against the law. Lin Hao, count on me to beg you. We've been together for 7 or 8 years. Give me face. It's over. Is that okay? After Su Tingting said a sentence, followed by Wu Guifeng said, Mom, you hurry to Lin Hao's account book. Return him. People have given you money. What do you want? Do you have to make irreparable margin? And hearing Su Tingting's words, Wu Guifeng's face even showed a fierce expression. Ting Ting, what do you mean by this? You've grown up. Your wings have hardened. And you're actually helping outsiders do this to your mom? I really raised you for so many years for nothing. How dare you help this guy? Only to see that Wu Guifeng directly sat on the ground and began to spill her guts. Gu, old man. Look at Na. Your daughter has grown up now. Actually against me. Hey, why did you leave so early? Now we are left as orphans and widows, being bullied by others. I won't live. Seeing Wu Guifeng spilling her guts, Su Wei also got involved and said to Su Tingting, yes, sis, you're helping outsiders bully mom like this. Do you have a clear conscience? Besides, Lin Hao, he originally gave less money. He made you lose your precious 7 or 8 years of youth. What's wrong with him compensating you a little? It's not too much to compensate you with tens of millions of dollars, right? Only to see Su Wei very peacefully, said to Su Tingting. Hearing Su Wei's words, Su Tingting was so angry that she almost lost her breath. How was it that she was born in such a vampire family? Su Wei, shut up. If it wasn't for you, would I be like this with your brother? How? Only Su Tingting disliked on the spot. While hearing Wu Guifeng, she immediately stood up and said towards Su Tingting, you're the older sister. Shouldn't you do something for your brother? He is your own brother. Hearing Wu Guifeng say this, Su Tingting's face became even worse. Forget it, I don't care. If you're not reasonable, then they can deal with it however they want. After seeing Su Tingting say that, she stood on the side, not caring about anything. Soon, the inspection came. Who's Lin Hao? Only the inspection asked towards Lin Hao, and hearing this, Lin Hao immediately raised his hand and said, I'm Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, the 2 inspections immediately walked over to Lin Hao. Where's the one you said privately appropriated your account book? Hearing this, Su Shui immediately turned toward them. It's this old lady. She's been obstructing us from getting our things back. Sir, we're going to get our license today, so please make sure you get it back for us. I really appreciate it. Only Su Shui said towards those 2 inspections, and hearing this, those 2 inspections immediately came to Wu Guifeng and said to her, this old man, you're holding someone else's account book like this. That's an illegal appropriation of personal information security. We have every reason to bring you back to the bureau to talk. I think you should. Don't want to be so troublesome, right? Besides, I just heard Mr. Lin say, he also gave you 600,000 through other people's assets, forced the other party to give money. That is fraud? Elderly man, I think you should know exactly what you're doing, right? Only to see one of the female inspectors speaking sharply towards Wu Guifeng, and hearing True's words, Wu Guifeng immediately became a bit abashed, her body shivering non-stop. Sir, of course I know, but this money, he gave it to me voluntarily. You guys have no reason to call me a fraud, right? Only to see Wu Guifeng reversing black and white on the spot. While hearing this, Su Shui was furious. The $600,000 was clearly her pit. And what was it that they gave it voluntarily? This was completely blind bull ********. Oh really? Mr. Lin, please also explain what the hell is going on. If it's voluntary, then it's out of our hands. Only those 2 inspections were seen, asking Lin Hao, and Lin Hao didn't even bring a wimp. They had a point. What were they afraid of? There should be surveillance in the hotel. Right, we can go look at the surveillance right now, whether it's voluntary or not. One look will tell us. Only Lin Hao said towards those 2 inspections, and after those 2 inspections heard this, they agreed. After all, what Lin Hao said was indeed good. There was actually surveillance, so it was definitely possible to know if it was voluntary or not. But this sentence, heard in the ears of Wu Guifeng, but on the spot let her panic, because this money, indeed she let Lin Hao give. If the surveillance saw, then she did not beat herself up. Thinking of this, Wu Guifeng immediately threw the account book to Lin Hao and said with a smile, ouch, this is all a misunderstanding. Sir, I was just joking with them. It's no big deal. Only Wu Guifeng immediately said towards those 2 inspections, and when those 2 inspections heard this, they didn't bother. The account book had, anyway, been returned to Lin Hao, and now they could go back to the office. Mr. Lin, I can't believe the matter has been settled, so we'll go back first. Also I wish you 100 years of happiness. Farewell. Only one of the male officers, after saying that, drove off in a police car. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't even look at them after getting the account book and directly pulled Su Shui into the Rolls Royce. Let's go. We've got the household registration book. Let's go get the license. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Su Shui nodded shyly. And then, in Lin Hao's mind, a system beep suddenly came to mind. Congratulations to the host for completing his choice. The rewards are stacked. Chapter 11, Receiving a License. And hearing this, Lin Hao naturally knew what this was. However, this reward stacking was the first time Lin Hao had heard of it, so he immediately nodded curiously. I wonder, this reward stacking, what would it be? Only Lin Hao said with great curiosity. And at this moment, after Lin Hao asked, the system immediately replied, Host, the stacked reward is a new kind of reward prepared specifically for the host. It's where the rewards for 2 successful missions can be stacked and then issued to the host together. The system's mechanical voice echoed behind Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao instantly became excited. So wouldn't that mean that private jet he had gotten before, he could have one more? Ha ha ha, this was just too awesome. Lin Hao had a smile on his face right away. However, when the system detected Lin Hao's smile again, which was somewhat unrestrained, it suddenly reminded, Host, it's necessary for the system to remind you that stacking rewards will not stack item rewards, but it can increase the host's luck value, and if the luck value reaches its peak, the host can participate in a super sweepstakes. It was only after the system returned this sentence towards Lin Hao, the pleasant expression on Lin Hao's face, all of a sudden disappeared. In its place, there was an expression full of disappointment. However, once he thought about it, he could gain luck values by stacking rewards. That wasn't bad at all. After all, being lucky was also a talent. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's mood instantly improved. System, now give out the rewards. Lin Hao said afterward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding him with a deep-sea pale blue necklace worth $70 million, increasing the luck value by 10 points. Congratulations to the host for rewarding a private jet, worth $50 million, increase 10 points of luck value. Looking at the increase in luck value on the mission bar, Lin Hao's face even showed an expression of excitement. If he were to buy a lottery ticket, he didn't know if he could rely on the luck value and directly win the jackpot. Although Lin Hao already had a system, who would mind having more money? It simply wasn't possible. No one didn't like money. It was just those who didn't. They just couldn't earn it. Let's go. We're going to get a license now. Only Lin Hao said towards Su Shui. And upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Su Shui's face even showed an excited expression. She had been waiting for this time for a long time. Now finally, from Wu Guifeng's hands, she had gotten the household register. This marriage, they had to tie the knot. But marriage being marriage, Su Shui still had a problem and was a bit worried, because there was another thing that she had never told Lin Hao. In fact, she was the first lady of the Su family in Jinghai, and the Su family was among the ranks of the powerful families in Jinghai. Most notably, the Su family Su clan group was a real estate giant in Jinghai City, with a market value of at least $2 billion. And Lin Hao's identity, Su Shui really didn't know. But looking at Lin Hao's current appearance, it should be that his family had been demolished not long ago, just as the demolition money had been paid out. That's why Lin Hao was spending like this with a vengeance. But even if that was the case, Su Shui still had a hard time being sure that her family would accept him. After all, the worldly gentlemen who wanted to marry her were already lined up from Jinghai to her doorstep. As far as a thug like Lin Hao was concerned, her parents really couldn't look at him. That was why this matter could make Su Shui so troubled. If her parents didn't agree, then wouldn't she and Lin Hao? Thinking about this, Su Shui even dared not even think about it. Noticing the change on Su Shui's face, Lin Hao asked directly towards Su Shui, "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" And seeing that Lin Hao had asked her, Su Shui, in order to not let Lin Hao worry, shook her head and made a face like nothing was wrong. Nothing, just thinking about things just now. Let's go. We're going to get a license now. Only Su Shui changed her expression and said with a smile towards Lin Hao. While hearing this, Lin Hao didn't think much about it. Big head, you'll be my driver from now on. $100,000 a month. Will you do it? Only Lin Hao asked towards Big Head. And hearing this, Big Head was dumbfounded on the spot, and immediately asked Lin Hao, "Crap, brother Hao, don't scare me. Are you telling the truth?" Only seeing Big Head in disbelief, he asked Lin Hao. While hearing this, Lin Hao revealed a serious expression. "Of course it's true. It's only $100,000. How is it that you don't think it's enough?" Only Lin Hao asked towards Big Head. While Big Head was about to say enough, Lin Hao was turning the tables and immediately said, "Well, it's true that it's a bit insufficient. With your relationship with me, how can it start at $500,000? Then it said, $500,000, for a month. You kid, don't give me a run for my money." Only Lin Hao said to Big Head on the spot. Hearing this, Big Head felt as if he was dreaming. This was just Well, too good to be true. It was just that Big Head didn't shout out what was in his heart on the spot. Otherwise, the people around him might think that he was crazy. But if you are given $500,000 a month, I'm afraid you also have to scream ah. It's $500,000 a month to drive a car. Then for 2 months, wouldn't it be $1 million? Brother ho, don't worry. I'll make sure to deliver you and your sister-in-law safely to the Civil Affairs Bureau. From now on, I'll be the exclusive driver for you and your sister-in-law, specializing in serving you too. It was only Big Head who immediately complimented Lin Hao. While hearing this, Lin Hao sounded very uncomfortable, and immediately scolded. If you say that to me again, get the hell off this car. I've been your brother for so long, and you dare to compliment me and kiss my ass? You don't want to mix anymore? Only Lin Hao immediately cursed at Big Head, and Big Head also knew that although Lin Hao was rich, but he took himself as a real brother, or else that Bugatti Veyron, for other people can be so casually sent, and Lin Hao knows. Big Head recently company closed down, is everywhere borrowing money to pay off the debt? He asked himself to drive for him, it is just to help him. After all, with Lin Hao's current worth, he couldn't find anyone to be a driver. Why did he have to find him? But it was just to give him face and a reason to help him. Ouch, brother Hao. I was wrong, just pretend I didn't say it. Ha ha ha, I'll send you and your sister-in-law to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Only after seeing Big Head say this, he turned on his horsepower and drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. And only after hearing this from Big Head, Lin Hao didn't say anything, but directly leaned down on the car seat. However, Lin Hao had just leaned down when he saw Su Shue's stunning face. Lin Hao couldn't have imagined that just such a goddess, it would actually be his wife now. This was if it was a dream. Then he wished to do it for a little longer. Chapter 12, The Lover's Eye. But it really wasn't. It was actually happening. Seeing Lin Hao staring at himself all the time, Su Shue wondered if she had something on her face that made him stare at her all the time like this. As for Lin Hao looking at Su Shue like this, it made Su Shue's cheeks, involuntarily, redden. After all, being looked at by someone you liked was really a bit embarrassing, especially if it was Lin Hao. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid Su Shue wouldn't feel this way, but it was just this person, Lin Hao. This simply made her a bit horny. Thinking of this, Su Shue immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, on the other hand, felt a little surprised after noticing Su Shue's expression, but it was okay. At least Lin Hao could be sure that Su Shue really liked herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed such a little girl's expression. And seeing that Lin Hao was still staring at her, Su Shue suddenly reached out her hand and pushed him. Don't look. There's nothing on my face. What are you looking at? Only to see Su Shue turn towards Lin Hao, and after saying this, she turned her head away very shyly. And after Lin Hao saw this scene, he didn't feel anything and directly laughed a little. Ha ha ha, the way you look now, just like a little girl in love. Where do you look like a goddess that others are chasing after? Seeing Su Shue in this state, Lin Hao instantly felt very joyful. Seeing Lin Hao flirting with her, Su Shue didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Hao with eyes full of tenderness. Lin Hao, if you keep laughing at me like that, then I'll ignore you. Only Su Shue turned her head towards Lin Hao and droned out in a delicate voice. While hearing this, Lin Hao felt like he was about to be crisped to the bone by her. This little goblin, she really deserved to be a national goddess. What a special understanding of how to hold a man. However, if Lin Hao didn't know her, I'm afraid that he would have already taken her as one of those scummy women out there. Seeing Lin Hao and Su Shue flirting in the back, Big Head was more than ready to cry, and directly said to Lin Hao, Brother Hao, you can feed me real dog food, but if you feed me like this in the car, isn't it a bit inconsiderate of my brother? Hearing Big Head's words, Lin Hao didn't care at all, placing his hand on the main driver's seat and saying towards Big Head, Big Head, do you know about the twin mansions? Only Lin Hao said towards Big Head, and upon hearing this, Big Head immediately asked, Brother Hao, you're asking the right person. Who doesn't know about the twin mansions? They're two of the topmost mansions in the entire Jinghai City. They're known as the #1 mansions in Jinghai City. And the twin mansions, because it is two mansions together, so it got this name. But in the twin mansions of the groups and companies, and all kinds of luxury boutiques, that's really quite a lot. That's where the rent of the stores are going to be 10,000 a day to start with, known as the 10,000 gold hard to rent. What's the matter, Brother Hao? Are you going to go over to the Twin Towers to rent a store and use it for business? Big Head asked Lin Hao, a hint of questioning in his tone. After all, the twin mansions had a new landlord now, so who knew if the rent for the stores would go up? What's more, Lin Hao's demolition money, even if it was more, couldn't be spent like this. At the very least, he must, at least, buy a house for him and his sister-in-law before he starts doing business. And hearing that Big Head knew so much about Twin Towers, Lin Hao's thoughts and plans in his mind surfaced all of a sudden. But he still wanted to, first, hide it for a bit. There was no rush to tell Su Shui and Big Head that he was the new landlord of Twin Mansions. It's fine, I just casually asked. You don't have to take it seriously. Only Lin Hao casually replied. And hearing Lin Hao's words, Big Head knew him best, and directly said, Brother Hao, don't blame brother for speaking out of turn. You know, you've never had much talent for doing business. We might as well invest in a bit of real estate and catering and all of that. At least we can still make a little bit of money. And renting a store over there to sell things. In case we lose money, it'll be hundreds of thousands of dollars at every turn. Even if we are rich again, this is not the way to spend. Don't you think so, Brother Hao? Only to see Big Head, with an air of seriousness, say towards Lin Hao. When he heard this from Big Head, Lin Hao, however, suddenly laughed and directly gave him a blow to the back. You brat, what are you thinking? When did I say that I want to rent the store over there? I was just asking you. Don't worry, I know what I have in mind. And Big Head, you're really getting better and better at this car. Sitting in your car, it's just peace of mind. After only seeing Lin Hao praising towards Big Head, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. After all, that incident with Su Tingting had caused him to be really mentally exhausted. The current him was so tired and exhausted that he felt like he could fall asleep at any time. As for Su Shui at this moment, after hearing Lin Hao and Big Head talk about the Twin Mansions earlier, Su Shui's face even flashed a trace of doubt. After all, the Twin Mansions were the best mansions in Jinghai City. Lin Hao, if he asked that, could he be trying to do something? Su Shui really wanted to ask Lin Hao a question, but she couldn't ask. She could only hold it in her heart and wait for the right time to tell Lin Hao. Soon, the Civil Affairs Bureau arrived. At this time, Lin Hao has fallen asleep, but is leaning on Su Shui's shoulder to fall asleep. Although Su Shui didn't have the heart to wake Lin Hao up, she had arrived at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. She still had to wake Lin Hao up first, and then go down to get the license before it was real. Lin Hao, wake up, we're here. Only Su Shui gently pushed Lin Hao, while Lin Hao, who was still half asleep at this moment, was instantly pounced into Su Shui's arms, feeling a soft, fragrant object that was being pillowed on his face. Lin Hao immediately woke up. Crap, only to see Lin Hao suddenly scream and immediately backed away. He said why it was so soft just now. It turned out to be that he was lying on Su Shui's body. Su Shui, only to see Lin Hao very embarrassed, towards Su Shui to say. Su Shui, however, did not say anything, pulled Lin Hao's hand, and said to him, let's go, or else the Civil Affairs Bureau will get off work later, and we won't be able to do the marriage license. Hearing Su Shui's words, Lin Hao immediately understood. Su Shui was giving him a step down. How could he not go down? Okay, I'll listen to you. After only seeing Lin Hao nod his head in agreement, he followed Su Shui off the bus, and after getting off the bus, Lin Hao even turned his head towards Big Head and said, Big Head, wait for us here. We'll be out soon. Remember to call me if anything happens. Lin Hao said to Big Head. While seeing Lin Hao say this, Big Head waved his hand and replied towards Lin Hao. Don't worry, Brother Hao. If there's anything, I'll call you right away. You'd better be good and take your sister-in-law in to get your license. Chapter 13, 1-10. After Big Head finished speaking, he returned to the car. When Lin Hao heard this, he was relieved and pulled Su Shui inside. Into the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Hao and Su Shui quickly walked to the processing office. The receptionist at the processing center was the same as before. After seeing Lin Hao and the others again, he even revealed a smile. Sir, do you have your household registration book? Only the receptionist asked towards Lin Hao. And hearing this, Lin Hao immediately replied, got it. Please apply for our marriage registration. We need to apply for it today. Only to see Lin Hao say very anxiously. Hearing this, that receptionist immediately snorted. Ha ha ha, sir, you're really in a hurry. Other girls aren't in a hurry. Why are you in a monkey's hurry? Don't worry, I will handle it for you now. And upon hearing the receptionist's words, Su Shui's face instantly turned red. The way Lin Hao was acting right now, he was being a bit monkeyish. But this was also what Su Shui wanted. To get married. She had decided to get married. So it was just a flash mob. Anyway, she has liked Lin Hao for a long time. She waited for this day. Has been a long time. Bring me your account books. Only that receptionist said towards Lin Hao and Su Shui. Hearing this, Lin Hao and Su Shui immediately took out 2 account books. After the account books were handed over to the receptionist, she picked them up and directly stamped them. After stamping it, the receptionist immediately handed the marriage license to Lin Hao and the others. I wish you all a happy marriage. I hope you'll both be firm and choose each other. Only the receptionist said a heartfelt blessing towards them. Lin Hao spoke back towards the receptionist. Thank you. After seeing Lin Hao say this to the receptionist, Su Shui also followed Lin Hao. As the saying went, the husband sings and the wife follows. Whatever Lin Hao did, she naturally had to follow. She even supported Lin Hao unconditionally. There was no reason for it. Even if Lin Hao did something wrong, she would still follow Lin Hao. Yo, you too. You're really a good match. Sir, you're still blessed to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Only the receptionist was very envious and said to Lin Hao. While hearing this, Lin Hao nodded his head a bit and said towards the receptionist, "Ha ha ha, it's like this. I'm very thankful for her to be by my side." After saying that, Lin Hao pulled Su Shui out of the Civil Affairs Bureau Hall. However, just as he was walking out, Lin Hao heard a burst of beating and cursing. Upon hearing this burst of beating and cursing, Lin Hao immediately rushed out, only to see that at this moment, Big Head was being surrounded by a group of black forces. One of them was even holding Big Head down in the car. And among the people leading the group, there happened to be Su Wei. "Ha ha ha, brother Su, is this the dog you said was that Lin Hao? TSK, what a tragedy. Actually following Lin Hao around, and now he's been beaten up like this. If he had followed you, brother Su, he would have gotten rich by now, but he ended up following that punk Lin Hao, and now he's being surrounded and beaten by us." Only to see that little punk, appearing behind Big Head, directly gave him a punch. This punch, moreover, caused Big Head, who had just been beaten, to vomit blood on the spot. However, after spitting out blood, Big Head immediately fought back. "I poo. What kind of thing is he? He's also worthy to be compared to my brother Hao? Su Wei this garbage. To my brother Hao shoes are not worthy. On is such. Still wanna chase what goddess? Now is Su Shui goddess. Chasing our brother Hao. Cannot envy death him. That dead fat pig. Toad also want to eat swan meat. Really ridiculous." Only to see Big Head cursing at those punks on the spot. As for Su Wei, who was beside him, when he heard this, the fat on his face, even more so, went horizontal all of a sudden. He couldn't beat Lin Hao before, and that was because Lin Hao had suddenly become powerful, but that didn't mean that he couldn't teach the dogs around Lin Hao a lesson. "All get out of my way. I'm going to make him pay now. I might be scared if Lin Hao was here, but what are you? A dog, barking wildly here for? Do you really think I don't dare to clean you up?" Only after Su Wei said that, he directly punched Big Head in the stomach, and after Big Head felt the power of that punch again, he even spat out a mouthful of blood once again. Cough cough, I won't give in. And just then, Lin Hao, who saw this scene, suddenly heard a system beep. Ding dong. Detecting that the host is faced with a choice, the divine choice system is activated. Choice 1, teach Su Wei a lesson again, rewarding him with a golden divine pupil that can peer into all things. Choice 2, let those minions turn against you, rewarding the black power of the Beijing Sea, the Tianlong Society. Choice 3, kneel down and beg for forgiveness to apologize to Su Wei, rewarded with the title, Wimp. Just seeing these three choices come out, Lin Hao didn't even hesitate for a second, directly choosing the first and second. Stop. Lin Hao suddenly walked over and chided towards Su Wei, and after Su Wei saw Lin Hao again, a look of fear appeared on his face. However, upon seeing that Lin Hao was holding his goddess's hand, the fear on Su Wei's face immediately swept away, and was replaced by a wave of anger. After all, Lin Hao had robbed his goddess, and now he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Lin Hao, I can't believe you've come over here as well, so I'll even deal with you today. Today I want you to know the price of offending me. Su Wei. Only after Su Wei said that, he directly punched Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao didn't dodge at all, but instead backhanded a kick. In the next second, Su Wei was directly sent flying by Lin Hao, falling heavily to the ground. As for the minions, after seeing this scene again, there was even a look of surprise on their faces. Su Wei's weight was 200 pounds, and now he was being kicked off by Lin Hao, which simply made them not believe their eyes. This Lin Hao's strength, just how great was it? He was actually able to kick Su Wei away and leave him in such a sorry state. And after Su Wei, who had been kicked out by Lin Hao, hurriedly stood up again, he cursed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you, I think you want to die. Only to see Su Wei directly rushed Lin Hao. There is a want to with him. Fish death net broken impulse. Lin Hao was not afraid at all. As far as Su Wei was concerned, the current him, he can fight 10 of them. Seeing Su Wei rush over, Lin Hao dodged over in a flash. Afterwards, Lin Hao backhanded Su Wei's ass with a kick. The power of this kick was particularly heavy, directly causing Su Wei to be kicked out for some distance. Seeing this scene, Su Wei's minions were all dumbfounded. Chapter 14, Betrayal. This Lin Hao how so powerful, actually directly to Su Wei beat like this. In addition, Su Wei's weight, Lin Hao that kick, directly let him to the ground. Seeing that Su Wei could not stand up, Lin Hao went up and stepped on his back. Afterwards, Lin Hao said to the little brothers, "This is your big brother? How come he's such a waste? I casually hit him and he's like this. You guys might as well follow me. Each of you all have quite a bit of potential, but what's the point of following the wrong big brother? Just this guy Su Wei, can he bring you all to eat and drink?" Only Lin Hao issued a soulful question, and when those little brothers heard this again, they immediately nodded their heads. Seeing those little brothers nodding, Lin Hao, however, suddenly laughed. "He, the money that you guys are eating and drinking is all lent to him by me. You guys don't think that he's a mommy's boy who's chewing on his old age and has money on him, do you? Now you let him take out 400 or 500. If he has, I Lin Hao on the spot to him on his knees to apologize. And hear this, some loyal to Su Wei's little brother, but also directly coaxed. Good actually you have said so. Then our brother Su must meet you this request Brother Su, directly take 600 to dump his face. Let him know your strength. Only to see one of the little brothers, said to Su Wei. However, Su Wei, who stood up, had an awkward expression on his face. 3 days ago, he had gone to a bar and spent a lot of money, not to mention 600, not even $100. He was scolded for asking his sister for it. Now he was penniless. Where could he get the money? But see, their own little brothers are looking at their own. Su Wei, do not say run. I'm afraid to go less than a moment. Will be the little brothers suspicious? This big brother in the end is worth with. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Not just $600. Charity to him. Yes, Brother Su, he dared to say this about you. We must hit his face. $600 to feed the dog. Those little brothers aggressively said to Su Wei. And at this time, Su Wei but picked up the phone, pretending to fight. I recently have a little difficulty in financial turnover. I'm looking for my friend to get some back, the million he owed me before, and then I'll give it to him. Brothers, don't be anxious, Su Wei said to the little brothers. The main thing is to appease the emotions of the little brothers. Otherwise, if they know that he is not the big young master that he said in his mouth, I'm afraid that these people, too, would no longer follow him. It was even very likely that they would just turn against him and follow Lin Hao. And when those little brothers heard that, they were even more agitated and screamed at Lin Hao. Hey, did you hear that? Our brother Su is looking for someone to pay him back right now. You'll be waiting to kowtow to my brother Su in a bit. How dare you question my brother Su? He's always got a list of millions. Can he not even have $600? You really underestimate my brother Su. Lin Hao, however, stood still, a confident expression on his face as he said to the minions. Then in a moment you'll see if he can come up with the money or not. Anyway, I have all the time in the world right now. You let my brother go first. The little brothers naturally knew that they couldn't beat Lin Hao, so how could they dare to hold the big head hostage and not give it to them? Get your ass back. Actually, your big brother has said so. We'll give your big brother face. Only one of the gangster leaders was seen saying to Big Head. Afterwards, Big Head came to Lin Hao's side. Brother Hao, the amount you just said, isn't it a bit small? What if he really can take it out? If he really can take it out, then wouldn't you have to kowtow to him? Big Head was very worried and said to Lin Hao. But when Lin Hao heard what Big Head said, he didn't care at all. He's just a vampire. Every day he either sucks his mom or his sister. Right now he doesn't have any money on him at all, and his sister won't give him any. You should know about what happened before, right? Now let's just watch him. How about being turned back by his little brothers? Only Lin Hao said to Big Head with his hands in his pockets. At that moment, Big Head became even more interested and asked Lin Hao, Brother Hao, are you telling the truth? Hearing Big Head ask that, Lin Hao immediately rolled his eyes. Is there a fake then? You'll see in a moment. If he can come up with the money or not, he'll never be able to anyway, Lin Hao said with great confidence, and it was true. Su Wei had been on the phone for several minutes and couldn't come up with the money at all, and kept making excuses. Even Su Wei tried to escape, and after Lin Hao realized it and called out, he didn't dare to run. Everyone, do you now know what your big brother is? I don't need to tell you this. I can give you all a chance now. If you guys are my little brothers, $50,000 a month, and all of you have official jobs and fixed salaries. How about it? Think about it? Lin Hao directly offered a month's favorable pay to those minions. He also had this kind of backbone right now, because he now had the system in his hands. And after hearing that, those little brothers were looking at Lin Hao with even more disbelief. However, they were all watching, and no one dared to go up and try. Who knew if what Lin Hao said was true or not? However, just at this moment, a punk suddenly walked over to Lin Hao and said, is it really 50,000 a month? If it's true, then I'll follow you and hang out with Fatty Su, who's really pulling down, and can't even get $600. Only that punk said towards Lin Hao, and when Su Wei heard this, he was about to curse a white-eyed wolf, but seeing many of the punks, their eyes were looking at him. Su Wei immediately swallowed back the words he was about to say. Of course, if you don't believe me, take the bank card account number and give it to me. I'll transfer the money to you now. After only seeing Lin Hao speak, the punk immediately said his account number. Soon, a text message beep sounded. Ding! $50,000 in the account. That punk, after seeing the $50,000 displayed on the SMS, almost didn't take a back seat, and directly jumped up, excitedly shouting, "Crap! It's really $50,000, really 50,000 grass. Follow Mr. Lin 50,000 a month. Eat and drink. Follow Su Wei even 500 cannot take out." Brothers are still hesitating. What? This is still not choose? Do you really want to still follow that dead fat guy? Only to see the money to the account. That small punk immediately turned against the water. And seeing this scene, Su Wei was confused. How did this little brother suddenly backtrack? Chapter 15, 50,000 for one. And these little brothers, if it is a counterattack of others, Su Wei would not have been so surprised. But these little brothers turned against Lin Hao. What's more, Lin Hao also directly let his little brothers know what kind of person he is. In this case, everyone knows who to follow. There's no need to ask. It's obvious at first glance. That must be to follow Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao is offered a monthly salary of 50,000 to them. This salary, even in a small company, it was considered a high level, let alone a bodyguard. And if Lin Hao dared to hire them, he naturally had his reasons. After all, these guys weren't very useful, but at least they are also Su Wei's people. If Su Wei's minions are warped away, then left Su Wei a bare-bones commander. He is no longer how the dog barking is useless. Not to mention, he's especially rich now. Before, when he was Su Wei's brother-in-law, he had been sucked by his blood. Now how he also want to get back a little interest. I'll give you a chance now. $5,000 for a slap, 8,000 for a punch. This opportunity to make money is only once, so I hope you guys can cherish it, Lin Hao said to those little brothers. And hearing this, those little brothers immediately burst out in joy. After all, Lin Hao had said $5,000 for a slap. Then if you gave Su Wei 2 slaps, wouldn't that be $10,000? This money was just too easy to earn, right? Thinking of this, those little brothers did not care that Su Wei was their previous big brother, and directly surrounded Su Wei. Snap! The sound. Su Wei was immediately slapped by one of the little brothers, and this slap was even very heavy, and instantly made Su Wei's face red. Seeing his own little brothers hit him, Su Wei immediately pushed to hand them. To those little brothers scolded, "You want to rebel? I'm your big brother. How dare you treat me like this? Do you guys not want to mix anymore?" Only Su Wei pointed at those little brothers and cursed very arrogantly. He still thought that he was the big brother, therefore, posing as a big brother. However, these little brothers didn't give him face at all. Just Su Wei, this dead fat guy, is also worthy of being their big brother? What a joke. No money, no strength. He had so little guts. If he really had the strength, I'm afraid he would have come to deal with Lin Hao on his own, instead of letting them come and catch Lin Hao's sidekick bullies, then being bullied by Lin Hao themselves. Thinking of this, one of the little brothers cursed at Su Wei. "Oh, dead fatso, do you really think that you're still the same Wei brother from before? We call you Brother Wei, it's to give you face. If we don't, you're a dead fatso. Who are you to tell us what to do? Yeah, just you dead fat ass. How dare you call us names? Brothers, hit me hard." Only to see one of the gangster leaders, after saying one more sentence, all the gangsters, all of them hit towards Su Wei. Even punching and kicking was not too much. After all, the current Su Wei was just too arrogant. It made them feel very upset. Lin Hao, on the other hand, who saw this scene, found it particularly amusing and revealed a teasing expression on the spot. "Ha ha ha, good fight. Later on all line up to get money from me. And by the way, keep track of how many times you hit, but don't lie about it." After Lin Hao said this to those juniors immediately got excited and got a lot more aggravated when they got their hands on Su Wei. After all, everyone wanted to beat up Su Wei a bit more and get a bit more money. Moreover, Su Wei, this guy, originally is owed to beat. Look at let a person's stomach. The Su Wei, who was surrounded by these juniors and beaten by even more so, after a few minutes of beating, he climbed out. "Sister, brother-in-law, I was wrong." Su Wei was so beaten up that he couldn't even speak clearly, and he opened his mouth in a wretched manner. As for Lin Hao, when he heard the other party beg for forgiveness, a cold color immediately flashed on his face. Su Wei, who realized that he had said something wrong, knelt down in front of Lin Hao on the spot and said to him, "Brother Lin Hao, I was wrong. Please be generous and give me a chance. Let them stop, otherwise I'm going to be killed." Only Su Wei knelt in front of Lin Hao and kept kowtowing to him, trying to ask Lin Hao to let him go. Lin Hao, however, stepped directly on Su Wei and said to him, "Hey, your sister and I have been together for so long at least. If I don't give face to others, at least your sisters has to give it. You help me clean my shoes now. This matter is over. If you have a next time, then you're on your own. That's all I'm saying. How you choose, that's up to you." Su Wei, who heard these words, immediately felt very humiliated. What did Lin Hao mean by this? Wanting to humiliate him, as far as this? To actually have him directly clean his shoes in front of so many people. This simply wasn't possible. However, Su Wei's mind seemed to be seen through by the little brothers behind him, only to see one of the junior brothers suddenly walk over and say to Su Wei, "Hey, Fatso, do you know what happens to anyone who goes against Mr. Lin? You're not our big brother anymore, and Mr. Lin is our big brother. I advise you that you'd better not get yourself into trouble, or else you'll just have to see to it. I'll just say my words once. What to do is up to you." Goosebumps rose all over Su Wei's body. He didn't even dare to look at that little brother in the eyes. Instead, he immediately plopped down and stretched out his hand to wipe the shoes on Lin Hao's feet. However, when Su Wei lowered his head again, and then saw Su Shui next to him, after that, in Su Wei's eyes, there was more than a hint of jealousy. Why should he, Lin Hao, be able to marry a goddess? And he can't. Even now, he was being humiliated by Lin Hao. He wasn't willing. Sooner or later, one day, he was going to make Lin Hao pay him back for all that he had done to him today. After Su Wei finished polishing Lin Hao's shoes, he immediately stood up, and after Lin Hao saw the shoes that Su Wei had polished again, he didn't nitpick. He just said, "Well, you can roll, but remember, if you mess with me next time, it won't be so simple. By then your sister's face won't matter. I'll definitely take you to roast a suckling pig," Lin Hao said to Su Wei on the spot. At this moment, where was Su Wei's previous arrogant stance? He kept compensating Lin Hao with a smile. Yes, brother Lin Hao. That's right. I won't dare next time. I won't dare anymore. Chapter 16, The New Boss. Su Wei's posture was very low, as if Lin Hao was an unattainable figure in front of him. Lin Hao only needed to say one word to make him die without a burial place. However, this was indeed the case. If it had been Lin Hao before, it would have been impossible to be so arrogant. But how could a person be so suffocating when they had money? Couldn't they? Having money makes you a father. Having money was capricious. Anything, as long as it is linked to money, then it is bound to have their value. There is nothing that money cannot buy. If you cannot buy, that is certainly not enough money to give. As long as the price is given enough, even the Neon Nation will bow down for themselves. And at this time, Su Wei, after seeing that Lin Hao hadn't moved much, he directly intended to leave. And after those minions saw this scene again, they even intended to directly stop him. However, Lin Hao suddenly said, "No need, let him go. Anyway, if he dares to do something next time, you can naturally clean him up. We are not short of this time." Lin Hao turned towards those little brothers and ordered. Those little brothers immediately gave up on the idea of chasing Su Wei and came directly to Lin Hao's side, standing to the side. "Yes, Mr. Lin, so what are we going to do now?" "Yes, please command Mr. Lin, we'll go through fire and water. We'll die for it." "That's right, following Mr. Lin is better than following that dead fat guy. Following him is like having a top meal without a bottom meal. It's really bad luck." It was only those little brothers that cursed on the spot, and hearing this, Lin Hao didn't feel surprised. After all, Su Wei's character was, indeed, not good. For these guys to be stupid enough to follow him for so long, they were considered loyal. If they were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have already switched big brothers, who would still follow him around. It's not like he counts for anything. His family has no money and he's poor. "Are you guys coming in your cars?" Only Lin Hao asked towards the little brothers. One of the minions replied to Lin Hao on the spot. "Mr. Lin, we did come in our cars, but ours are all motorcycles, so they definitely can't compare to your supercar." "Yeah, Mr. Lin, this Rolls Royce of yours, I saw it at first glance. It's a limited edition supercar. That can't be bought with money. Mr. Lin is really rich." That little brother fawned over Lin Hao, sort of kissing Lin Hao's ass. But this ass kissing was particularly comfortable for Lin Hao. Indeed, right now he was rich. He especially liked being told that he was rich. After all, the feeling of being rich was really great. From the beginning to the end, who wouldn't love it? Count your eyesight is good. You can remember. In the future, follow me, but you have to study more, or else when people outside know about it, they will think that my Lin Hao's minions are all a bunch of illiterates. How bad would that sound? Besides, I've recently planned to open a security company. Simply put, it's a company that takes on all sorts of bodyguard tasks. Do you guys have any ideas? You can talk to me about it. If you join the security company, the salary is 100,000 a month, but relatively speaking, With a high salary you naturally have to pay for it. You guys still have to go through the devil's training before you can officially go to work, but during the training period, the salary is still paid as it is, Lin Hao assured them, and those little brothers got excited on the spot. After all, if he was allowed to eat for $100,000 a month, they were all willing to do it. Not to mention what devil training, as long as it wasn't life-threatening, they could do whatever they were told. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'd like to follow you forever and faithfully follow you from now on. Mr. Lin, we swear to follow you to the death. Boss, sister-in-law, long live, long live, long live. They only saw those little brothers very excitedly, shouting towards Lin Hao and Su Shui. Hearing this, Su Shui's face was even happier. How could she not have expected that she would become Lin Hao's woman? Even more so, she hadn't thought that Lin Hao actually liked her as well. This was really great. Alright, shut up all of you. Now your new boss is the big head, and I'm just behind the scenes. He's going to be the chairman of the security company, and from now on, you're all going to listen to him, okay? Lin Hao pointed at Big Head and said to the minions. Seeing Lin Hao say that, those minions froze on the spot, because they had beaten Big Head before, but they didn't realize that Big Head, now, was actually their superior. In case, Big Head took personal revenge on them, what should they do? One of the little brothers immediately said to Lin Hao, Boss, this is a little bit wrong. Right, you've just become our boss, and now our boss has changed. This is too fast. Yeah, boss, we've only just followed you. Why are you letting us follow a new boss? This isn't too good. I'm willing to follow the boss to the death. Please take back your order. Only to see those little brothers, all making their own excuses, just to not let Big Head be their boss. However, Lin Hao's eyes were very cold as he said to them, Why do I feel that you guys seem to be a bit reluctant? Have you been wronged by following Big Head? Lin Hao's tone instantly became serious, and those minions present, after seeing that look in Lin Hao's eyes again, immediately became abashed and didn't dare to speak at all, and could only stand in place, looking at Lin Hao. Doesn't what I say work anymore? Since I said it, follow what I said. Understand? You guys don't have to worry. Big Head is holding a personal vendetta against you guys. Now you're your own people. Just laugh off the previous grudges. It's impossible. You guys are going to fight to the death now, right? I can tell you guys, this is not necessary at all. I can actually let Big Head be your boss. That naturally has my reasoning. Lin Hao said towards the little brothers. The little brothers immediately fell silent. However, Big Head was heartless, looking at them, only to see one of the little brothers, with those behind him, kneel down on the spot towards Big Head. Please, boss, don't blame us. We were also on an errand before. Yes, boss, we were also on an errand for Su Wei. If we had known that he was such a trash, we would have stopped following him a long time ago. Please be generous and don't bother with us little people. The little brothers all said to Big Head, and when Big Head saw this scene, he was even more dumbfounded at once. After all, he hadn't been ready for this, but Lin Hao had to be for him, and Big Head couldn't really figure it out. And these people, kneeling wasn't an option either. Everyone get up. I won't take personal revenge against you. Don't worry about that. They are all my own people. How could I possibly do this to you all? All get up. Big Head said towards those juniors. Chapter 17, starting a company for you. Those juniors, hearing these words, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As for the little brother kneeling in front, his face showed a complicated expression. After all, he could see that even though Big Head had said this on the surface, what he was thinking behind his back was actually unknown to any of them. Lin Hao was assuring them, but it wasn't Big Head. Who knew? At this moment, Lin Hao, after seeing the expression on that little brother's face again, immediately became a little interested. He hadn't expected that there were actually smart people among these juniors of Su Wei's. This was really strange. After all, in all of these guys, if one could find a smart one, then Lin Hao was thankful, but he couldn't find one at all. Why? Because these guys are really stupid and loyal, to be able to follow Su Wei for so long. Come on, let's go to the twin mansions now. I'll buy you a company. Only Lin Hao said towards Big Head. When Big Head heard this, he froze in disbelief and looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. Brother Hao, you can't be joking about this. We've known each other for so long, and you're giving me such a big surprise? No, Brother Hao, do you have cancer? What's going on here? With the car and the company, you can't live anymore? Only Big Head questioned Lin Hao on the spot. After all, Lin Hao's current state looked very much like he was delivering the aftermath. Hearing Big Head's question, Lin Hao gave him a blank look and said, Why don't you think of the good side? If I die, then when Su Wei seeks revenge on you, won't you be finished? Do you still have to count on them? Only to see Lin Hao pointing at those minions, not giving face at all to Big Head. Upon hearing this, Big Head lowered his head all of a sudden, because Lin Hao was indeed right. He really couldn't rely on anyone other than Lin Hao. Those people wouldn't help him at all, let alone help him out. Thinking of this, Big Head immediately hugged Lin Hao's leg and said toward Lin Hao, "Brother Hao, I beg you, don't die. If you're going to die, what about your sister-in-law? Even if you don't think about your brothers, you have to think about your sister-in-law. He just married you and is going to be widowed." Only to see Big Head very anxiously saying to Lin Hao. Hearing Big Head's nonsense, Lin Hao kicked Big Head and scolded him. "Shut up, I'm not dead yet. I'm talking about what if. Are you serious? Could it be that you really want me to die?" Lin Hao questioned towards Big Head. For a moment, Big Head, however, didn't know what to say at all, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the twin mansions first. And don't you worry, how could your big brother die? As long as I'm around, I won't let him die. Only to see Su Shui said towards Big Head. Her tone was very serious. Big Head immediately let out a sigh of relief. After all, just now, Lin Hao had said something so scary that he almost thought Lin Hao was about to pass, because what Lin Hao had just said could easily be misunderstood. But Su Shui had said that, so he naturally had nothing to worry about. The main thing was that looking at Lin Hao, he didn't look like he was sick. And there was also Su Shui's concern, so it was even worse for him, this one who was a henchman. To say anything more, Big Head had to say in a hurry, That's good. Sister-in-law is so nice." Big Head immediately kissed Su Shui's ass. Lin Hao kicked him once again after hearing this. "You brat, you must have been ass-kissed to death by your own ass in your last life. How come you can't forget the habit of ass-kissing anywhere?" Lin Hao said towards Big Head. At this moment, Big Head, rubbing his ass, directly said back to Lin Hao, Brother Hao, am I telling the truth? Then how could it be impossible to really make your sister-in-law a widow, right? In that case, how miserable would she be? Besides, if you really die, what will we do? Worrying is worrying, but horses as I still talk to my sister-in-law." "Okay," Big Head shamelessly replied towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, on the other hand, had nothing to say. However, right at this moment, the system suddenly sounded a beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding him with a pair of golden god pupils. Increase 25 points of luck value. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the number 1 black force in the capital C, the Heavenly Dragon Society. Increase 15 points of luck value. After the system's reward arrived, Lin Hao immediately checked it out. But no matter how he looked at it, his eyes didn't change much. System, didn't it say there was a reward for the golden god pupil? Where is this golden god pupil? Only Lin Hao asked the system. However, the system at this moment simply ignored him. Just as Lin Hao was about to curse, he suddenly felt a hot aura all over his body that was constantly converging on him. Soon, all at once, those hot chi converged at his heart, as well as within his pupils. And this hot chi, even more so, took on an extremely shining golden color, like it represented the power of holiness and light. "Ah, my eyes." Just then, only Lin Hao suddenly covered his eyes and said in great pain. After all, this was the first time he had, instead, obtained this reward. He also didn't know that there was a good side to this reward, and a bad side. If it really had bad points, then he would be finished. But if there were benefits, he didn't know what the function was, but it should be related to the pupil art. This reward was called the Golden God Pupils, so it naturally had their power. Lin Hao, on the other hand, stopped thinking too much and tried to fuse with the Golden God Pupils. After a long time, Lin Hao immediately felt that the pain in his eyes had been reduced by half, and he could even see things around him 10,000 times more clearly than before. Even microbes could be seen. But what made Lin Hao feel the best was that he could actually see through this divine pupil. Lin Hao immediately saw Su Shui's body, wearing lace, and his face immediately turned red, and a nosebleed came out directly from within his nose. And seeing Lin Hao like this, Su Shui thought that he wasn't hurt, and immediately pulled out a tissue, and gave it to put on Lin Hao's nose, wiping him. "Hubby, are you alright? Are you okay now?" Only Su Shui asked towards Lin Hao, and hearing Su Shui's words, Lin Hao especially wanted to say, "Not good, extremely bad." He had never seen such an extremely good figure. It really wasn't too much to use the front and back, and to use extreme. The meat had grown where it should, even giving a very mysterious sense of contrast. No wonder Su Wei would like Su Shui, even he was a little resistant. How come he was blind and didn't realize Su Shui's goodness earlier? Chapter 18, 3 Companies. Seeing Lin Hao did not speak, stupidly stood in place, Su Shui is even more frightened, constantly shaking him with his hand. "Hubby, are you alright? Don't scare me. I just got married to you. I remember you don't have any disease. What's wrong with you?" Su Shui hugged Lin Hao and said very nervously. and because the action was so intimate, Lin Hao's head was even buried into Su Shui's chest at one point. Feeling the warmth of Lin Hao's body, Su Shui even blushed for a while. It's fine, I might just be a bit tired lately. After only seeing Lin Hao say this, he immediately broke away from Su Shui's embrace, and seeing this scene, Big Head was even more up in arms. Yo yo yo, it's really worthy of being just married. The young couple is just intimate. Seeing that Big Head was flirting with himself, Lin Hao directly scolded. What business is that of yours? Hurry up and go drive. After being scolded by Lin Hao, Big Head immediately went to the car. After all, Lin Hao was his big boss now. He couldn't offend Lin Hao. Even between brothers, there had to be boundaries. Otherwise it would be annoying. Afterwards, Big Head drove his car to Lin Hao and Su Shui, and Lin Hao directly took Su Shui into the car. Brother Hao, are we really going to the twin mansions now? The store's over there, but I've heard that they're not very cheap. Are we really going? Big Head asked towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, on the other hand, directly said, just drive properly, don't care too much. Hearing Lin Hao say this, Big Head didn't ask any more questions, but drove well. Less than half an hour later, they arrived at the twin mansions. The twin mansions, as expected, were the most luxurious mansions in Jinghai City, and I'm afraid that only the twin mansions had this scale. After all, these buildings of the twin mansion were a full 100 floors. It was considered to be the tallest building in Jinghai City. Not to mention, these two buildings, both of which were 100 floors, were enough to see how extravagant the scale of this building was. Immediately after Lin Hao and Su Shui got off the bus with them, there was a beautiful woman in uniform with a group of people at the entrance to greet them. Mr. Lin, over here. The receptionist beauty waved her hand at Lin Hao and said in a very excited tone, Mr. Lin, are you here to prepare for an inspection? Su Shui was even more frozen, and asked somewhat curiously toward the woman in front of her. Inspect what? Su Shui's words caused that beautiful woman to suddenly freeze, because she hadn't expected that Lin Hao actually had a woman by his side. Before Lin Hao had come, the system had already arranged all of this, and it had all gone through a formal process, and the detailed information was known by the other party. That was why this beautiful woman in charge was showing a surprised expression, and Lin Hao was the big gold owner who had bought her building. She was still thinking that just with her looks, she could make Lin Hao fall under her stone skirt anyways, but what she didn't expect was that Lin Hao's side actually didn't lack women at all. Even Su Shui was several times prettier than her, which made it hard for her to accept. And seeing Su Shui say that, Lin Hao directly spoke to that beautiful woman. Sorry, I forgot to introduce. This is my wife, and I didn't come here for an inspection. Help me see if there are any companies that have gone out of business in the building recently. I'm going to buy it and do business. And it's best if this company is based on a security company. Otherwise, I'm not really interested in other industries. Only to see Lin Hao ask towards that beautiful woman. And just now, when he heard Lin Hao introduce Su Shui as his wife again, that beauty's face showed a forlorn expression. But being able to become the person in charge of these two buildings, she naturally had her means. After hearing Lin Hao ask that again, that beauty immediately made a call. Xiao Zhang, you now hurry up and give me a list of all those companies in our building that are about to go out of business. All of them are sorted out, and preferably from security companies. Mr. Lin prefers this, only to see that the beauty said a sentence towards the other end of the phone, then immediately hung up. A strong woman's aura came out, and seeing this scene, Su Shui immediately remembered who this strong woman in front of her was. She was the general manager of Baolan Beauty Company, and was even known as the #1 beauty company in Jinghai City. At a young age, she was worth millions. It was a very outstanding young entrepreneur, but how could she not expect it? Such an outstanding entrepreneur would actually call Lin Hao sir. Could it be that this twin mansions was Lin Hao's? It couldn't be. She remembered that the twin mansions, however, had been bought by a young tycoon, and this young tycoon, he didn't want to be named at all. Many of the bigwigs in the business world were planning to make friends with this young tycoon. After all, to be able to make friends with such a rich and powerful person, it would be a great benefit for them. But that young man just didn't show up, which made half of the entrepreneurs in Jinghai think, could this young man have been bought by the government and then used this name for publicity? Or is there really this young tycoon? But these things, it wasn't for Su Shui to think about. Right now, she just had to be a good wife and mother in front of Lin Hao. As for the rest, she would always believe that Lin Hao wouldn't lie to her. Soon after, Xiao Zhang, as that beautiful woman called him, immediately brought a document and handed it to that beautiful woman. And after Lin Hao received the document, he even scanned it directly and identified 3 companies. These 3 companies, respectively, were Bohua, Yuanda, and Jinka, the 3 major security groups, and the old employees in there, because they weren't happy to leave. stayed in the company and worked as janitors. Lin Hao immediately had an idea after seeing this information. After all, right now, these three security companies, even though they were about to close down, had accumulated a lot of resources. That was quite a lot. They just didn't have any money, but it didn't mean that the security in their companies wasn't top-notch. With them training those minions, Lin Hao was, well, really relieved. I'll take these three companies. I'll buy them all and deduct them from my rent, Lin Hao said to the beautiful woman. And hearing that, the pretty girl was startled, because all of these companies were about to go out of business, and Lin Hao was actually really willing to buy them. Even the bosses of these three companies had said that they wouldn't sell without $1 million, but Lin Hao just deducted it directly from his rent, which was really too trenchant. Mr. Lin, I advise you to reconsider. After all, the money these three companies are asking for is $1 million. Although, I know Mr. Lin is rich, why don't we go and buy more valuable companies? These three companies are already completely worthless. Only the beautiful woman said to Lin Hao. Chapter 19, Violence? I'm more violent than they are. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, however, suddenly became angry, speaking to the beautiful woman. What do you mean by that? Are you questioning my decision? If I think these three companies are okay, then they're okay. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Only Lin Hao cursed. But Mr. Lin, these three companies are specialized in helping with violent collections. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. That beautiful woman was very serious and said to Lin Hao. Thinking about this, Lin Hao was even more immediately interested. Really? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Not right. They violent collection. Off what I do. They again violent have me violent? Lin Hao said on the spot to that beautiful woman. However, after hearing what Lin Hao said, that beauty was immediately frozen. Not knowing to answer Lin Hao, take me to their company right now and let me see how violent they really are. I just don't believe it. Just then, Lin Hao spoke towards, and hearing that Lin Hao had said so, it was impossible for her to go against Lin Hao's wishes. After all, the current Lin Hao was the boss of these two buildings, and the current her was just giving Lin Hao a handjob. It wasn't even too much to say that she was a secretary. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'll take you there now. After that beautiful woman spoke towards Lin Hao, she immediately spoke towards the henchman. Still not quick enough to take me over with Mr. Lin, a bunch of eyeless guys. Seeing that the beautiful woman suddenly cursed towards them, those henchmen directly rushed to them and led the way for him. After all, this was the big boss. Both of them couldn't afford to offend. Soon enough, the men sent two of them to take Lin Hao and the beauty to the first of the three companies, the one that Lin Hao had asked for by name. The first company was Manhwa. This company was established for an unknown period of time, but it has been doing violent collection and security for many years, and its reputation has always been very good. It's only because the boss kept a mistress and was caught by his wife, and this boss's wife's family is very powerful, and all of a sudden, the company gave Bo to bankruptcy, and almost now it is about to be gone. But Lin Hao actually looked at this company. Really don't know. What did he think? That beautiful woman thought in her heart. Right, Mr. Lin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qin Wenli. You can call me Xiao Qin. That's what everyone else calls me anyway. Then, that beautiful secretary replied towards Lin Hao. Well, I know. If there's anything you can just tell my wife. It's useless for you to talk to me. Your boss is my wife. Only Lin Hao said to Qin Wenli on the spot. Hearing this, Qin Wenli was even more stunned at once. What did Lin Hao mean by this? Could it be that he wanted to be given these two mansions to Su Shui? These two mansions were worth several $100 million, just giving them away like this, even though Su Shui was Lin Hao's wife. But this outburst, giving away mansions worth several $100 million? Who else but Lin Hao could be so generous? I'm afraid there's no one else. After all, who would hand over a property that can keep generating money to someone else? Even wives are inevitably divorced. Men often like to leave themselves a way out. But like Lin Hao, so generous tycoon, she was the first time to see. And hearing the conversation between Lin Hao and Qin Wenli, Su Shui froze on the spot, because just now, Lin Hao's words seemed to mean that he was asking her to be the boss, although he was the general manager of Su's group, and had studied abroad at the University of Melbourne in economics and management, and was a returnee doctor. But really letting her manage these two buildings, he really couldn't do it. Joking aside, the businesses and companies on the first floor of these two buildings are all brands and big companies in Yunhai City, or Dark Horse. She alone, even with the personnel of these two buildings, would inevitably run into some trouble. Then, when the time came, what was she going to do if she couldn't solve it? Could it be to ask Lin Hao for help? Su Shui thought with some hesitation. And looking at this expression on Su Shui's face, Lin Hao immediately knew that it was Qin Wenli who had talked too much. After all, the expression she had just revealed instantly let Su Shui know what he meant. Seeing Su Shui a bit distracted, Lin Hao was about to comfort her. However, just at this moment, a burst of curses suddenly came from outside the door. Hey, are you guys blind? What are you doing blocking the entrance to my company? What the hell? Is it because I've gotten busy lately? And you guys think I'm a tiger that can't get up anymore, right? Come on, surround me. Only an obese man suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao and the others. Even after his order, a group of people suddenly appeared behind him, and each of this group of people had tattoos, and had a particularly ferocious image. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao immediately knew that this guy's temper was really impulsive. If it wasn't for cheating on his mistress and getting screwed over by his wife's family, the company would definitely be able to run it pretty well for him, right? Just everything is not if. Hu Dahai, you quickly put away your dog's temper. Don't see anyone, just charge up. This is the new boss of our building, Mr. Lin Hao. Now he is acquiring your company. I don't know what your intentions are? Only to see Qin Wenli ask towards the obese man called Hu Dihai. And after Hu Dihai heard this sentence again, his face even showed a look of surprise. How could he not expect that there would still be someone who wanted to acquire his company that had already gone bankrupt? And the one who acquired his company was still the owner of their building? MS. Qin, are you sure what you're saying? Is it true? Just this company of mine, there's actually someone who still looks at it? Hu Dihai asked Qin Wenli with some disbelief. Hearing Hu Dihai's words, Qin Wenli was speechless on the spot. Walk to Hu Dihai, nonsense. I can lie to you. On our relationship, I can pick you. If you want to rise again, I advise you to follow Mr. Lin to make it bigger and stronger together. To recreate the glory. If you don't want to, you're just waiting to be your wife to find someone to get you killed. Although you are now a thin dead camel, bigger than a horse, but I feel that you a few more days, may not even be a horse. You another month to see. You do not pay their wages. These people, will not turn against you? Qin Wenli was very direct, said to Hu Dihai, and listening to Qin Wenli's words, Hu Dihai also felt that she was right. After all, this matter was indeed difficult for him. Now there was a big gold master that appeared in front of him. How could he not cherish this opportunity? How are you thinking about it? If you haven't thought about it yet, Mr. Lin and I can leave, then you'll have to regret it. Think quickly. After this village, where is there the store? Chapter 20, Taking Down Bohua Group. Qin Wenli saw Hu Dihai still hesitating, immediately opened his mouth to knock him. Hu Dihai naturally knew that Qin Wenli's words meant to knock him down, and also to let him make a choice more quickly. After all, if Lin Hao was able to buy his company, it would really be a big favor for him. It wouldn't even be too much to say that it was his savior. Thinking of this, Hu Dihai said to Lin Hao on the spot, Mr. Lin, then how much are you going to offer to buy this company of mine? This company of mine, although it's not very large, but the fighters here, can be each are professionally trained, even they have served. If you encounter those old rascals who owe money and don't pay back, we can help you to go to violent collection. At this moment, Hu Dihai was like a different person, fawning over Lin Hao. Lin Hao naturally knew what his purpose was for doing this, but he just wanted to sell this company for more money. Just open it, I can accept any amount of money. After Lin Hao said this very casually, he immediately took Su Shue's hand. Afterward, Lin Hao looked at his watch. Your current offer time is 5 minutes. If after 5 minutes, you haven't quoted a price, then I won't buy it. I'll go and buy Yuenda and the other one. You can cherish your time. Remember. Lin Hao reminded him of this, and began to silently recite the numbers. 1 minute. And seeing how quickly Lin Hao said time, Hu Dihai didn't react at all and directly froze in place. 2 minutes. Lin Hao continued, his voice suddenly becoming higher. Just as Lin Hao was about to say 5 minutes, Qin Wenli suddenly smacked Hu Dihai and scolded towards him. Speak up. If you miss this one, where is anyone else to buy this Thai company of yours? Hearing Qin Wenli's reminder, Hu Dihai immediately shouted, $500,000. My company $500,000 to sell you. After Hu Dihai said this, Lin Hao immediately took out his bank card. Alright, this is what you said. You can't back out. After Lin Hao said this, he directly handed the $500,000 bank card to Hu Dihai. After Hu Dihai received the bank card, his face showed a sense of disbelief. It felt like he was sleepwalking. No, it should be like he was dreaming. Lin Hao had actually bought his company, and it was still paid in full on the spot. How many hitmen do you have in your company now? Lin Hao asked toward Hu Dihai. Hu Dihai immediately replied towards Lin Hao. Boss, I have a total of 50 fighters in this company, and their strength, each of them, is not bad, no matter if you're asking them to collect a debt, or look after the house. That's no problem, and they're very obedient. After hearing this, Lin Hao walked over to those thugs and looked them up and down, thinking that they were all quite good indeed. Those who could be fighters were almost all quite capable of fighting. It would be a good idea to let them practice on the punks. You guys here? Who is the most capable fighter? Have him stand out and show me. Hu Dihai then immediately spoke to a big man. Hey, Mad Tiger, come out here. The new boss is calling you. Hurry up. If you can do a good job, when the time comes, the boss will give you a salary. It will definitely be quite a lot. The next second, inside that group of fighters, a very strong youth came out, and this youth was covered with muscles. Only those muscles had scars on them, and the shapes of the scars were even more different. There were gunshot wounds and knife wounds. Anyway, all over his body, there wasn't a single place that was good. But this also made Lin Hao very curious about the man in front of him. After all, to be able to leave so many scars on his body, he should have fought many times. Otherwise he wouldn't have this aura on his body, and the aura emanating from that youth. Even more so, Lin Hao felt that he was very uncomplicated. But right now, Lin Hao couldn't be sure what kind of person he was, so he could only try to find out first. Are you interested in fighting me? Lin Hao said towards that youth. That youth turned his head to look at Lin Hao on the spot with an incredulous look. I don't bully the weak, boss. If you want to fight, you can fight them. As for my strength, boss, I'm afraid you'll get hurt, so please go and think about it for your own safety. That youth reminded Lin Hao on the spot. Hearing this, Lin Hao became even more interested in him in particular. After all, one who could say that must have some strength. Otherwise, how could he possibly dare to say that? Thinking of this, Lin Hao replied to the youth on the spot. You don't have to be afraid. With that little strength of yours, you can't necessarily hurt me yet. Come on, I can't wait. Lin Hao said excitedly towards that youth, and the expression on that youth's face was clearly a bit angry, but he also had to ask his boss for permission. Otherwise, if he agreed directly, this was really not very respectful of Hu Dihai. Hu Dihai saw what he meant and immediately said towards him, it's fine, just fight with Boss Lin. What Boss Lin says, is what he says, just listen to him. Hu Dihai directly instructed towards the youth. And after the youth heard that, he bowed to Lin Hao, then arched his fist and said, Mad Tiger, please teach me. Seeing that youth's etiquette, Lin Hao followed suit. Lin Hao, please teach me. After the two finished speaking, the youth immediately took a few steps back. Afterward, that youth directly punched Lin Hao. Lin Hao, on the other hand, hadn't reacted yet and was almost about to be hit by the youth. Lin Hao's golden divine pupil suddenly rang out for a moment, and then, all of a sudden, Lin Hao could see, all at once, that the youth's movements, and even his next move, Lin Hao could see everything. This couldn't help but make Lin Hao a little surprised. The golden god pupil actually had this effect? Crap! Then with this effect, wouldn't he be invincible in a fight? With this golden god pupil, if he fought with other people, he would simply be invincible. Thinking of this, Lin Hao dodged the youth's attack on the spot and instead backhanded a kick out. The youth directly missed and was kicked by Lin Hao. As for the Mad Tiger, after getting that kick from Lin Hao, he turned his head to look at Lin Hao. Only the expression on his face when he looked at Lin Hao was one of confusion, because he couldn't have imagined that Lin Hao would actually be able to dodge his attack and even give him a kick. That's impossible. Boss Lin, how did you dodge my punch just now? Chapter 21, The Miserable Mad Tiger. Berserk Tiger was somewhat surprised, and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't answer him directly, but instead said, Heaven's secrets can't be divulged, so fight well, and when you're done, I'll tell you, pay attention, I'm going to strike. If you can't dodge, you might be crippled. The Mad Tiger who heard this, on the other hand, laughed on the spot, because what Lin Hao said was just too arrogant. Did his words mean that he should stop fighting? That he already knew what he weighed? Thinking about this, Mad Tiger immediately became disgruntled. Mr. Lin's words can't be too full. What if the one who gets knocked down is you? Mad Tiger directly provoked. Hearing this, Lin Hao even had an excited expression on his face. He just lacked a sparring partner, but he didn't think that this kid, Mad Tiger, would be brave enough to do it. Then Lin Hao would have to fulfill him. Come on then, let me see what you're capable of. After Lin Hao said that, after gathering fist intent on his body, he punched towards Mad Tiger. In just a split second, Mad Tiger was sent flying by Lin Hao's punch. And seeing this scene, Hu Dihai looked at Lin Hao with an expression like he was looking at a monster. Crazy Tiger was one of his great generals, but in front of Lin Hao, he'd only lasted half a day before he was beaten to this state. This also made Hu Dihai suddenly interested in Lin Hao's true identity. What he had learned from Qin Wenli was that Lin Hao was the new boss of Twin Mansions. Other than that, he didn't know anything about Lin Hao at all. But now he seemed to have a new understanding of Lin Hao, and if he could follow Lin Hao, maybe he really had a good chance of making a comeback, which wasn't necessarily the case. Thinking of this, Hu Dihai immediately had those thugs help Mad Tiger to the side to rest. Mr. Lin is truly a godly power. For this strength, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Yunhai city. Who can have it, right? Lin Hao, however, felt that this ass-kissing was really comfortable. After all, who didn't like to hear others praise themselves? You guys wait for my notice when the time comes, and in addition that mad tiger, have him wake up and then come find me. I'm very optimistic about him. Only Lin Hao instructed towards Hu Dihai. Hu Dihai immediately nodded his head and agreed. Yes, don't worry Mr. Lin, I'll definitely do what you've entrusted me with. Just don't worry, I will definitely get things done. For you, in the next second, Hu Dihai assured Lin Hao on the spot. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry, he just suddenly said, I'm going to Far Eastern group right now, so go do your thing first. In the future, you 3 groups, you'll be one family, so don't hit Far Eastern. After Lin Hao reminded him, he directly left, and only after Qin Wenli reacted. She even stepped on her high heels and followed behind Lin Hao and Su Shui. Mr. Lin, wait for me, hey! And walking to the road to the Far Eastern group, Su Shui had a bad expression on her face. After Lin Hao saw it again, he asked Su Shui on the spot, what's wrong? Look like you're a bit unhappy? Su Shui, however, smiled miserably and put on an expression of nothing. I'm fine, I just feel like I can't see through you more and more. I feel like the gap between myself and you is so big. Lin Hao, do you think it's really appropriate for the 2 of us to get married? Su Shui asked towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't say anything, but lit a cigarette and smoked it. Su Shui was indeed right. Was it right for them to get married or not? In fact, neither of them had considered it, but in Lin Hao's opinion, Su Shui was much better than Su Tingting. Su Tingting, that woman, will only pretend in front of Lin Hao how good she is to her family, but her family were vampires. Constantly sucking until they had to suck people dry, and only then were they going to give up. Actually, I've always felt that I don't deserve you. Do you believe that? I don't have anything. I don't deserve you at all. But when I said I proposed to you, you agreed to me without hesitation. This is probably the reason why I married you. Because I do have a fondness for you. It's just that this fondness of mine wasn't verified before, but now it is. Su Shui, thank you. If it wasn't for you appearing by my side, I really don't know what to do. Only to see Lin Hao bowed his head towards Su Shui and said a word of thanks. The eyes that looked towards Su Shui, even more so, became particularly gentle, as if there was no more woman in his eyes except Su Shui. And in Su Shui's eyes when she looked at Lin Hao again, there was only Lin Hao, not any man at all. This was probably a 2-way run-in, right? Thank you Lin Hao, I actually like you too. Being able to marry you is the greatest blessing of my life. And at this time, Su Shui, who had just opened her mouth in silence, suddenly opened her mouth. It was just this sentence that had been blocked in her heart for a long time. Now that she was finally able to say it. After Lin Hao heard these words, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face, because how could he not have expected that Su Shui actually liked him? It had even liked him for a long time. What it felt like to be liked for the first time. He actually didn't know if he wanted Lin Hao to say it, but this delay in liking, it was really long enough to say it only now. But everything wasn't too late. The current him had obtained the system. It wasn't the poor boy he was back then. Well, meeting you is also my greatest blessing. If it wasn't for you, maybe I would have really been stupid enough to add another 300,000. And if I really did at that time, even if I did get married later on, Su Tingting's family would still be a vampire as usual, and even more justified in sucking blood. Only to see Lin Hao very seriously, saying towards Su Shui. While Su Shui heard this, she nodded her head and replied, yeah, but you shouldn't blame her. It's not really her fault alone. It's the Su family's fault. They're all a bunch of greedy people, but as long as I am by your side, they are simply insignificant. After Su Shui finished saying this, she finally mustered up the courage, and immediately moved towards Lin Hao's face, and directly gave him a kiss. And this bite, even more so, made Lin Hao confused. Crap, this was Su Shui's kiss. It was actually given to him just like that. Being given a kiss by Su Shui, Lin Hao felt like it was a dream, because he didn't know how many people that wanted Su Shui's kiss, but they couldn't get Su Shui. After all, Su Shui was a national goddess. It was the goddess of countless young boys, and they couldn't get the goddess even if they liked it more. But it wasn't necessarily the case with money. But Su Shui likes Lin Hao, but not because he is rich, but that thing back then. It was just this matter that Su Shui had always hidden in her heart, even though she felt touched every time. Still, she wasn't going to say it so soon. Chapter 22, An Injustice? After all, if Lin Hao couldn't remember it, what could she do? What's more, she and Lin Hao just got married. If she told him directly, Su Shui was afraid that she wouldn't be able to attract Lin Hao's attention, and that was one of the reasons she didn't dare to say it. But now it was quite good, to say it or not to say it. In fact, for Su Shui she didn't seem to matter. because the way Lin Hao was treating her now was enough to prove that Lin Hao had her in his heart. Wife, let's go. Only seeing Lin Hao smile at Su Shui, he took her hand on the spot and said towards her, and hearing Lin Hao call her his wife, Su Shui's heart couldn't be sweeter, feeling that her choice wasn't wrong. This was the first time Lin Hao had ever, so seriously, called her, matey. To Lin Hao, this was nothing at all, but to Su Shui, it was something that could make her happy for a long time. Okay, hubby, let's go. Su Shui returned Lin Hao's sentence. Actually, Lin Hao's heart was also sweet. However, Lin Hao was quite reserved, just like Su Shui, although he was very excited. He wanted to save face and couldn't show it directly. If the direct expression of the words, the other party does not accept the joke of their own how to do it, this could not be done. Lin Hao and Su Shui were both relatively facetious people. Afterwards, they walked to the entrance of the Yuanda group. The Yuanda group said it was a group, but in fact it was just an ordinary store, just a little bit bigger inside, and the Far Eastern group hangs next to the iron sign, but also rusty. Give a person a feeling that has been a long time, but it is also true that long. Yuanda group is considered to be the first group to come to the Twin Towers. It's an old tenant, there's no saying. Looking at those flags of honor outside of the Far Glory group, Lin Hao was instantly curious. How could such a company be facing closure? Lin Hao he really couldn't figure it out and directly asked Qin Wenli. And hearing Lin Hao's question, Qin Wenli made a very patient answer. Oh, you say this in fact it's very simple. Their company's boss got offended. The hitman ran away quite a lot. The company still owes the rent, did not give it. But this boss is also the nosy kind. It's because the little girl was bullied by someone who gave him a hard time. He went to stand up for others, and beat the other party into the hospital. As a result, I didn't expect that the young man he beat into the hospital was actually the son of a big shot from above. You can imagine, he hit people's son. Will be what kind of? That big brother directly let people come to arrest him to go after, but also let him find a lot of money, and that he helped the little girl, but also did not testify to her, but said that completely all is his own thinking. She simply do not need him to save, and after this matter has passed, that boss has been like this. Business is not taken, nothing cares, just waiting to close down. Qin Wenli answered truthfully to Lin Hao. Seeing Qin Wenli say this, Lin Hao was really a little sympathetic to him, but what was even more detestable was that the little girl who had been rescued had actually given a confession to a crime, letting the righteous almost go in. It was really the world that had gone to hell. After Lin Hao sighed, he said to Qin Wenli, go get him out, I'll have a chat with him. And after hearing Lin Hao's command, Qin Wenli immediately walked in. After a few minutes, Qin Wenli pulled a big, tall, glasses-wearing, svelte-looking man out. Crap, with this height and muscles, no wonder you were able to put someone in the hospital. That guy was really miserable. Lin Hao spat on the spot. With this stature and muscles, if he had been before, I'm afraid he would have been punched into the hospital. Lin Hao looked at him very suspiciously. You're Mr. Lin, aren't you? My name is Su Lin. You can call Big Lindsay. I'm a person who usually doesn't have any problems. I'm just nosy. I just can't see those bullies. Only Su Lin stretched out his hand on the spot, about to shake hands with Lin Hao. However, right at this moment, hey, Su Lin, when's your money? Bring it over? Don't forget, today is the day to pay the protection fee. If you're not going to pay it, that little girl will be in deep. And after Lin Hao heard this voice again, he immediately turned his head to look over. The moment he turned his head over, Lin Hao immediately saw a familiar face. Su Wei, why was he here? Su Wei, what are you doing here? Lin Hao asked towards him on the spot, and after seeing Lin Hao, Su Wei even froze on the spot. Brother Lin Hao, why are you here? I'm not doing anything here. It's just that I recently found a job that specializes in collecting protection money for others. Brother Lin Hao, you're here? Su Wei was like a mouse running into a cat when he saw Lin Hao. He was especially scared and cautiously inquired towards Lin Hao, and seeing Su Wei's attitude, much better than before, Lin Hao answered him even though he hated him. This mansion is mine. What do you think I'm doing here? And what's wrong with what you kid is doing? You came to be a loan shark, violent collection, right? Only to see Lin Hao directly kick Su Wei's ass. And Su Wei, who was kicked by Lin Hao, how dare he say a single thing that Lin Hao wasn't? Even though he was kicked in pain, he said to Lin Hao with a smile on his face, oops, brother Hao, you also know that with a weight like mine, who wants me to do anything? Besides, loan sharking is a particularly quick way to get money. Isn't it pretty good? Su Wei had a lewd smile on his face, while his eyes, however, kept darting towards Su Shui's body. Lin Hao then saw this scene directly, and cursed at Su Wei. Where are you looking? She's not your sister Su Shui right now, but my wife, your sister-in-law. You know, try looking again. You see how I'm teaching you a lesson? Lin Hao said very angrily to Su Wei. his tone on the spot with displeasure. And seeing how angry Lin Hao was, Su Wei didn't dare to touch his mold and directly hid to the side. "You loan shark, can you not collect?" Lin Hao lit a cigarette with a disdainful expression on his face and said towards Su Wei. However, Su Wei directly dodged Lin Hao's topic and said to the youth, "Oh, count yourself lucky today. There's Brother Hao here, but there's always a time when Brother Hao isn't around, right? When Brother Hao is gone, I'll see what you do. Remember this, I will come back for you. Wait." In the next moment, Su Wei pointed at Su Lin and threatened in a ferocious tone. And seeing this scene, Su Lin had long been terrified. How could he dare to speak? After Su Wei finished speaking, he directly led those minions behind him away. Chapter 23, Buying the Company. After Su Wei finished speaking, Su Lin's face immediately showed a panicked expression. "Boss Lin, I know you're a good person, but that company Su Wei he works for is a huge loan shark in Yunhai City. I borrowed money from them before and really didn't pay it back. You're helping me like this. I'm really afraid of involving you." Su Lin was a bit worried, and said towards Lin Hao. It was just that Lin Hao didn't care at all. As far as Su Wei's little weight was concerned, he still knew he could follow some big shot, but it was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. If he really wanted Su Wei to achieve something, Lin Hao would really be convinced. However, I'm afraid that Su Wei can't follow any good people with this degree. Lin Hao thought to himself, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of this matter for you. I'm only concerned about whether the company is sold or not," Lin Hao said in a very dry tone. The company, although not as good as the previous one, that is, blah, but the boss of Yuanda, Lin Hao really quite like. To be precise, it should be that Lin Hao liked him more as a person, with a sense of justice in his bones. People like this were often capable of doing great things. "Boss Lin, thank you for looking up to me. It's just that we, the Yuanda group, do you really want to buy it?" Su Lin somewhat hesitantly inquired towards Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao was silent for a while, and then immediately spoke. "Of course, otherwise what am I doing here? Am I looking for you to play?" Lin Hao let out a laugh, with an understatement between his tones. It was as if buying this company had no pressure on him at all. And hearing Lin Hao say that, Su Lin was even more alarmed, because he saw that Lin Hao wasn't much older, and actually had that strength to buy his company? Even if he was the owner of the twin mansions, no matter how expensive it was to collect rent for a month, it would be impossible to have cash on him, right? In order to verify that his thoughts were true, Su Lin directly asked Lin Hao, "Mr. Lin, if you really intend to buy this company of mine, then how many millions do you intend to offer?" Seeing Su Lin ask this, Lin Hao sneered and replied to him, "Don't worry about this. Anyway, your company, I can buy it, right? This is not something you should care about, right?" Lin Hao's language was sharp, and he didn't give the other party the slightest bit of leeway. And when Su Lin saw how domineering Lin Hao was, his admiration for Lin Hao inexplicably rose. This tone of Lin Hao's speech, it looked like he really had a bottom line. "I'll just ask if you're selling it. Money isn't a problem. If there's a problem, then add money." Only to see Lin Hao pull out his bank card and hand it to him on the spot. While seeing the bank card, Su Lin was instantly frozen. The speed at which Lin Hao had struck was just too fast, so fast that he couldn't even see that the bank card was in his hand. "Alright, Boss Lin, you said so. If I don't buy it, it's really a bit of a disgrace. Brothers, all come out." After Su Lin waved his hand, behind him, a group of 8-foot-tall men with ferocious images came out on the spot, and they were all the hitmen of the Far Eastern Company, all of them having worked for a long time. "Say hello to the boss. He'll be your new boss from now on." Su Lin pointed at Lin Hao and let those employees behind him speak. After those employees saw Lin Hao again, a look of skepticism immediately appeared on their faces. This guy in front of them, so young? Really their new boss? He couldn't be lying to them, could he? "Brother Su, is this guy really our new boss?" "No, Brother Su, you can't be joking with us, right? This guy looks so young. Where does he have the feeling of being multi-talented?" Those employees present asked Su Lin with some disbelief. Hearing this, Su Lin's face immediately changed, turning to those employees and cursing. "Nonsense, if he's not your new boss, could it be that I am? I can barely afford to feed you all now." After Su Lin cursed, he subconsciously looked at Lin Hao. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't have any expression on his face, Su Lin's heart thumped even more. A young man like Lin Hao, he could know, right now, if Lin Hao didn't say anything, that meant he was definitely holding a bellyful of fire, only it hadn't erupted. Thinking of this, Su Lin immediately came to Lin Hao and said to him, "Mr. Lin, these little brothers of mine don't know any better and said something without a brain, so please don't take it personally with them, and I'll be sure to discipline them properly when the time comes." Su Lin's words were beautifully said. It both gave Lin Hao face and showed him his attitude in this matter. However, Lin Hao hadn't even thought about it that much. It was just Su Lin thinking too much. But right now, Lin Hao didn't know what to say, so he could only reply, well, let's do as you say then. I hope that these guys, when the time comes, will be able to bathe in fire once more. Lin Hao suddenly spoke, his eyes carrying a, often difficult to capture, grimness in them. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Su Lin was even a bit puzzled. What exactly did Lin Hao mean by that? What was that about being reborn in the fire? Could it be that Lin Hao was going to do something to these guys? Su Lin forced himself to hold back the curiosity in his heart and looked at Lin Hao with eyes that became very odd. However, seeing Su Lin staring at himself again, Lin Hao stared at him and asked Su Lin, is there something on my face? You're looking at me like that. Hearing Lin Hao ask this, Su Lin retracted his gaze and replied, it's nothing, Mr. Lin, it's just that I suddenly remembered something, and that is, Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do when you buy this company of mine? Su Lin asked this question, but it was Lin Hao who didn't quite want to answer. After all, there wasn't much to say about this kind of thing, was there? What he was going to do was to integrate these three major groups, all of them, into one piece, and after integrating his resources, he would be able to build out his own security companies. However, the managers of these companies, Lin Hao still planned to hand over to Big Head. Big Head was his good brother, and this was just the first step in cultivating his own forces. Although the Su family was insignificant, there was a big name behind the Su family. The Su family would never allow anyone to bully Su Tingting and her family. Who let Su Tingting be that person's pearl? Don't worry about this, just run the company well anyway. Other than that, you don't have to worry about it. After Lin Hao said that, he made a wink to Qin Wenli, and after Qin Wenli saw, again, Lin Hao's wink, she immediately understood what he meant. Old Su, Mr. Lin actually told you to stay out of it, so don't get too involved. Mr. Lin is very busy. Now we're going to the next company. Just wait for me to notify you when the time comes. After saying that, Qin Wenli directly walked to the front. Lin Hao pulled Su Shui to follow behind Qin Wenli as well. Chapter 24, The Lady Boss. Seeing Qin Wenli said that, Su Lin also no longer say anything more, directly to them to make way. Then said to them, Mr. Lin, slow walk sisterly, thank you for this time, I'll treat you to dinner then. Su Lin said to Qin Wenli before directly leaving. At this moment, Lin Hao was following Qin Wenli when he was about to go to the third company. Just then, a very tall woman with a group of black-clothed men suddenly walked over, and the way that woman was imposing, made Lin Hao feel that she was designated as not to be messed with. Maybe it was a tigress. However, after seeing Qin Wenli, that woman cursed at her. Qin Wenli, are you targeting? Why is my rent so much higher than everyone else's? What do you mean by that? That woman pointed at Qin Wenli and just cursed especially hard. After seeing her again, Qin Wenli's face is not half good face, said to her, oh, you don't know. Your company dragged how long the rent? You think I overcharge, is not right? Then you can call the police. I want to see. The police came, is to help you or help me? Only to see that Qin Wenli is not afraid of her at all. The tone of her speech, very difficult to hear. You, hearing Qin Wenli say this, that woman's face showed a look of anger. But what Qin Wenli said was indeed good. Her rent this month, it seemed like she had indeed paid less, but this couldn't be helped. Recently, her company were unable to receive orders. The reason why they couldn't receive any orders was that when they went out on a mission before, they didn't protect their employers well and let them get hurt, and those who had the intention to do so, made a big fuss about their company's report. This also led to the fact that there wasn't that rich person who would come to their company to do security work. You're a security company that can get your employer hurt? Is this company still a security company? Alright, I have nothing to say, but I heard that you're bringing someone to buy my company? Do you know that this company of mine, how much of my heart and soul has been poured into it? Is it a simple several $100,000 that can be bought? You're also looking down on my Yufeng's backbone too much. I'm determined not to sell. Only to see that woman turn to Qin Wenli, saying very firmly, and hearing this, Qin Wenli didn't feel anything. She just turned her head towards Lin Hao's and said to him, Mr. Lin, see what I'm saying? All of them, the bosses of these companies, are more or less a bit faulty. Even they're all pricks. It's a waste of money for you to buy these companies. Qin Wenli spat out a sentence and then looked at Yufeng. While Yufeng heard this, she did not understand Qin Wenli's words. What exactly did she mean? Hey, Qin Wenli, what do you mean by this? If you have a fart, then fart fast. Don't play dumb riddles here anymore. Yufeng was a particularly impatient person. She was simply too lazy to listen to what Qin Wenli had just said. It would be better to ask directly. And seeing Yufeng's sharp temper coming up, Qin Wenli said to her, it's alright, it's this company of yours, Mr. Lin has his eye on it. You either sell it or you pay the rent. Just these two options. Take your pick. Qin Wenli gave Yufeng, on the spot, a choice to throw out. And when Yufeng heard this, she was instantly embarrassed in place. It was true that she didn't really want to sell the company. It was just the current situation. If she didn't sell the company, what about the rent? Could it be that she kept defaulting on it? Although she had an explosive temper, she wasn't that unreasonable. Rent, I will naturally give it to you. But what do you mean by rushing me like this? Qin Wenli, are you serious? Thinking that I can't afford to pay? Yufeng roared at Qin Wenli, while those juniors behind her were even planning to make a move on the spot. However, right at this moment, Lin Hao suddenly stepped out and said to Yufeng, "Ms. Yufeng, I understand your feelings. It's just that you've been operating this company at such a loss in your hands, so I'm afraid it's about to go out of business, right? If your company closes down, then those brothers under you, what are they going to do? How about this? You sell the company to me. I'll give you $1 million. What do you think?" Lin Hao smiled skinlessly and said to Yufeng, and hearing Lin Hao's words, Yufeng immediately turned her head to look at him. What do you mean by that? Am I someone who can sell my company just for money? Yufeng just disliked at Lin Hao. However, right at this moment, a little brother behind Yufeng, however, suddenly said, "But big sister, we can barely afford to eat. What's a company? We need to eat." After this little brother said another sentence, the other little brothers immediately responded, "Yes, big sister, the brothers also need to eat, although I'm all grateful that you took us in before, but if a big man doesn't have food to eat, this favor, it's just as big as it is, right? Big sister, you'd better sell it and let the brothers eat. We can still rise again at that time." At this moment, those little brothers who stood behind Yufeng were persuading her to sell the company. While hearing the pleas of those juniors, Yufeng could not ignore them. After all, these juniors had been with her for a long time and had been following her. She couldn't afford not to give these juniors a little explanation, right? After further consideration, Yufeng spoke to Lin Hao. "I've thought it over. I'll sell this company, but you have to promise me that you'll treat these brothers of mine well. If I find out that you're not treating my brothers well, I'll come back to settle the score with you." After Yufeng said that, she immediately pulled out the contract and handed it to Lin Hao. "This is the transfer contract. I've already written my name on it. The rest is yours," Yufeng said very seriously to Lin Hao. And seeing this contract, Lin Hao was quite satisfied with Feng. Although this woman was a bit grumpy, when she did things, she was thunderous. After discovering Yufeng's flashpoints, Lin Hao immediately had an idea. Yufeng was suitable to be the deputy director of the company, and although Su Lin had a good temper, he had a kind heart and could do a little bit of surface image, similar to a white face. Like Hu Dihai, the slippery one was the most suitable person to send as a spy, thus confusing the other party's killer. These three people, if they are all under Big Head's management, Big Head's job should be easy. Even Big Head could be a hands-off boss, not caring about anything. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately said to Big Head who was beside him, "You go and sign it. These three companies, they'll all be under your management from now on." Chapter 25, Looking for Trouble. "Ah, how? This is not good. What can I do? Can be the chairman of these three companies? Why don't you and your sister-in-law come? This really isn't appropriate. Besides, this building is still yours. If I were to be the chairman of these three companies, then I'd still have to pay you rent." This, Big Head waved his hand, then turned toward Lin Hao and refused. He really couldn't be the chairman of these three companies. He didn't know anything. How could he be better than these three old foxes? Hearing Big Head's words, Lin Hao immediately said, "You don't have to pay the rent, and Qin Wenli will be your sister-in-law's secretary from now on. So if there's anything going on in the building, you can look for your sister-in-law, or better yet, Secretary Qin. She can help you more. Your sister-in-law can help you pass the word. Then I'll think about it again, whether you want to settle your business or not. Got it?" Lin Hao instructed towards Big Head, and hearing Lin Hao's words, Big Head immediately nodded, replying towards Lin Hao, got it. Whatever Brother Hao says, that's what it is. I'll definitely do exactly as I'm told." Big Head smiled and said to Lin Hao, "Well, later on, you guys butt heads on your work, then take it over to the Hentaying Heavenly Palace and report back to me. Of course, you can also go to the office on the top floor and look for me." After Lin Hao said that, he intended to leave. However, just then, "Is this the place? Su Wei, you're not lying to me, are you? That person who didn't collect your debt is here?" A man clad in a jacket with a large scar on his face asked the fat and flabby Su Wei. Su Wei, on the other hand, nodded his head and said, "Boss, how dare I lie to you? Now you're my boss. I have to rely on you for my meals. If I were to lie to you, what did I bring you here for?" Su Wei very carefully said to the man, and after that man heard that, a look of doubt appeared on his face. "Then why do you say, who is that guy? I'd like to see what he has per se, that can make my little brother return home in defeat. After that man said that, he began to scan the surroundings, and at that moment, Su Wei, who happened to see Lin Hao, said to the man, "Boss, it's that guy, he was my brother-in-law before, but he's a wimp, but as a result, I don't know what's wrong with him now, because his family has demolished his house. He's starting to get cocky, he's the one who stopped me from getting a debt. Boss, you have to help me get justice." Su Wei showed a very aggrieved look. Seeing Su Wei like this, the man was even more furious and cursed at him. "Waste, that's enough to scare you? You've really followed me for so long for nothing." After that man cursed at Su Wei, he walked directly in front of Lin Hao, and behind that man was a group of minions. "Hey, you're the one who stopped my minions from collecting a debt? I think you're looking for death, right? Do you know what kind of person I am?" The man spoke to Lin Hao. Hearing this, Lin Hao was simply indifferent, looking at him. "What does what you are have to do with me? And you seem to have forgotten one thing, this mansion is mine." After Lin Hao spoke towards him, he immediately said, "Security." After only hearing Lin Hao call out, countless security guards sprang out in all directions at once. Those security guards, on the other hand, were all working security guards of the twin mansions, and they only followed the arrangements and orders of the leaders here. "Boss, what's the word? Anyone causing trouble?" The head of security asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, didn't answer and directly pointed at the man and said, "This guy, you guys take care of him for me." Hearing Lin Hao's words, the security team leader, Jiang Wen, immediately said to the security guards behind him, "Brothers, you hear me, get on me, the big boss has ordered it, so we have to get it done. Otherwise, if the big boss gets angry, we'll have a tough time." The security chief shouted at the security guards. Those security guards immediately rushed up. When the man saw this scene again, a wave of anger immediately appeared on his face. This building's security guards were actually so unintelligent that they dared to try to make a move against him? He was the boss of the Black Snake Society, the second black power organization in Yunhai City. "Brothers, what should we do when others provoke us?" Only to see that man ask the little brothers behind him. While hearing the man's words, Su Wei led the way and shouted, "Fight! Of course, go on, get him!" Su Wei shouted, and those little brothers immediately rushed up. In less than a moment, both sides began to fight, and the fight was particularly ferocious. There was an air of wanting to the other side to death, and they wouldn't stop until they were dead. However, the security guards on Lin Hao's side were still better, at least with the upper hand. It was still simple for those punks on the other side, and seeing that the situation was at a disadvantage, the man's face instantly blazed with veins. "Damn it, this is the first time I, Luo Ming, have seen that a mall security guard is so capable of fighting," Luo Ming said, and was about to strike. And at this moment, the security guards had already settled the fight with those minions. Those of Luo Ming's minions were settled on the spot by the security guards under Lin Hao, and seeing his own minions, all of them, being taken out, Luo Ming's face even revealed an unbelievable expression. How is this possible? My little brothers, so weak? Luo Ming was instantly confused and directly froze in place, because he really didn't expect that his little brothers would actually be so weak, and in front of those security guards, they just didn't even last a single round. However, after Lin Hao saw the dumbfounded Luo Ming again, he instantly walked in front of him. Slap! Only a crisp slap could be heard, and it suddenly rang out. And after this slap, Luo Ming instantly stared at Lin Hao with wide eyes, and everyone present, seeing this scene again, had different expressions on their faces. Crap! Is brother Hao so fierce? How dare he hit the boss? Su Wei spoke directly, his face pale with fear. "Hubby, this temper, it has to be changed." Su Shui, on the other hand, frowned and spoke. Hearing Su Shui's words, Lin Hao immediately replied, "I know, but today I have to. First, give this troublemaker a solution." After Lin Hao said that, he punched Luo Ming and knocked him to the ground. Afterwards, Lin Hao stomped on him with a disdainful expression on his face. "Weren't you bullish just now? Now what? Bull-headed where?" In the next second, Lin Hao directly cursed at Luo Ming. Chapter 26, Sculptural Skills. After Luo Ming was stepped on by Lin Hao, a scowl appeared on his face. He was the boss of the Black Snake Society, and he was considered to be a dignified figure on the Yunhai Road. As a result, the current him was actually being stepped on by Lin Hao, and even those of his minions were looking at Lin Hao in horror, unable to believe that since Lin Hao was able to defeat his boss. "Boss, are you okay? Boss?" Those little brothers shouted at Luo Ming, acting very anxious. They hadn't even expected that Lin Hao had defeated their boss with just one move. This also made these Black Snake Society minions even more fearful of Lin Hao in an inexplicable way. After all, Lin Hao's strength was enough to see that he should be a martial artist. There were 3 6. 9 classes of martial artists, the most powerful of which was the martial arts master. What was a Wudao grandmaster? A top grandmaster who stood at the pinnacle of national arts and martial arts. A palm can destroy the enemy. A fist can break 10,000 armies. Uncommon strength that even ordinary people couldn't hope to achieve. Mr. Lin, I'm from the Black Snake Society. You just don't give me face. You have to give face to my family's old man, right? My family's old master is Luo Hong. Have you heard of him? After Luo Ming spoke towards Lin Hao, his eyes revealed a weirdly treacherous look. As for Lin Hao, when he heard this, his face instantly revealed a moment of doubt. Who is Luo Hong? Is he awesome? Lin Hao turned his head towards Qin Wenli and asked, with disdain and contempt in his tone. When Qin Wenli heard the name Luo Hong again, a look of horror instantly appeared on her face. Cloud Sea King Luo Hong. I didn't expect this fellow Luo Ming to be Luo Hong's son. This is a bit difficult, only Qin Wenli said, her face showing surprise. Oh, Luo Hong is that powerful that he can make you feel scared? Seeing this expression on Qin Wenli's face, Lin Hao instantly became interested in this Luo Hong. After all, someone who could make Qin Wenli so scared. I'm afraid that the entire Yunhai couldn't find a second one. However, Lin Hao's interest in Luo Hong was actually also because Black Snake Society, this organization. Among the rewards that Lin Hao had previously obtained, there was the Tianlong Society, a black force. However, Lin Hao was not sure which was more powerful, the Black Snake Society or the Sky Dragon Society. Thinking of this, Lin Hao was about to ask the system. However, just then, damn it, who dares to touch my son? What a rebellion! At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over, an extremely angry expression on his face, and behind that middle-aged man stood a group of burly bodyguards dressed in black. They were all Luo Hong's men, following him around at all times in order to protect his safety. Seeing Luo Hong arrive, Luo Ming immediately shouted towards Luo Hong, "Dad, I'm here. Dad, come save me." Luo Ming's excited shouts attracted Luo Hong. Luo Hong glanced at Luo Ming, who was being stepped on by Lin Hao, and immediately felt very ashamed of this scene. Then, glaring straight at Lin Hao in front of him, he said viciously, "Kid, I'm giving you a chance now. Let my son go right now, and I can spare you from dying. You just have to break an arm and a leg of your own. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Kid, I advise you to think it over." Luo Hong had a sinister smile on his face, just like an old fox. While seeing this scene, Qin Wenli's face immediately revealed a bad premonition, because looking at Luo Hong's current expression, I'm afraid that something is really wrong. If Luo Hong was really angry, then the entire Black Snake Society's veteran fighters were out in force. Qin Wenli was still really a little worried that Lin Hao wouldn't be able to fight. The current boss of the Black Snake Society, Luo Ming, was trashy, but his old man was the previous boss of the Black Snake Society, and even Luo Hong's power and strength, compared to Luo Ming, it was terrifying. Mr. Lin, this Luo Hong's strength can't be underestimated, otherwise you'll suffer. Luo Hong is an extremely dangerous character. You must be safe at all times, Qin Wenli said to Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Su Shui immediately instructed Lin Hao after hearing Qin Wenli's words again. Lin Hao, if you can't beat him, don't try to be brave, okay? Su Shui was very worried, and hearing this, Lin Hao nodded and replied, "Don't worry, just this guy of his, it's not enough to deal with me. I can take care of him with my hands," Lin Hao said before charging straight up. "It's you called Luo Hong. Do you know about your son coming to my place to cause trouble? Isn't it normal for me to teach him a lesson?" Lin Hao spoke to Luo Hong, his face filled with an expression of indifference. As for Luo Hong, he was even burning with rage in his heart after hearing these words. This young man, he was really too arrogant. Not only did he hit his son, but also since he mouthed off to him, he had been mixing in Yunhai for decades, and he had never seen any kind of people. It was even the sons of those powerful families who didn't dare to speak to him like this, and they all had to respectfully call out to Brother Hong. And Lin Hao's guts, how dare he be so big and be so rude to him? Thinking of this, Luo Hong turned to the men behind him and immediately gave a wink. "Brothers, give it to me." The minions behind him heard their own boss's command and all of them attacked towards Lin Hao. Even the physical qualities of those little brothers were much stronger than those that Luo Ming had brought with him. Because these people, they were the elite of the elite, it wasn't too much of a stretch to say that they were the Black Snake Society's patriarchal fighters, so their strength was naturally unquestionable. "Ha, carving skills," Lin Hao sneered, and with a big wave of his hand he met the enemy head-on. "Destroy me," Lin Hao shouted before blasting out with a fist, and with this punch, as it blasted into the bodies of those junior disciples, they immediately fell back a few steps before standing firm behind them. One of the minions said to Luo Hong, "Boss, this guy is a little bit uncomplicated. I'm afraid he's a tough nut to crack." we're going to make a move. Boss, stand a little farther away, lest we hurt you. After those little brothers said that, Luo Hong immediately stood to the side, revealing an expression that it was a matter of victory or defeat. After all, he knew that right now, these men of his were going to get serious, and when they got serious, it was inevitably going to end by destroying the heavens and the earth, or else getting each other killed. Otherwise, they would lose control and wouldn't stop until they saw blood. In the next second, an extremely powerful force erupted from those minions. This power, in turn, carried an aura that was like thunder, and it directly attacked towards Lin Hao. Chapter 27, Shrimp and Crab Generals. And when that pressure was attacking Lin Hao clearly felt an extremely strange force that was constantly invading his mind and consciousness. This also made Lin Hao instantly curious. After all, he had never thought that just these guys were actually so powerful. Damn, there's something about the strength of these guys. After Lin Hao said that, a hard look immediately appeared on his face. But against them, Lin Hao was still very confident. He had taken the super power pill, so if he couldn't deal with these guys, then he deserved to be beaten as well. In the next second, an extremely powerful force erupted from Lin Hao's body, and this power was like a tiger descending a mountain. Every bit of it carried a very powerful force. While seeing this scene, those minions were so scared that they didn't clear up. This strength of Lin Hao's, I'm afraid that it was just a match for a martial arts master. What they couldn't understand was that Lin Hao was just an ordinary person. So why did he have the strength of a martial arts master? It was important to realize that martial arts masters were almost always geniuses that the major clans had spent a lot of resources to cultivate. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't seem to have practiced much, yet he possessed such a powerful force. This made these bodyguards a little confused, but before they could analyze it, Lin Hao directly punched over, and this punch, with its supreme pressure, was like heavenly thunder rolling towards them. Those little brothers, after sensing the power of this punch, even dodged it at once. After all, the power of this punch was so powerful and terrifying. If they really couldn't dodge it, I'm afraid they would have to die under this punch. Even the power of this punch was even more terrifying to the extreme. It's truly terrifying. Just this punch, it's not even a human enemy. Yes, with the power of this punch, if we were really hit, I'm afraid we wouldn't survive the night. Thinking about this, those junior brothers began to be glad that they hadn't gotten into a hard fight with Lin Hao. Otherwise, the unlucky ones might still be them. Is that all the guts you guys have? Where's the arrogance from earlier? Don't let me underestimate you guys. Lin Hao's mouth smiled slightly, and a cold color came out of his eyes. And those little brothers, seeing Lin Hao's such terrifying eyes again, immediately took a step back. And seeing that the minions had taken a step back, Luo Hong pointed at them on the spot and cursed, "All of you, get the hell back." But it's just one person that's got you all scared like this. What a waste. Only after Luo Hong said that, he walked out on the spot, an extremely powerful aura erupting from his body. And this aura was even more monstrously oppressive, coming towards Lin Hao as if he wanted to directly suppress him. Lin Hao let out a cold smile, his gaze chilled, and he instantly met him with a punch. Rumble. After the two powerful forces collided together, an extremely powerful aura was immediately set off. Within this aura, both Su Shui and Qin Wenli could not help but take several steps backward. This was because this power, in their cognizance, was simply too powerful. It had completely exceeded their perceptions, and the juniors who were standing by the side watching the show, then seeing this scene, also froze in place all of a sudden, staring at them with their eyes wide open. This is the first time I've seen the boss strike. Ever since the boss abdicated, I haven't seen the boss strike. Yes, back then, the boss was the one who dominated the entire Yunhai city. Almost all the major forces within Yunhai city were unable to stop his might. But after the boss abdicated, we have been assisting the young lord. But today, the boss actually struck out. Not bad. The boss usually doesn't strike out easily. Today actually able to make the boss strike out. Enough to see this young man in front of us. I'm afraid that he has the strength to fight against the boss. Or else it's the background behind this young man that can compare with the boss. Only to see one of the juniors, said to the other juniors. And the other junior brothers, after hearing this, were especially agreeable. Not bad. The boss usually doesn't make a move, but it's really strange that he made a move today. It seems that we really can't underestimate this brat. Old Four is right. If this brat isn't exterminated, I'm afraid he'll affect the young master, or even our entire Black Snake Society. He must be eradicated. Right at this moment, another junior brother said to the others. Hearing this, those junior brothers exchanged a look and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from their bodies. Afterward, the little brother in the lead suddenly shouted, "Brothers, give it to me. Let's support the boss. We absolutely cannot let the boss be defeated by this brat. In the next second, almost all of those little brothers, attacked towards where Lin Hao was. And at this moment, Lin Hao was fending off Luo Hong's attacks. Luo Hong was truly worthy of being a veteran powerhouse of the Cloud Sea, and this strength was really hard for him to defeat right now. However, Lin Hao wasn't worried. Right now, Luo Hong's strength with him was just evenly matched. It wasn't suppressing him on all fronts. After all, at this level, it was possible to defeat an opponent, but it was also impossible to kill them. Kid, I'm giving you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll let you die an ugly death. Luo Hong pointed at Lin Hao on the spot and made a threatening remark at him. Lin Hao, however, didn't care in the slightest, pulled out his ears and said to Luo Hong, I, Lin Hao, have never knelt for anyone else. A big man kneels to heaven and earth, to his parents, and nothing else. Lin Hao's eyes revealed a determination that had never been seen before, and this look made Luo Hong look irritated. It was never him who refuted others. When was it someone else's turn to refute him? This simply wasn't possible. Moreover, Lin Hao's strength actually made him feel difficult to deal with. This caused Luo Hong to immediately feel a wave of pressure. And even this pressure caused Luo Hong to show a murderous intent towards Lin Hao. This son can't stay. After Luo Hong said that, he directly punched towards Lin Hao. Great Luo heaven and earth, he yelled, and an extremely powerful fist intent instantly rushed toward Lin Hao. Seeing the power of this punch, so powerful, Lin Hao wasn't stupid, so how could he not dodge it? In an instant, Lin Hao dodged it, and with his backhand, he struck out with a palm. This palm, on the other hand, carried the power of the dragon and tiger, and came towards Luo Hong. Damn, this power! Luo Hong shouted after sensing this power and immediately dodged away. If he didn't dodge away, this power was enough to seriously injure him. However, right at this moment, Luo Hong's minions, who had also suddenly appeared by Lin Hao's side, formed a siege, wanting to suppress Lin Hao. Chapter 28, I'm all in. The host is surrounded by assassins. The divine choice system is activated by itself. Choice 1, rush forward. Gain 1,000 points of internal strength, and the title of invincible. Choice 2, run for your life. Get beaten up, and get the title of rat. Choice 3, kneel down and beg for forgiveness. All rewards will be emptied. You've got to be kidding me. The system is so obvious, still need to make a choice. I am the kind of person who will easily admit defeat. I don't even need to think about it to know what to choose, right? Lin Hao directly chose one and directly charged towards Luo Hong. The reasoning of catching the thief first, he still understands. Luo Hong's minions didn't realize that Lin Hao had been surrounded but still dared to charge at their boss, which they couldn't tolerate. Hurrying towards Lin Hao, they killed him. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards will now be issued for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 points of internal strength and the title of brave and invincible. At this moment, Lin Hao only felt that something more seemed to have been added to his body, rushing towards his limbs and bones, and his body, which was violently moving forward, suddenly came to a halt. Immediately afterward, a wave of heat surged through his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. Seeing this, Luo Hong didn't know what kind of seizure Lin Hao was having, and charged directly towards him. His fists even summoned up enough strength to strike towards Lin Hao. However, just when he thought his fist was about to build up, he suddenly felt his fist being grabbed. It's really a delightful force. Lin Hao was satisfied with the power bonus that his internal force gave him, grinned, and with a push of his fingers, he instantly crushed Luo Hong's fist. Luo Hong erupted into a miserable howl. He felt as if his fist had been crushed to death. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Lin Hao pushed harder and harder, and the sound of bones breaking resounded continuously. Luo Hong's miserable screams continued throughout the first floor. The minions he brought with him only came back to their senses at this point, hurriedly yelling and rushing towards Lin Hao. Unconscionable. Lin Hao didn't have any intention of just letting go, grabbing Luo Hong and swinging him around like that. All of Luo Hong's minions were knocked down. When his hand was finally released, Luo Hong fell to the ground, and at this point, he was already out of breath. Who else is there? Lin Hao very arrogantly looked at the crowd present, face full of dejected. Inner strength is really good. Su Shue's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Lin Hao, who had knocked his enemies down, her face full of smiles. Just at this time, Su Wei, who had been hiding in the shadows and watching, didn't know where to get the courage. Grabbing his knife, he approached towards Su Shui and put it on her neck. Lin Hao, aren't you very capable? Come on, let's see if you dare to continue being able now. As soon as Lin Hao turned around, he saw that Lin Shui was being held hostage by Qin Wei, and immediately his anger surged upwards. Su Wei, how dare you? Su Wei was stunned by Lin Hao's murderous eyes, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Hao, are you helpless and hard right now? Immediately put 5 billion into my card or I'll kill her. Detecting that the host is facing a choice, the divine choice system activates on its own. Choice 1, give Su Wei 500 million, save Su Shui, and obtain the right to use the AO Foam Island. Total value 50 billion. Choice 2, kill Su Wei directly, save the injured Su Shui, reward halved. Choice 3, give up Su Shui, enrage Su Wei with words, get a power pill. Lin Hao didn't even think about it and directly took out his cell phone. What's your card number? Su Wei was stunned. Su Shui also froze. $5 billion given just like that? Wasn't this too rash? Su Wei didn't expect Lin Hao to be so rich. This was rich as hell. Don't promise him. Su Shui subconsciously shouted out. Lin Hao, I'm not worth it. No, you're worth it. You're priceless. I'm even willing to do anything for you. It's just that right now he's just asking for money. I can give it. What's the card number? This latter sentence was roared out by Lin Hao. Su Wei was startled and hurriedly gave out his bank card number. Lin Hao hurriedly called and had someone call the money. Not a moment later, a text message beep came from Su Wei's cell phone. Crap, a 10 million. It's really $5 billion. Su Wei's hands were shivering in shock, and immediately afterward, his entire body flew out. Lin Hao had already prepared for this, taking advantage of his slacking off to rush in front of Su Shui. With one hand, he wasted Su Wei's arm and then swung him out. Su Shui was saved. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards will now be issued for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to use the small island of AO Foam, worth a total of $50 billion. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief and hugged Su Shui to death. Su Shui had tears in her eyes and hugged him as well, just feeling a little breathless. She could feel Lin Hao's concern for himself, which made her feel very satisfied and flattered. Lin Hao, don't say anything, let me hold you for a while. Su Shui had no choice but to silently let that Lin Hao hug her. Her heart was sweet. At this time, Luo Ming's intestines are about to repent. Nothing to do to provoke this living hell. He hurriedly took the remaining people and helped his dad to run away. Mr. Lin, they're running away. Qin Wenli was also shocked by Lin Hao at this time, and originally didn't want to disturb the warmth between him and Su Shui, but with those guys running away, she really couldn't decide what to do. Just run. It's nothing. If you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. They go back so I can clean up a bit better. Call the police first. Take care of this place. There should always be an explanation to be given. Qin Wenli immediately understood that Lin Hao didn't want to be caught in the act, so he hurriedly called the police to arrest them. There were still a lot of injured ones here who couldn't leave. Also, Mr. Lin's $5 billion still had to be recovered. Su Shui looked at Lin Hao with affection. Am I really priceless in your heart? Aren't you afraid that the $5 billion will just be gone? If it's gone, it's gone. Money is just a number in my eyes. Lin Hao's words immediately caused the security guards present to let out a sigh. Cough cough. Your performance today was good. Very good. So all of you present will receive triple wages and bonuses this month. Also, I'll cover all the medical expenses for the injured brothers. Lin Hao's words caused the first floor to instantly fall silent for a long time, before a shout erupted. Chapter 29, A Quick Fix. All the security guards were cheering continuously. Their wages were already high, and today, when they encountered the incident, they had thought that they would be able to afford the wages. What they didn't expect was for Lin Hao to give them such a big surprise. Lin Hao didn't pay any more attention to them. Instead, he led Su Shui back to the Henteing Sky Palace Villa. Wife, I have to go out to settle something, so be good at home. Call me if anything happens, and don't miss me. Oh, Lin Hao said, turning around and about to head out. Su Shui, however, suddenly hugged him from behind. Hubby, you're so good. I'll get better and better in the future. Lin Hao was now going to find a good heavenly dragon society to see how this power was and if it could be used. It would be good not to be as useless as Luo Han's black snake society. He vaguely felt that he had to improve his strength and power as soon as possible, or else he'd probably lose out. Then why didn't you take me with you this time out? Su Shui was a little worried that Lin Hao was going to find trouble with the black snake society, so she was very worried. Because there's danger. I don't feel comfortable with you being there, but don't worry, I'll be fine, but I'm still worried about you. Just in case. There is no just in case. Have you such a beautiful girl in? How do I dare to have something? You don't worry, I will definitely come back in one piece. If you're bored at home, call those few little sisters of yours over to accompany you. I'll go and return. The words had been said to this point. Even if Su Shui had 10,000 helplessness, 10,000 reluctance and worry, she did not dare to stop. Come back early. Lin Hao nodded, gave Su Shui a deep kiss, and turned around to set off. Outside the ninth ring of the capital C, Lin Hao looked at the colorful, explosive place and the corner of his mouth twitched viciously. With this place, What kind of good gang could come out of it? Is the Heavenly Dragon Society really here? Lin Hao was just thinking, when he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He quickly shortened his body, and a long stocking-clad leg just swept over his head. Lin Hao quickly returned a kick, and their legs collided with each other in midair. The big long leg immediately took several steps back. It's okay, you're our trusty boss? Looking quite young, but I didn't expect the force to be so great. The woman's voice was flirtatious, and her face carried 3 parts charming, 4 parts heroic, plus 3 parts tender. Lin Hao frowned. You're from the Heavenly Dragon Society? That's right. Why are you afraid? It's also true that our Heavenly Dragon Society is facing huge trouble right now. All the members are dead and injured, and there aren't many left who can survive. It's normal that you, the receiver, would be afraid. The woman's tone was very natural, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. Let's go. Lin Hao didn't say anything nonsense, faintly saying something that surprised the woman. Go? Where? To your so-called Heavenly Dragon Society. Of course. The woman frowned. Honestly, she disliked this Lin Hao. It's not too late for you to regret it. Anyway, you're just the boss our boss elected before he died. Originally we thought it was a fake. I didn't expect you to really come. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. He had always been puzzled as to how exactly the system managed to make everything make sense, and now once he heard this woman say that, he understood a little bit instead. Afterward or not, I have to continue. Who let me get into it? I have to be responsible for it. Lin Hao's words made the woman grin. My name is Chen Lan, 35 this year, unmarried, have a daughter, support sibling love. Oh, Chen Lan said, and gave Lin Hao a frown. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. You're not suitable for me. Instead, how old is your daughter this year? Adult yet? What does she look like? Lin Hao's words instantly ignited the anger in the woman's heart, and she pounded her fist towards him. Only a thud was heard. Lin Hao avoided it, and the woman punched the pole. Hiss! Holy, old lady. Alright, lead the way ahead. I promised my wife I'd go back faster. Don't delay. Chen Lan was angry, but still huffed and puffed as she led the way in front. The hand hidden in her pocket trembled continuously. Tianlong Society's temporary quarters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are these guys ever going to finish? Chasing them every day. Every day. Aren't they tired? A member of the Heavenly Dragon Guild was very upset. Alright, Sky Branch, stop dry howling and hurry up to pack up and run away. When Sister Chen comes, we can also go faster. Are you guys seriously saying that there will be a new boss to help us? I don't think the boss will lie to us, let alone before dying. The crowd fell silent. The Heavenly Dragon Society had once been a glorious existence, but now it had fallen to this state of being bullied by random people. Knock knock. The sudden knock on the door immediately alerted the crowd. Everyone pulled out their weapons and stood at attention. The knocking was urgent, but there was no pattern to it. Be careful, this isn't one of our own. Everyone became even more alert. Just then, the knocking disappeared, just as everyone's crisis just passed. Instead, there came the sound of kicking at the door. Heavenly Dragon Society scumbags, your overlord grandpa is here. Hurry up and let that smelly Chen Lan wash up and wait for master. There were obscene shouts of curses as well as playful laughter coming from the doorway. Damn, it's that Chuba Wan guy. He really thinks that if he has an overlord on his body, he's a bully to the heavens? I'm going to chop them up. Some brothers were impulsive and wanted to go out. However, the movement at the door was suddenly gone. TSK, Chuba Wang, you really do dare to tattoo anything on your body. It's just that this strength of yours doesn't seem to match this tattoo very well. Lin Hao and Chen Lan rushed over and saw the group kicking the door. Chen Lan had wanted to take Lin Hao away. Instead, Lin Hao rushed out and instantly cleaned up the people. TSK, what a weakling, Lin Hao said, squeezing his hand, and the bully kept struggling. Hold on, henchman, he's just a member of the 9 Dragons Hui. Keeping him will be of great use. Chen Lan came back to her senses and hurriedly told Lin Hao to stop. It would be very uneconomical to really choke someone to death. Alright, he's all yours, Lin Hao said, punching the overlord in the stomach before letting go. The overlord spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell unconscious. Chen Lan couldn't help but shiver. Luckily, she hadn't offended this man, or else she really would have died. At that moment just now, she felt as if she was being stared at by an evil dragon. Let's go. It's time to meet the legendary brothers. Lin Hao's words brought Chen Lan back to her senses and she hurriedly knocked on the door. Chapter 30, Proving Yourself. In the middle of the room, the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society were tense. The commotion outside had disappeared, but they didn't dare to open the door easily. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. The knock they had agreed upon. Joji stood out and was about to open the door. Wait, are you guys sure that the one knocking on the door is one of ours? Don't forget that all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society are here. Apart from us, Only Sister Chen is left. In case if someone recognizes our code word and brings someone to trick us out. The wise man inside the team suddenly spoke up. As soon as they heard him say that, all the people present couldn't help but feel a bit worried, and all of them hesitated. They didn't dare to continue going to open the door. All of the people present were able to survive. Or was it the opportunity that the boss had exchanged with his own life? So they extraordinarily cherished their lives. The purpose was to be able to take the boss's share and bring it back together as well. TMD, are you guys dead? Hurry up and open the door for my old lady. The people outside the boss has taken care of. Once they heard that it was Chen Lan's voice, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Extremely excited, they ran over to open the door. Only Wisdom frowned. He suspected that this was not so simple. It was very likely that Chen Lan had defected, but now the worst outcome was the same. If Chen Lan had really defected, then he would definitely lead his brothers to slaughter her. The boss was killed by those people, so but any brother who wanted to surrender, he would never agree. The crowd that opened the door instantly froze. This sudden silence made Wisdom feel a bit strange and hurriedly rushed towards the door. He then saw a tall figure blocking the doorway, while behind him were enemies that had fallen to the ground. Chen Lan was right behind that tall and handsome man. It's no longer safe here. We have to find a new place to do so. Chen Lan didn't talk nonsense. Her biggest worry right now was the safety of this group of brothers. It was so hard to survive from the hands of the Nine Dragons Huey's people. She was not willing for these only remaining brothers to suffer any further harm. All come with me. I'll be your boss from now on, and you people are going to follow me. Lin Hao opened his mouth without the slightest hesitation. The system's product was really fine. Although the Sky Dragon Society didn't have a large number of people and looked like there was still a lot of trouble to be had, but as of right now, these guys were definitely a great group of brothers, and as long as they were cultivated a little bit, then they would definitely become his right-hand man. Slow down. Jidwa Xing stood out, his eyes burning as he stared at Lin Hao. On what basis are you asking us to follow you? With that question, all of those present couldn't help but stare. That's right. Although they recognized Lin Hao as the successor of the Heavenly Dragon Society that their boss had designated, he had just arrived and asked them to bring Go with him. This made them a bit hesitant. After all, they had only just met Lin Hao. As soon as they met, they had to be told to leave with Lin Hao, which was indeed a bit unacceptable to them who were in a state of tension. What do you mean? Haven't you guys already read the information given by the boss? And we have also already discussed this a long time ago. We must follow him together as long as we find him. Chen Lan was a bit speechless. How did he change his mind? That was indeed our intention when we first started. That's because we haven't seen this guy yet. But have you guys ever thought that what happened today is a bit too much of a coincidence? The members of the Nine Dragons Exchange just came over and he appeared. This very much makes me wonder who you really are. Wisdom Star looked at Lin Hao, waiting for his answer. The members of the Heavenly Dragon Society, who had been somewhat happy, also quickly went on guard after hearing this. Even Chen Lan was the same. This gentleman would also like you to prove that there's no relationship between you and the Nine Dragons Hui. Wisdom looked at Lin Hao with sharp eyes. Detecting that the host is facing a challenge, the Divine Choice system activates on its own. Choice 1, kill the Nine Dragons Exchange. Kill the Nine Dragons Exchange boss, Butcher, and help avenge the boss of the Sky Dragon Society. Rewarding 1 formula for a body strengthener and 2,000 points of internal energy. Choice 2, take everyone by force. Reward 1 living blood and muscle pill. Choice 3, abandon the Sky Dragon Society and stop caring about their deaths. Rewarded with 100 million in cash. Lin Hao knew how to make his choice just by looking at it. Ahem, to introduce myself, my name is Lin Hao. There aren't any underground forces at the moment. It should be clear to you guys if you check. There shouldn't be anyone like me in the entirety of the underground forces. For your vigilance, I understand. But since I have taken over the Heavenly Dragon Society, you guys have become my brothers. There was and is only one time that you guys were able to question my abilities. Since you guys are now questioning my abilities and are also questioning where I came from, then I will prove it to you. Which brother dares to take me on a trip to the Nine Dragons Exchange? As soon as they heard Lin Hao's words, all the people present couldn't help but be taken aback. They also didn't expect him to go to the Nine Dragons Exchange. If you guys don't want to follow me along, or if you're uneasy, it's fine if you give me the location of the boss of the Nine Dragons Hui. I'll go with you, while the others find a new place to nest. Wisdom Star stepped forward. He was the one who raised the questioning of the boss's words, so naturally, he should be the one to lead Lin Hao to prove it. The fact that he stood out like this, in turn, made Lin Hao a bit surprised. No, to go we'll go together. The other brothers, however, refused to do so. The Nine Dragons Exchange was a very dangerous place right now. They had always been members of the Heavenly Dragon Society, so wouldn't they be throwing themselves into a trap by going over there now? Let's just have him go with me alone. The others find a place to hide first and wait for news. Lin Hao said as he took the lead and headed forward. Jidwa Xing hurriedly followed. The other brothers also wanted to follow, but they were stopped by a look from him. Once the big guys saw this look in his eyes, they didn't dare to continue forward. With the boss dead, Jidwa Xing was naturally the biggest, so they had to listen to Jidwa Xing. I believe they will be fine. We must now take the guy with the man tattooed on his body away. He might be a bargaining chip for us. Chen belonged to one of the most rational and brainy characters among the Heavenly Dragon Society. Naturally, she knew what she should do next, just in case they had to take Bully away. In case Lin Hao couldn't prove himself or was captured or killed, then they would be able to exchange Overlord for wisdom, and then enter the escape. Chapter 31, Getting Paid to Pretend. As for Lin Hao, honestly, they met only for a short period of 10 minutes, even if his boss appointed the heir to the Heavenly Dragon Society. So what? The boss was dead now, and if Lin Hao wasn't able to protect all of them and lead a counterattack against all of the Sky Dragon Society, then even if they saved Lin Hao, it wouldn't be of any use. There was only one hostage right now, and there was only one person they could save, so there was no way they would use their limited resources to save a stranger. The brothers of the Heavenly Dragon Society all felt that Chen had done the right thing. Not everyone had the opportunity and that qualification to be able to be their boss. The group quickly left with Overlord. At this moment, Lin Hao was at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth Salon. Butcher's favorite place is here. It's also one of his dens, so if you're able to smash this place up, even if you don't get to kill Butcher handily, I will also recognize you as our boss, and from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Wisdom reached up and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his gaze looking at Lin Hao. There was scrutiny in his eyes. You don't need to go in with me, just wait outside like this. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he lifted his leg and walked inside. Just as he entered, Lin Hao was stunned for a moment by the luxurious decoration of the place. However, he had already experienced a lot of worldly experience, and didn't find this place very attractive. He had heard of this place when he was still studying. He had heard of this place before when he was still in school, but he didn't have the ability to come here, and now that he had that ability, he didn't have that interest anymore. The Heaven and Earth Salon was an extremely high-class club, and just after entering the place, someone immediately stopped Lin Hao and asked him to show his membership card. What if I don't have a membership card? As soon as these words came out, all the security guards on the first floor quickly surrounded towards Lin Hao. In their place, if they didn't have a membership card, they could confirm that this guy wasn't a familiar customer, and once a living person approached the place, they would all be extremely wary. Although on the surface, they weren't going to do anything to Lin Hao, but vaguely, they had formed a pack circle, and were even ready to kill Lin Hao on the spot. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. There really was enough wariness, but he really had come over to cause trouble. Sir, if you don't have a membership and aren't going to fill it up, please leave. This is a high-class club. Not just anyone can come in. The commotion here quickly attracted the guests resting on the first floor. They all looked over with some curiosity. Only when they saw Lin Hao, they all felt a bit drained. It was also true that the costumes on Lin Hao's body didn't even add up to more than $1,000. For those of them who dealt with money all day long, how could they possibly care about someone like that? As soon as he heard this, Lin Hao's face instantly became gloomy. He took out his phone. Hey, fetch me 500 million in cash over here. Detected host has a very strong desire to pretend. Super pretend system activated. The lobby manager who received Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh once he heard his words. The first floor was quiet, and Lin Hao's words were naturally heard by the other guests, all of whom couldn't help but laugh and mock. He really is anything but very pretentious. Running here, can he get to the point where he doesn't know as how this is written? This year not self-importance of the people will be much more, but like him so brainless or the first time to see. The lobby manager couldn't help but laugh after hearing those murmurs. These days there were still quite a lot of crazy people. They even came to him to pretend to be a bully, and the first time they opened their mouths was $500 million, or cash. The way of death in the midst of this was simply a bit hard for him to believe, and he took this guy in front of him as a lunatic, so he immediately waved his hand for someone to arrest Lin Hao. However, at this very moment, the sound of beeping and blinking came over, which made the lobby manager and his men immediately tense up. After all, none of them were clean, and each of them had done quite a few bad things after the butcher. However, they all did it very covertly, and there was no evidence, and the relevant departments didn't have any way to take them. They also let them get away with it until now, but now once they heard the sirens, they were still a bit nervous. What are you panicking about? All give me some composure. As soon as they heard the lobby manager's words, those security guards all immediately calmed down as well, quickly returning to their posts. It was known that this group of guys must not be doing anything good, and just at this time, a group of guys with real guns and bullets drew in. Every two of them were carrying a box. which looked very heavy. Seeing this, the lobby manager couldn't help but be stunned. He naturally recognized this group of people as the escorting officers. The escorting officer in the lead then shouted towards the lobby on the first floor. "May I ask who is Mr. Lin Hao?" "I am." Lin Hao took a step forward, and as soon as he saw Lin Hao, the escorting officer immediately respectfully took out a sheet and handed it to him. "The $500 million in cash you asked for has already been sent over to you. I don't know what else I can do for you now." The first floor of the Heaven and Earth Salon was instantly quiet. All eyes gathered on Lin Hao. Of course there were those who didn't believe it. After all, 500 million wasn't a small amount to say that it had been fetched, and at such a fast speed. How could this make them believe it? So some people were quietly questioning it, and some were even questioning the fact that the inside of the box was empty. "Please open the chest." Lin Hao's words once again silenced the crowd, and those guests on the first floor couldn't help but come over. They then saw one of the boxes filled with money being opened, and stacks of money were revealed inside. Wisdom hid among the crowd and watched. He had come over as early as when the siren sounded, with the purpose of wanting to see what was going on. It was just that he didn't expect the ones who came to escort the run to be the ones who did it, and they had brought so much cash with them. After Lin Hao had the box opened, he took out a pile of cash from it. The lobby manager's cold sweat fell at this moment. They were the ones who would least cross with money. He hurriedly wanted to say something, however, Lin Hao didn't give him the chance. The money in his hand was thrown over towards him. The lobby manager was a thief, and hurriedly tried to catch it, but what he didn't expect was that there was an extremely strong force on the cash. Snap sound instantly smashed in his face. Chapter 32, Hands on the Butcher. At this time, the entire first floor was a bit dumbfounded. Even Jidwa Xing, who was hiding amongst the crowd, was a bit stupefied. This money he was using to beat people up? Lin Hao smashed stack after stack on the lobby manager's face. It was as if the money was scrap paper. The lobby manager was soon knocked out on the floor, his face swollen and bruised. Blood was seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Several smart security guards rushed up to report to the butcher. Now they also came back to their senses. This guy was here to pick a fight. The security guards on the first floor closed the door, and even the guests who were originally ready to leave when they saw that the momentum was wrong were all locked up on the first floor. They were all scared, they were all trembling, and they didn't dare to speak casually for fear that they would be hurt by the ferocious security guards if they were not careful. Wisdom was going to leave as well, but now he couldn't. He somewhat regretted why he had to let Lin Hao prove himself. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? If he had known that he had so much money, he wouldn't have just let him come out and risk his life. It was just a matter of following him. What was that worth? It was just that regret didn't serve any purpose, and now these people were clearly trying to put them to death. $500 million was already worth Butcher's hand. Suddenly, Jidwa Xing froze. Could it be that Lin Hao's purpose from the beginning was to lure the butcher out? He couldn't help but open his mouth. This was too capricious, wasn't it? And at this moment, Butcher was having fun inside the private room with a group of minions to his left and right. As soon as he heard the report from his men, he immediately brightened up. "What you said is true. That guy really brought 500 million in cash?" Butcher was a bit incredulous. "Yes, Brother Long is now crippled." So, the security junior didn't dare to say more. Butcher was this much of a person who didn't like to be talked to much. He only needed key information. Very good, very good. Ha ha, it's been a long time since someone dared to provoke me like this. He laughed out loud and pushed away the woman in his arms, striding towards the outside. The crowd of minions hurriedly followed. Soon, Butcher arrived on the first floor. He immediately saw Lin Hao standing in the center, and he couldn't help but frown. In his impression, it wasn't like there weren't people who were able to take out this much money, and he knew all of these people. But it was the first time he had seen one as young as Lin Hao. The most crucial thing was that Lin Hao had come up with this much money, and it was all still laid out in front of him. "Little brother, what do you mean by this? If there's anything we've done wrong, you can totally bring it up. Why should we be rough? We're all civilized people, and it's really a bit less than decent for you to get all bloody." The corner of Lin Hao's mouth couldn't help but pick up as he walked towards him. "You're the butcher?" "That's right, it's me." The butcher looked at Lin Hao carefully and didn't find anything threatening on him. So naturally, he didn't take him seriously. Graciously, he admitted his identity. However, just as he was admitting his identity, Lin Hao quickly rushed towards him, so fast that even the butcher couldn't react. On the road, the title of butcher could be said to be feared by everyone, but anyone who heard of his title, every single person was invariably terrified, especially when he was angry. No one dared to mess around. It could be said that he was basically known as the butcher, and his reputation was all because he killed himself. Bang! A loud ringing sound echoed continuously throughout the first floor. Jidwa Xing stared blankly at Lin Hao, who had suddenly timed to launch an attack on the butcher, and he couldn't understand where this kid had gotten the guts from. How dare he cause trouble in the butcher's territory? and the target was still the butcher. Lin Hao was also shocked at this moment. He really hadn't expected Tu Fu to be so powerful, and also a martial arts master with internal force. It was easy to feel a bit overwhelmed after just sparring with him for a few moves, but it was only a strain. Butcher was also a bit shocked at this time. A few moves down, he was vaguely unable to hold on. You have to know that there aren't many masters like him who have practiced their internal force, and they are all older in age. But Lin Hao in front of him was so young that he found it impossible, unless he had someone around him who was teaching. That's right, one as young as him yet able to practice internal force in a short period of time would surely be an object sought after by those big families. So how could he be an ordinary person? As soon as he thought of this butcher, he began to think back to whether there were any big families among those he had recently offended. But after thinking carefully, he still couldn't think of any of the people he had offended that belonged to the children of the great families. He quickly jumped out of Lin Hao's punching range. This little brother, wait, we have no grudges against each other. Why are you laying such a heavy hand on me? I don't remember where I've offended you? What the butcher wanted was to stabilize Lin Hao first. It would be best if he could find out from which family he was a descendant, and only then would he be able to mediate. It's true that you didn't offend me, but you trashed my little brother's gang, and now they're homeless and pitiful, like lost dogs. It's just as well that I didn't know about this matter, but now I know about it and want to take them back under my command. Then there's no way I'm going to let them follow me away so aggressively. How can I say this? I have to slaughter you old butcher first to give them a boost. There were quite a few forces in the shadows watching what was happening now. They were equally surprised by Lin Hao's bravery, and at the same time they were puzzled. Those who were able to mix to their position had a certain understanding of the characters in the entire Jinghai city, but this Lin Hao character had appeared out of nowhere. And there were many people who simply didn't know who he really was, especially those who were mixed up in the black. They were even more puzzled. Butcher's face couldn't help but change. The only gang they had recently exterminated was the Sky Dragon Society. You were invited by those scumbags from the Heavenly Dragon Society to help? Kid, let me tell you, no matter which force you are, it's better to behave yourself here in Shanghai, lest you get killed one day without even realizing it. The Heavenly Dragon Society wasn't me, Butcher, who wanted to overthrow them. It was someone who wanted their boss's life, so they commissioned me to slaughter him. The person behind this is definitely not someone you can offend. Butcher had no choice but to spill the beans. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what I want to know. I don't need to know that much either. All I know is that he is at the hands of the second hand to kill for his life and pay his debts, so you deserve to die. Chapter 33, Lin Hao's request. Lin Hao didn't intend to continue with the nonsense. This time he used all his strength and charged towards the butcher. The butcher wasn't a vegetarian and hurriedly resisted. However, the fist was afraid of the young. He was after all old and couldn't stand up to Lin Hao's punches. A dozen moves passed, and the butcher took a few punches from Lin Hao one after another. The moves instantly collapsed by him, and the internal energy in his body dissipated quite a bit. Lin Hao capitalized on the momentum and knocked him to the ground with a few punches. They say that you, Butcher, are a very powerful person, but in my opinion, it's nothing more than that. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he simply didn't give him any chance to retort, punching him in the temple, and instantly, Butcher lost his breath. It was too late, and the fight between the two actually didn't take much time. The security guards of the Heaven and Earth Salon had wanted to rush in and help, but now that Butcher was dead, they in turn didn't dare to go forward. After all, in their eyes, Butcher was a godlike figure. Wisdom's mouth was wide open. He really hadn't thought that Lin Hao had actually killed the butcher, and he had to know that the name Butcher was something he had killed, not something he had picked up himself. They were well aware of how hard it was to deal with the butcher, but now Lin Hao didn't have a single injury on his body, and he just killed the butcher. He felt a bit incredulous and didn't know what to do next. After all, Lin Hao had killed someone, and just at this time, sirens whistled. A large number of inspectors rushed in. When they saw the butcher on the ground, who had long since died, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Mr. Lin, are you alright? The chief inspector hurriedly inquired. This Mr. Lin had donated 100 million to their bureau last night. Now that someone was trying to murder him, they naturally had to stand up and protect him. Something almost happened. I came here originally to spend money, and this $500 million was what I had prepared. But I didn't expect this guy to launch a personal attack on me all of a sudden. I had to defend myself. I didn't expect this guy to be really Putin's just killed by me. So you guys look at it. Mr. Lin, please also rest assured, Butcher was originally the one we've been investigating all along, and now we've already got some preliminary evidence of his crimes. It's no big deal that he's dead now. A black force as criminal as this is naturally the target of our crackdown. So please rest assured, Mr. Lin, there will definitely not be any accidents. Once he heard his assurance, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. After patting his shoulder, he turned around and left. The Inspector General hurriedly had his men close all the money boxes and send them back to Lin Hao. Jidwa Xing wanted to slap himself right now. Their boss's revenge had been avenged though, but he couldn't fulfill their boss's dying wish. After all, he had just offended his future boss. Would Lin Hao get angry about it and stop caring about them? If Lin Hao didn't take in their group of little brothers now, then they would really be in danger. It meant that they would most likely become a loose organization in the future, and it was even very likely that they would be carved up into pieces. The club that a group of them had worked so hard and for many years to build up would just be gone. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards will now be issued for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of 1 body strengthener formula and 2,000 points of internal force. Lin Hao once again felt the surge of internal force. This feeling had already happened once, but he still felt very excited. And vaguely, he felt that his body structure was stronger than it was, and his strength had increased exponentially. This made him feel very excited. If he even faced Butcher now, he wouldn't even need a single move to be able to slap him directly to death. At the same time, he also began to be a bit wary. Since there were other internal force sect masters in existence, then there must exist other even more powerful internal force sect masters, so he had to continue to get stronger again to be able to do so. At the same time, he also felt that he seemed to be sitting on the sidelines a bit, at least right now. In his opinion, he was still a very rich man, but now it seemed that in the eyes of those big powers and the big families, he was actually nothing, existing as a clown picking his way through the world. So Lin Hao secretly decided that he had to make his power even more powerful and his strength even more bullish. Jidwa Xing stayed where he was, not knowing whether to continue following Lin Hao or just leave. After all, the current Lin Hao they really couldn't afford. Then as he passed by him, he suddenly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow." At most, as soon as they heard his words, they suddenly lit up. With just one sentence, he knew that Lin Hao would never easily abandon the Heavenly Dragon Society. He hurriedly and excitedly followed. Then like a pug, he grinned as he curtly talked to him after about the advantages of the Heavenly Dragon Society. "We actually still have a lot of brothers scattered around. Just give us a few days and we'll be able to recruit them over quickly. Since you still have so many people under your hands, then gather them all together as quickly as possible. Remember, I'm only giving you guys 1 day. After 1 day I want all the territories that originally belonged to the 9 Dragons to be owned by the Heavenly Dragon Society. Can you guys do this?" Lin Hao wasn't willing to spend too much time on this club, even though it would be very helpful to him, especially when this club unified the entire underground world of Jinghai City. It would be able to bring him a lot of convenience and news, but that didn't mean that Lin Hao would be willing to actually spend all of his time consuming it all. Wisdom Star instantly heard the impatience in Lin Hao's words and hurriedly agreed to this matter. Although it wasn't possible to gather too many brothers in a day's time, they could do it while gathering. It wasn't necessarily necessary to gather all of them before doing so. In fact, until now he still some not dare to believe that the boss's revenge so quickly can be avenged, and also be able to originally belongs to their place back, but also incidentally to the 9 dragons we suppressed. What I want isn't the 9 dragons exchange. What I want is the entire underground world of Jinghai City. Can you do it? Lin Hao's words almost scared Jidwa Xing back, but as soon as he saw Lin Hao's contemptuous eyes, the passion he had been suppressing in his heart instantly came out. It's nothing. It's the Heavenly Dragon Society that can't do it. Chapter 34, Su Tingting meets Su Wei. Wisdom was filled with excitement. In the past, they had only thought of following their boss to make a living and then enjoy the thrill of being the boss. There was no thought of taking the entire underground world of Jinghai City into their own hands. But he didn't think that Lin Hao's ambition would be so great that he directly wanted to seize the entire underground world of Jinghai City. He was dumbfounded and froze a little, and his footsteps paused slightly. Sensing that the person wasn't keeping up, Lin Hao couldn't help but look back at him and helplessly shook his head. If your Heavenly Dragon Society doesn't even have this much ambition, then there's no need for you to continue following me. I need eagles that aspire to the sky, not reptiles that burrow under the ground and guard their own acre of land. Wisdom Star heard the dissatisfaction in Lin Hao's tone and stood upright and saluted towards him. Don't worry, boss. In the future, the entire underground world of Jinghai City will only be your word. Whatever you want, you only need to say one word, and it will definitely reach the entire underground world to your satisfaction. Lin Hao nodded. Other than that, this kid's reaction alone made him quite satisfied. Then I'll leave this matter to you guys. If you need manpower, you can tell me and I'll allocate some for you. Right, give me your bank card numbers. I'll allocate some funds for you guys, lest you don't even have any. Wisdom originally thought that Lin Hao was testing them, waiting for them to get things done before they could actually become his men. But what he hadn't realized was that Lin Hao, in fact, was giving them funds right now, which made it clear that he was taking them under his wing. Wisdom was filled with confidence at this. They hadn't been able to eat a proper meal for many days, and they didn't have much money left in their hands. Now that Lin Hao was able to give them funds in advance, this had to be a very satisfying thing for him. He hurriedly gave Lin Hao his bank card number. Lin Hao transferred him a sum of money and went back. He didn't even think much of it. Anyway, integrating the entire underground forces of Jinghai City should be left to the professionals. That should be able to give him a satisfactory answer, especially since the Heavenly Dragon Society was rewarded to him by the system. Then it meant that they must have their own characteristics. After all, if the system produced something, it must be a good product. Ji Wuxing stared blankly at the text message from the bank side, counted the zeros, and at once, his entire body froze in place. He had already been shocked by Lin Hao once today, but that time, that money didn't belong to them at all. It hadn't been used on him either. And although he had been shocked, it hadn't been much of a shock, but now it was different. Now Lin Hao was giving money that was directly for them to use, and that shocked him to no end. It had only been one meeting, less than a day's acquaintance, but Lin Hao, he had invested so much money in them. This was undoubtedly believing in them and treating them truly as his brothers. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to be generous. Don't worry, boss. From now on, Jinghai City will only have your voice alone. Ji Wuxing silently swore an oath. Yunhai firm. Su Wei had already been locked up here for 2 days. In the middle of these 2 days, he had a very unsatisfactory time, especially because those inmates were taking more than a little care of him. From time to time, they bullied him, beat him, and even threatened him. Then he had to obey their wishes and do things he didn't want to do. Even let him feel very humiliating things. He can only hard to do. He thought he would be sitting in jail when his sister came in a hurry. Su Tingting looked at the tortured Su Wei with an extremely ugly expression on her face. She immediately pointed at the several inspections and cursed. What's wrong with you guys? Are you guys also engaging in this whole flexing and beating thing? I'm going to sue you guys. I'll make sure you guys pay the price. The inspector was very not offended by her pointing her nose at him. What Su Wei had done was supposed to be the nail in the coffin, and they had conclusive evidence in their hands. There was no need for a trial at all. So where was the condescension? Those injuries on his body were not caused by them at all. As for why he was in this state, it's hard to say. Who can say when something like this happens in a prison? After all, those who lived in here were not good people. Getting beaten up was supposed to be a normal thing. You can't be the one that others bully, so naturally you can only be bullied by others. Elsewhere they might care, but in prison, they would only turn a blind eye, especially against a big bad like Su Wei. It was even more unlikely that they would be tolerant. Ms. Su also asked you to keep your mouth clean. We didn't condescend to beat him up, and we don't need to interrogate him because we have evidence of everything your brother has committed. Naturally, there is no need to interrogate him either, as well as the fact that the injuries on his body were not caused by us at all. If you continue to be so uninformed, we will most likely take coercive measures. Furthermore, you came in, but our leader had the mercy to let you come over to see him. Otherwise there is no way we would have let you in. After all, according to the regulations, this kind of person is absolutely not allowed to visit. Su Tingting's face turned green and white. She didn't expect these guys to be so disrespectful, knowing that she had paid money to come in. You guys, don't you and me, there's no place for you to talk here. Since such a great offense has been discovered, you guys should also be prepared to be arrested. There was a teasing look on the inspector's face. After their investigation, they found out that the young lady in front of them was not a good person, a typical voodoo demon. The big boss who donated money and goods to them was originally going to marry her. As a result, he was made to lose by their family and the marriage was blown off. That's why they couldn't help but laugh at Su Tingting when they found out about it after they brought the person in. Now that they had seen him in person, they naturally mocked him without mercy. He's the one who committed the offense, not me. Don't keep involving my old lady. Su Tingting heard the mockery in their words, going so far as to classify herself into the group of criminals as well, which made her so angry that her hair was about to stand on end. What difference does it make? He's supposed to be your brother. Isn't it a normal thing to do something like this? Maybe you have potentially put it in your mind too. What if you commit a crime then? We're merely preventing crime now. The inspection smirked, the mockery deep on his face. Chapter 35, The Su Family Comes. This little mouth said. Instantly Su Tingting was so angry that she flew up, and she couldn't wait to slap on that inspection's face. Sister, you must save me. I don't want to die. Su Wei was now nervous as hell. The inspection had told him that the crimes he had committed could have him shot a dozen times over. Those who were locked up with him were all felons, and each of them acted very calmly. A look of indifference. They can be indifferent, but Su Wei cannot. After all, he was still young, and there were still a lot of things he hadn't done. Even more so, he thought that he hadn't made any big mistakes at all, and that it must have been Lin Hao who had given them money. Let them kill themselves. Thinking like this, he was even more certain that his sin was less and less serious. That's why he felt wronged. You felt unwilling. and wanted his sister to find a way to get herself out. Pa! Su Tingting was so angry that she slapped him in the face. She also did not expect this brother to be so incompetent. Surprisingly, even kidnapping for ransom this kind of big thing can do out, and a want to be 5 billion. As soon as she thought of this 5 billion, Su Tingting felt that she had lost a lot of money. If she could successfully become Lin Hao's wife, then now in her hands, she must be able to have this 5 billion. What could she do with $5 billion? But now, not to mention the money can't get hand. Now I guess even married can't marry out. Neighbors have been talking about her being withdrawn from marriage. This makes her feel ashamed, and even feel very difficult. She hated to tear Su Wei apart. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Sis, why are you hitting me? This matter isn't my fault. You have the guts to hit Lin Hao to go. No one else dares to do it either. Yet you're just spreading your anger all over this younger brother of mine. Su Wei stared at Su Tingting with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Su Tingting wanted to say something, but the words came out of her mouth but she couldn't. You committed a crime yourself but still rely on others. Just how big is your face? Less bull asterisk 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 here. What do you have to say? Hurry up and say it. Finish and hurry up. Inspection couldn't watch anymore and hurriedly urged. Sister, you must find a way to save me. Go find Su Hahai. As long as he can save me now. Su Wei's words caused Su Tingting to freeze for a moment. Who is Su Hahai? Su Tingting froze. The inspection on the side also froze. He naturally knew the person Su Hahai as well. It was just that this person's name coming out of Su Wei's mouth was a little hard to accept. Su Wei, do you think that if you move the one from the Su family out, we will resentence you? Or do you think you can invite him? Don't dream. The person is already here in this. Just don't spend the whole day acting like the sky is the boss and you're the second. This kind of stance will only make your lives here worse. Inspection didn't show a single bit of face, and even piggybacked Su Tingting directly into it when he spoke. Boss Tian, she is indeed the second. Just at this time encountered voices coming through. Immediately afterward, a tall and magnificent figure walked over towards this side. As soon as the inspection saw this person they were instantly and gradually stunned. This one was a big shot in Wuhai City, and an extremely bullish big shot at that. Just why would he suddenly appear here? Mr. Su, may I ask what is your business? Inspection hurriedly stepped forward. Nothing, just accompanying my daughter over to visit the prison. You guys didn't make things difficult for her, right? Su Hahai's voice was cold and serious, and his eyes weren't even on inspection as he spoke. Instead, they kept landing on Su Tingting who was on the side. Your daughter? I'm sorry, please forgive my eyesight. Can you tell which one the young lady is? The inspection was a bit numb. He was a bit puzzled. How could a daughter of Su Hahai suddenly appear here? Could it be this Su Tingting? How could it be? It didn't look like it at all, and they had investigated. Su Tingting's family and the Su family didn't match at all. My daughter is Su Tingting. Once they heard his words with such certainty, all the people present couldn't help but freeze. Only Su Wei looked at Su Hahai, who had walked in, with an excited expression on his face. See, sister, I've told you that Su Hahai is your father. I'm saved. Ha ha ha, I don't have to die. Hearing his words, Inspection's face couldn't help but change and rushed over to give him a slap. Men, take away. Without any further ado, he hurriedly had people bring Su Wei back. Su Hai's face was iron blue. He didn't expect this guy to give himself so little face. Kid, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I know you have a lot of energy. It's not hard to take Su Wei out, but it's all about the law now. You can go to our leaders if you have any problems. Su Hahai instantly calmed down. Good daughter, go back with daddy. Su Hahai had no choice but to walk over to Su Tingting and ask her to go back with him. Who exactly are you? What exactly do you mean by that? Better make it clear to me. My father is not you. He died a long time ago. Su Tingting's words deeply irritated Su Hahai. Tingting, I know you're having a hard time understanding all this right now. I'll make it clear to you. Su Hahai tried to pull her hand, but she shook it away. Su Tingting walked outside with her head down, her heart in a panic. Su Hahai had no choice but to follow. Henteing Sky Palace Villa. Su Shui was cooking dinner for Lin Hao. Her handiwork wasn't very good, but she had more or less practiced it over the years while working outside on her own. Just as she was very proud of her masterpiece, a call came in. She hurriedly picked up her own cell phone to see that it was her mother who she hadn't been in contact with for a long time. She took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hello, Mom. You still have me as your mom in your eyes? That's because I'm as transparent as air in your eyes. You said that you want to fight outside and work hard on your own. Then I will listen to you and give you time to give you space. But you can't go so long without calling us. Do you know that we are very worried about your well-being? Also, you're not too old. You've long reached the age when you should get married. It doesn't matter if you find it yourself. Now that Mom has helped you find some, hurry back and take a look. Su Shui has not yet said a word. Heard her mom crackling said a whole lot. Let her annoyed. She had no choice but to yell in a high voice. Oops. Mom, I have a boyfriend. The person on the other end of the phone was quiet for a while before she responded. Chapter 36, Sue's mom calls. You, what did you say? You have a boyfriend? For how long? When did it start? What's he like? Tall? A series of questions. So Su Shue's brain almost burst by these questions. She didn't dare to tell the truth that she had already taken a marriage license with Lin Hao. She could only casually say, Mom, we're just getting started now, so don't ask so many questions. Su Shui had no choice but to hurriedly cope. And just at this time, a ringing sound came from the door. Su Shui hurriedly hung up the phone. Lin Hao opened the door and walked in, his face carrying some fatigue. I'm back. As soon as Su Shui saw that it was Lin Hao, she hurriedly pounced towards him. Lin Hao hurriedly hugged her, and the two of them warmed up for a while. Su Shui led Lin Hao to the kitchen and saw a table full of dishes. You made all of these? Lin Hao somewhat didn't quite dare to believe it. What? Surprised? Su Shui found this look on his face a bit funny. Ahem. There are indeed some. Let me taste them. Lin Hao couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and take a taste. It was okay. Lin Hao, I have something to tell you. Su Shui stammered. What's the matter you say? Lin Hao felt that today's Su Shui was a bit strange. Su Shui hesitated for a long time and saw that Lin Hao had been waiting for him to open his mouth. He could only bite his teeth and tell his true identity. When he finished, Lin Hao nodded, with a smile on his face. Have you been hesitating to tell me? Or is it you, thinking that I'll dislike you after you tell me? Or that I will dislike my own origin and divorce you? Su Shui nodded. She had thought about all of these. Lin Hao grabbed her hand. Don't worry. What I like about you is your person, not your identity or your origin. From the moment you said you were serious, I've already decided to pamper you for the rest of your life. So please also promise me that in the future, no matter what you encounter, you must talk to me. Don't hold it in your heart, okay? Su Shui looked at Lin Hao with affection. He could feel Lin Hao's sincere intentions towards himself. Okay, I definitely won't hide anything from you in the future. Good, then let's eat first, and after we finish eating we'll talk about the bride price. Lin Hao said, picking up chopsticks and eating. We're already married. Let's forget about the bride price. Su Shui said carefully. She felt that it was too troublesome that way. Anyway, we've already gotten married, and the marriage license has already been taken. There would be no need to bother with these troublesome matters. That won't do. I've decided to take the small island of Ao Fong as a bride price. What do you think? Lin Hao suddenly thought that he still had a reward he hadn't received yet. It was a small island that was worth a lot of money, except that its certificate of right to use it, as well as its certificate of ownership possession, had already been sent to him. It was just that he hadn't had the time to look at it. What did you say? Ao Foam Island? Su Shui opened her sexy little mouth with a look of disbelief. Lin Hao was attracted by her small cherry red mouth and couldn't help but move over and kissed her tenderly. Su Shui's face flushed and she wanted to struggle, but she was kissed hard by Lin Hao, and her hands were still moving around dishonestly. Soon, Su Shui fell, addicted to Lin Hao's kisses. Only after a long time did the two of them separate. Su Shui gasped slightly. You really have the right to use the Ao Foam Island? Didn't you say that this island has always been controversial? Our Su family has also always wanted to buy the right to use this island, but we have never been able to get it. You come with me. Lin Hao didn't answer positively, but instead held her little hand and came into the study, taking out a set of documents for her to see for herself. Just by seeing a huge red-headed seal on it, Su Shui felt a little dizzy. Old husband, quickly help me. I'm a bit dizzy. After Su Shui looked at it, her entire body was dizzy with an incredible feeling. Her body was even a bit soft, and her entire body was about to collapse. Lin Hao hurriedly held her up. As for that, it's just a small island. Why are you so excited? Lin Hao had been a before, so he didn't understand any of this information at all, not to mention information related to the island. That was until he flipped through the book of relevant introductions. He was shocked as well. Luckily, the ups and downs he had experienced recently were just too many, so naturally, he was immune. Alright, it's just a small island. To take it as a bride price, I even feel that it's a bit too petty. And hasn't your family always wanted the right to use this island? It just so happens that I have it. If you think it's less, I'll hitch the twin mansions again. Upon hearing that Lin Hao was actually going to pull out all of his fortune to give her a bride price, Su Shui was, at once, so moved that tears were about to fall, but she quickly covered Lin Hao's mouth. No, you absolutely can't use the island as my bride price. I'm not worth it. Su Shui was touched, but she was sensible. Su was not the only child in her family. There were several children in her family. Her father's illegitimate sons and daughters had a whole lot more. When they grabbed the family fortune, they were all more powerful than each other. Although her mom wasn't a snob, She loved to compare. If she knew that Lin Hao would be able to take out a small island as a bride price, she would definitely be even more aggressive. So it was absolutely impossible to let Lin Hao take out the island as a bride price, or else they'd be afraid that they'd pay even more in the future. She and Su Tingting weren't the same. They could endlessly ask for Lin Hao, but Su Shui felt that she and Lin Hao liked each other. Naturally, they needed to help each other and support each other, not demand from each other. Su Shui's refusal made Lin Hao a little uncertain. Could it be that she didn't like herself anymore? Wife, we can use something else as a bride price, but the twin mansions and the island are absolutely not to be given out. These given out will only be neat bags with no return. Although it's a bit excessive to say so, but I have to admit that the members of our family are indeed a bit complicated. Plus those uncles and uncles fighting and struggling with each other. Once these two things reach the Su family, I'm afraid that not even a ripple will appear, and it will be divided by them into 2 and 1. By then you won't even get a crumb. I know that you are very heartbroken and want to prove yourself. We can take those two things and work with them instead of just giving it. Chapter 37, Luo Hong Shakes People. Su Shui's rationality instantly made Lin Hao feel that this girl was a treasure girl, definitely not able to easily let others glean it. At the same time he also felt the crisis. The big families couldn't possibly let their little princesses marry a kid of unknown origin so easily. It was also unlikely that she would marry a poor guy who was nothing. Although Lin Hao now had a lot of assets, he still had some concerns. He didn't think that with everything he had gotten now, he would necessarily be able to fight against the Su family, so he was still vaguely worried. Su Shui had always been a very intelligent woman and someone who was extremely sensitive in terms of her feelings. In an instant, she captured the uneasiness in Lin Hao's heart, so she hurriedly held his hand and said with a smile, "Husband, just don't worry, you have the achievements you have now, and they're already unrivaled by the vast majority of people. It's even incomparable to those small clans that raise their entire clan. So as long as you slightly show a tiny bit of your talent, or put everything you have out in the open for my parents to see, they are bound to agree to a marriage between me and you. And besides, we're married now. There's no way they'll force me to get a divorce. And even if it does come to that, I'll cut ties with them, never interact with them again. Anyway, it's not like I'm the only child they have." Once he heard Su Shui comforting herself like this, Lin Hao's heart instantly relaxed. He hurriedly took Su Shui in his arms and hugged her tightly. However, he also knew that he absolutely couldn't let Su Shui fall out with the family. "Right, since we're already married, your mom has come to rush you again. Then why don't we ask both parents out and meet properly?" When Lin Hao married Su Tingting, his parents couldn't be there, and he hadn't even told his own parents about his change of heart to marry Su Shui. I think we should go home and meet your parents first. Talk to them first, then we'll go to my house." Su Shui thought about it and thought it would be better to go back home with Lin Hao to meet his parents first. "I have to ask them if they're free. You may not know, my parents are soldiers, guarding the border of the motherland. They only come back for those sporadic months of the year." As soon as he said this, Lin Hao was a bit overwhelmed and didn't dare to look at Su Shui. When he first told Wu Guifang about his parents, he was even scolded by her for being a poor soldier. There was just a lot of disdain towards him, so it was inevitable that he still had some inferiority complex in his heart. And as soon as he mentioned this, his heart was a little uneasy. "Really? Great. I've always fantasized about being a heroine who defends the country, but I've never had that chance to be able to realize it. Now having a mother-in-law who is a soldier is also a very good thing. Why don't we go to the border to see them?" Lin Hao froze, detected that the host is faced with a choice. The divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, take Su Shui to the border to see her parents and obtain the body of the soldier king. Choice 2, refuse to take Su Shui to the frontier and speak ill of his parents, obtaining the title of unfilial son. Choice 3, take a private jet and take Su Shui to the frontier, obtaining the right to use the Chloe Forest. Lin Hao decisively chose 1 and 2. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Now issuing rewards for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of the King of Soldiers. Increase 15 points of chi value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to use the Chloe Forest. Increase 30 points of luck. Lin Hao swallowed hard. Giving one at a time, wasn't this a bit too heaven-defying? As soon as he got excited, he immediately hugged Su Shui and nibbled on her. Su Shui was kissed by him somewhat inexplicably, but also did not care. Simply let go of the defense. Lin Hao, seeing that she was defenseless, hugged her and went to the room. Black Snake Society resident. Luo Hong gasped for air and asked Luo Ming to get himself medicine from the safe. "Dad, let's go to the hospital." Luo Ming was a little worried. Asterisk 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 your grandma's leg. Hurry up and bring me medicine. If I don't take medicine again I will really die. Do you think that those broken instruments in the hospital can detect your old man's injuries? Luo Hong was very angry. Usually see this kid is quite resourceful. Why is he so stupid today? Luo Ming didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly went to get the medicine. After taking the medicine, Luo Hong finally regained a little bit of vitality. Dad, will this medicine work? You've taken it several times already, but you still look sick. Luo Ming was worried. What the hell do you know? Hurry up and get my cell phone. I'm going to call and shake someone. Luo Hong gritted his back teeth and said hatefully. As soon as Luo Ming heard that his father wasn't prepared to put things to rest, his face was a delight. He hurriedly handed over his cell phone and then obediently retreated. Luo Hong dialed the number that hadn't been used for a long time. There was also no nonsense. As soon as the phone was connected, he told the other party what had happened to him. Senior brother, I'm now an invalid, so I'm still asking you to help me. Humph, back then let you do not easily go down the mountain. You do not believe now well, suffered a loss. Don't worry, with us that kid will definitely suffer. Give me an address. I'll come to you right away. Luo Hong hurriedly gave him the address. The phone had just hung up when he saw the son of the family hurriedly barge in, his face as pale as paper. It was as if he had encountered something horrible. This made his brows furrow. This kid was always this fussy. What happened? Why are you panicking like this? How many times have I told you to do things steadily? But what about you? Day after day this dangling look. How do you let me rest assured of handing over the Black Snake Society to you? Luo Hong scolded with hatred. Old, Dad, it's not good. The boss of Nine Dragons Hui, Butcher, was killed by Lin Hao. Luo Ming uttered a sentence that shocked Luo Hong. WH? What? Luo Hong immediately stood up, and as soon as he did, he involved his internal organs, and immediately coughed. The news came in this morning, and now the people from the Heavenly Dragon Society have started to move against the Nine Dragons Hui. Luo Hong's face was blue. Butcher's kung fu was even more powerful than him, and his internal force was even more pure than him by many times. But what he hadn't expected was that he had also encountered Lin Hao's poisonous hand. Brat, quick, you go, take all the money in the house, take your people, and get out of here. Luo Ming's face immediately changed. Dad, what are you talking about? Chapter 38, The Big Head Wants Money. Luo Ming never thought. Just met a kid only. He will be forced to quit the Black Snake Society, leaving the capital city of the point. You want me to say a few times? I'm not already clearly told you. Hurry to take the money to leave this out of the capital city. You are the only child of our family. If you die in the hands of that brat, our family will be extinct. I know you're very unwilling, but for safety's sake, it's better for you to leave right away. Luo Hong naturally knew his own son's virtues, and also knew that he was very reluctant to give up this piece of wealth and fortune. Only now he couldn't do anything about it. After all, right now they had offended a very powerful person. If they couldn't get rid of this guy, then they would always be in danger in the future. Instead of being in danger all the time, it would be better to find a way to solve it. It was just that before solving it, he had to get his son out of here. Luo Ming was indeed very reluctant, but still obeyed and went to pack his things. If you want to go see mom and dad, you have to bring some gifts with you. At least bring something that wasn't available at the border. He wanted his parents to come back and tell them that he had made a good living and was able to support them. But he also knows, guarding the frontier, it has always been the desire of the two old men, so they will never give in. Instead of being stubborn with them, it would be better to take advantage of his own ability to help them by some good things. Sending it to them would also make their lives a little better. The place you're talking about is starting to enter winter now, so we'll have to buy more skincare products to make it work. Su Shui searched through the information Lin Hao had given her about the area and learned that the environment there was, in fact, not very good. It was also known that, if they wanted to give gifts, they would have to have some standing medicines, especially those that prevented chapped feet and skin were a must. Lin Hao smiled and stood next to Su Shui, and did not interrupt her words. Instead, he took a small notebook and kept recording the gifts she wanted to buy. From time to time, he also recorded the things he wanted to bring to his parents, while not forgetting to double those common medications. Then tomorrow we'll have to do a big shopping trip, Lin Hao said with a smile. Why don't we just stay over at the Twin Mansions? We're going over there tomorrow anyway to see what's going on. There's a lot of merchants there as well, so we can shop at our leisure, and we're competitive every year in these places. Su Shui thought about it and still proposed to go over to the Twin Mansions together to take a look. All according to you. In fact, these were completely fine for the people under Lin Hao's hand to buy, but since Su Shui wanted to go shopping, then he would accompany her. There wasn't much he needed to do himself anyway. With those assets of his, he was also relieved to have those people under his hands to look after them. The next morning, Big Head drove his Bugatti Veyron over to pick up Lin Hao. Lin Hao was a bit surprised when he saw that it was him. He should be at work at this time. How did he still have time to come over? He also didn't ask about these harmless things in the first place. Instead, he held Su Shui's hand and got into the car. Only then did he inquire with some confusion. Why are you today? Didn't I ask Lindsay to come over? Could it be that you're looking for an excuse to come out and slack off? To take my money and fish in the company? As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Big Head gave him a blank look without any good humor. Afterward, Big Head said helplessly, "It's not because of you. You've thrown everything all over to us. A complete and utter throwaway, but without any guidance. Now I have some things I want to report to you, and by the way, I want to ask what should be done." As soon as he heard his words, Lin Hao was a bit headstrong. He didn't really know much about business matters. It could even be said that he didn't know a thing about it, and now this kid even wanted him to make up his mind. Wasn't this just a mess? However, he didn't retort either, but listened silently. After learning that Big Head had come over this time, and wasn't actually asking him for ideas, but rather for money, Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Giving money, wasn't that simple enough? He wasn't even short of money right now. Everything else was a bit difficult, but when it came to money Lin Hao still wouldn't be stingy. What's more, this company was in a period of development, and needing money to solve problems was indeed a very important thing. He didn't ask too many questions, and took out his checkbook with great bravado, signing 10 million outside and handing it over to Big Head. Big Head saw the number on it and also nodded with satisfaction to put it away. Only then did he smile and say, "Don't worry, this 10 million, I'll get my money back soon. Moreover, we'll be able to receive the first installment of funds as well." Lin Hao nodded, not really interested. In his opinion it was enough to just leave these things to Big Head. As the saying went, if you use someone, don't doubt them. Since he had already said that he was going to leave everything to him, then Lin Hao definitely wouldn't point fingers. "Right, since you like investing so much, I wonder if you're interested in developing a small island." As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Big Head couldn't help but freeze for a moment, a little confused as to what he meant by that, and tentatively inquired, "Do you mean you're planning to buy a small island or something?" "Honestly, I don't mind doing that. After all, those famous islands have all fallen into the hands of others now. The remaining ones are sporadic, nothing profitable. If it's developed into a tourist resort, it would require another huge investment. After all, once those islands hanging offshore are discovered, it would have been a very troublesome thing to build them. Successful construction would then require a large number of cargo ships, as well as cruise ships, which in themselves would cost a huge amount of money. Secondly, there's the issue of tourists. Wanting to gather these tourists over there, I'd have to set up another travel company, which is just a bit too troublesome." As far as Big Head Kai was concerned, being gotten over by Lin Hao to be the director of the company, he had also learned a lot. At the same time, he kept improving and saw a lot of things that he hadn't learned in school before. Similarly, he had also seen how extraordinary this world was, and had worked even harder. He even thought of making Lin Hao's company bigger, but now the company is still in its infancy. He was a bit wary of taking too big a step. What if it's the small island of AO phone? What did you say? Big Head slammed his foot on the brake and turned back over to look at Lin Hao with an incredulous face. "I'm trying to tell you that I have the development rights and the right to use the small island of AO phone in my hands, and it has a 100-year lifespan." Chapter 39, Su Tingting stops the road. Originally, he had thought that Lin Hao had given him enough of a shock, but Big Head never expected that Lin Hao would still throw a nuclear bomb at him every now and then. The key thing was that these things, in his opinion, were simply impossible to accomplish. But in the hands of his good buddy one by one embodied out, even these things, as he previously thought do not dare to think, this made him a little numb and clawed, and his scalp was even a little numb. He couldn't help but look Lin Hao up and down. He remembered that Lin Hao wasn't a tycoon before, and when he got married, he was still embarrassed by the $300,000 bride price. He was so nervous that he shivered a little, took out a cigarette and lit it, took a hard drag, and spat out another mouthful of smoke, relieving the tension in his heart. He then looked back at Lin Hao. "I say, old brother, is there anything we can say clearly at once? Just how many assets do you have in your hands? And what else do you have to expose? Hurry up and pour out some more while I can still afford it now, lest I be scared alive by you in the future." "Ahem, this is actually not very important. The most important thing is whether you can develop it, or if you don't have that ability, or if you need to use other help, then I'll just be able to go find someone else to help." Lin Hao's words made Big Head feel a little numb. That was the AO Foam Island, not some other messy island. "Ahem, let me put it to you this way. My true talent is above doing business. As for the security company, I can actually manage it with my eyes closed. Not to mention that you also left me so many talents. I will naturally be able to manage the company well, so you can rest assured that this island will be handed over to me. I will be able to give you a more suitable plan right away, and I will hand it over to you when I'm done." Big Head wasn't willing to let such a large island just be given away to someone else to develop. Although it was true that even if he gave to help Lin Hao develop the small island of AO Foam, he wouldn't get a huge benefit. But this being able to personally develop a small island was something he had dreamed of, and he couldn't just delay it because of some small petty gains. Touting the wind also did not expect this one of his own brother's wrist, actually so tough so, even thought of helping, then he also as he wished. Since you even want a lump sum to take it over the development rights of this small island, then let it be, like this, I'll give you 1% of the shares. Upon hearing that Zero actually gave himself 1% of the shares, Big Head almost jumped up in excitement. Other people underestimated this 1%. When that small island was developed, this was all money. It was definitely going to be much more profitable than his current position as chairman. Big Head immediately agreed. If Lin Hao had given too much, he really wouldn't have dared to agree. But now that Lin Hao was only giving 1%, he was naturally energized and hurriedly agreed. The group quickly arrived at the Twin Towers, back in the middle of the office. When Qin Wenli saw Lin Hao coming over, she wanted to get closer, but when she saw that he was accompanied by Su Shui, she backed off. After all, with the boss's wife present, she couldn't do anything else, so she had no choice but to reorganize the documents she had to hand over. Lin Hao looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This piece of information was of those security personnel who had been injured, and the number of people on it was a bit high. However, the results of the processing were quite to Lin Hao's liking. Just go with the processing above. Those brothers were injured for us. The benefits that should be given, we have to give enough. Zhang Feng was not willing to withhold from his employees in this aspect of welfare, so he directly gave the best. Qin Wenli promised and left. See here, there wasn't anything that he needed to worry about. Then he held blood-bleeding small hand and walked outside. It directly came to the commercial area of the twin mansions and began to stroll and shop. It was just that the two of them had just started shopping when they met Su Tingting. Following her was also a young male. Yo, who did I think it was? So it's you two dogs and boys. Su Tingting was very angry. It was not easy for her to have a rich father. She had thought about having a good time here, but she didn't expect to run into these two misfits, Lin Hao and Su Shui. Su Tingting, you'd better keep your mouth clean for me, or I won't mind giving you a little lesson. Lin Hao originally thought that Su Tingting was the best woman in the world, but he didn't realize that she was just a very mean woman. She had done something wrong, but she hadn't even admitted it and was still dead set on it. Now that she had met herself, she didn't even hesitate to damage her reputation. As soon as Lin Hao's words came out, the man following Su Tingting was instantly enraged. He was the head of the Su family who had stayed behind to take care of this young lady. Now that the young lady was being insulted, he would have to be punished when he returned. This gentleman also please show some respect. If you dare to make a move, I'll let you die. Lin Hao couldn't help but grin once he heard him say that. And from which crack did you peek out, little brat? Why do you talk so out of tune, opening your mouth and letting others die? You're so bullish, why don't you go to heaven? Lin Hao was very disdainful. His current strength had reached a very terrifying point. Even he himself didn't know just how strong he could be. Now that a little shrimp had casually jumped out and wanted to challenge himself, this was simply unaware of what was going on. Humph, Lin Hao, from now on, I'll be the Su family's first lady, and what awaits you will be the Su family's full sanction. However, if you're willing to dump her and join the Su family, I might even let someone spare your life. What Su Tingting was most displeased with was Lin Hao's current condescending demeanor. Ha, the Su family? If you're capable, let your horse come. I won't believe Lin if I frown. Also, I'll tell you once again, he's now my wife. We've also gotten a license. Please also call him sister-in-law Lin for future troubles. And also next time if you dare to appear in front of me again, I won't be as good-tempered as I am now. Lin Hao didn't want to bother with this woman much. Holding Su Shui's small hand and heading towards a skincare store. You don't seem to be very surprised that she's become Miss Su family. Su Shui looked at Lin Hao somewhat strangely. She had actually known about Su Tingting being the Su family's first lady for a long time. It was also charged to Su Wei to tell her. Of course it was Su Wei who told me. When he was spending until he ran out of money he borrowed money from me. And when he wasn't willing to give it to him he told me about it. Oh, it's really him. Chapter 40, The Fat Woman Who Made a Mess. Su Shui wasn't much shocked, but instead felt that it made sense. It would be strange for someone like Ding Wei to be able to keep a secret, not to mention that this secret was something he had overheard. Su Tingting looked at the way the two were walking together hand in hand, and her face turned green with anger. Miss, Pa, you're the one who's a miss. Your whole family is a miss. You just watched them bully my old lady. Is this how my father instructed you to do things? Su Tingting angrily slapped the man beside her. There was a fire burning in the boy's heart, and he wanted to do Su Tingting right there, but when he thought of the Su family's power, he didn't dare. So he could only bow his head and lowered his eyebrows as he waited for Su Tingting to give orders. Go, you hurry up and go find someone for me, and teach him a hard lesson to my old lady. Su Tingting originally thought that with her own father's power, she could get Lin Hao back to her side. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Hao was still greasy and saltless, only thinking of Su Shui in his heart. Obviously, the only person who was qualified to stand by his side is her, but now it had changed to Su Shui, her former best friend, which made her feel very angry. Even now, all she could think of was to find someone to pack up their pair of dogs ruthlessly in order to solve her heart's hatred. The young man who was sent to follow Su Tingting could not help but change his face. He had originally thought that being able to be sent over by the Su family head to take care of his illegitimate daughter was a beautiful job. If he were to accidentally get involved with the Su family lord's illegitimate daughter, becoming the son-in-law of the Su family, this would make his life realize a leap in the future. Struggling for at least a few decades, even if the Su family wanted him to join the family, he would not have any hesitation. But now it was good. This was simply a very difficult one to serve. Su Tingting didn't even realize that she was nothing more than an illegitimate daughter. There were many kinds of people who just didn't care if she existed or not. Even her existence was just a stain to the Su family. If the Su family master had been a little more ruthless, or even secretly sent someone to slaughter her, no one would have said anything. But right now, Su Tingting didn't think about any of this at all. She only knew that her own father owed her too much. Now since he was prepared to bring himself back to the Su family and go back to being the Su family's first lady, then he would have to follow his own nature, and she would have to do whatever she wanted. Otherwise she would definitely not just go back to the Su family. The young man was very difficult to deal with, not knowing what to do. After thinking for a long time, he then remembered that when the Su family master went back, he had given him a phone number. He said that as long as he called this number and told that side what he needed help with, then the people there would definitely be able to help. The young man had no choice but to hurriedly pick up the phone and dial it. Soon an extremely lazy female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Say something quickly. Fart quickly. Don't disturb my old lady's sleep. Hello, I'm from the Su family. There's something I need your help with. The young man hurriedly told the matter here. By the time he finished his words, the phone was hung up. Missy, I've already called someone over, so please be patient for a moment or two. Su Tingting saw that someone had finally come over to help her beat up someone, and in order to still have to wait for a while, he could only bring himself to wait. She chose a cafe and walked in. The young man had no choice but to hurriedly follow her in. Lin Hao didn't even know that they had called for backup. He was shopping with Su Shui. Suddenly, they heard a burst of cursing, coming from a corner not far away. Lin Hao and Su Shui both looked at each other and both laughed. Then holding hands, they hurriedly ran over in the direction the sound came from. The two of them were both very fond of bustling, and naturally, they wanted to see just who was making a fuss inside the mall. Tramp, how do you do business? How many times have I told you? That's what I've set, and now you're selling it to me. Do you guys not want to set up store here anymore? Believe it or not, the old man will let someone tear down your store right now. An obese woman stood in front of a store and roared at the staff inside the store. At this time, the employees inside that store also stood in a row, allowing her to curse like this. As for the person in charge of the store, he apologized to the woman with a sorry face, but the woman didn't accept it at all. What she hated the most was the woman who was slightly posing in front of her, and was younger than her, and had a better body than him. So after realizing that the salesman had sold something she had ordered for days, but never came to pick up, she didn't hesitate to get angry, and didn't hesitate to give the salesman a few slaps. The consignee whimpered and sobbed pitifully, weak and helpless, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. The more the woman cursed, the more she got angry, and when she saw her crying, she became even more angry, especially when she heard a man vaguely speaking for the small goods salesman among the crowd. She felt even more upset. This matter was not her fault in the first place, since she had already settled on something. Naturally she could not sell it to someone else. She had only rewarded the little girl with a slap, and those men were all acting like flower protectors, wanting to come over and pamper him, but none of them dared to step forward, which made her feel extremely angry. It was as if she had nowhere to vent her anger. After being introduced by the onlookers, the two of them, Lin Hao and Su Shui, also knew the whole story. They couldn't help but feel some disgust and dissatisfaction towards this obese woman. Detected that the host is faced with a choice. The divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, stop the fat woman from yelling at the salesman. Rewarded with a Michelin chain store worth $1 billion. Choice 2, stop the fat woman and teach her a lesson. Receive a dozen face masks. Choice 3, stand by and watch, get the title of Hot Hand. Lin Hao directly chose the first two options. At this moment, there was a lot of talk amongst the crowd. This is really a bit excessive. It was something that wasn't paid for, and it's only right that someone else sells it. That's right, if he really has the intention to buy it, set it down and pay the deposit, and people then sell it. That can be the shopkeeper's fault. Now that this fat woman didn't pay the money at all, then it's also natural for the store to hold onto their stuff and not sell it. The crowd of onlookers grew, and after they heard the whole story, They all felt that it was the fat woman's fault, and they even started to condemn her behavior. The fat woman was at a loss for words for a while. An angry twist of the waist. Her hand slapped towards the thin saleswoman's face. Chapter 41, Having a Baby at 15? But at this moment, Lin Hao stepped forward and took a few steps to grab her hand. Su Shui also hurriedly walked up to the salesgirl and shielded her behind her. This lady, we've heard about the right and wrong of the matter. This matter isn't the store's fault, and even if it is their fault, you can't act so violently. Lin Hao frowned, a little upset as he realized that this fat woman's hand was actually being dishonest and taking advantage of her, so he hurriedly loosened his hand. Do you like to stand up for people so much, little brother? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? The fat woman had a shy face and looked like she was very interested in Lin Hao. I walk the walk. Naturally, I'm not afraid of getting into trouble. Besides, this matter was originally your fault. Everyone can see it clearly. Right and wrong. Have your own judgment? If you're so disruptive, I'm going to have to call the inspector over. Lin Hao looked at the fat woman, his face somewhat unsightly. Oh, little brother, I advise you to weigh your own weight. Do not casually for others. My sister is young and do not know anything. Now leave, I can let you off. Do you know, my uncle is working as a security manager in this Twin Towers. If I call him, then all of you will be finished. The fat woman was very disdainful, even very arrogant and domineering. Recently her uncle once again got a large sum of reward. If she could cheat this money, then she would be able to feed and clothe herself. Oh, then why don't you call him over? I'd like to see what he can do to me. Lin Hao frowned. He hadn't really thought that the people under his hand would often be like this. However, for the sake of fairness, he was still going to take a look, lest he wrongly accuse a good person. The fat woman also didn't expect Lin Hao to be so stubborn. He wasn't even afraid to call security. For the sake of her own face, she had to call the phone number that she would never touch except to ask for money. On the other end of the phone, an extremely dull voice soon came. The fat woman told the man what had happened here and hung up the phone. It wasn't long before a middle-aged uncle limped over with a class of security guards. Only this group of security guards were a bit odd. They all had injuries on them. Lin Hao was a little surprised to see this. Throw this fat woman out for me, and if she comes back in the future, beat it out of me. As soon as the middle-aged uncle arrived, he directly commanded those brothers under his hand to throw the fat woman out. The face of the fat woman, who was originally grinning and ready to be laughed at arrogantly, could freeze. Uncle, I'm your niece. It's not even if you don't help me. You even want to throw me out. Aren't you a bit excessive? As soon as the middle-aged uncle heard her words, he immediately became a bit annoyed and went up to give her a slap. You think I don't know the nasty things you did? From today onwards, don't even think about getting a scrap of dole from me. You're an adult now. It's time to plan for your own life. All day long this knows nothing outside of nibbling on the old man, and you still pretend to be broad-minded every day. And now you're running over here looking for trouble. The point is that you even dared to hit on our boss. Are you leaving now? If you don't leave, I'll let someone beat you up. Once the fat woman heard these words, how dare she continue to stay here, and hurriedly ran away in ashes. The middle-aged uncle was relieved to see this and hurriedly brought his brothers towards Lin Hao to salute. Good day, boss. Well, did a good job and didn't favor the words of your loved ones. Keep up the good work. And there's the matter of the patrols, so you guys shouldn't be in charge, dragging your injured bodies around here. And to think that we're the only ones in the twin mansions with you decrepit soldiers. Lin Hao encouraged them and let them go back. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The news had been broadcasting a story recently. That was the matter of the twin mansions changing ownership. It was a shame that they hadn't even stated who the new owner actually was. That's why the big guys had been talking about it. Only that they hadn't been able to come up with a more reasonable result. That's why the new owner of the twin mansions was very mysterious. But what they hadn't expected was that the new boss of twin mansions would be so young. Those crowds of onlookers gathered around and wanted to take pictures. Lin Hao felt bad. And just at this time an extremely arrogant voice came over. The Heavenly Dragon Society is on business. Idle hands step aside. As soon as the crowd heard the Heavenly Dragon Society, they nervously dispersed quickly. Su Tingting very arrogantly followed behind Shenlan. She felt that this group of people alone would definitely be able to make Lin Hao pay a painful price. But she hadn't even been arrogant for 10 seconds. Shenlan's reaction left her dumbfounded. She heard Shenlan shout loudly towards Lin Hao's. Big brother, why are you there too? Big brother? Lin Hao was actually the big brother of the Heavenly Dragon Society? Su Tingting's footsteps came to a halt, her face a little stiff. Then she turned back and fiercely slapped the young man following him. These are the people you're looking for? You might as well just call the police if you're looking for them. Now how do you want me to end this? Shenlan didn't even know what was going on. She only knew that the Su family had asked her to do a small favor. So she came. She was about to turn around and ask Su Tingting who exactly the person she wanted her to do was, when she heard a weak, familiar voice. Mom, Lin Hao as well as Su Shui both couldn't help but widen their eyes. With an incredulous expression, they looked at the woman in front of them, who was clearly only dressed in her 20s. There was also the similarly teenage-dressed, skinny and weak salesman who was a bit stunned. This can't be the daughter you're talking about, right? This daughter of yours is also a little too big. If you do the math this way, wouldn't you have a child at the age of 14 or 15? Lin Hao was really dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. So what? Then again, girl, why are you here? Didn't I already tell you that your tuition fees are wrapped up in my old lady? Why did you still come here to work part-time? I didn't have 2 tails of meat on me, and now I have to work part-time. Won't I be even thinner in the future? Shenlong hung back and accidentally babbled. Then a junior brother of the Heavenly Dragon Society came over and interrupted her, wanting to continue the conversation. Sister Chen, the Su family's people are running away. What? Quickly, catch them for my old lady. It's obvious that they're being ghosts. Su Tingting was quickly escorted over. Chapter 42, Years of Affection Fed to the Dogs. Su Tingting really wanted to slap this little starlet who was following her around a few times and give him a few more kicks in the process. What kind of people did this guy hire? It wasn't even a problem that they knew Lin Hao. They had even arrested her as an enemy as well, which made her feel extremely angry and furious. What do you guys want? Let me tell you, I'm the Su family's eldest miss. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I'll definitely dismantle you. As soon as she heard his words, Shenlong could not help but frown. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. If it was the Su family's eldest lady, she would be a bit thrown off. The Su family's strength could not just be shown in their wealth. Their greatest strength was their connections. Not only do they have a lot of connections in the government, but they also have their own people in the military. I heard that the second master of the Su family was born in the army. His hand could be said to be many times stronger than their Heavenly Dragon Society, and more importantly, once he was done with them it would not be a good thing for their Heavenly Dragon Society. So she raised her head and looked at Lin Hao, wanting him to make up his mind. Lin Hao felt her gaze and couldn't help but shake his head. I'll just ask you one thing. Are you recognizing me as your boss? Or are you recognizing their Su family? Shenlong couldn't help but shiver once she heard his words. She was very clear about Lin Hao's strength. The fact that he had said this meant that he was capable of dealing with the Su family, and it was also a choice he had given himself. If she chose to compromise, then Lin Hao would just kick him out of the Heavenly Dragon Society, or just change the top brass of the society straight away. He wasn't like the boss they used to have. The boss they used to have was at least fair and righteous, but this boss in front of them they couldn't be sure about. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days, and worked under his hand for only 2 days. As soon as she thought of this, she directly threw her hand and gave Su Tingting a slap. That small face that was originally still somewhat playful, suddenly had an additional bright red slap mark. I don't know what kind of big miss you are from the Su family. Anyway, you've offended my boss now. Then you'll only have bad luck. Also, from today onwards, old lady no longer has any relationship with the Su family. This young lady, the Su family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Since you have a relationship with the Su family, you definitely can't just write it off. If you really want to do that and something happens, don't blame us for not warning you. When Shenlong finished speaking, he originally wanted to have someone take them away, but as soon as he heard this youngster utter these words, he was instantly somewhat annoyed. Turning back to him, she glared fiercely at him. Back then, when our family didn't even have money for food, it was indeed Master Su who came to our aid, giving us our first capital, allowing us to survive. I have always remembered this favor. However, I also gave him 3 chances to ask for my help. Now that those 3 chances have passed, there is no longer any involvement between us, nor will any connection exist. You guys disrespected my boss, and now you want me to deal with my boss. This could have been described as hatred, and I've already given the Su family face by not beating you all to death on the spot. So, if you guys want to lose your temper, you have to weigh your abilities. If Su Hahai were here, I might still be scrupulous, but you, ha! As soon as he heard his words, the face of the youngster who was left behind by Su Hahai instantly turned red. He didn't expect this woman to be so sharp, not even giving them any chance at all, which made him feel extremely annoyed. Again, he felt very humiliated, but he didn't have any way to fight back at all other than to suffer silently. Even if he wanted to be alone now, he couldn't do it. Who made him stand with Su Tingting, and made a call to Shenlong. Now it was easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. They were afraid that they would be finished today. Su Tingting didn't expect Shenlong to turn against him all of a sudden. She was on fire and roared angrily. You'd better think clearly. You release me now and beat up Lin Hao's pair of dogs. I might even spare you this time. I'll even give you a decent amount of money. But if you still want to go against our Su family, I will never spare you. My father will also definitely make this so-called Heavenly Dragon Society of yours disappear from this world. Hearing Su Tingting shouting and cursing, What responded to her was only Chen Lan's slaps, and after a few slaps, she could only come down honestly. It was just that Su Tingting was very unwilling. Lin Hao frowned and couldn't help but shake his head. How come he didn't know in the past that this woman could be so shameless and pitiful? The thought that he had actually been with her for so many years, in order to be able to chase her down. He had been pampering her as if she was his heart's treasure, which made Lin Hao feel like he was so unworthy. All the years of affection had been fed to the dogs. There were more and more onlookers around, and they watched Su Tingting growl there, as well as the fierce men who were grabbing her. They all felt a little overwhelmed, not knowing which side to help. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Su Shui, however, took a step forward and gently stroked Su Tingting's face. How it really was in the beginning. The big guys are all very clear. You know, and I also understand. For my husband to treat you that way, that's your blessing. It's just as well that you don't know how to cherish it. You're even thinking of making him look good now. Making an enemy of him? Why is your face so big? As soon as she heard Su Shui's voice, Su Tingting became angrier and angrier. Her face was horribly gloomy, and she struggled to pounce over to Su Shui. Su Shui did not make a move. She felt that against a woman like Su Tingting, there was actually no need to make a move, because at this time, she already had nothing, even if she had become the Su family's eldest miss and was recognized by her own father. So what then? She had lost a chance to be able to become a broad wife and a chance to have a very impressive man. She was the one who threw that chance away herself. People like her could not be her own rivals at all, nor did they deserve her sympathy. In the past, when she was still her best friend, she had felt that Su Shui had somewhat gone a bit overboard. She had also once advised her to be nicer to Lin Hao. What she got was Su Tingting's indifference. At that time, she was very envious and felt that having a man who could take care of her was already worth it in this lifetime. Chapter 43, Su Hahai appears. But what Su Shui didn't expect was that Su Tingting didn't cherish this at all. She had personally abandoned Lin Hao again. In the end, her heart was still more or less grateful to Su Tingting. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't long-sighted, then she really wouldn't be able to be with Lin Hao right now. She still had to watch the two of them enter the marriage hall. Once she thought of this, Su Shui's hatred towards her became much less. Humph, Su Shui, even if you got Lin Hao, so what? You're nothing more than a vase he puts in his home, something he uses to look at from time to time. But I'm different. I'm the eldest miss of the Su family. I'm going to inherit the Su family in the future. My father is the head of the Su family. This requires a word from me and he'll be able to support Lin Hao. By then, Lin Hao will be able to become a world tycoon. But what can you give him? You can give nothing more than your own skin. I'm telling you, be sensible. You'd better just divorce him, or else I'm definitely not going to let you live well. Su Tingting's face was hideous, attacking Su Shui non-stop, with a stance of wanting to die with her. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators were in an uproar. They originally thought that Su Tingting was the victim, but now it seemed that she was the real third party. This was simply using power to suppress others. The guests murmured, each accusing Su Tingting of being shameless. Detected that the host is facing a choice, triggering the divine choice system. Choice 1, release Su Tingting and have a lingering love affair with her, rewarding the title of scum and a set of Armani suits. Choice 2, reward Su Tingting with a slap on the face. Call her a, warn her once again, don't come close to her. Reward a stock, worth $300 million. Choice 3, kiss Su Shui in public. Tell Su Tingting his determination. Reward a chance to dine with entrepreneur Chloe Sender, worth an immeasurable amount. Lin Hao's brows furrowed at once. This was the first time he had seen an immeasurable thing appear. It made him feel extremely curious to know what was going on. However, now was not the time to study this, but rather, he should immediately make a judgment. He chose 2 and 3 without hesitation. First, he walked over to Su Tingting and gave her a solid slap. This slap blindsided her, and also confused those watching from all around a bit, although they all felt that the slap was good. But this sudden beating for good reason made them feel a little strange. Lin Hao pressed on with no intention of explaining, instead glaring at the woman in front of him. Su Tingting, I really think you're a. It's like how you thought of me back then. As soon as these words came out, that was when the surrounding spectators froze. Could there be another reversal of the plot here? Were they missing something? All of them watched in babbling silence as well. When I was still your licking dog, I fought to chase and kept coaxing you, wanting to give you everything I had. But what did I get? Nothing but your endless demands, and you're taking things for granted. Now I've come to my senses and made it very clear to you that I now like Su Shui and not you. But why are you still pestering us? You can be shameless, but I can't keep letting you fool around. Su Shui and I are already married, and with a marriage license, it's no longer something you can covet. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around Su Shui and kissed her towards her cherry mouth. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but stare blankly. Although they had seen such a powerful scene on television many times, they had seen far fewer of them in reality. Su Shui also didn't expect Lin Hao to suddenly attack herself, and although her heart was a little sweet, she was also a little ashamed. She wanted to lower her head to resist, but Lin Hao didn't have the idea of letting her go, and hurriedly grabbed her chin and kissed her frantically. Su Shui had no choice but to respond. Looking at the two of them kissing in front of her, Su Tingting was so angry that she wailed and even cried loudly. At this moment, she was like a female lunatic. Su Shui looked at such a bosom friend. In her heart there was still more or less some intolerance. After all, this was her best friend who had been with her for several years, but now they were strangers to each other, and would even become enemies because of Lin Hao's existence. This made her feel a bit overwhelmed and confused. It was only when she saw Lin Hao's handsome face, she immediately didn't feel like it was anything anymore. Compared to her best friend, she still felt that Lin Hao was better. It also felt like Lin Hao was much more important. After all, this bestie of hers hadn't pulled her wool over her own eyes in the past. Although she didn't think it was anything, she still felt a little less than thrilled now that she thought about it. Just as the crowd was watching the fun, a group of people hurriedly ran over. The youngster who had been left here by Su Hahai also left a careful eye when he called Chen Lan. At the same time, he gave Su Hahai a call. Master Su was also very anxious when he realized that his own daughter was about to be bullied, and after the meeting, he rushed over at the first opportunity. But what he didn't expect was for him to see the scene of his own daughter being grabbed. This made him feel extremely annoyed and immediately rushed over with his men. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of the old man's daughter. The Su family lord brought his people over in a hurry. In a moment, those who were still watching the spectacle immediately ran away quickly. They could just watch and express their opinions as they pleased. But that was also without being noticed and without the Su family. But it was different now. Su Hahai had come, appearing in front of them without stopping, and very angry. If they didn't know better at this time to stay here and watch the show, it was very likely that it would spread to the innocent. That was the Su family, one of the leading families in Wuhai City. Their corporate culture was spread throughout the entire city of Wuhai. It can be said that their Su family's company feeds half of the people of Wuhai City, so their position in the hearts of the people of Wuhai City was very high. From time to time, Su Hahai would also appear on the TV screen, so even the people of Jinhai City recognized this young family head. It was just that they were all a little unsure of how to face him properly. After all, they all used to think that this family was a very great one, but they didn't expect him to have an illegitimate daughter, and her illegitimate daughter seemed to have problems with her lifestyle. As soon as Su Hahai appeared, Lin Hao immediately protected Su Shui behind himself. Chapter 44, Throwing Out. It was natural for one's own woman to protect herself. He didn't think that Su Hahai had come over to do a good deed. Now that he hurried over to take it, he only had one purpose, and that was to settle the score with himself. But what did that matter? Lin Hao had never been afraid of anyone, and now that he had come over, he was only giving himself food. The Su family master looked at Lin Hao with great anger. Then he placed his gaze on Chen Lan. Chen Lan had felt a little less than kind at first, but as soon as she saw that Lin Hao was here, she immediately didn't straighten her back. What was there to be afraid of? With her boss here, who would dare touch her? So she smiled and said to Su Hahai, "Family Master Su, you've raised a good daughter." As soon as he heard her words, Su Hahai's brows immediately furrowed. He felt that his daughter was right. At least she had the right to pursue love. Most importantly, he still felt humiliated. His own daughter, who was the head of the Su family himself, but the pearl in his palm, was now being bullied, and still in front of so many people. He was naturally very angry. He couldn't wait to make a move right now, but the facts told him that these people in front of him weren't something to be messed with, especially the people from the Heavenly Dragon Society. They were a pack of hungry wolves, but anyone who was targeted by them, they would definitely not take it lightly. They wouldn't be willing to let go until they had torn off a piece of meat from all those guys. Chen Lan, you'd better be responsible for what you've said, or else old me will definitely not let you guys go today. Won't let go of who? What do you want? Or is your Su family very bullish? So bullish that you're already able to be at the point of being able to run amok in Shanghai? As soon as he heard someone say that, Su Hahai's face instantly pulled down. Turning back to look, he saw that it was a milquetoast brat. He was instantly a bit annoyed. Does the Heavenly Dragon Society have no one? When did even such a brat casually come over to talk to me? As soon as his words fell, he received a punch. This punch landed solidly on his stomach. Moreover, this punch was also thrown by Chen Lan. He looked at Chen Lan somewhat incredulously and asked, "Chen Lan, I think I have never done anything to not to apologize to the Heavenly Dragon Society. Why did you do that?" He covered his stomach with a somewhat incredulous look. Chen Lan shrugged it off and said with a smile, "This gentleman, please also show some respect. There is no relationship between us whatsoever. The reason why we are still able to chat and talk here right now is because of my big brother's mercy you are able to stay on. Otherwise you would have died somewhere long ago. And now you even dare to speak out in front of me. The person who is the slightest bit inconspicuous in your eyes is the boss of our Heavenly Dragon Society. And you are naturally having a problem with me when you insult my boss. I hit you a punch. Has been considered light. Changes before but to 3 knife 6 holes. That way, do you think you can live out of here? As soon as he heard his words, Suhahai's face instantly became gloomy. At the same time, there was some apprehension in his heart. He didn't expect Lin Hao to be the master of the Heavenly Dragon Society. This made him feel a bit incredulous. After all, Lin Hao's current age was just too young. He took a deep breath, then looked up at Lin Hao. With a gloomy face, he asked, "Kid, what exactly do you want?" The Su family, take it." Lin Hao waved his hand and didn't reply to his words, but instead said to the people from the Dragon Society, "Throw him out of here. He'd gotten what he deserved anyway. And what was the point of keeping this father and daughter here when the reward was in hand? To get in his own way?" As soon as the people from the Heavenly Dragon Society heard Lin Hao's words, they were also filled with incredulity. At the same time, they were also a bit excited. They had always liked to do things that others couldn't do. It also loved provoking people that others didn't dare to provoke. Now Lin Hao had even gone to the extreme, going so far as to throw out the Su family's family head. This was something they had always wanted to do but had never dared to. One by one, the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society were like they were on steroids as they howled towards Lin Hao. "Yes, boss." Then they led the men to throw Su Hahai and a few other people. Su Tingting, out. Lin Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth hard when he saw their behavior. He had to say that these guys were thorough enough when it came to carrying out orders. He didn't say much either. He was just about to leave, but was stopped by Qianlan. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and looked at him with some impatience and a look of impatience. "What for? Aren't things here already over? What else do you have going on?" Qianlan scratched his head in some embarrassment as he listened to his impatient words. Only then did he say, "It's like this. I'd like to invite boss and sister-in-law for a meal. I wonder if it's convenient." As soon as he heard her words, Lin Hao couldn't help but frown, not understanding what the female was trying to play again. But after careful thought, he decided to agree. But it had to be with Su Shue's consent. So he looked at Su Shue again. Su Shue was still in disbelief that Lin Hao was the boss of the Heavenly Dragon Society, so she hadn't thought carefully about it, and she nodded her head in agreement as soon as Lin Hao asked her. Qianlan waved his hand and told his minions to go find a good restaurant, then licked his face and ran next to his daughter, chatting with her for a while. But from her face, one could tell that the conversation between her and her daughter wasn't very pleasant. "Why are you so disobedient, you little girl? I'm doing this for your own good." Qianlan spoke bitterly. "For my good? Is that to give me away as someone else's daughter? I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I'm also not the child who needs to be taken care of by others. I've already found it. I have my own freedom and ideas. It's not like you just casually push someone and ask me to go over and be a child for them. I'll go." Qianlan had a helpless look on her face. Lin Hao and Su Shue, however, both looked at each other somewhat incredulously. "What's going on here? Qianlan, I don't care about your own personal life. Since she's your daughter, then she's also one of the members of our Heavenly Dragon Society. And in the future, if she doesn't want to do something, then no one can force her. If you invited us to dinner in order to want us to help you convince her together, then I'm sorry. You'd better hire another person." As soon as she heard Lin Hao's words, that saleswoman instantly brightened up, looking at Lin Hao with a sparkle in her gaze. "It's not what you guys think." Oops, what should I say? Chapter 45, Luxury Private Jet. The entrance to the twin mansions. Su Tingting's cries instantly attracted many onlookers. They didn't know what was going on, and some even rushed over to inquire. However, their inquiries were like knives poking into her heart. It agonized her even more, wanting her to curse these people away. Those passers-by who were originally bursting with compassion also didn't dare to care anymore. Su Hahai's face was ugly as he helped his own daughter up and softly comforted her. "Good daughter, don't worry, I will definitely make them look good. My Su family is not that easy to bully. I promise you, when I go back, I will definitely use all my connections to get the scene back." Once she heard her father's assurance, Su Tingting, who was still crying, finally stopped crying. Only she was still whimpering a little softly. "But what you said is true. The current Lin Hao isn't something we can just pinch and rub together if we want to. He's very strong." As soon as Su Hahai heard his daughter's words, his face dropped. He felt that Lin Hao had only dared to throw him out because he had the help of the Heavenly Dragon Society. But the Heavenly Dragon Society wasn't really anything in the eyes of their Su family. "Don't worry, I'll immediately have someone destroy the Heavenly Dragon Society first when I get back. As long as this club is gone, we can deal with Lin Hao however we want." Su Tingting also felt that this was the case, and that the reason why the people from the Sky Dragon Society had helped Lin Hao was also because Lin Hao had bribed them with money. That was why these guys had been following Lin Hao around. Just thinking about it made her very angry. If she was as rich as Lin Hao, she wouldn't have to be so passive. She didn't believe that if she doubled their money, those Tianlong society people wouldn't listen to her. But now that her dad was around, she really didn't dare to mention this. After all, she had only just returned to the Su family not long ago. If Su Yihai had a bad impression of her and didn't support her in the future, that wouldn't be good. Father and daughter helped each other to leave. Inside the mall, the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society found a Michelin restaurant. Lin Hao brought Su Shui and Chen Lan a few people together to the daily restaurant and found a seat. Chen Lan was a little embarrassed as she pulled her daughter to sit next to her. Chen Lan's daughter was called Chen Yuan, a very ordinary name, an ordinary face, plus an ordinary appearance. The whole person looked ordinary. You invited us for dinner. What's the matter? Please also make it a little clearer. As soon as she heard Lin Hao speak, Chen Lan didn't dare to hide it. Just smiling bitterly, she said, "This child is like me, very stubborn. But she doesn't have some power to defend herself, and the things we do are all rather dangerous. So I'm afraid." Lin Hao nodded and reached out to interrupt Chen Lan. "So you're afraid that this girl will be bullied and won't have any protection, and you want to ask me to help take care of her?" As soon as she heard this, Su Shui instantly became nervous. There had been some accidents between her and Lin Hao. That was why she had always been worried that Lin Hao would be seduced by another woman. Now that someone was suddenly trying to slip him a woman, she was naturally terrified. "No, it's not like that. I want to ask boss to help her find a better job. At least don't show your face like now. Look at this little girl. This girl is not one to talk. It's easy to offend people. And after being beaten up after offending someone, she doesn't want to talk. The whole thing is just a mope. In that case, wouldn't that be getting bullied for nothing?" After Lin Hao heard her words, she nodded her head and understood what she meant, except that she still looked at Su Shui, wanting her to make up her mind. Su Shui was a little embarrassed by Lin Hao's gaze. She had just looked at Chen Yuan in a not-so-friendly manner. "Wife, this girl is all yours to arrange." As soon as she heard Lin Hao's words, Su Shui froze for a moment, then nodded her head and said with a smile, "Okay, this matter is on me." Su Shui hurriedly agreed. It would be better if this matter could be left to her. At least it showed that Lin Hao wasn't interested in this girl at all. If Lin Hao knew what was going on in her mind, he would definitely give her a hard chestnut. What on earth was this woman thinking? He wasn't the type of man who was horny. How could he love one when he saw one? With the matter resolved, Chen Lan was also relieved, and Chen Yuan, who was originally a bit reluctant to speak, gradually let go under Su Shui's enlightenment. Only then did she feel relieved. Chen Lan felt a lot of relief in her heart, and finally found an object she could rely on. In the past, when she encountered this kind of situation, apart from being anxious, she really did not have the slightest solution. Now there was finally someone who could help educate her daughter. Lin Hao simply didn't pay much attention to this matter. After they finished eating, they went out shopping again. After all, there were still a lot of things to buy. Weekends were days that people looked forward to very much. However, for the staff of the twin mansions, none of them were willing to take a vacation. After all, once they took a vacation, their triple wages would be gone. Today was also a day for the staff of twin mansions to work overtime, but they had just one task today, and that was to help pack up all of their boss's things and send them out. Lin Hao looked at the mountain of goods and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, he didn't know if it would be useful to take these to his parents' side, and there was still some inevitable apprehension in his heart. Su Shui was also amongst these people, and she had a bit of a headache while looking at so many things. After the things were sorted out, Lin Hao brought Su Shui to the top floor, where an airplane was sitting peacefully and quietly. Seeing this private airplane, Su Shui was slightly surprised. He was just too powerful. She had never thought that her man would be able to own such a luxurious private airplane. It was true that the Su family also had one, but the Su family's private airplane was not this luxurious, nor was it this technologically intelligent. The most crucial thing was that it was the family's, not an individual's, but anyone who wanted to use this airplane needed to submit an application. The formalities were also very complicated, and it was hard to sit on it even once. Lin Hao was also full of bravado as he looked at this airplane. There was a flight crew standing next to the private plane, and at that moment, they were earnestly wiping the dust off the plane. When he saw Lin Hao coming over, he immediately perked up and ran towards him. "Mr. Lin, I'll be your pilot from now on, so please teach me more." Once he heard his words, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 46, Shameless Fatty. He had also read the information about this pilot, who was a brand-name pilot from abroad, so with him around, Lin Hao was still relatively relieved. "What was your previous salary?" Lin Hao asked with a smile. That pilot thought carefully and said, "It should be 100,000 if you convert it to Chinese currency." Lin Hao nodded, then smiled and said, "Starting today, your salary will be 500,000. As soon as he heard his words, the pilot couldn't help but stare at Lin Hao with a hellish expression, somewhat incredulously. It was as if it was a very unbelievable thing for Lin Hao to suddenly give him a raise in his labor. Lin Hao, however, smiled and said, I'm giving you my little life, so I'm giving you a raise, so you have to do your best for me, but don't let anything go wrong. As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, the pilot also understood what he meant, and immediately hurriedly nodded frantically. It was important to realize that as the pilot of a private jet, he didn't need to be used other than when Lin Hao needed him, and it could even be said that his time was actually quite free. He can even say that his time is actually very free. It's the same as he can still get another job. Whenever you need to use him, then call him and inform him to come over. In this way, he was simply making a bloody fortune. Su Shue's brows furrowed. She always felt that Lin Hao had always overpaid these people, and more than a little excessive, but after all, this was Lin Hao's own people. She was not able to say anything more, only able to silently watch. When she had the chance, she would talk to Lin Hao about it. We're going to a border area now. I don't know if you can make it. As soon as he heard where he was going, the pilot didn't even think about it and just nodded his head in agreement. For him, there really wasn't any place that he wouldn't dare to go. After getting ready, Lin Hao held Su Shue's hand and sat on the private airplane. The airplane slowly flew into the sky, and the scenery of the entire Jinghai city instantly came into view. Su Shue was a little excited and a little scared, holding Lin Hao's hand tightly. Lin Hao smiled and pacified, while constantly whispering jokes in her ear. In fact, he was quite nervous in his heart, but as a man, he naturally wanted to take care of his woman in all aspects. Even if he himself felt scared, he could not let Su Shue feel helpless. Border area. Within a mountain village, there were packages sent over to this side, and all the names on the packages were their Lin Shangtian's. Of course, there were also packages belonging to their wife's wife. Of course, there were also those belonging to their Lin wife's son, and there were a lot of medicines inside, and these medicines were all very precious. It was rare for these small mountain villages in remote areas of theirs, and they couldn't even buy them if they wanted to. Originally Lin Shangtian did not want to open these things. After all, things of unknown origin cannot be wanted, but when he saw that the things were sent by his son, he didn't worry so much. Instead, he opened them directly, and just seeing the various injury medicines and various daily necessities, Lin Shangtian's heart warmed. It could be said that supplies were relatively scarce at the border. They lived a very hard life here, and every time supplies were delivered it was also very difficult, especially every time the weather was cold. It was even harder for them. With these medicines, they were a little better off this winter. More could also be given to others in the village. It was the last time Lin Hao said he would come over to see them, but it had been several days, but he hadn't shown up until now. Lin Shangtian had calculated that it would only take at most 3 days to come to them from the big city, especially now that transportation was more developed. Other than entering the mountains, which required a lot of time, it didn't really take too much time. That was why Lin Shangtian and his wife were both a little worried, wondering if something had gone wrong. Could his father be sending so many things over because Hao Zi isn't coming? Once he heard his wife's words, Lin Shangtian thought about it and thought it made sense. It wasn't like anyone could come here just because they wanted to. With such a bitter environment, he felt that son of his shouldn't be able to carry it off. Although he had grown up in the village, he had after all left the mountains for some years. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After not suffering for so long, it was expected that he wouldn't be able to suffer when he returned. It's normal for him not to come. Lin Shangtian nodded helplessly and said, it's normal for him not to come. Who made the environment here so hard? But we haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know how he is now. Wife Lin was a bit worried. Who would want to leave their family all the time? If it wasn't because of necessity, they wouldn't be willing to leave their son just like that. But for the sake of his future, his later life, leaving Dashan was his real choice. Just at this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the courtyard. Ha ha, old brother Lin. It's been a long time. How are you? Those things I mentioned to you earlier. I wonder what you think. As soon as a fat man saw the two of them hurriedly running over all of a sudden, he greeted them somewhat happily. As soon as he came up, he greeted them very enthusiastically. As soon as Lin Shangtian saw this fat man in front of him, his mood instantly sank to the bottom, very upset, and gave him a blank look. I'm sorry, I've made it very clear to you that the family's field is impossible to sell. That's the last thing our family relies on. If you take it, what will we live on? Fatty's face instantly turned gloomy. Lin Shangtian, I don't know if you remember. How much money did you borrow from me? $100,000? Oh no. Before and after it was 300,000 only. Fatty's face was grim, with a doggy look. No, our family clearly borrowed 150,000. How did it become 300,000? Lin's old lady instantly quit. The loan note didn't specify interest or anything. Oh, old sister-in-law, this is your wrong. My money in the bank can still rise. Put you here. Has not risen seems to be a bit too much, right? Fatty's face was full of dejection. A look of rightfulness. But you said that there is no need for interest. Wifey Lin was so angry that her face turned red. Oh, who said that? When did I say no interest? When could you guys have heard that? Any proof? Fatty was very disdainful. That face even made people want to beat him up when they looked at him. He. Of course if you guys are willing to use your dozen acres of land in exchange. It's not impossible. As soon as he heard this, Lin Shangtian's face immediately went cold. Chapter 47, Lin Hao caught up in time. Lin Shangtian actually no. His family's field is not worth the price. But this fat man still want. This must be to open what chemical plant reasons. As soon as he heard his words, Lin Shangtian's face immediately became gloomy. Fatty, this is impossible. Even if you beat me to death, there is no way I will let our family's land be handed over. Lin Shangtian once again refused. You really don't think about it anymore? Your village can only have your family's fields left to give to me. You're just really not afraid of death? Fatty said and clapped his hands. The minions who had been hiding outside immediately rushed in, each holding a weapon in their hands. What do you guys want? Forcibly buying and selling? Lin Shangtian's expression immediately flustered, hurriedly protecting behind his wife. I've already mentioned to you more than once that my strength is very strong, but you never believed it. See now? If you hesitate again, I'm going to make a move. The fat man's face was full of dejection, a look of eating Lin Shangtian to death. Lin Shangtian was stifled. Isn't it a feeling of helplessness? Is not feel very powerless? What I want is this powerlessness from you. From now on, if you don't promise me, I will keep on carding you all. I will let you all know what is worse than death. Which dog is barking here? This sudden sound caused everyone present to freeze for a moment. Then they saw a pair of young men and women slowly appear outside the courtyard. Seeing this pair of young men and women, Lin Shangtian as well as Lin Wifey were happy, but then they were filled with worry. Howsy, what's going on here has nothing to do with you, so hurry up and go. Fatty was just happy to see Lin Hao. Come on people, arrest him for me. Fatty hurriedly commanded his minions to do it. Those minions he brought with him immediately brandished their weapons and rushed towards Lin Hao. Wife, you hide first. Lin Hao pushed Su Shui to the side as he rushed towards those minions, and in just a few minutes, the courtyard was filled with people who had fallen to the ground and were wailing. Fatty, your guts really aren't that big. Who do you want to make life worse than death for? Lin Hao walked up to the fatty and slapped him to the ground, followed by a dozen slaps. Slap slap. These dozen slaps swelled the fatty's face. Lin Wifey was the first to lose her grip and rushed towards Lin Hao, holding him in her arms. Old mom, lighten up. My bones are about to break. You're reckless. I'm Boss Wei's man. How dare you hit me with your hands? Humph. I don't care whose person you are. Want money? I'll give it, but borrow as much as you can and pay it back. Not a single cent more. Lin Hao said and shouted at Su Shui. Su Shui immediately went back to the car to get the money. In here is 150. 000. 1,000 is considered interest. So that way, our two families' debts are cleared. If you dare to come again, I'll exterminate you. Fatty didn't dare to say more, took the money and was about to leave. Slowly, asterisk. What for? Fatty was a bit scared. Where's the IOU? Lin Hao's eyes were a bit icy, and the fatty hurriedly took out the IOUs and gave them all to him, then ran away with the people in his dust. What's going on here? Howsy, where did you get so much money? Didn't you say you were already here? Why did you wait until now to come? Lin's wife asked in a rambling manner. Old mom, this isn't the time to talk about this. Let me introduce you. This one is my wife, your daughter-in-law. As soon as they heard Lin Hao's words, old lady Lin and also Lin Shangtian, both of them turned back to look at Su Shui. They were still quite looking forward to this daughter-in-law, only that they were a bit unhappy. After all, in order to marry this daughter-in-law to this one, they had paid a great price. They even took out their savings for many years, which they had left for Lin Hao to buy a house, but they took it for Lin Hao to marry his daughter-in-law. The key to this was that they had also borrowed a lot of money, and this had brought people to their door. This would have been no big deal, as long as the two of them could get along and grow old together. It would have been no big deal, but they heard that something seemed to have gone wrong. Only Lin Hao didn't say anything about it, so he just told them about a bit of an accident. But what exactly went wrong? Until now they didn't know. They all still thought that the Su Shui in front of them was that Su Tingting. Wifey Lin walked up to Su Shui, held her hand, smiled and asked, "You are Su Tingting, right?" Sure enough, as cute and playful as Howsy said. Su Shui's face froze for a moment, her gaze looking at Lin Hao somewhat dangerously. Lin Hao scratched the back of his head and hurriedly explained, "Mom, You guys are mistaken. This isn't Su Tingting. Her name is Su Shui. I'm not marrying Su Tingting. As soon as they heard Lin Hao's words, Lin Shangtian and also Lin Wifey's two faces immediately froze. What are you talking about? We've paid the bride price, and we had things to do on the day of the wedding and couldn't be there. But you're not going to coax us with all kinds of lies, are you? Lin Wifey was a bit angry, and Lin Shangtian's hand had long since clenched into a fist. You guys just decided to judge me here? Not prepared to give me a place where I can sit down and talk properly? Go back to the house and talk it over. Lin Shangtian clenched his back teeth and forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart. He was indeed a little angry that his good oldest son, who was such a big deal, hadn't even told him about the matter. Even afterward, he didn't call to make it clear, so how could he not be angry? Su Shui was a bit scared and worried. Don't worry, they won't do anything to you. Instead they will beat me up. You pay attention later, remember to help me pull them a bit, lest I get beaten to death by them. Lin Hao was still a little scared of this dad of his, and followed his ass into the house. At this moment, the house was piled high with gifts that Lin Hao had bought, and seeing these, Lin Shangtian felt unsavory, and the feeling that he was still somewhat harboring had all turned into a bad one. His daughter-in-law had suddenly changed into a different person and he didn't know anything about it. Could he not be angry? Say, what exactly is going on? If you don't make it clear, you won't want to stop tonight. Lin Hao hurriedly told him what happened, but the system thing was hidden from him. He just said that he had won the grand prize. Alright, it's not easy for Housie to come here once, so don't keep putting on that parental stance of yours. Lin Wifey was very dissatisfied, smilingly pulling Su Shui into the inner room, knowing again that Su Shui had helped her son out, and also didn't want a penny of dowry to get a license with her own son. Where could she be dissatisfied? Chapter 48, The Arrogant Boss Wei. Lin's wife was more and more satisfied with Su Shui then, and hurriedly opened the door to cook. Just when Lin Hao and his son were chatting, the village chief came. When he saw Lin Hao, he was first delighted, but then his face dropped. Xiang Tian, did you drive wood away? The village chief's face held a hint of sulkiness, as if something unimaginable had happened. That's right, it was me who drove away. Village chief, he is not a good thing at all. Wood was the fat man from just now, originally also from the village, only that he had hugged his thighs outside, and as soon as he came back, he flaunted his power. Now that their family has returned the money, what is there to be afraid of? So Lin Shangtian spoke with a hardened voice. Xiang Tian, do you know what you're doing? What you're doing will bring trouble to our village, and it's still a huge trouble. Now that our entire village has joined Boss Wei's development plan, you're cutting off everyone's money. The village chief spoke bitterly, looking as if he was thinking for the sake of the entire village. Humph, village chief, you're old and confused. Is that for them to engage in development? That's sabotage on their part. Chemical plants are extremely polluting. If you invest all your money in them now, you might get caught later. Lin Shangtian was a bit hateful and even a bit scared. If there was such a thing in the village, how would they live in the future? Humph, Lin Shangtian, you don't know what's good and bad. I'm thinking that you're a member of our village. That's why I'm here to have a discussion with you. But if you dare to stop us from getting rich, then don't blame us for not remembering old times. Lin Hao just listened on the sidelines, his face getting uglier and uglier, although he had long wanted to take his parents out to live. But this was, after all, the place where he grew up. It would be bad if it was taken over and destroyed. Just as he was about to speak, there were shouts and curses coming from outside, noisy and loud. Lin Shangtian and Lin Hao looked at each other, and father and son walked out together. Seeing this, the village chief also hurriedly followed. Lin Shangtian, you dog scum, hurry up and come out. At the door, Boss Wei led a group of people, bustling over, followed by a large group of villagers. What are you crazy dogs doing? Lin Hao looked at the people present, his eyes filled with rage. Wood was lying on a stretcher surrounded by people. Boss, he's the one who hit me. Wood pointed at Lin Hao, his face full of aggression. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Boss Wei stepped forward with a cold face, a cigar in his hand, took a hard sip, and then spat the smoke in Lin Hao's face. Kid, pa. Lin Hao wouldn't spoil him and went up and slapped him. This slap was with force, ruthlessly knocking Boss Wei to the ground. His face swelled up even more quickly. Damn, you dare to hit me. What are you waiting for? Hit him for me. Boss Wei didn't expect Lin Hao, this kid, to be so unethical, to directly hit someone before even saying a few words. As soon as the brothers under his hand heard his order, they didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was unafraid and rushed up to fight with them, and in no time at all, these guys were all knocked to the ground by him. Lin Hao broke his fingers, his eyes cold. Boss Wei, right? Aren't you quite capable? Lin Hao went up and directly threw 2 punches. Brat, do you know who I am? Boss Wei was still a little undeterred after getting punched, thinking that the brat was doing this because he didn't know his identity. I don't care who you are, letting you bully my mom and dad. You're looking for death without even bringing a rush. Lin Hao was angry and raised his fist to beat him up. I'm from the Wei family. The Wei family is the most powerful family in the entire frontier. If you dare offend me. Before he could finish his words, he received several more slaps on his face. Your grandma, Wei family's right. It's you that I'm hitting, Lin Hao said and threw an old punch at him. Boss Wei didn't expect this guy Lin Hao to even be afraid of the Wei family, so he was a bit absent. Kid, let me tell you, in the future, not to mention your little village, even the Chloe Forest will only be our Wei families. If you guys dare to resist, you'll definitely not get any favors. Undeterred, Boss Wei directly threatened the villagers who had gathered around. The villagers immediately all revealed timid expressions when they were so threatened by him. This small village of theirs, outside of their own acres of land, was relying on the Chloe Forest behind them. Lin Hao, you'd better release Boss Wei. The Wei family is the king of the land in our area. They're a godlike existence. In case if we really mess with the Wei family, all of us won't be enough for a spoonful of them. Yes, Hao Zi, you've been in the big city, and if you live in the city, you might not come back. But we can't. But we still have to live on in the village. Aren't you pushing us towards death? The villagers said one thing to the left and one thing to the right, roasting Lin Hao's family on the fire. Detecting that the host is faced with a choice, the divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, spare Boss Wei, let him go. Curry favor with the Wei family, reward the title of hypocrite. Choice 2, beat up Boss Wei and take him to the Wei family to negotiate. Cooperate with the Wei family, develop the Chloe Forest together, and get a cruise ship sailor, worth $1 billion. Option 3, ignore the Wei family, break into the Wei family, beat up the Wei family and reward them with a gold mine in Maison, worth an immeasurable amount of money. Lin Hao directly chose the third option. He didn't want to choose with the Wei family. The Chloe Forest was originally his, and even if he wanted to develop it in the future, he had to let his own family do it. It absolutely couldn't be mixed with the shadow of the worldly family. Otherwise the Chloe Forest would most likely no longer belong to himself in the future. It was only a matter of breaking into the Wei family, not a big deal. Uncles and brothers, I know that you are in a situation. I also know what you guys are worried about, but if you guys have thought about it, once we give them the land in the village, what will you eat in the future? In the future, what will the future generations of the village fight for? Will they all go out to work? When Lin Hao said this, the villagers present looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Hao Zi, among the benefits their Wei family gives is the provision of jobs. Lin Xiangtian hurriedly explained in a small way. Lin Hao was instantly a little stunned. Humph, kid, you'd better let old me go immediately. Otherwise, you'll be committing public anger. Chapter 49, Braving the Wei Family. Boss Wei was still very arrogant, not even realizing that he had been captured, and looked like he was going to continue to fight Lin Hao to the bitter end. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Lin Hao slapped Boss Wei in the face a few more times, then lifted him up. Aren't you guys very afraid of being implicated? Very afraid of being settled by the Wei family? Good then, I'll go to the Wei family and make it clear. I'll see what the Wei family is capable of. The moment these words came out, everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Even Lin Xiangtian and the Lin wife were a bit frozen. Not knowing what to do, Lin Hao didn't care about them, but asked Su Shui to call someone over to protect mom and dad as well as herself. Instead, he took Boss Wei to the Wei family. Lin Xiangwei stared straight at him and tried to stop, but Su Shui stopped him. Daughter-in-law, don't stop. Old me is going to kill this thing that doesn't know how to die today. Su Shui smiled helplessly. Dad, don't worry, Hao Zi is not an ordinary person. He will return safely. Lin Xiangtian instantly didn't know what to say. He always felt that this daughter-in-law of his was not simple. Dad, don't worry, Hao Zi will be back soon. Su Shui repeatedly assured him, and only then did Lin Xiangtian have no intention of blocking Lin Hao. The point was that it was too late to stop him now. Lin Hao had already gone nowhere. Su Shui, on the other hand, felt like calling the security team station not too far away and asking them to come over. Lin Hao and the others had passed along the way, but they hadn't just stayed on the airplane like this. They had also been on the road for several days, which was why they had arrived so late. Also would come to be those newly recruited security guards from the twin mansions to be able to get training. Big Head had crammed all of this into him after receiving his itinerary. While Lin Hao was flying in the sky, these security guards were running on the ground. It took a number of changes of transportation to meet up with them on the day Lin Hao arrived. Lin Hao had left them in the Chloe Forest. Naturally, blood transfusion had the phone number of their leader, so they called them over. When they appeared in front of your house, Lin Xiangtian, as well as Lin's wife, were startled. What are you guys doing? Could it be people sent by the Wei family? Let me tell you, Lin Xiangtian, We'll never let you guys get away with this, even if I put up a fight. This old life of mine will definitely let you guys know what the wrath of a piker is. Mad Tiger was confused. He was the person in charge of leading the team this time. All he knew was that this time they were following Lin Hao around, and their main task was to protect Su Shui, the boss's wife. As for Lin Hao the boss, ahem, but pull back, it was already good enough that he didn't go and hobnob on others. The person they want to do is to stop him others Hua no more. Just now by Lin Xiangtian so a drink. He is really some mess, do not understand what the hell is going on. You this old man. Berserk Tiger had not yet had time to roar back, was interrupted by Su Shui. Mad Tiger, no rudeness. This one is your boss's dad. In the future he will be your lord. All be polite to me. Su Shui's voice was very nice and did not have the slightest bit of majesty. However, so the security guards immediately became serious. All of them stood upright and then made a salute towards Su Shui. It's the boss's wife. Then another salute was made towards Lin Xiangtian. Good day, boss. Lin Xiangtian was taken aback. Wife Lin's heart was also thumping. Daughter-in-law, what's going on? Lin wifey trembled as she looked at the group of guys of unknown origin in front of her, her heart a little scared. Oh, it is like this. Su Shui hurriedly put up the hello and her right good sayings. At this time, Lin Hao, however, had already arrived at the Wei family residence. Boss Wei had already called in a complaint halfway there, or Lin Hao had allowed it. Kid, I don't know where you get your confidence from to dare to go against the Wei family. I advise you to. Pa. Boss Wei's face was full of deception. As long as he was in the Wei family, he had nothing to worry about. But he didn't realize that Lin Hao had no intention of speaking properly. Lin Hao directly rewarded him with a slap, sending him flying a dozen meters away and landing at the Wei family head's feet. Kid, you really do have a lot of guts. Wei Wuxian looked at Lin Hao, his face grim. Lin Hao looked over at the same time and immediately frowned. Surprisingly, they were martial artists, and there were still 6 of them, and although they couldn't see their strength, they looked quite imposing. Lin Hao looked at them, his face not sad or happy. Humph, Wei family, from now on, all of your plans in the Yun family village must be withdrawn. Wei Wuxian's face immediately clouded over. Kid, what gives you the right to stand in my Wei family and speak such treacherous words? Don't you realize that you can't die right now even if you want to? An old man walked out behind Wei Wuxian, narrowing his eyes slightly in a condescending manner. I don't think so. Isn't it just a few martial artists? What's that? Lin Hao was very disdainful, but his words caused the eyes of the Wei family's few old men to change. Once again, they sized up Lin Hao. Kid, who exactly are you? Wei Wuxian looked at Lin Hao, somewhat eluding him. It's none of your business who I am. You just need to do what I say. Arrogant. Wei Wuxian roared and immediately ordered that Lin Hao be beaten to death. Right away, 2 powerful characters rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was azure and charged head-on. In just a single glance, that person was sent flying by Lin Hao's punch and landed in the distance. This punch, Lin Hao had put in a lot of effort. After all, he didn't know the strength of the group of guys in front of him. Naturally, he used his full strength as soon as he came up. Wei Wuxian and the rest of the Wei family were immediately stunned. The one who had just gone up wasn't the most powerful amongst them, but he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily and casually if he wanted to defeat him. But Lin Hao had done it, cleanly and without the slightest stop. Next, it's my turn. Lin Hao didn't all talk nonsense, and with a clenched fist, he charged towards the Wei family's crowd. In an instant, the entire Wei family was in a frenzy. After a long time, Lin Hao slightly gasped for air, and looked like, congratulations to the host for making a choice and completing the mission. Now issuing rewards for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Mason gold mine of incalculable value. Lin Hao grimaced and looked around at the Wei family members who had fallen to the ground. Now, can we talk properly? Wei Wuxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body shriveled up. Who the hell are you? Wei Wuxian looked at Lin Hao. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, do you all want to die or live? Chapter 50, Forcing the Wei Family. The host is faced with a choice. The divine choice system is automatically activated. Choice 1, abolish all the Wei family's martial artists and leave them to fend for themselves, rewarding them with 1,000 points of internal energy. Choice 2, Masonry gold mine belongs to the M country. The host has the right to mine. Can cooperate with the Wei family to take the big head. Reward 10,000 points of internal force. Get the title of the dog big house. Choice 3, talk to the Wei family about the development of the Chloe forest. Establish a pharmaceutical company, and obtain the technology of the medicine that resides in the face, the value of which is immeasurable. Lin Hao was a bit dumbfounded. These last 2 choices were good, but the title of big dog seemed a bit difficult to talk about. Forget it, it's not a big deal. A big dog is a big dog. Lin Hao directly chose the last 2 choices and then took out the body-strengthening liquid. When Wei Wuxian saw this, he was shocked. Kid, what do you want? Not doing anything. Of course I'm feeding you guys poison, Lin Hao said, forcibly feeding the medicinal liquid into the mouths of several people. At once, the Wei family's oldest and youngest looked like they had died. However, it didn't take long for them to feel as if there was a fire burning within their bodies, and immediately afterward, their limbs and bones became soothed. This is, just a little body strengthening potion. It's nothing. Now name your choices. Will you be exterminated, or will you submit to me? As soon as they heard Lin Hao's words, the Wei clan looked at each other. Submitting to you. You deserve it. Pa! A junior from the Wei clan had just stepped forward to shout angrily when his face was slapped hard. It's not your turn to speak here. After the Wei family elder had finished beating his unfilial son, he hurriedly and respectfully walked over to Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, can we talk inside? Lin Hao was non-committal and walked straight ahead, not even realizing that he was in someone else's home turf. Behind them, the people of the Wei clan exchanged several glances before they were certain that they had planted their feet this time, and that it wouldn't be a big deal even if they were to submit. So the clan elder and Wei Wuxian immediately stepped forward and led Lin Hao to the study. Mr. Lin, our Wei family is willing to submit, but I don't know what benefits you can bring us? Wei Wuxian was the first to open his mouth. It was fine to ask them to submit, but it had to be that eating well out of it. They wouldn't do anything without benefits. You guys are resourceful, but what I can tell you is, first, the Chloe Forest is mine. I have the right to develop and explore it. The permission is for 100 years, and in addition, I also have a gold mine in the country of M. What do you think of these two? As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Wei Wuxian's face couldn't help but change. Mr. Lin, I wonder if we can take a look at the authorization? Wei Wuxian couldn't believe it, thinking that it was impossible for a person to own both of these things in time. If you want to see the authorization, you guys aren't qualified. I want you guys to submit to me for the purpose of getting you to develop the gold mine as well as the forest. Lin Hao knew that it was absolutely impossible to develop the forest and the gold mine by himself. The Wei family wasn't his preferred target, but if he could pull the Wei family under, then the situation would be different. Wei Wuxian stared at Lin Hao with wide eyes and an unbelievable look. Mr. Lin, why my Wei family? Because your Wei family is a hegemon here, and I'm relieved to give you the forest to manage, but whether or not I can trust you guys depends on your sincerity. Lin Hao looked at Wei Wuxian. He was now giving the Wei family a chance. Wei Wuxian similarly looked at Lin Hao. I wonder what kind of sincerity Mr. Lin wants to see? Lin Hao smiled. It's simple. Cancel your plans for a chemical plant, or, your chemical plant can't be in our village. This is sort of your knock. You've seen my strength. You'd better choose carefully if you want to live. Wei Wuxian's face was filled with helplessness. Before, they were all very confident and felt that Lin Hao was easy to deal with, but they didn't realize that Lin Hao was so powerful. They weren't even opponents. Lin Hao hadn't killed them in the first place, which made them thankful, but at the same times there was a lot of pressure. Originally, they were just thinking about fooling Lin Hao first, which led them to agree to submit, but now it was different. Lin Hao had a forest in his hands, and a gold mine, and the key thing was that this gold mine was still overseas. This meant that even if they picked up even a drop of the harvest that flowed out from inside Lin Hao's fingers, they would still be making a fortune. So even if they couldn't be sure if what Lin Hao said was true, they still chose to believe it. Your request, Mr. Lin, is a bit of a pushover. After all, we've paid a huge price for this one chemical plant, and we've even bought up the fields of those villagers in your village. It doesn't seem too good that you want us to cancel it all of a sudden, does it? Wei Wuxian naturally knew that their Wei family had now been taken under Lin Hao's thumb. They were an ancient martial arts family, and felt that the fact that Lin Hao was so powerful at such a young age meant that there was a huge power behind him that was supporting him. This was one of the reasons why they were throwing in the towel. I'm not giving you a chance to negotiate with you this time. If you're willing to withdraw the chemical plant somewhere else, then I won't target the Wei family anymore, and I'll even cooperate with you. In the end, it's still possible for me to find other cooperation even if I go for it. Just like your Wei family's nemesis, the Situ family seems to be in this neighborhood as well. I think that if I were to bring out the gold mine as well as the forest, I believe that they would absolutely have no choice but to cooperate with me. Even they will still suppress you guys inhumanly. Of course this matter is really too important for you guys, I can give you guys some time to think about it, but it definitely won't be too long. I'll only give you guys 3 days. After 3 days, if the chemical plant doesn't move, it'll be the day the Wei family is exterminated. Lin Hao finished speaking and got up to leave. Wei Wuxian and the Wei family veterans' faces were blue and hard to see. It was the first time they had been forced by a youngster like this, but there wasn't anything they could do. They had seen Lin Hao's methods. What made them most concerned was the power behind Lin Hao. In case that was an extremely large power, then wouldn't they be hitting a rock with an egg in the Wei family? Clan elder, what should we do now? Wei Wuxian knew that their Wei family had now reached a critical moment of life and death, so he didn't dare to be too big to hurry up and kick this dilemma to the Wei clan elders. Hurry up and call all the clan elders to discuss it. The Wei clan elder actually had a choice in his mind a long time ago, but he didn't intend to finalize it just like that. Chapter 51, The Wei Family's Investigation. As a Wei clan elder, he could actually give orders directly, but he didn't want to. After all, once something went wrong, then the responsibility would all be on him. So at this time he had to look for allies who could bear the burden together with him, and these allies were better the more the better. So for the family elder, then all the obstruction that can say all gathered up, and told them what happened today. He also knew that this group of them would never, in the first place, believe those words they said. After all, the Wei family had been in the border region for several hundred years. During this time, the Wei family had always been the existence of the king of the land, and the family was a martial arts family with a martial arts heritage, and even more so, no one dared to stroke their tiger's whiskers. Because of this, all the clan elders in the family had developed a lofty demeanor, and even more so, they were raised to be incomparably conceited. They felt that within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles, no one would dare to go against their family. Even more so, there wouldn't be anyone who could defeat their martial arts masters. So in order to add credibility, the Wei family elder had made all of today's surveillance public. When they saw that Lin Hao had defeated all of their Wei family's martial arts patriarchs, all of them, by himself, the other Wei family elders felt extremely angry. Now, the reason why I've summoned you all here is that I just want to discuss with you what should be done in order to calm Lin Hao's anger. His demand is to move the chemical plant away from the village where Lin Hao is. The Wei family elder wanted to say the name of the village where Lin Hao's family was located, but he suddenly realized that he didn't even know what the name of that village was, and he was a bit sweaty. It's not necessary for us to open the chemical plant inside that village. It's not really a big deal if we want to relocate it out to another place, but if that's the case, won't those fields we bought go to waste? Someone immediately questioned. To them money was really just a number. Losing all that money from buying the fields was really nothing. But how had their Wei family ever suffered such a big loss? This made them feel a little less balanced in their hearts, which was why they came forward to question it. Yes, it's true that we've lost money, but think about it, if we were able to hitch a ride with Lin Hao, join forces with that power behind him, then wouldn't our Wei family's strength be able to take another step forward? You guys have been thinking about relocating our family's power to the capital there, but that's another extremely difficult thing to do. After all, the resources where the capital is have been pretty much split up. Now that Lin Hao has appeared, how is that not an opportunity for us? Wei Wuxian hurriedly voiced his thoughts, and his thoughts caused the clansmen present to look at each other in dismay. For them, they had long since gotten tired of staying here, wanting to go to a broader world and try more power. That was why they had been wanting to move the power that belonged to them to the capital. Only this matter was indeed quite difficult. Alright, now that you all have your own ideas, let's vote. The Wei family elder stepped forward once again, his face full of seriousness. I hope that you guys will be a bit more cautious when you vote. Lin Hao said that if we aren't able to give him a satisfactory answer, he'll most likely exterminate our entire Wei clan. He might not be qualified on his own, but once you add that power behind him, it's a different story. That young man Lin Hao doesn't look like he's only in his 20s, and he already possesses the strength to defeat us. This shows that power must have their own unique insights and true knowledge in the aspect of cultivating talents. This means that once they really get angry, it is very likely that they will bring about our doom. That's all I have to say. I also hope that you guys will behave yourselves and start voting. Everyone present was a human savant. They naturally understood just how rare a genius-level grandmaster was. Even more so, they knew how difficult it was to want to cultivate such a talent. So many people hesitated, and even those guys who had been clamoring to take out Lin Hao right from the start began to lower their heads, thinking about how they should break the ice. It was just that everyone there had been thinking about it for a long time, and they couldn't break the situation at all. Their clans had been passed down for so many years, and once they fought Lin Hao to the death, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Combining with other clans to take out Lin Hao was also very unrealistic. It would easily attract jackals, and the Wei family would be in danger then. Soon, the results of the vote came out, and there were more people who chose to submit to Lin Hao. Good, since you've all decided, let's do it. The Wei clan elder's face was relieved, satisfied that his clanmates had been able to make the right choice. Even though the choice had been made, then they also had to investigate Lin Hao properly. Soon some information about Lin Hao appeared in front of the crowd. It was only when they saw Lin Hao's previously calm and unruffled life together with the changes that had only recently appeared that everyone had a sense of realization. Many people were speculating in their minds that Lin Hao had most likely encountered a strange encounter, and that behind him there must be a superpower supporting him. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to buy so many things. At the same time, The Wei family had investigated that Lin Hao did indeed have the Chloe forest in his hands. As for the gold mines, as of right now, they really didn't have the means to put their hands on M country, which led to the fact that right now, they could only see those financial resources that Lin Hao had in the country. It seems like us submitting to Lin Hao is instead a very worthwhile thing. From now on, I don't care what kind of tactics you use, you must make Lin Hao feel at home, and let him know of our Wei family's sincerity, as well as hurry up with the chemical plant and reselect the place. Wei Wuxian once again brought out the family's vigor, and an order was given. They were all centered around Lin Hao, and none of the Wei family members present dared to refute them. At this time, Lin Hao, on the other hand, had brought his parents to a city outside the village to do some shopping. Having lived in the village for most of their lives, Lin's father and mother were still very curious about the outside world. Lin Hao's heart was slightly sour when he saw this. His parents had worked hard all their lives, but they hadn't enjoyed anything. He swore in his heart that for the rest of his days, he would make sure that his parents enjoyed a good life that they hadn't enjoyed before. However, just in the time he was fuming, a disgusting roar made Lin Hao angry. Chapter 52, Smash It For Me. It wasn't that Lin's wife hadn't been to the mall before. In the past, she came, just shopping, did not buy anything, because all the things in it are really too expensive. And now that she has a son to back her up and buy things for herself, she naturally wants to take a good look at these things that she wouldn't even dare to look at on a normal day. It was just that she had just entered an upscale clothing store when she was heckled. You countryside old woman, don't buy or don't touch, just with your rough hands. You've touched the fabric of these clothes of ours in one go. Who would dare to buy clothes that have been touched by you? If you don't want to buy them, get out of here. Don't be here, rubbing the air conditioner. The promoter was very upset. Her performance was very bad recently. She had just been given a lecture by the supervisor and was getting angry. She didn't expect that a wild woman would come in and touch the clothes in their store. It just made her fire come up all of a sudden. Catching the old woman Lin was a scolding. Why are you such an unreasonable girl? I was only taking a look. Besides, my hands are clean, so what if I've touched it? It's not dirty? Lin Wifey's bottom line was very low. After all, she was nothing more than a village girl and had never even been. The money she was carrying now was only a few $100s. This was still what she had brought with her when she thought of taking her children and daughter-in-law to a restaurant after she was tired of shopping here. When the promoter saw that she even dared to contradict herself, her anger increased. Dead old woman, how dare you retort? Do you know how much this dress is worth? It's $100,000. Your whole body combined probably can't even afford to buy one of his buttons. If you touched the dress, can you afford to pay for it? The promoter scolded relentlessly. Su Shue's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Today she was responsible for taking her mother-in-law shopping around, and as long as she liked something, she wanted to buy it for her. But she didn't expect that in the effort of turning around to go to the restroom, she would be bullied. Su Shue instantly became angry, rushed over to the promoter's face and slapped him. The loud slap instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those onlookers who were originally watching the show were also dumbfounded at this time. Humph, do you know who she is? How dare you scold her? Are you living out of your mind? Su Shue had recently been with Lin Hao and had learned how to express the words nonchalant. You dare to hit me. The promoter didn't expect that here. There would be someone who dared to make a move on her? If I hit you, I'll hit you. What's the point of picking a time? Hurry up and apologize to my mother-in-law, or I definitely won't spare you. Su Shue was like a mother hen protecting her cubs at this moment. Fierce, only her beautiful angelic face really didn't have much deterrent strength. You're really quite brutal. I'm telling you, you'd better hurry over right now and apologize to my mother on your knees, or else my mother will make me suffer. As soon as the salesman heard that the old woman Lin was Su Shue's mother-in-law, he instantly understood that this one woman in front of him was actually broke as well. Otherwise it wouldn't have become the mother-in-law of such a village girl. Who do you want to make kneel down? At this time, Lin Hao brought Lin Xiangtian over, and the two of them had had enough of shopping. After all, the two of them were both big men and didn't have the same endlessness as a woman once they'd wandered around. Only just walking over, they realized that something so big had happened here. Both of them were very angry. The promoter looked at the 2-year-olds who walked over, one old and one young, as old as Lin's wife, poor and old. The young man, on the other hand, was dressed quite a bit better, but was not put in her eyes. Their store sold luxury goods, so she had seen many dignitaries. The aura and wealth on their bodies was not something that these few country bumpkins in front of her could compare to, so she was very relieved. Humph, just a few country bumpkins who don't know how to die. I'm already being merciful by giving you guys the chance to kneel down and admit your faults. It's fine if you guys don't admit it. You can buy this dress back, but do you guys have that kind of money? The promoter's face was filled with mockery, a look of watching a good show. I hope that later on you'll still be able to be as tough as you are now. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and started calling. Howsy, why don't I just apologize to them? That's a whole $100,000. Mom, don't worry about this matter. We'll just sit on the sidelines and watch the show. Su Shui knew that Lin Hao was shaking people down, so she didn't plan to just leave. Pulling wifey Lin, she found a place to sit down. Yo ho, how dare you guys call out? Good, then I'd like to see what you guys can do to me today. The promoter wasn't afraid at all. She was a distant relative of the Wei family. With the Wei family backing her up, who was she afraid of? If it is not because the manager of the store is also the Wei family, she will not be scolded. Detected the host has a very strong desire to pretend. Super pretend system start. In less than 10 minutes, another pair of escorts came over, carrying money boxes in their hands. They came in front of Lin Hao. Boss Lin, this is the cash you wanted. The lead escort immediately walked over to Lin Hao and saluted towards him, and took out a form for him to sign. Well, alright, you guys wait on the sidelines first. The promoter looked at the escort with real guns and was filled with suspicion. She didn't know what exactly Lin Hao wanted to do, but just to be on the safe side, she called her good-looking one and asked him to hurry over and back himself up. And just then, a team of security guards came from outside the mall, and as soon as they entered the mall, they ran straight over to Lin Hao's side, and as soon as they came over, they immediately surrounded the entire clothing store. Hello, boss, smash it. Lin Hao directly gave the order without saying a word. The promoter instantly felt bad, but it was too late at this point. Without any hesitation after hearing the order, Mad Tiger directly led the men to smash the entire store to pieces. Lin Shangtian and also Lin's wife looked on in shock, their eyes filled with shock. Although they knew that their son had made a lot of money, what they didn't expect was that he had such a strong backbone. He dared to lead people to smash someone else's store, and it was a luxury store at that, which made the two of them feel a bit numb and worried at the same time. They were afraid that Lin Hao wouldn't be able to defeat the people behind the luxury store, and that would be bad. The two of them were fidgety, and blood transfusion was on the sidelines. Then softly consoling, when Boss Wei and the manager of the mall hurried to the scene, the entire store had already been smashed to pieces and was surrounded by spectators. Chapter 53, Boss Wei almost pissed himself. TMD, who has the guts to smash our Wei family store? Big Boss Wei's people hadn't arrived yet, but his voice arrived first. The promoter had been forced to know where to hide. As soon as he heard his voice, rushed towards him. Only what he didn't expect was that at this moment, Boss Wei was in a sorry state. His face was swollen, and one arm was hanging in front of his chest, with the appearance of a disabled person. This made her feel a little surprised, not being able to figure out who would dare to touch Boss Wei here, but once she thought of her own grievances, she didn't think any further and instead hurriedly ran to him to pamper him. Honey, you came just in time. They bullied me. As soon as Boss Wei heard that someone was bullying his woman, his fire instantly came up. The grievances that he had suffered in the Wei family had also risen miserably at this time, and now was the time for him to find someone to vent it out. Now he was looking for someone to vent his frustrations on, and when someone came to his door, he wouldn't be polite, and he ran towards Lin Hao without hesitation. The manager of the shopping mall had been thinking of looking for trouble with the person who had smashed the store, but when he saw that Boss Wei had come, he could only shrink behind him. He wanted to see who had the guts to call the Wei family's bluff. It was only when Boss Wei arrived in front of Lin Hao and saw his smiling face, he didn't hesitate to turn around and give his woman a slap in the face, instantly swelling the promoter's face. The promoter looked at Boss Wei with an unbelieving face, a look of uncertainty and aggression. Boss Wei didn't dare to call Lin Hao's bluff, and hurriedly knelt down in front of him before frantically slapping his already swollen face. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize Tai. It's me, who didn't educate my woman well. I apologize to Mr. Lin. The store manager who followed behind Boss Wei was originally a bit strange. This guy, Boss Wei, was the one who wasn't afraid of anything? Even if it was the head of the Wei family, he could occasionally top a sentence or two, especially when he was in a position of power. He wouldn't spare anyone, but he didn't expect that he would now bow down to a young man. Instantly, the manager knew that this young man was definitely not something to be messed with, or at least not something that their Wei family could mess with. He hurriedly hid to the side, then took a picture of Lin Hao and sent it to the family, asking about Lin Hao's origins. Soon enough, the family side gave the message that he absolutely couldn't be offended, and that he had to be honored. As soon as he got this order, the manager of the store was almost scared to death, and in his heart, he had already cursed the promoter many times. He also knew that if he didn't intervene now, if anything happened subsequently, he would definitely be left in the lurch. So he hurriedly accompanied a smiling face and hurriedly walked over towards Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, it's really a case of great water hitting the Dragon King's temple. A family that doesn't recognize a family. You see how big this misunderstanding is? However, this Wang Shaoli also deserves to die. It's because we didn't nurture her enough, so a few of you were frightened. As compensation, we have decided to give all of our luxuries to you several, as a way to give you a shock. The manager's heart was on the verge of regretting it. Why did he recruit the stinky woman Wang Xiaoli in the first place? Now it's good. The trouble she attracted, but she has to compensate for it herself, and she has to compensate in so many things at once. In the future, the Wei family was afraid that it would be difficult for him to do bigger business. He wanted to tear this stinking woman Wang Xiaoli apart, but the most important thing right now was to hurry up and appease Lin Hao first, so that he wouldn't have any prejudice or dissatisfaction towards the Wei family. You're a well-informed person, but the ones who are frightened by this matter are my mother and father. Whether or not I can forgive you guys for this is still up to my parents, not me. I'm just in charge of taking it out on them. The meaning of Lin Ho's words couldn't have been more obvious. The manager and boss Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, instantly understood what he meant and hurriedly ran to kneel in front of Lin's father and mother, begging for their forgiveness. It was the first time that Lin Shangtian and Lin's wife and son both encountered this kind of thing, and for a moment they were a bit at a loss as to what to do. Dad, Mom, there's a head for the grievances. There's a head for the debts. The store we've already smashed, but that promoter is still fine until now. Don't give them a little lesson. If they continue to commit the offense in the future, it won't just be our family that suffers. Su Shui saw that the two old men hadn't dared to say anything, and hurriedly opened her mouth to help. Then what do you think should be done? I think we should put a good punishment on that woman. Let her know what it means to honor the old and love the young, and also let her know what it means to respect others. The two kneeling on the ground couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This result was already considered relatively good for them. After all, it was just a woman. It wasn't like they didn't have one. Besides, this woman wasn't considered to be much better. Other than being able to pamper and whine, there wasn't really anything good about her. Boss Wei long ago hated her in his heart and couldn't wait to tear her to pieces, so naturally he wouldn't care if she died or lived. Hurriedly stating, "Xin this lord, and also madam, don't worry. I will definitely teach this woman a hard lesson. Definitely won't let her have any more disrespectful thoughts." Boss Wei said this with his mouth, but actually in his heart, he was thinking that he should find some place to bury her better. However, he didn't say any of this out loud. He just had to give an attitude. As for exactly how to deal with it, it was actually his own business. The promoter's entire body was numb at this point, and his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. Trembling, she wanted to open her mouth to beg for mercy, but she couldn't open her mouth no matter what. She was frightened, and they didn't expect a random country village girl to have such a big status. Seeing his lost soul look, wifey Lin didn't have the intention of continuing the punishment, but waved her hand, then stood up and said to Lin Hao, "Son, I'm a little hungry. Let's go find a place to eat first." Lin Hao naturally agreed to his mom's words without fail. Hurriedly waving his hand, he told those men of his to leave the place. The money that had just been brought in, based on the fact that there was no opportunity to display it, was also told to be taken back. Lin Shangtian and his wife couldn't help but be a little stunned. They hadn't been able to recover from the shock until now, and were still in a dazed state, not even knowing how to leave the mall. Lin Hao found a 5-star hotel and led them inside. It wasn't until the moment they picked up the menu that Lin's wife came back to her senses. Just as soon as she saw the prices on top of the menu, she was shocked. "Howsy, this is too expensive. No, let's eat at another one." Chapter 54, Wei Wuxian makes his position clear. Su Shui looked at the menu and didn't think the dishes were expensive. Dad, Mom, Su Shui on the contrary felt that these dishes were all very normal. These are all very normal prices. Now that Hao Zi has been able to make money, and make quite a bit, it's just one meal. Besides, you two have worked so hard for most of your life. You haven't enjoyed it until now. It's natural that you should have a good meal, and we can get a discount for getting along with this boss. As Su Shui said this, she winked towards the second old man. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Was Su Shui familiar with the owner of this hotel? Why didn't he know anything about it? Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask. Instead, he nodded his head at the side, informing that this was indeed true, and that he must make sure that the second old man ate smoothly and happily anyway. He also knew that the second old man had actually always been very afraid of spending money, especially after that fiasco of borrowing money. They were even more afraid of the lack of money in the family. They were even more reluctant to spend too much money on enjoyment, but Lin Hao simply wouldn't give them the chance. After all, he now has so many assets. There are so many ways to make money. Cannot let the two old people suffer. Lin Shangtian had already recovered from his son's change of heart, so instead, he didn't say anything, but instead glared at his own wife without any good reason. "Your wife is always so nagging. Our children have success. We also follow a little bit of light to eat some good. How is it? This dish is only $100 or so. The most expensive is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's nothing. Didn't you just see all that money that Hosey carried to the mall? Those 2 boxes probably can't be taken without a $10 million. Lin Shangtian lectured his wife while secretly prying into Lin Hao's current assets in hand. When Lin Hao saw his face, he knew what he was thinking. Without hesitation, he took out 2 bank cards, placing one in front of Lin Shangtian and one in front of Lin's wife and son. Mom and Dad, this is my filial piety to you for this card. These 2 cards have $10 million in each card respectively. It's my filial honor to you all. If it's not enough to spend, remember to let me know and I can give you more. Upon hearing that the amount was surprisingly so huge, both of the 2 old men couldn't help but be stunned, the corners of their mouths stiffening a bit. Posey, what exactly are you doing now? We don't mean to stop you, but we want to know what exactly you're doing or not, so that the 2 of us can feel a bit more at ease. Wifey Lin finally couldn't help but ask the concern in her heart. I've now opened a security company and bought 2 buildings, an island, plus a forest. The matter of the situation. Lin Hao didn't intend to talk about it now. After all, that thing was in a foreign country, and this would be much more troublesome to explain. It wasn't something that could be explained in just a sentence or 2. Even Su Shui, Lin Hao didn't say anything. Lin Shangtian and his wife originally thought that their son was already very powerful, but it hadn't occurred to them that he was hiding so deeply. Without realizing it, he already had so many industries. Both of them looked at their own sons with open mouths and unbelieving faces. Su Shui also didn't expect Lin Hao to already have so much in his hands. In her heart, she couldn't help but be proud of him, and at the same time, she was gorgeous. She had picked up a treasure. The family finished their meal and were about to settle the bill when they were told that someone had already settled the bill for them. Lin Hao immediately thought of the Wei family. As expected, right in front of the entrance to the private room, Wei Wuxian stood honestly. Next to him was Boss Wei kneeling, as well as the manager of the store. Lin Hao and the others had just opened the door when they saw their group of uninvited guests. Their faces couldn't help but droop. Who was he doing this for? Wei family master. What are you doing? Lin Hao pretended to look like he didn't know anything. Boss, I'm leading our Wei family's ungrateful sons and daughters here to make amends to you. This boss Wei Wuxian could be said to have called out without any delay. There was no dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he looked like he was taking it for granted. As soon as Lin Hao heard him call himself boss, he knew that the Wei family was already planning to submit to him. No need, since my mom has already forgiven them, then this matter is considered taken over. Besides, I've already gotten out of the way, so there's no need to go deeper. You're very sincere, but I don't want what happened today to happen again. Lin Hao's words made Wei Wuxian shiver and hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and couldn't offer his gift, a bank card. Lin Hao also did not say much, directly received the bank card handed to Su Shui. Wei Wuxian's corner of the eye ruthlessly pumped, to know that this is loaded with 500 million, but Lin Hao even so casually handed over to such a woman. But he didn't dare to show any different expression. Now as long as Lin Hao could forgive them, if Lin Hao accepted his gift, he naturally accepted his apology. Then it meant that they could talk about cooperation next as well. What surprised him was that Lin Hao wasn't even going to talk about cooperation right away. Although I can see your sincerity, there are still things you haven't done yet, so after you're done with those things, we'll talk about the rest. As soon as he heard No. Zero's words, although Wei Wuxian was a bit annoyed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he acted as if he deserved it and respectfully sent Lin Hao out the front door of the hotel. After returning to the hotel, looking at the 2 unproductive things, Wei Wuxian gave one of them a slap. You 2 dogs, you almost ruined our Wei family's big event. The 2 men covered their faces and knelt on the ground, not daring to have any words. Although this matter today actually had nothing to do with them, they were also clear that the family would have to do whatever they wanted. Alright, all hurry up and give Lousy a role. In the future all give Lousy some attention. Like today this kind of thing cannot be repeated. And that woman give Lousy to do cleaner. After Wei Wuxian finished his explanation, he wasn't going to continue to stay, but hurriedly went back and told his family about the outcome of the matter. After returning home, Su Shui checked the amount on that card and was immediately shocked. Lin Hao, this is $500 million. Su Shui was surprised as she returned the bank card to Lin Hao. Since it's already been given to you, just keep it. Lin Hao didn't care in the slightest. But it's, here, isn't what's mine is yours. Besides, you're my wife. Won't all the money I earn in the future be for you to manage? Chapter 55, The Wei Family's Sincerity. Su Shui couldn't help but be moved to tears after hearing Lin Hao's words. Although she hadn't been able to figure out exactly how much property Lin Hao had in his hands, the only thing she was sure of was that he must have a considerable amount of income in his hands, and still have every month. If he all these to himself, then later on their own can be a rich woman. Even the Su family cannot compare. This made her touched and at the same time a little paranoid, feeling that she seemed a little unworthy of Lin Hao. Even the status of first daughter of the Su family was a little less than adequate. Lin Hao, will you dislike me? Lin Hao couldn't help but freeze for a moment once he heard her words. Then he looked at her somewhat strangely. What's wrong with you? Or is there something I did wrong that made you feel unhappy? You can tell me. I'll change it right away. As soon as she heard Lin Hao's words, Su Shui knew that she was overthinking it. She hurriedly jumped onto his body and hugged him firmly. Lin Hao simply didn't know what was wrong with her. Lin Hao didn't even know what was wrong with her. He didn't care if she suddenly hugged him, but he hugged Su Shui tightly and smelled the scent of her body. His body was filled with a comfortable feeling, and then he was shamefully hard. Su Shui's little face was red. Naturally, she also felt the heat in Lin Hao's body, also followed by couldn't help but start to have a reaction. The two of them comforted each other in the room. At this time, Lin's father and mother looked at the bank card in their hands, but they were a little worried. Do you think the security company is really that good? To be able to earn so much money, why can't I believe it? Lin's wife looked at the bank card in her hand, always felt a touch of sadness lingering, her heart 7 up and down, very apprehensive. Seeing his wife behave like this, Lin Xiangtian also shook his head helplessly, then smiled bitterly and said, since all this money is that brat filial piety to us, we naturally also for him to receive well, the flower of the flower should be used. As for living our lives, we surprisingly all have so much money. It is also necessary to live our lives a little better, so that Hao Zi does not worry too much about our lives. Let him fulfill his ambitions when he should. We can't be his backing, then don't be a drag on him. Lin Xiangtian's words made Lin's wife nod. He also felt that this way was the best way to help Lin Hao, and the two of them snuggled together, their hearts filled with fulfillment. When their son was successful, they naturally followed suit, and they also wanted to change the situation in their village, paving a road out for their village, so that in the future, even if their village wanted to go to the outside city, it would be much easier. Why don't we build a villa? Like those tall buildings inside the big city, or a very beautiful ancient style building can also work. Anyway, with our family's current condition, we can afford to build it. The most crucial thing is that our daughter-in-law is also a rich and noble person. If we let her live with us in a countryside house all day long, it's not quite right. Suddenly, Mrs. Lin thought of her family's house, which was really a bit crude, so she planned to take this money Lin Hao had given her and build a house. As soon as Lin Xiangtian heard the wifey's words, he was instantly satisfied and nodded. He also felt that this was a pretty good idea. They had money now. They no longer had to break a dollar into two like before, and after they agreed, they were going to go out and buy land tomorrow. Lin Hao didn't know what his parents were planning to do, and after playing at home for a few days, he was ready to leave. His parents had already decided not to leave the village, so he had no choice but to go back on his own. Even the cooperation between the Wei family was forgotten to the clouds. Wei Wuxian was also filled with nervousness now that he knew he was getting ready to leave, and rushed to the house to block him. Only then did Lin Hao remember that he still had choice tasks that he hadn't completed, so he had no choice but to helplessly come to the hall with him and talk about the cooperation between each other. Lin Xiangtian and his wife hurriedly retreated to the side in order not to disturb them, not daring to disturb them easily. Although they already had money in their hands, the Wei family's reputation was still as big as a mountain, weighing down the husband and wife a little too much to breathe. Not having the courage to dare to face the Wei family's head directly, Lin Hao didn't care. He felt that the Wei family was just a bunch of disobedient brats. Now that he had beaten them into submission, there was naturally no need to be afraid, and if they dared to resist, Lin Hao wouldn't hesitate to let them try extermination. The two of them had been waiting in silence, waiting for the other to take the lead and speak. Zhang Feng wasn't in a hurry to take it at all, simply picking up his cell phone and playing a game. Seeing this situation, Wei family master also knew that he was afraid that if he didn't open his mouth again, he would really miss the opportunity. He had no choice but to once again take out a bank card and hand it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't help but frown at him. You've already given me 500 million, now why are you giving me money back? As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Wei Wuxian smiled helplessly and bitterly. This is our sincerity. What you gave before was an apology. This time it's sincerity. There's a total of $1 billion in here. It's the development funds for the Chloe Forest. I hope that we can join in the development of the Chloe Forest, and I also hope that our Wei family can participate in the development of the gold mine. As soon as he heard his words, Lin Hao frowned with some dissatisfaction. Isn't your Wei family's appetite a little too big? Can you guys handle it? As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Wei Wuxian said very smugly, if it's the gold mine side, we have clansmen stationed over in M, and we likewise know the market over there in M. Honestly speaking, even if you have the mining procedures for the gold mines over there, without the help of the locals, it's absolutely impossible to develop those gold smoothly, and those foreigners are definitely not going to let you take their gold mines away easily. Lin Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows once he heard his words. In an instant, he understood what he was thinking, that this was merely about wanting to compete for more benefits. If you guys want to cooperate with and open a gold mine with me, you'll do it after you get the Chloe Forest to me first. I can't trust you completely after just getting in touch with you. To be honest, I still don't believe that you guys can be used for me. Since you can't be used for me, why should I cooperate with you? I don't mean to treat you as slaves by taking you under my command. All of you are coexisting for the benefit of each other, but whether you can qualify or not, we still have to examine it before we can do so. Chapter 56, Cooperation with the Wei family. Lin Hao had already made it so clear, so Wei Wuxian naturally understood what he meant, and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Now that our chemical plant is ready to move out, we'll never look for trouble, but most of the people in the village don't have jobs, so we intend to bring them along when the Chloe Forest is developed, but we don't have the development authority of the Rocky Forest. So, Wei Wuxian had come this time to not only discuss opportunities for cooperation, but he actually wanted to get the contract for the development rights from Lin Hao's hands. If they weren't even able to get this, there was absolutely no way that the Wei family could develop the Chloe Forest. Lin Hao nodded at this and said with a smile, if you guys want to, you can sign the contract right now. I'm willing to give you this opportunity, but I'll be ugly. If you guys want to develop and work together with me to develop this forest, then you'll have to make good development plans. These plans and decisions must be in accordance with the regulations, but also to do no harm to nature. Otherwise, I will never adopt your plan. Do you understand what I'm saying? After Lin Hao finished speaking, he looked at Wei Wuxian with a burning gaze. Wei Wuxian was a little hairy from his gaze. He hadn't forgotten that this young man in front of him was a very powerful expert. We are naturally able to understand what you said. This is what we intend to do, what we want to develop in the future. We will have a team dedicated to producing sophisticated plans. These plans we will take to your mansion for you to have a good look at. If you don't agree, we will then change the program until you decide. Wei Wuxian hurriedly sat up straight, his body but even moved out halfway, not daring to sit in a full chair. A look of sitting upright. Lin Hao saw him in this state and also nodded with satisfaction. This group of old guys were still considered to be aware of the times. Alright, then you guys hurry up and make your plans first. Here's my business card, and my address. Lin Hao took out his own business card and handed it to Wei Wuxian when he finished speaking. Wei Wuxian hurriedly took it with both hands. By the way, if it's possible for you to do something for the Wei family, it's best not to do things as arrogantly as you did before. It's best to keep a low profile when you should, lest you offend certain characters you shouldn't in the future. Don't blame me for not helping you. As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Wei Wuxian immediately looked serious. He didn't know what Lin Hao's reason for saying this was, but he knew that as a super expert, Lin Hao would never say this without reason. He hurriedly promised Lin Hao, who nodded and then let him leave. Wei Wuxian naturally didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left with his men in a gray cloud. Because they had to sign the contract, Lin Hao and Su Shui had to stay once again. Lin's father and mother, however, were very excited, and it was naturally good to be able to stay one more day. They started to cook a lot of delicious food for the two of them, and Su Shui even became the focus of their care. As for Lin Hao, he was like a little pitiful man who had been abandoned and forgotten. He couldn't help but feel a bit bad. He was the biological one, but his parents pressed on with no intention of taking care of him and continued to push him aside as if he was heir. The next day Wei Wuxian came over with the contract, and Lin Hao read it carefully. Then he took it to Su Shui and asked her to take a closer look. Su Shui naturally didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly read the contents over and over again several times before she was sure. Only then did Lin Hao pick up a pen and start signing his big name, and at the same time, he also took an attachment of the reasonable development rights of the Chloe Forest and gave it to him. Wei Wuxian couldn't help his hands from trembling a little when he got this. What this represented was the rich assets of an entire forest. Just as Lin Hao was about to kick him out, Wei Wuxian once again made his request. It's like this. Ever since drinking that body-strengthening liquid of yours, it seems like those old men of our Wei family are going to break through the limits of their internal strength. That's why I was thinking if I could ask you for some body-strengthening liquid, so that we can have a few more experts working for you. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow after hearing his words. It's not impossible for you to want body-strengthening liquid, but these things are unattainable. It's not like I have to give them just because you want them, and these things aren't something that money can buy. To tell you the truth, what I took out in the first place was actually just the amount for one person. We gave it to a few of them separately, and the potency wasn't strong. But if a whole one is drunk, do you know what kind of consequences it would be? Since they had noticed that they had something good and wanted it, Lin Hao didn't mind fishing for their appetites. Let them work better for themselves. Once Wei Wuxian heard his words, he couldn't help but suck in his saliva for a moment before asking, what will happen? Of course it'll go on, and your internal strength will even explode several times what it was before, and it'll most likely cure the stubborn diseases in your bodies, allowing you to live the rest of your lives comfortably. As soon as he heard Lin Hao's words, Wei Wuxian couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes and an unbelievable look. Then can this thing be mass-produced? If it can be mass-produced, we can sell this thing. As soon as he heard his words, Lin Hao couldn't help but stare. Yeah, how could he forget such an important thing? He suddenly remembered his plan to run a pharmaceutical company. In addition to going home to see his parents, he actually wanted to see if he could find a place that could provide Johnson Pharmaceuticals prescriptions. Wasn't there a ready-made base where Chinese medicine could be grown right now? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but be happy. So he smiled and said to Wei Wuxian, Chloe Forest, you must get a piece of land to grow Chinese herbs. You must get this place ready for me. I'll have a use for it when the time comes. Everything else can be put aside. But this one must be made out for me first. After I get it out, I will get you Wei family a few bottles of body-strengthening medicinal liquid. It depends on how far you can go. If it makes me very satisfied, I will give a few more bottles. Wei Wuxian spat in his mind about Lin Hao talking straight and not being subtle about it. However, as soon as he heard about his preparations to give the Wei family medicinal fluid, Wei Wuxian immediately had no problem with it. But anyone who wanted to block their family's strength from rising was their enemy. Now that Lin Hao was willing to give them those medicines that could boost their internal strength, they were naturally very excited. Once those medicines were in their hands, then the entire border region, they were afraid, would really become their Wei family's world. And then even if those Maoists came, they wouldn't have to be afraid. Chapter 57, The Trouble with the Tianlong Society. Wei Wuxian's intentions in his mind and maneuvering, Lin Hao didn't even know. Even if he did, he wouldn't bother. It was just a small family. It wasn't really much. He has a strong body potion in his hands. Even if he wants to create some more capable generals for himself, he can do it. Don't forget that he still has an underground force in his hands. As long as this underground force is utilized to the extreme, use Johnson Pharmaceuticals to raise their strength, and teach them some kung fu and internal martial arts, then he will be able to pull up a huge team in a short period of time. At that time, even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. When Lin Hao thought about it, it made more and more sense. So he didn't have any intention of continuing to tangle with the Wei family. He directly waved his hand for them to leave, and now he wanted to go back to see what happened to the Heavenly Dragon Society. Before he came here, he had thrown the Heavenly Sect Society to the side and didn't bother with them. It was time to go back and take a look. The next day Wei Wuxian, and a group of people from the Wei family as well as Lin Hao's parents all came to see Lin Hao and Su Shui off. Looking at this vast send-off team, those who were waiting to board the plane at the airport were all a bit stunned. However, what was even more unexpected was that Lin Hao hadn't even thought about going on a plane with them. Instead, Lin Hao went to the private jet side. Lin Hao thought of his own private jet. His parents have not yet sat on it. He then once again invited his parents to come back to live inside the city with him. We won't go and cause trouble for you. You're fighting alone in the city and you still have to take care of us as well, which would be bad for your effectiveness. So we'll just continue to bring it up at home. Anyway, now that we have money, there's no need for you to worry about us. In the future, you'll just get down to work. Go ahead and fulfill whatever ambitions you want to fulfill. And call us more often to nag us about anything. Although we can't help you, but occasionally you'll feel better in your heart if you tell us about the depression in your heart. As soon as Lin Hao heard his mother's words, he couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart and hugged her firmly. All of you remember this for me. In the future, this pair of old people must all be protected for me. Wei Wuxian secretly admonished those sons and daughters in the family, telling them that they must firmly memorize the looks of Lin's father and mother. When they saw him in the future, even if they didn't walk around him, they had to be respectful. The two of them should never be easily offended. Those children of the Wei family were still somewhat disdainful, especially when they saw their own family members treating a young man with respect. They all felt a bit humiliated, until the head of the family and some very old qualified clan members all came out in support. They all couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At the same time, they also knew that they would have one more pair of characters that they couldn't afford to mess with in the future. And this pair of characters that they couldn't afford to mess with in any way was a chasm that they would be unable to cross when they spoke and did things in the future. Although they were not happy in their hearts, they all did what their clans said they wanted them to do, and no one, not a single one of them, dared to resist. Even more so, none of them dared to talk nonsense, and they all honestly stood behind the Wei family head to see Lin Hao off. Lin Hao patted Wei Wuxian's shoulder with great satisfaction, and glared at those soulless Wei family brats, before taking Su Shui onto the private plane. So, that airplane shouldn't be his own, right? This is the first time I've seen someone buy such a luxurious private jet. A few young men from the Wei family chattered on and on. Their Wei family actually had their own airplanes, but those were helicopters. Instead, they were not the civil aviation style airplanes that they had now. So both of them were a bit salivating and couldn't help but treat Lin Hao respectfully. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh until he got on the plane, especially when he saw those sons of the world's families looking at his seat with salivating looks on their faces. His heart was filled with joy. Look at your smug mouth almost grinning into your ears. Su Shui was also a bit amused, and helplessly was reaching out to pinch Lin Hao's mouth. Lin Hao hurriedly counterattacked, and the two of them were not messing around in the middle of the airplane. Tianlong Society. Jidua Xing looked at the surveillance and his face was horribly gloomy. Damn. It said that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. This group of guys, but they've crossed the line. Zhou Dazue's face was also ugly. Their Heavenly Dragon Society's halls had already been knocked out several times in just a few days. This made them feel extremely upset. This was just the group of guys who would attack their halls, and they still hadn't been able to find out where they were hiding to this day. We have to get this group of rats out before we can do so. Otherwise, if we keep letting them siphon off a bit on this side and attack once on that side, where will our Heavenly Dragon Society's face go? Chen Lan's face was no better. She always felt that the reason why the Heavenly Dragon Society had been attacked this time was because of Lin Hao. We first have to make some defenses against their attack before we can do anything. From now on, all the brothers should not go out alone. Also from now on those halls have to do a good job of defense. The most crucial thing is that all of you who are warped to go out and wander the world. All of you give me a break. Jidua Xing was helpless. Lin Hao was now a shirker, directly dumping the entire Heavenly Dragon Society on him to manage. How could he manage it alone? Especially since his force value wasn't high to begin with. There were many of those brothers under his hand who didn't obey him, so now when things came up, he had a bit of a headache. Alas, if only the boss was here he would know what to do. Zhou Dazue suddenly came out with such a sentence. He was still more curious about that legendary boss. Previously, when the Heavenly Dragon Society was in danger, he accepted the boss's order and directly left the Heavenly Dragon Society to wave around. So he hadn't been able to meet Lin Hao firsthand, and now once he heard about Lin Hao the boss, he was naturally very curious. Apart from the fact that he was able to take out a large sum of money to give to the Heavenly Dragon Society as dues, it was also because his strength was spreading throughout the entire Heavenly Lunar Dragon Society. It all felt as if he was like there was nothing in the sky or the ground, and this was something that made him feel very new and curious to meet Lin Hao, the legendary boss. Jidua Xing frowned. He naturally held Lin Hao in very high esteem, but these sudden words made him feel a little less comfortable in his heart. Boss has already said more than once that it's impossible for him to care about us, at least until we're in real trouble. We're definitely not able to bother him. Wisdom said helplessly. Chapter 58, The Scorpion. Wisdom's words made everyone in the room couldn't help but be a little speechless. When the boss died, he told them that there would be a new boss. At that time, they were looking forward to it and wanted to know who it was, but they didn't expect it to be a throwaway boss, which made them feel very helpless. However, as henchmen, as a group of veterans who had been hanging out amongst the dark forces for so long, they thought that they were still able to solve most things, even without Lin Hao. It was only bosses like Lin Hao, who didn't even see their faces, that made it a bit difficult for them. Even if the boss doesn't want to meet with us, and doesn't want to preside over small things on weekdays, but now that we've encountered this kind of dilemma, how can we say that we have to stand up and raise a flag? Some people felt a little less comfortable, so they directly stood out and questioned. These were people who had never met Lin Hao, and they all felt that the character of Lin Hao was made up by other people. The purpose was to gather them together to re-establish the Celestial Dragon Society, and then take the entire Celestial Dragon Society into their hands. Don't look at the Tianwen before. It was just a small gang, but now it was different. With Lin Hao's financial support, the Sky Dragon Club directly destroyed the 9 Dragons Exchange, causing their strength to skyrocket. It also led to the Sky Dragon Society being a bit of a fish out of water. What do you mean by that? We've been brothers together for so many years. What kind of person am I that you still don't know me? Am I the type of person who would lie? Wisdom looked coldly at the person who stood out and questioned. This guy used to be one of the core members of the Heavenly Dragon Society, called Ren Tianxing. In the past, when their boss was still around, he had always been very honest, and also performed very prominently. But after the boss was gone, he seemed to be a different person, wanting to become the new boss of Tianlong Society all day long. Though there is a saying among them, a gangster who doesn't want to be the boss is not a good gangster. But if there is a boss under the circumstances, they are absolutely not able to casually sell out, betray the boss. This is a taboo. But also on the road all the people are not to the teeth. Oh, what you are I certainly know clearly. You are an extremely intelligent person. Believe you, as long as the slightest movement of us people will become your cannon fodder. This point we have always been convinced. Now you're taking a non-existent boss and talking to us. Isn't that a bit too much? Even if we were no longer stupid, we wouldn't possibly be stupid enough to go this far. The reason why we didn't say anything before was because all of us regarded you as a brother, thinking to give you a few points of face. After all, we all raised our heads, served your face, and in the future, the big guys won't be able to see each other well. But you are getting more and more excessive. I will have to stand out. I've always emphasized to you guys that the Heavenly Dragon Society needs to keep a low profile right now. But you guys just straight up ended the 9 dragons Hui. Well now, we have all become targets for others to do whatever they want to us. We don't even have the ability to resist now, Ren Tianqing said, constantly scanning the others with his gaze. The others in the room were instantly dumbfounded, thinking that what he said was indeed quite reasonable. This was especially true of those who hadn't seen Lin Hao before. Hearing you say that, I also find it suspicious. Wisdom, that you guys were the ones who were right there when the boss died in the first place. Even though all of us are brothers, there's a closeness to the boss. The boss has always treated you guys as his true right-hand man. There's no denying that, but if you really want to become the boss, just say so directly. Why bring the other brothers along to make up such a boss? Some people also felt that something was very wrong and followed along. Wisdom Star's face instantly became gloomy. You guys cannot believe me, but there is a video of the boss's last words. You guys should have always seen it. Could I still be faking? Wisdom Star was helpless. He knew that he wasn't fit to lead the whole situation at all. Bang! Shenlong punched his fist on the table, instantly splitting the table in half. Humph, you bunch of losers. Lao AI is right here. Anyone who still wants to question it, just say it. Lao AI will break it up with him. Shenlong had just been watching eat, but he hadn't opened his mouth. And now that she saw that Jidwa Xing couldn't hold out any longer, she stepped forward. Further venues, some people all shut up. If it was Shenlong who stepped forward, even if they had more doubts and more grievances, they would only be able to shut up. Who let Shenlan's force value was simply too great. All of them, even if they were to add up, would not be her match. What's more, the rule of the Heavenly Dragon Society had always been that they could not fight against each other in the same sect, so they really didn't dare to make a move against Shenlong. Yo-ho, so lively, looks like I came at the right time. Just at this time, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. The eyebrows of the crowd could not help but frown before looking over in the direction the voice came from. Their hearts were filled with doubts. This was because the door inside the room was closed just fine, and in the direction of the doorway, there wasn't any silhouette. Just as the crowd was wondering, the door was kicked open. A group of men in black walked in. Scorpion? Why is it you? Aren't you in Wuhai City? Shenlong was surprised, and the faces of the other members of the Heavenly Dragon Society suddenly changed. They also didn't expect the person who came to be him, and some of them even started to develop fear. Yo-ho, Chen Old, you're still alive. How nice. Just in time to put an end to the grudge we had back then. Scorpion smiled coldly, his gaze was even incomparably sharp, like a knife. Scorpion, the grudge between you and I, don't count it on others. Shenlan's gaze was equally sharp, only that her aura was obviously much weaker than Scorpion's. No, back then, if it wasn't for the Heavenly Dragon Society, I wouldn't have been so miserable. Besides, I'm rushing towards the Heavenly Dragon Society this time. You're merely along for the ride. What are you all still waiting for? Give me the old man to do all of them. Scorpion yelled, and a large group of people rushed in from outside. When they saw this group of people, all the members of the Tiandi Association present couldn't help but shiver. The number of people on the other side was clearly much larger than them, and their strength was also formidable, murderous, and one look at their aura told them that they were not ordinary people. Scorpion, are you going to fight to the end with our Heavenly Dragon Society? Wisdom looked at Scorpion with a cold face. Chapter 59, Lin Hao's Return. At this time, the other members of the Heavenly Dragon Society did not dare to fight internally. Instead, all of them stood behind Wisdom Star. They knew that now is definitely not the time for infighting. They must be united to deal with Scorpion's team. Oh, and you guys die. You deserve it? Master, I am here to kill people today. Scorpion didn't hide his killing intent at all. Kill. An order was given and the scene was immediately out of control. Although the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society were also brazen, they were after all just a bunch of ordinary punks. Even those few core members were only a little more powerful than the others. On the other hand, these people brought by Scorpion were not ordinary people. They were all mercenaries and had seen blood on their bodies. For them, dealing with a group of gangsters was actually a very easy thing. The crowd from the Heavenly Dragon Society was fighting and retreating, but they were already in the room and were being blocked. So naturally, they couldn't retreat anywhere, and they were soon cut down by many of their brothers. Shenlong was also having a hard time at this time. Scorpion was specifically targeting her alone. After only a few moves against him, Shenlong was somewhat unable to hold her ground. Humph, finally I've caught you. Go to hell and repent with my little brother, Scorpion said as he punched Shenlong in the stomach, sending her flying out. Just at this time, a figure suddenly flew in through the window and crashed through it, breaking the glass. It attacked towards Scorpion. Scorpion reacted swiftly, and threw a punch at him. Only hearing a crunching sound, Scorpion's entire body flew backwards. The figure then landed in front of Shenlong, scooping her up and holding her in his arms. Boss, Cough cough. Chen-lan saw the visitor clearly, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Alright, don't talk too much nonsense. Drink it, Lin Hao said expressionlessly, opening a bottle of blue liquid and pouring it into her mouth. Although Chen-lan didn't know what it was, she drank the jar of liquid out of trust in Lin Hao. Lin Hao put him on the ground and stopped caring about her. He had been alerted by the system before rushing over. Originally, he had thought that the system was making a big deal out of it, but he hadn't expected that the Heavenly Dragon Society would really come close to wiping out their entire army. He had originally thought that with the 9 dragons exchange missing, the Heavenly Dragon Society would be the only one dominant in Jinghai City. But what he didn't expect was that the members of this Heavenly Dragon Society were so weak. Scorpion was in a bad way at this moment. He could feel the bones in his arm breaking. The internal force in his body was even unable to work, which made him feel a little scared. Internal force had always been something he relied on for survival, but now he was unable to mobilize it, which left him a bit overwhelmed. Who are you? I, Shen Tian Association, will be doing business. Irrelevant people, hurry up and get out of here. At this time, everyone else in the room also stopped their hands and looked over this way. It was really because Scorpion, this person was really too famous, but now someone had defeated him in a single move. And it was still a miserable defeat, the kind that didn't have the slightest power to fight back. So both the Heavenly Dragon Society and those mercenaries brought by Scorpion couldn't help but look to this side. You even dare to touch my brothers without knowing who I am? Ha! Aren't you also a little too conceited? When you made your move, didn't you know that you should have investigated who their boss was? Lin Hao's words caused Scorpion's brows to furrow. He actually knew the boss of the Heavenly Dragon Society, and he had almost become a member of the society back then. It was only because he had been a hooligan to Chen-lan that he had his little brother cut off, which had caused him to go far away from home. Now, he had come back with nothing more than hatred, wanting to get rid of Chen-lan and the Heavenly Dragon Society, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly kill such a person. Humph, in that case, then you will die with them. After Scorpion finished speaking, he fished out a pistol from his back waist and pointed it at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, had already been secretly observing all of his movements, and the moment he pulled out his gun, he quickly struck. Snap! Lin Hao's hand quickly pinched the Scorpion's hand, and with a forceful wrench, he instantly nullified his hand, and the gun even fell straight to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao grabbed his throat. You're really quite sinister. It's just a pity you met me. Don't forget to repent properly when you get down there, and don't forget to tell King Yama who slaughtered you. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to make a move to crush him to death. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Whether it was the people from the Tiandi Association or those mercenaries, they all looked at Lin Hao with unbelief. They also hadn't expected that the titular Scorpion would die in his hands, and die so lightly. Do you guys still want to keep fighting again? If you don't want to die now, put down your weapons and I'll still be able to give you a way out. Lin Hao didn't have the intention of having to fight those mercenaries, because it wasn't worth it. Besides, these guys should just be in it for the money. As for money, he had plenty of it. Those mercenaries hesitated a little before putting down the weapons in their hands. The people from the Heavenly Dragon Society wanted to go up and clean them up but were stopped by Lin Hao. What are you doing? Are there any rules left? Or are all the people of the Heavenly Dragon Society so unruly? Lin Hao's words caused all the people from the Heavenly Dragon Society to stutter, and then they looked at him at a bit of a loss. Humph, I'm the boss of the Heavenly Dragon Society. Here my words are the rules and my orders are the only ones. But how do you guys carry out my orders? Lin Hao's voice was cold to the core, causing all those present to shiver. You're our new boss? Those people from the Sky Dragon Society who didn't recognize Lin Hao couldn't help but inquire. That's right, if there's anyone who isn't convinced, I'm always open to your challenges. But in the future, if anyone dares to do something behind the scenes, I definitely won't spare him. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he told the mercenaries to get up, and then led them, along with Chen-lan and Jidwa Xing, to another room. Let's start with who hired you guys. Lin Hao directly opened his mouth to ask for the answer he wanted to know. Only none of those mercenaries were willing to open their mouths. If you guys are willing to follow me and watch, I'll pay you $100,000 a month. From the time you become my men, there is no question of employer or not. That way, it's no big deal even if you betray your original employers. There's also the fact that I'm not the kind of person who would do unloading. Although you guys had a heavy killing aura just now, you didn't take lives when you did it. This is enough to show that you guys don't even have the intention of actually making a move. Chapter 60, The Wise Man's Plea. Lin Hao looked at the few mercenaries in front of him with a burning gaze. Honestly speaking, if it wasn't for the fact that something so sudden had happened today, he definitely wouldn't have left these mercenaries behind. After all, he didn't have much of a handle on whether these guys were good or bad. The only reason for him to leave them behind, other than the fact that they didn't lay a hand on his own brothers. It was because the brothers of the Heavenly Dragon Society, the quality was just too high. If it continued in the original way, the entire Heavenly Dragon Society would still be a scattered sand. As long as there was no one to command, there would still be no cohesion whatsoever, and it would be no different from before. This was extremely unfavorable for his future development, and Lin Hao would have a lot of things to do in the future, so it simply wasn't possible for him to keep an eye on things here all the time. Naturally, he had to find a few people who could train them to help train the entire Heavenly Dragon Society. Not to say that they should train each and every one of them to become a soldier king, but at least let them have a collective consciousness and let them know what true cohesion was. Don't always scatter like birds of a feather when things go wrong. After hearing Lin Hao's words, the leader of the mercenaries stood out with doubt in his gaze. Judging from your strength, you should have been able to kill us all together, but why didn't you kill all of us and instead leave us scourges behind? This question was not only puzzling to him, even the other mercenaries were wondering. Because I need you guys, and I also think you guys are a bunch of talents. So now it's time for you guys to make a choice. Stay or die. Lin Hao's voice was very calm, not even the slightest bit angry, and not even any killing intent. But the mercenaries were very nervous at this point. Are you really going to give each of us $100,000 a month? The leader of the mercenaries finally came to his senses. He also knows that now if they do not surrender, it is very likely that they can only face death. In fact, for those of them, death wasn't such a terrible thing. But to die so suffocatingly, it made them feel very upset and regretful, not to mention that he had brothers behind him, so he couldn't just take them to their deaths with him. I, Lin Hao, have a mouthful of spit and a nail, and there's absolutely no way I'll take back what I said. If I say I'll give you $100,000 a month, I'll definitely give it to you, definitely not less. Moreover, in the future, you will have the corresponding benefits every month. As for what benefits, you can all mention, I will give at my discretion. In addition, there will be dividends every year. There are also bonuses. It depends on your strength. If it's possible, you guys will stay at the school tonight, and I'll bring you to sign the contract tomorrow. The several mercenaries had originally planned to finish this job and immediately wash their hands in gold, no longer doing this kind of blood licking on the tip of the knife, but they didn't expect their last mission to be captured. Okay, we can promise you, but you have to guarantee the safety of a few of our brothers. The mercenary in the lead wasn't stupid, although he couldn't beat Lin Hao. He also knew that fighting any longer would just be a death sentence, but he also knew that if he wanted to surrender someone, he had to guarantee his own personal safety before he could say anything else. Otherwise, if the other party was merely appeasing themselves and turned around and had someone slaughter them, wouldn't they all be out of luck? And that kind of death could be even more stifling, making them feel even more humiliated than dying in battle. Since he had agreed to do so, Lin Hao immediately asked Jidwa Xing to take them to rest first, and then he looked at Chen-Lan with a burning gaze. Tell me, what exactly happened today? Why did so many people suddenly appear trying to attack you guys? Don't tell me that that person has a personal grudge against you. Lin Hao's question caused Chen-Lan to stifle a bitter laugh. Then he said, you're really right. Back then, he tried to molest me and was accidentally kicked in the lifeblood by me, so he's been harboring a grudge for a long time. It's not impossible for Over to bring someone over for revenge now. However, I always suspected that there should be something else going on in this, because before that, several of our Heavenly Dragon Society's captured halls were attacked, and several of the people there were brutally murdered. There weren't many brothers left who survived, and the most crucial thing is that those brothers couldn't tell who those who attacked them were. Then tonight Scorpion showed up, so now I suspect Scorpion is those who attacked our hall. It's just that boss you killed him straight away. Even if he wanted to, we wouldn't be able to confirm it even if we had that suspicion. Chen-Lan looked at Lin Hao somewhat reproachfully. It was as if he was guilty of not leaving the survivors alive. Lin Hao gave her a blank look without a good reason. I asked you guys to integrate the underground forces of the entire Jinghai city. Did I ask you to come over and eat for nothing? The purpose was for you to integrate all the underground intelligence of the entire Jinghai city. Even the bright side. You all had to figure it out for me. But now, you guys are being attacked without realizing it. Even the people who attacked you don't know who the forces behind them are. You still have the face to tell me that you have now become the biggest underground force in the entire Jinghai city? Even if that Scorpion guy dies, with no proof in death, there's no way to know who exactly wanted to attack the Heavenly Dragon Society. But won't you guys investigate yourselves? Are you guys just willing to swallow this breath and let others bully you? If that's the case with the Heavenly Dragon Society, then I'm sorry to say that it's better for the Heavenly Dragon Society to just disband. I'll re-establish a club on my own. Although it'll be a bit harder, it's still ultimately much better than what we have now. I want people who can work, not a bunch of losers. Lin Hao's words made Chen-Lan realize the seriousness of the matter, and he didn't dare to hang around like he did just now. hurrying to stand in front of Lin Hao with her head lowered. She didn't dare to speak, not even to make a sophomoric argument. She was waiting for Jidwa Xing to come back and make a sly defense with Lin Hao. Jidwa Xing came back just in time to hear Lin Hao's last words, and hurriedly walked over to Lin Hao to admit his mistake. Boss, I did a bad job on this matter. If I hadn't been so bent on having my way, and had been thinking about integrating all the underground forces in the entire Qinghai city, then this wouldn't have happened. This matter is something I did not do well, so if boss wants to punish, just punish me alone, but don't ever descend on the Heavenly Dragon Society. Chapter 61, to change places for the men. Detected that the host is facing a choice, triggering the divine choice system. Choice 1, condemn wisdom, and remove wisdom from the leadership of the Tianlong Society, rewarding an arsenal of weapons. Choice 2, dissolve the entire Sky Dragon Society and re-establish a new force, rewarded with 10 billion development funds. Choice 3, forgive wisdom. He continues to lead the Heavenly Dragon Society and begins to find things for the Heavenly Dragon Society to do, rewarded with a Disneyland. Lin Hao looked at the system prompt that suddenly appeared. The anger in his heart dissipated quite a bit. What do you want me to say about you? I gave you guys the entire Heavenly Dragon Society to manage, but now you're managing me like this, and even gave you guys great support. Whether you guys want people, money or anything, I will give it to you. Even gave you all the greatest authority, but now this is how you return the favor? Lin Hao's words were very harsh, and the more he said, the more the two of them, Wisdom Star and Shenlong, lowered their heads downwards. Both of them were extremely regretful, thinking in their hearts why they hadn't been able to make the most favorable choice when they had met the first chapter to be killed off. Looking at the two of them as they lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. Alright, the Heavenly Dragon Society is supposed to be a tough gang. After I took over, I haven't gotten any benefits from this gang yet, but there's quite a lot of stuff filled in. It's also unlikely for me to disband this gang all of a sudden, but that doesn't mean I'll keep my eyes on this gang, and there's even the unlikely possibility that I'll let him keep existing. I'm not like your old bosses. Your old bosses only had this one club, but I'm different. I have a lot of property, and I need a lot of time to deal with things with that property. It's simply impossible that I'll put all my time into the development of this club, so I'll solemnly warn you once more, if there is a next time, then there is no need for the Heavenly Dragon Society to exist. Wise Star, you have always been a very smart person, and I also know that you are capable of making the most appropriate choices, but you did make a mistake this time. I do want you to integrate the underground forces of the entire Golden Sea City at the fastest speed possible, but it doesn't mean that I would want you guys to develop aimlessly, in which case the entire Heavenly Dragon Society would only be a scattered mess. The reason why I would leave those few mercenaries behind is so that they can help you integrate the entire Heavenly Dragon Society, so that the entire Heavenly Dragon Society will have a stronger cohesion. So I hope that you guys can treat them well and not have things happen that I don't wish to see. Jidwa Xing, as well as Changnan both couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They knew what Lin Hao was talking about. In the future, the Heavenly Dragon Society will still be dominated by the two of you, and you'll have to think twice about everything you do. Plus I won't be letting you guys be idle from now on. You guys need to do a few things. First, keep an eye on all the information over in Wuhai City for me. There are just the worldly families and other things about the business world. Second, you guys need to keep an eye on the Su family for me, especially that old guy Su Hahai. I have good reason to suspect that what happened today was caused by him. Lin Hao had arranged all the information he needed to know, and he actually didn't know exactly what he should arrange for them to do. But once he thought about the threat Su Hahai posed to himself, as well as the status of the Su family, Lin Hao directly chose to put the Su family first. The Wisdom Star hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards will now be issued for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward Disneyland. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like his choice wasn't wrong, and it was possible that Su Jiahan would become his rival in the future. Boss, it's like this. Since you often didn't show up at the Heavenly Dragon Society, the brothers inside the club didn't recognize you at all. That's why there are a lot of people who want to meet with you. I wonder if you can take the time to meet them. Jidwa Xing actually had his own selfishness within. It was really because without Lin Hao pressurizing them, those people under his hand were not honest, especially a few who wanted to take his place. They were all disobedient, and the key thing was that no matter what he said, they wouldn't listen. There was even the possibility of disruption, which led to Jidwa Xing's position being very awkward. That was why Jidwa Xing had made this request. Lin Hao thought about it and thought that it was better to meet with them. After all, he would have to rely on them to search for all sorts of information for him in the future, so it would indeed be a bit hard to justify if he didn't meet with them. When Wisdom Star saw that Lin Hao had agreed, he was really relieved in his heart. At the same time, he was also a bit thankful that he had mentioned it as well. It was also fortunate that he had brought this matter up in front of Lin Hao, lest if someone tripped him up later and ran straight to him to complain, he would be passive at that point. Soon, Jidwa Xing brought Lin Hao to an empty underground square, and as soon as he saw it, Lin Hao's brows couldn't help but furrow. Honestly, a place like this was just a bit low-grade to use as a stronghold. This made him unable to resist turning back to look at Jidwa Xing. Jidwa Xing was a bit unnerved by his sudden gaze. Apprehensively, he inquired, "What's wrong, boss? I have a question. Have you guys always lived here?" This sudden inquiry caused Wisdom to stutter, but he soon responded with a helpless, bitter smile. "We have always lived here, and this is also where the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Society is located. Although you have given us a lot of funds, but none of these funds we can use for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, but must be used for those injured brothers. Although we have gained a lot from integrating the underground forces of the entire Jinghai city this time, but the injured brothers are also not old, and with those funds used on them, there simply isn't much left. There's also less we can do, so we're only able to choose this cheap place. I'll find you guys a new place. As for what it is, I still have to inspect it first, but I promise here that I'll definitely find you a better one. In the future, if you have any difficulties, tell me directly. Don't keep waiting for me to find out on my own, or the ones who will be aggrieved will only be yourselves. You guys are my brothers, and if you work for me in the future, you're naturally my hands and feet as well, and I will absolutely not treat you guys poorly." Chapter 62, Big Head's Decision. So in the future, if you have any difficulties, tell me directly. Don't be polite. As soon as they heard Lin Hao's words, all of the little brothers present couldn't help but be a little moved. They'd been with a lot of bosses, and they'd seen a lot of bosses treat their little brothers. None of them were as sincere as Lin Hao. The key thing was that they were all underground gangsters. Didn't they all live in this kind of raggedy place? Who would specifically get them an opulent place for them to rest? Although they were puzzled and a little uncomfortable, they all felt that Lin Hao wasn't talking big. Jidwa Xing was also quite excited in his heart, and it would be great if Lin Hao could find them a new place, though in his opinion, there was no need for that at all. After all, they were all out to make a living, and having today didn't necessarily mean having tomorrow. The only reason they were able to keep following Lin Hao now was because he was able to provide them with some funds. Go on, everyone gather yourself. Then after thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to talk to the big guys and familiarize himself with them properly. Where did Wisdom Duo Xing dare to slack off, and hurriedly gathered the people over. Soon, all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society all gathered over. Introduced to everyone, this one is our real boss. Listen, you guys always call us boss. We don't dare to answer. That's because we're really not your real boss. But now this one in front of you is your real boss, and our boss, so you have to remember his appearance to me. In the future, when you walk down the street and meet him, you must bow respectfully to Lao Zi. Jidwa Xing said, then bowed and saluted towards Lin Hao. Good day, boss. The minions that followed behind him also hurriedly bowed and saluted towards Lin Hao. Hello, boss. Lin Hao had been in a pretty calm mood, but when they yelled at him like that, his heart suddenly rippled inside. There was a sense of grandeur that kept growing in his heart. Good, very good. From today onwards I'm your boss. Follow me well in the future. As long as there is a mouthful of food from me, I will definitely not treat you guys poorly. All listen up. From now on you're my Lin Hao's little brothers. If anyone dares to bully you guys, just lay out my name, and anyone who has any difficulties will report it directly. What your big brothers can't solve, this boss will personally come out and help you out. As soon as they heard Lin Hao's words, the big guys all roared with excitement at once. Lin Hao stayed behind to get to know each other and his many brothers before leaving. He went back to the twin mansions first. Just as he got back, he saw Big Head waiting somewhat anxiously in front of his office. Aya, Hao Zi, you're finally here. Big Head was very anxious, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Alas, Hao Zi, you don't know that during the period of time you were away, a lot of people who robbed our business suddenly appeared. Even our previous orders were returned by others, tearing up the contracts. Even though we received a huge amount of compensation, we didn't have any business willing to come to us. Big Head was anxious. It wasn't like he didn't know about Lin Hao's return to his hometown before, and he also felt that with himself and the other brothers around, he didn't have to worry about any problems with the company at all. But he hadn't expected that he had only turned around and all of his business had become a mess. This made him feel a bit uncomfortable, and even more panicked. He didn't even dare to move the island he was just about to start developing. I know about this matter. Don't worry, I'll give you an answer. But until then you'd better manage the whole company. After Lin Hao thought about it, he took out a bank card and put it in his hand. There's not a lot of money in here, Just 500 million. It should be enough to serve as your initial capital for developing the island. Lin Hao didn't want his good friend to get involved in the fight between himself and the Su family. That's right. His first object of suspicion was the Su family, because the only person he had offended in Jinghai City was Su Tingting, a woman. Su Tingting was also the daughter of the Su family's head. If she wanted to deal with herself, then the Su family's head would definitely not hesitate to do the same to himself, even if the strength that he has shown now is very powerful. But in front of the Su family that has a very deep heritage, it is actually nothing. I believe that after he had investigated his own family, he must have known that he must not have come from a very good background. He must feel that the reason why he suddenly became rich was nothing more than luck. So this is the best time to make a move. Maybe the Su family would even be able to take advantage of this time to take all of their properties. But, brother Hao, this is obviously who you've offended. You're giving me such important funds now. What if you yourself run out of money? As Lin Hao's good brother, Big Head still knew that this brother of his was capable, and now he was the one who was most worried about the fact that all the funds in his hands were all given to him, and he didn't have any working capital on him, so if he wanted to do something but couldn't get the money out, that would be bad. Don't worry, I lack everything but money. You hurry up and take the money and roll over to the island. Don't even think about coming back until the island is developed. Lin Hao didn't hesitate to kick him away. Although Big Head knew that Lin Hao was not wanting to involve himself and was a little uneasy in his heart, he still left. This was because he knew very well that there was no way for him to do anything for Lin Hao right now, and since he had decided to let himself go for a while, then he would have to leave first, lest he drag his feet for him. It was just that until he arrived at the garage and sat in the Maybach that Lin Hao had given him, he was still a bit reluctant. Groove, Hao got rich and thought of himself, hated to share the goodies he had with himself, but now he's only thinking of leaving. Is this still considered a person? Big Head slapped himself hard. Carrying the bank card in his hand, he re-entered his office. He took a few deep breaths and re-entered his office. He had to stay with Lin Hao no matter what, even if he couldn't do anything. As long as trouble came, he'd just avoid it more. It couldn't be that he would enjoy it together when there was riches, but when danger came, he wouldn't even show his face, right? As soon as he thought of this, he became more and more certain of what he had in mind. Chapter 63, If you can move money, never move your hands. Lin Hao in the office fell into a deep thought. Not waiting for him to come back to God outside sounded a knock on the door. Big Head came into the bank card on his desk. Boss, I thought about it. Now is not the time to leave you. Su family is a behemoth in Shanghai City. Must you and I brothers work together to deal with him? Lin Hao rolled his eyes. You think you can help me by being here? Fighting with the Su family is fighting with money. What good does having more people do? I've decided this time. Not only are you going, but those people from the Heavenly Dragon Society are also going over together. You're their general manager. Lead the people from the Heavenly Dragon Society to build the island for me. Big Head froze for a moment. You want to ask these Jianghu men to be construction workers for you? Lin Hao nodded very seriously. Inland, an organization like the Sky Dragon Society is always a hot potato, but it's different when you go to an overseas island. It's often attacked by pirates there. I just hope that these people can give you a hand. Not only will you be the general manager on that island, but you'll also be the chief leader of the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Corps. Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Corps? Big Head froze for a moment. Boss, do we really want to touch this? Lin Hao nodded. This set of circumstances naturally wouldn't work in the inland, but the place where you work is a small island hanging offshore, where the special ecological environment. In order to protect our private property, this all works, and it has to be done right. This kind of thinking is beyond the Big Head's expectations. Thought for half a day also do not know how to get. Lin Hao tried to say in a colloquial tone. A society that doesn't know how to be a builder isn't a good society, and a builder that doesn't know how to fight pirates isn't a good builder. And in order to build the island smoothly, the people you recruit must have both of these strengths, and the Tianlong Society's people are undoubtedly the most compatible with the requirements in this regard. I only hope that this society is not a hairdo. Big Head sank down and thought about it. But we don't have any weapons or professional trainers right now. How can we do it? Lin Hao pulled out another bank card and slapped it on the table. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem, and I only want results. If you can build this island, you talk to me about how much you want. Big Head double-picked his thumbs up. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. But Lin Hao pulled the topic back. But I've spent all this money, and by then you've gotten your ass handed to you again. The latter words weren't said, but Big Head knew what they meant. Boss trusts me. If things get to this point and I still give you a screw up, I won't come back. I'll just dive straight into the sea and hang the ball. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. We're good friends. I won't do that to you. I'll just throw another $100,000 of capital at you. Go home and open a tofu store and live your life. Hearing this, Big Head let out a bitter laugh. Boss, It would be better for you to say that than to slap me a few times, almost as bad as pointing your nose at me and calling me a waste. Saying nothing more. I'll take these people from the Heavenly Dragon Society, and I'm going to the Sea Island for sure. I'll definitely build the island for you no matter what. Hearing this statement from him, Lin Hao then felt satisfied. A person wasn't afraid of you, and wouldn't be even more afraid of you being stupid. As long as you had money in your hands, you could completely recruit people from all walks of life to work for you. If you hold such a strong capital and don't know how to do things, it only means that you are not suitable for doing great things. And going home to sell tofu might really be the wisest choice. Seeing that Big Head had his own thoughts, Lin Hao continued to give him instructions. Remember, what you're leading isn't an ordinary association, much less an ordinary engineering team. He has to have both the discipline of the army, the general beliefs of a religion, the profit-mindedness of a business war, and the talent reserve base of a school. If you don't understand a lot of things, you can spend money to find someone who does. You'll just take the general there. Being Lin Hao so a point, the Big Head is enlightened, really gave him into a plausible military salute, and then very decisively withdrew. Went to look for the Tianlong association of those several leaders, discussing the construction of the island together to go. After Big Head exited, Su Shui walked in. Hubby, finally back. What should we do? Lin Hao wrapped his arms around her willow waist. What else can we do? Go stomp on people with hubby. Stomp on people? Su Shui hadn't reacted yet. Step on who? The president of the Capital C Development Bank, Mr. Blue Forgetfulness, Second Master Blue. It should be known that the Capital C Development Bank was the largest bank in the city of Qinghai, and almost 99% of the city's enterprises had business dealings with it. His forces were even more intertwined, penetrating all walks of life. Who knows that Lin Hao actually said to step on it? Su Shui reached out her hand to touch his forehead. Hubby, you've been tired lately. Do you have a fever? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lin Hao plucked away her hand. I don't have a brain fever. This bank is quite big, but I have a few $100 billion of reserves on me in his bank. I'm going to remove all the money today and go to ICBC to open an account. Su Shui's eyes widened. Hubby, when did you have so much money? And all in cash? It was important to know that although their Su family claimed to have hundreds of billions of assets, that involved a lot of combinations of movable and immovable property, and to directly tell their family to take out $100 billion would be difficult to achieve if they didn't flail around for a while. Who knew that Lin Hao would have to take out $100 billion from the Qinghai Development Bank at the drop of a hat? How was he to know that Lin Hao had this kind of divine magnate selection system on him, and that after all these times out on missions as well as rewarding him with assets, especially those few overseas oil fields that had brought in their own earnings? It was far more than this amount. What existed in the Qinghai Development Bank was only a drop in the bucket. It was important to realize that every bank had a fixed task of soliciting deposits, and a big player like Lin Hao should become a VIP customer. And if he really wanted to arrive at the bank, it would require the bank's president to receive him personally. Even if he waited to eat the interest, it would be more than $1 billion a year. It's simply trenchant. The income generated by those several oil fields or by this bank agent bank holding commission is enough to feed up and down. Once Gao San really give this business to other banks, even if the president of that development bank, even more bullish, is enough to drink a pot of water. After all, the most powerful person in a bank is not the governor, but the shareholders behind him. Once the shareholders were dissatisfied, they could always get a new governor. Su Shui figured out the trick and suddenly had another question. People are doing a good job. Why are you stepping on them? Lin Hao smiled very nervously. It actually has nothing to do with him, except that if I want to strike people, I have to strike that bank first. Chapter 64, Security Guard Overturns Car. It has nothing to do with you. Ridiculous that the blue governor closed door home sitting, dreaming never thought that one day will fall from the sky. Su Shui did not want to call Lin Hao so arrogant, so he excused himself. Those bodyguards of ours need to go to the bodyguard training base for intensive training, and can only be pulled out a month later. Lin Hao indifferently smiled. I'm just an expert. I don't need bodyguards. Su Shui threw out a second reason. The new clothes I ordered for you haven't arrived yet. It needs to be 3 days later. It is not that Su Shui must go against her husband. It is really that this pretense is not much necessary. Setting up another enemy for no reason. As the saying goes, more enemies, more walls, why bother? But Lin Hao seems to be determined to do this. He said indifferently, casual clothes are fine. Just wear casual clothes. But that's not in line with the trend. Lin Hao scoffed at the word trendy. I am trendy. Su Shui made one last effort. But our family's car is being returned to the factory for maintenance, so it will take a few days before we can pick it up. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. It's okay to take public transportation, but it doesn't fit the setting of your godly status. Lin Hao grunted. I don't believe that if I go by public transportation, they'll dare to rely on my money and not give it to me. What did it mean to be wealthy and generous? This is seeing that she couldn't be persuaded. Su Shui had no choice but to support her husband's decision. He has already made up his mind. If this really offended the development bank, then he will have to use the power of the family, no matter how, to protect Lin Hao. So the two people really wore a very elegant casual clothes, did not bring bodyguards, riding public transportation to the development bank head office. When they arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by those security guards. I'm sorry, two gentlemen. Your dress code does not meet the bank's requirements. Please standardize your dress code before coming in to conduct business. Right at this moment, Lin Hao clearly saw a fat man in flip-flops and big pants walk into the development bank with a purple breath. Lin Hao pointed at him. He meets the dress code? The bodyguard looked at him with a "you idiot" look. That's a VIP depositor of the bank, with $1 billion in deposits with the bank. If we manage him, I'm afraid even our bank president will be complained about. Su Shui was a bit uncomfortable. Aren't you guys looking at people? Just at this time, fear of other security guards used the walkie-talkie to call the security chief over to bring a dozen or so tall and big security guards surrounded the couple. Our bank is dealing with savings business. Busy. If someone dares to be unreasonable here, disturbing the normal business of the bank, it will be modified. We take the necessary measures to be warned to drive away. The one who spoke was none other than the security chief with the big belly and thick neck. Lin Hao sneered. You really want to drive me away without regret? The security captain laughed out loud. Last time a few ungrateful migrant workers tried to barge in and were paralyzed by our beating. Do you know how it was sentenced? Look at the mutual assault. He paid for his own treatment while we were detained for a stay of execution. A man next to him gave the security chief the idea. Brother-in-law, what words to waste with him. Just throw him out. Then call the police and tell him to squat in detention. It's enough to constitute provoking trouble, right? Su Shui looked at Lin Hao with a bitter smile on her face, thinking in her heart, I told you to wait a few days. Bring your bodyguards, drive a limousine and wear a suit before coming in. But you didn't do it and had to barge in like this. So you've had it, haven't you? That security chief looked at Lin Hao. Are you rolling on your own, or are we helping you roll? There were also some security guards looking at Su Shui's body. Lin Hao got really fired up and picked his cell phone up. And these security guards realized that he had been on a call, and the person he was talking to, Governor Lan? The security chief was so surprised that he couldn't describe it as a crouch anymore. How does this mudblood know our Governor Lan? Could it be a poor relative of his family who came here to beat the autumn wind? Just then I heard Lin Hao say to Governor Lan, Governor Lan, I've come to you with good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? The man's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a bit shaky. You tell the good news first. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Your bank's security guards are very imposing and domineering. It turned out that as soon as Lin Hao arrived at the bank's entrance, he had already dialed Governor Lan's number without saying anything. What these security guards had just said to Lin Hao had originally reached Governor Lan's ears. Sure enough, when Governor Lan heard this, he was furious. Lin Xiao, calm down. Give the phone to the security chief. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Lin Hao lifted his head. Excuse me, your bank president wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Ever since he found out that Lin Hao actually knew his bank president, the security chief knew that something bad was going to happen and took the phone in a standing position. Governor Lan. A spluttering, foul-mouthed scolding had already come from the other side of the phone. Huang Dizhuang, you bastard. No wonder the bank's depositors have been getting fewer and fewer lately. It's all because of dog-eyed things like you. Today if you can't tell Lin Xiao to take the heat off, Lao Zi peeled your skin. This security chief foolishly replied with a sentence. But this Lin Xiao is dressed quite plainly. Not much different from a migrant worker. That's why we misrecognized him. Those who don't know don't blame them. Don't blame you my ass. At this time, the Blue Bank president had already lost his mind. Do you know how much revenue we have for handling business for Lin Xiao? Once we offend Lin Xiao, I will go to sweep the streets and you guys will go directly to drink the northwest wind. Only now did the head of security realize the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly came to Lin Hao's front. I'm sorry Lin Xiao, Mrs. Lin. It's because we have no eyes and have offended you. Please don't be so kind as to forget about it. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed, but not to those few people. He picked up his cell phone and said to Governor Lan over there, Governor Lan, I'm not dressed in accordance with your bank's rules anyway, so I won't go in and make things difficult for you. So please get my 100 billion ready. I'm going to take it to the ICBC to open an account right now. Hearing Lin Hao say that, the one who was responsible for stopping him just now, that security guard completely went under the hemp claw and looked timidly at the security chief. Boss, I seem to have stirred up a big blunder. The security team leader showed his teeth and said to that small security guard, I hate myself now as not a demon, or else I will eat you alive. At this time he has already made up his mind. You son of a usually dog-eyed, but also the old man on the fire. And so on this matter after the past, one by one I'll open you. When these people were biting each other, Lin Hao had already hung up the phone very decisively and started to read the seconds on his cell phone. Chapter 65, Blue Row Panics. That security chief looked Harry over and carefully asked Su Shui, "This lady, what is Mr. Ning doing?" Su Shui very elegantly said, "He gave your bank president 5 minutes. If not, give us an answer." The scared security chief almost knelt down in front of Su Shui. What is he going to do? Su Shui instead very gently comforted him. He is a civilized person. Will never barge in and ask you to make things difficult. At most call his lawyer to complain about your bank. Just as 150 seconds passed, Governor Lan had already run down in a flurry of wind. Lin Hao put away his cell phone. "Is all my money ready? When will you do the transfer for me?" Blue Forgetting Machine compensated with a smile and said, "Lin Xiao, it's all because the people under me have no eyes. Don't be general with them. Let's go inside and talk it over." Lin Hao shook his head. "I won't go inside. Just transfer the money to me on time." In fact, it wasn't like the transfer couldn't be done, but the consequences of doing it weren't something that this bank president who worked for someone could afford. As he had said on the phone, once he lost such a big VIP customer, he might actually be penalized for sweeping the streets. Seeing that Lin Hao refuses to back down and is determined to transfer that $100 billion, this is all my performance, so he began to pull the relationship, to tell the truth. "And you work with that comrade Wei Wuxian, and my relationship with the thief Iron. For his sake, let's go to Jiangnan Spring Restaurant to drink a cup of wine, slowly chat." In fact, the reason why Lin Hao so high profile over to pretend, but also not really want to take down this blue governor, but through this means to achieve his another purpose. He hemmed and hawed. "Governor Lan, why is this necessary? Obviously go to your office can talk about things. Have to be so broke. Consumption there was quite expensive, and it was an unnecessary expense." At this time, the Blue Bank president has already that security chief hate to the root of the teeth itchy. The heart made up his mind. As long as from the hotel back, regardless of this negotiation or not, this group of security guards all open. One cannot stay. Don't they know how capricious these rich gentlemen are? Even if they come in robes, it's still their personality. What's that saying? Money is money. Are you sure you're not looking for death when you talk to these capitalists about the rules of the bank? So he accompanied him with a smile and said, "Do you want me to ask Brother Wei Air to accompany you? Let's have a good drink." Lin Hao shook his head. "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't drink much with my wife." Governor Lan's heart was alive and well, and with a phone call, a sensible and elegant beauty immediately came out from the bank. He was heard introducing Lin Hao. "Mrs. Lin, this is my confidante Anya. She's a fan of yours. For this kind of rice soup." Su Shui naturally didn't drink it. "I'm not a big star." "What kind of fan?" Anya was also very good at talking. "Mrs. Lin is a heroine in the business world, holding up half of our business world in Beijing Sea. There are many fans like me." Su Shui just returned a very elegant thank you and didn't say much. By this time, Lin Hao had already agreed to Governor Lan's invitation and rode in the bank's special car, arriving at the Jiangnan Spring Restaurant together. Here banks had fixed private rooms for entertaining the bank's VIP customers, and all accounts were settled monthly. Governor Lan treated Lin Hao quite well as well, generously ordering people that the signature dishes here were served despite. While cooking in the hotel, the bank introduced Lin Hao to Anya, who was beside him, and it turned out that she was the vice president responsible for docking Lin Hao's business. Anya stands up and goes to great lengths to tell Lin Hao about their bank's interest rates and how much Lin Hao will get for his money in the development bank. It wasn't Lin Hao's idea to deposit this money in the development bank, but the system's original setting. If it wasn't profitable, the system wouldn't have been able to choose this bank, and it definitely wasn't because this bank wasn't profitable that Lin Hao wanted to return it from here. What's more, he couldn't understand many of the bank's specialized terms and didn't care to. Although Su Shui was able to understand, he didn't know Lin Hao's real purpose, so he was also a listening audience with a smile on his face. This vice president Su used all his strengths to introduce the advantages of his bank, and then increased the concessions for Lin Hao by as many percentage points as possible. Hearing it at the end, Lin Hao stretched his back. "That's it, Governor Lan. In fact, the reason why I'm withdrawing from your bank is not because your bank isn't making money, but because I'm offended by the fact that your bank is providing an interest-free loan to a certain family." Governor Blue's ears stubbed out. "Who's so ungrateful? How dare you offend young Lin?" He spat viciously, then patted his chest in assurance. "Lin Xiao's enemy is my enemy, as long as he's still a customer of our line. As long as Lin Xiao says one word, we'll immediately discontinue our dealings with him." Lin Hao wasn't convinced about this kind of statement from him. "Forget it, this person's family is big, not something your bank can offend. Anyway, I'm also looking at the fact that you guys are always providing him with loans and I'm a bit upset. What's even more upsetting is that those are still all the money I've deposited in your bank. Why don't we just let this bank go out of business? That way the one who's upset is the chairman behind you." Lin Hao's threat to tell the development bank to collapse was by no means alarmist. Think about it. A big client who had mines overseas and was able to deposit $100 billion at his fingertips would still be afraid of their development bank? As long as his capital smashed through and led a few other competing banks to join in the trouble. Through the operation of those professionals, it would be hard for this joint venture development bank not to collapse. Once he told the bank's board of directors to realize that he had messed up a good bank, he would not be facing the problem of being sacked, but the problem of having to pay for his life. There were times when high debt was far more powerful than even a murderous knife. Governor Lan knew that Anya could no longer cover the scene in front of him, so he had no choice but to step forward himself. Please give me clarity. Shaolin, just who is so ungrateful? If he offended you, he offended our bank, and we are at loggerheads with him. Lin Hao immediately exploded into a big thunderstorm. This is the head of our big family in Shanghai City, the Su family. Su Hahai. Blue Forgetfulness lost his voice. How come it's this local snake? Lin Hao said indifferently. If you're afraid, ask MS Anya to prepare my withdrawal operations. Governor Lan was being driven to the rack, and he couldn't back down even if he wanted to at this point. He gritted his teeth. Although the bank has released the $100 billion loan that the Lan family applied for this time, it hasn't been paid yet, so I'll call the people at Good Gift to stop the payment of this loan. Chapter 66, Breaking the Su family's financial chain. Governor Lan was also a man of thunder and lightning, and since he had decided on his position, he immediately made a phone call. The person in charge of docking over there asked, "What's wrong with the governor again?" Governor Lan said decisively, "This project that Su Jia is investing in this time has very serious shortcomings that will raise the risk of our lending. We must start the review process to verify their credibility." He hung up the phone decisively after saying that. By this time the dishes were all pretty much set out. Lin Hao picked up his wine glass and stood up. Since Governor Lan is so sincere, happy cooperation, he gave Su Shui a wink, and Su Shui stood up with him and raised her wine glass. Both Governor Lan and Anya also accompanied and stood up, and several people clinked their glasses and then drank it all in one go. The atmosphere was much more relaxed as they drank, ate and chatted. Lin Hao asked Governor Lan, "How do you know that the project they are investing in this time has great risks?" Governor Lan had long since taken Lin Hao as one of his own at this point, so he was blunt. The shantytown renovation project that the Su family has newly invested in has a rather large upfront investment, but of course if it's built, the returns will be quite huge. Lin Hao said fiercely, "You don't know, do you? But he actually snatched this land project from my hands." He felt very upset from what Big Head had introduced to him. It turned out that this shantytown renovation project was supposed to be Big Head's and their responsibility. However, Su Jia didn't know where to find a moment's water army to expose the black information about this land, causing Big Head and the others to fall into the quagmire of relocation. There were many nail households who would rather die than sign, and even went to the petition office. The original negotiated conditions were all null and void. The Development and Reform Department decided that Big Head and his company were not qualified to develop the project, so they forcibly terminated the contract and gave it to the Su family in Beijing. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, Governor Lan realized why Lin Hao insisted on presenting the $10 million. This $10 million exists in the bank. Was the bank backhanded loan to his nemesis? Who put aside the heart is not happy. You're using my money to screw me, so what's the point of thinking about it? This small arms and legs, but for no reason to become a victim of the fight between the two gods. In order to show that he was Lin Hao's end, he didn't hesitate to blow up the Su family's next plan in advance. In fact, Su Hahai, he wants to use his project as collateral to start the pre-sale of housing activities. After attracting startup capital, he's announcing that all the projects are rotten, and those owners who purchased the houses won't get the houses, and they have to pay back the bank's loans, so naturally, they're under a lot of pressure. This kind of routine has become a kind of recent years. Often fraudulent means are generally developers in collusion with each other, called those unenlightened owners to bear all. Once these owners cannot withstand the pressure of repayment, will pay the mortgage. The house is also no doubt to collect the bank. Then the company, which is all rotten, takes back the rotten projects at a low price, rebuilds them, and harvests them for a second time. This cycle, only those developers and banks are fattened, but the scourge of the homeowners who are eager to buy a home. Lin Hao didn't believe that there was a chance that he wouldn't be involved in such a big thing. After all, who would mind earning less money? Although this method is unethical, the relevant parties lack a strong management tool for this kind of thing, and it has become an unbeatable way to make money. However, he saw through it and didn't say anything. So he said, this $100 billion brought by the Su family should be the initial startup capital for this huge project. Right, if the loan can't come down at this time, what will happen to them? Governor Blue said. Over the years the Su family has been only with our development. The bank has business dealings with other banks do not. Once we stop issuing this loan, he's afraid that he won't even be able to sell the concept of selling houses, and this project will really be smashed into his hands. This project of shantytown renovation is not just a neighborhood, but all the shantytowns in the entire city of Jinghai City, which involves giving compensation to the original occupants as well as other aspects of spending. This 100 billion can be enough to still to say? Lin Hao stretched his back. Governor Lan, would you believe me if I said that I have deposits no less than that in several other banks? As long as I make one phone call and the others are like you and refuse to cooperate with the Su family, what do you think will happen to them? Governor Lan's face was grave. The reason why the Su family is the local snake in Jinghai City is because they have heavyweights in both the black and white. They would never stand by and watch their family come crashing down. They will definitely jump over the wall and retaliate against you. Young Lin still has to be careful of them. Lin Hao nodded. You're not going to tell them that I ordered everything, are you? Governor Lan hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Don't worry, Xiao Lin. I don't do such things. After talking about everything, it was long after the wine had been drunk and the food had been served. Lin Hao stood up. Thank you, Governor Lan, for your hospitality. It's getting late. See you again. The bank's people will also do things immediately. Sent Anya to drive a car, sending the couple back to the villa. Back home, Su Shui looked at Lin Hao with some strange eyes. Lin Hao was very curious. Schwerer, why are you looking at me like that? Su Shui said incredulously. That's the #1 family in Beijing Sea, and it's just been knocked down by you? Lin Hao said indifferently. Anything that can be done with money is no big deal. I thought you. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Did you think that I would mobilize the people of the Tianlong society to carry knives and rush straight into the Su family to cut down people as they see them? Seeing Su Shui's terrified face, Lin Hao knew he had guessed right. He hugged his wife over and gently kissed her on the forehead. I'm holding nearly $1 trillion in assets. Can I do something that brainless? Never do anything that can be smashed with money. That's what I can do. Su Shuizhong was in her husband's embrace with a happy face. Governor Lan is right. The Su family is a local snake in Shanghai. With their energy they will soon find out who did this to them. Be careful of them jumping over the wall. Lin Hao also had concerns in this regard. He made a call to the villa security. The security guards in his villa were all employed by himself, and they were all handed over to Big Head to be responsible for their training. And now was the time to test their business level. Despite the arrangement of 5 steps to 1 post and 10 steps to 1 up, Lin Hao was still a little worried. At night, to see Su Shui to go back to his room to rest, Lin Hao took him in his arms. It's too dangerous tonight. You sleep with me. Although the two had gotten a license, they hadn't consummated their marriage. Su Shui's face turned red for a moment, but when he heard Lin Hao talk about the dangers of today, he didn't reject it. Chapter 67, Use money to smash you down. Seeing Lin Hao smiling at himself, Su Shui was a little nervous in his heart. He had such a premonition that something would definitely happen between the two today, although she did not resent it. But after all, the two people did not have a wedding. The family people what attitude also do not know. This is really good? Her heart fluttered about, and too felt hot and scalding, as if the entire house had become a melting pot, burning herself to the point where she barely had room to stay. She glanced at Lin Hao. Hubby, you rest first. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Hao just wanted to tell her that you're not dirty, and in his mind, he thought, at least wait to kiss for a while before you go wash. Bile acupuncture point was shy and anxious. Where to give him this opportunity? Hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Lin Hao shook his head hopelessly. Am I such a flood monster? The heart also has some expectations. That is, the two people feelings gradually, and finally the water to the channel to happen some unnameable wonderful things. Two people have already established a relationship, and received a marriage license. No matter what happens is in reason. As for the Su family, can use the money, why use the mouth to explain? What they wanted was nothing more than a door-to-door relationship. Thinking about this, his heart relaxed a lot. What makes him feel strange is that whenever he comes to this kind of critical juncture, the system will give himself a choice of questions. But by now the choice of system is still no sign of questions. Could it be that this kind of thing doesn't need to be chosen? It was a pity that the system was a dead thing and didn't answer. What made him feel strange was that Su Shui went in and didn't come out for a long time. He shouted, Little Snow, are you well? There was silence inside. He shouted again. Still no one answered. If you don't say yes again, I'll rush in. There was still no one inside to answer him. Lin Hao realized that it was bad and couldn't care less. Finding the key, he opened the bathroom door. At this time, he didn't have any psychological burden at all. No matter what, both of them were legally married and there was no question of who was harassing who, which knew that as soon as he opened the door. His head was pressed against a cold weapon clasp. Then he subconsciously raised his hands and slowly stepped back. A cold, ethereal fragrance came out of his nose, and this person holding the weapon was also a female, with a fairly good figure, and with his face masked. The whole person appeared to be quite cold, but he didn't delete Lin Hao right away, but forced him into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Lin Hao asked her, What did you do with Xiao Shui? That killer said coldly. Hand over all your bank cards and I'll tell you the answer. Lin Hao wasn't sure if this killer would shoot himself right away, so he very decisively pulled out the bank cards he had on him and threw them down at the door. The woman pointed her hand weapon at Lin Hao's head, the muzzle end of the weapon fairly flat and not half as wobbly. Only then did Lin Hao realize that people turned out to be professionals. Even if he was transformed by the system, the body force profession is quite high, but asked himself to be faster than bullets. Also do not want to do this useless work. When he reached the door, that card was stuck under the doorway, and if the killer went to pick it up, he had to turn his face away, and the weapon lost its aim. If he didn't see that he couldn't fulfill the Golden Master's mission, and opened fire rashly, killing Lin Hao, the loss would be more than worth it, because he hadn't told himself the password yet. Seeing that assassin's hesitation, Lin Hao smiled indifferently. Actually, the amounts on these two cards combined are just two small targets, and my real possessions are kept in the safe in the basement of the Qinghai Development Bank. Without the power of attorney signed by me personally, as well as my iris information, no one will be able to take out the power of attorney for those properties. That assassin's eyes revealed a greedy look. What conditions do you want to make? Lin Hao said indifferently. If you hurt my wife, you're my undying enemy, and you'll get nothing for speaking. That assassin didn't fire in a hurry. I just knocked her out and tied him up in the bathroom. I didn't hurt her. Lin Hao nodded. I don't care who you are or who sent you. Just want to state my conditions. If you give up this mission and act as my personal bodyguard, I'll give you a small target for a year. Hearing this, that assassin's body shuddered incredulously, panicking her so much that she hurriedly turned off the safety. This series of details fell into Lin Hao's eyes, and he thought in his heart, there's a door. This is a money-grubbing killer. I'm not afraid of you being money-grubbing, and I'll never make a move on something that can be settled with money. Although his weapon was still pointing at himself, it had been turned off the safety and was hardly a threat to him. But Lin Hao knew that the danger was only temporarily lifted, and whether or not he could get out of the danger smoothly still depended on whether or not this woman was really greedy for money. If he was his own enemy, cultivating dead soldiers, even if he gave her 10 small targets, he would not be moved. Sure enough, the woman said, in the world of killers, I'm not the best, and I've never even been a bodyguard. What do you see in me? Lin Hao didn't hesitate to say, you have a great body. Although masked, you should also be a great beauty, coupled with high martial arts. When something is wrong, you are a bodyguard. When nothing is wrong, you can be a confidant. 100 million a year isn't low. If Su Shui was awake, he would never say this. Although this was a reprieve to deal with the assassin, such words full of ambiguity would inevitably not cause Su Shui's jealousy. Now if the couple's lives weren't pinched in the hands of this killer, beating him to death, he wouldn't say this. In fact, this was also dancing on the tip of a knife. In case this killer was enraged and unleashed the weapon in his hand, Lin Hao would die a cool death. However, was it really that temperate that he would go and be a killer for money? Sure enough, that assassin put her weapon into her weapon holster, and as soon as she unveiled her veil, sure enough there was a face of a city and a country, except that her eyes were blue and she didn't seem to be from the Chinese country. Lin Hao asked her again, do you have a legal identity in China? That killer was very calm. My passport is 10 years old, and it's in its first year now, and also, my name is Helen, a native of the Jinshan country. From the moment he put away his weapon and revealed himself, Lin Hao knew that he had changed his mind and was moved by his offer. Lin Hao nodded. When can I get on duty? Helen glared at him with a look of scrutinizing a rogue, then gave a very arrogant hum. The next actually put his hand towards the buttons of his clothes. It seemed like he had taken Lin Hao's flippant words just now seriously. Panicked, Lin Hao hurriedly stopped her. Right now I have important things to do. You're not too busy with yours. How about taking a look at my wife? Helen hesitated, and at once retired the bullets from her weapon and handed it over to Lin Hao before leading him into the bathroom. Chapter 68. You have two choices. Her weapon was made of ivory and could fire special plastic bullets, making it quite concealable. Lin Hao knew that she was expressing her loyalty to herself, that she was implying to herself that she wanted to give herself as an employee in good faith, and that there was absolutely no intention of firing behind her back. Lin Hao was concerned about the safety of the blood transfusion, so he quickly rushed into the bathroom. The girl had already soaked herself in the bathtub, wearing only her snug little clothes, looking screamingly bloody. For a moment he really wanted to get in there himself and take pity on the woman, but it was just a thought. He wasn't in the habit of making out with his own wife in front of outsiders. Who am I? 100 billionaire? Ah, you think anyone is qualified to watch me live? A thought suddenly came to his mind. If there are no outsiders, this Miss Helen is willing to accompany me live. When he thought of this, his face violently burned, and he hurriedly snuffed out this superfluous thought. Think what? Su Shui, to my deep love, in my most down and out time with me, whether it is out of moral justice or out of feelings, cannot do sorry Su Shui thing, not only can't do, can't even think. At this moment his face burns, hate to ruthlessly slap himself 2 slaps. Then he bent down, slowly towards Su Shue's clothes. What are you doing? Ms. Helen was very curious. If you want to make out with your wife, could you please do it behind the backs of outsiders? Lin Hao said very innocently. Shouldn't we do artificial respiration when people pass out? Helen laughed, pushing him gently to the side. Where's the trouble in that? Look at me. For the sake of that one small goal a year company, he was now completely defecting to Lin Hao, so his movements were quite light. After only gently rubbing the back of Su Shue's head a few times, she immediately opened her eyes. What's happening to me? When she opened her eyes, the first thing that came into her eyes was her husband, and she couldn't help but blush slightly. You man, why are you in such a monkey's hurry? Suddenly feeling someone else gently massaging the back of her head. When did we get another person in the villa? Just then, Helen walked out from the back. Instead of bowing like the others, she knelt in front of Su Shue. I'm the new nanny who came over to apply for the job. My name is Helen. From today onwards I'll be serving the main mother. In her consciousness, the Golden Lord was also the Lord, so the Golden Lord's wife was naturally the main mother. Su Shue froze for a moment and looked up at Lin Hao. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Right at this moment, the Divine Master's choice system immediately gave a prompt. Choice 1, tell Su Shue the truth. Tell him to be scared. Get the title of Iron Straight Man, rewarded with 0. Choice 2, deceive in good faith. Protect Su Shue from further injury. Reward, 1 super powerful business message. What killers have what by murderers? These things are unthinkable after all. Lin Hao didn't want to tell his wife to worry, so he decisively chose the second one. This is the nanny I recruited online, named Helen Green. Helen, what are you proficient in? Tell the wife about it. Helen seemed to have prepared for this. I am proficient in housekeeping, financial management, proficient in the laws of various countries. I am also a black belt in karate, proficient in all types of weapons. I can fly various types of helicopters. I have superb anti-assassination skills, and I can also provide the most effective protection for your cybersecurity. Hearing Helen's introduction, Su Shue's eyes widened. Are you an all-rounder? Helen said with 2 serious words. Master Mother can be interpreted that way. In fact, as a very good assassin, being proficient in all kinds of military as well as business skills is essential. In fact, he also said one less thing, that is, Helen will also drive some armored vehicles, a genius among geniuses. Su Shue was still a bit unconvinced and saw Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded. He otherwise stood up from the bathtub and hugged Lin Hao. Husband, such an excellent housekeeping talent. Where did you find it? How much does it cost a year? Lin Hao smiled. He was eager to find some work in the country, so it didn't cost much, so you don't have to worry about that. Su Shue looked towards Helen, who had already gotten the salary Lin Hao had given her for that year, and was also obligated to demonstrate for her golden master. So she nodded. Please don't worry, Master Mother, my price is very reasonable. In her mind, she thought, even if I threw my head in blood so much to accomplish the mission, it was quite difficult to earn a small goal. Now that I don't have to kill or sell my life to have this kind of legitimate income, why not? And Lin Hao thought, I can't believe I really picked up a treasure this time. Su Shue realized that there were 2 people watching by her side. Even though her husband was watching, it was no big deal, but still bathing live in front of outsiders, she always felt embarrassed. So she told the 2 people to go out, and she herself quickly dried her body and put on a bathrobe, and then she was in the bathroom again to make up her makeup. During this gap in his dressing, Helen quietly said to Lin Hao, the one who hired me is. Lin Hao waved his hand. I know your rules of the trade. You don't need to say this. Let me guess. It's Su Hahai, the first family of the Jinghai, right? Even though Lin Hao already knew who it was. After all, it wasn't revealed from his own mouth. So Helen didn't feel any psychological pressure and nodded imperceptibly. Lin Hao thought in his heart, intentionally planting flowers, unintentionally planting willows. Just when he was worried about not having a way to completely combat the Su family, someone immediately sent him away. He thought for a moment, opened his safe and took out a card from it. There's $1 billion in cash in here. Open an account with CCB, take it and go see the Su family's head of the family in a while. Just say that you've accomplished your mission. Helen said incredulously. Master, are you testing Helen's loyalty? Lin Hao ignored the topic and continued to instruct her. After you give him this card, when you get to the Su family, after you confirm that you've received the payment for this mission, send me a message and I'll tell you the password. After all, you can't do this operation for nothing. Helen said, but I've already given up myself. Lin Hao smiled. What a pity to give up. Just say you've already killed me. It's not like he can confirm it, and after you leave later, I'll order the security guards to chase you around, to help you create this illusion. Helen was icy. Are you going to clean up the Su family? Lin Hao shook his head. Not cleaning up, but exterminating. Seeing that Helen was still a bit confused, he explained to him again. Ask for your current honorarium, then quietly find a place to hide, and then I'll hang up after you ask for his honorarium. Hearing Lin Hao say this, Helen felt incredulous, but didn't say anything and very decisively left his villa. Chapter 69, Payday. Not long after Su Shui came out from inside and was very surprised to find that the assistant from earlier had disappeared. Lin Hao said to her, I told Helen's assistant to deal with something else. It's dark. Let's go to bed. Su Shui still can't let go, refused Lin Hao's request to go back to his own room. Lin Hao, where there is sleep, has been guarding the cell phone. Not long ago, suddenly the phone rang. Open a look, only to see a micro-signal named Delayed. Helen sent himself a message, Payday. Lin Hao decisively dialed the phone to hang up. He had just hung up the phone when he heard all the calls dialing over there. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Hao? The card you just lost. Someone is making a transfer. Do you want to lock the transfer account? Lin Hao said decisively. Lock it and call the police, because he is also a VIP customer in the CCB. Enjoy. Some other people do not have the right. Not long CCB will give him a reply message, has been alarmed. The account has been locked. Due to the amount of money involved in the transfer of the relevant units have been filed. Seeing this message, Lin Hao smiled smugly and thought to himself, you Song family want to empty your pockets and cheat me out of this billion. I'm afraid you don't have that good of an appetite. After a while longer, he heard a call from the Investigation Institute. Mr. Lin Hao, the suspect Su Momo who stole your bank card has been criminally detained. Please come over to confirm. Lin Hao quickly rushed to the Investigation Institute, only to find that the person detained by the relevant unit was not Su Hahai himself, but a young man he did not recognize. That person was still roaring loudly in the investigation office. Blind thing, do you know who I am? My uncle is the head of the Su family and the first family in Jinghai City. Su Hihai, arrest me and tell your leader to step down immediately. The leader was also quite experienced in handling cases and enforced the law impartially, and was not moved by such threatening words. Mr. Su Zhuang, you're suspected of a huge theft. It's been handed over to the judicial unit to deal with, so you'll just have to wait for the summons. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude to the case officers and then added that he would donate to their unit so that they could give an upgrade to their work apparatus. After Lin Hao came out of the investigation office, he suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. After he picked up, he heard the call, and someone growling on the other end. Lin Hao, you brat, don't be too crazy. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for it. Lin Hao sneered. Who are you? The man on the other end of the phone grunted. Su Hahai, head of the Su family. Perhaps you should call me father-in-law. Only then did Lin Hao realize that he was Su Tingting's biological father, who had just lost contact for some unknown reason, and was only popping up now. I'm afraid that he was also instigated by Su Tingting, and that's why he did everything he could to go against me. Lin Hao sneered. And where is your daughter? What qualifications do you have to be my father-in-law? Su Hahai said very directly. Make an offer. What will you teach me to spare my nephew Su Zhuang? Lin Hao shook his head. It's him who stole my bank card. It's not me who took the initiative to make things difficult for him. There's a law that stipulates what should be punished for what you do. It's not up to me to say, so tell him to fend for himself. Su Hahai was silent for a moment. I'll pay $100 million. You withdraw the lawsuit. Lin Hao flatly refused. Sorry. Now that this case has been prosecuted, it's not something I can intervene in. Su Hahai gritted his teeth. This is my last condition. Think about it. Don't narrow the road. Lin Hao laughed back in anger. Surname Su. What qualifications do you have to say this? You sent that killer, didn't you? This guy Su Hahai was an old fox, lest Lin Hao record on this end, and answered in a dripping manner. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'd never do anything illegal like that. Maybe you walked too much at night and ran into a ghost. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. I heard that this waste of a nephew of yours is a powerful general under you, reused even more than your own daughter Su Tingting. How does it feel to have an arm chopped off? His so-called chopping off an arm was not really cut off a person's arm, but cut off a bowl of powerful generals of license C. With Su Zhuang going in, it would mean one less capable aide under Su Kahai. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The power of our Su family is not something you can afford to offend. Kid, be careful when you walk at night in the future. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. And who are you looking for to deal with me? Might as well make it clear. Su Hahai on the other end of the phone almost didn't jump up. Kid, you're just trying to swindle me. I'll only use business tactics to get back at you. I'll never use that kind of unorthodox tactics. Lin Hao did not have the interest to talk to him. My wife is still waiting for me to sleep. Surnamed Su. You wait. Your road will only get narrower and narrower. So what if your family is big? Is it good to have your capital chain broken? Just heard the phone. Someone on the other end kept grinding his teeth. Surname Lin. No wonder I can't get a loan right now. So it's your kid who's behind this. Lin Hao was a very enthusiastic citizen, and directly gave him a suggestion. I say, Mr. Su, if you can't get a loan at development, You might consider taking a look at the 4 major banks. Maybe there will be unexpected gains? Su Hahai gritted his teeth on the other end of the phone. Surname Zhang, you shouldn't be too complacent. It's only $100 billion. I'll make a random phone call and immediately find $1 trillion and $1 trillion. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Can I say good luck? After saying that, he hung up the phone and then called the relevant people from the other 4 lines separately. He told the other party in no uncertain terms that they were not allowed to give the Su family a loan because the Su family had a record of suspected fraudulent loans. Lin Hao's deposits in these 4 major banks weren't in the small numbers, so naturally he had a certain amount of say. Hearing this from him, the other party swore an assurance. Please don't worry, Lin Xiao. We've already checked it out. This project they're working on now is really suspected of loan fraud. This money won't be brought to him no matter what, and we're going to go and call in the loan. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Good luck then. I hope you can stop your losses in time. After all this work was done, Lin Hao was satisfied. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep in a short while. The next day was woken up by Su Shui. Honey, the meal is ready. Come out to eat. The couple had just finished eating when they heard someone call in. Master, this is Helen. I finished dealing with all my personal issues and I'm officially on duty from today. So please tell the doorman to let me go. Lin Hao made a phone call, and within 2 minutes, the stunningly beautiful Helen appeared at Lin Hao's heels. Did the trip go well? Helen nodded her head repeatedly. Thanks to Master's care, things have been resolved satisfactorily, and from now on I'll be able to serve the 2 of you 24 hours a day. Chapter 70, Some Haunted Spirit. Su Shui had time to interrogate Helen, and found that Helen had a good answer for business matters. Even if she had a double master's degree, Lin Hao is quite satisfied with her. From now on you are our couple's housekeeper. As for the domestic staff, you are also responsible for recruiting. Wage intentions negotiated? Helen said to Su Shui with great respect. Thank you for your concern, Master Mother. It's already been negotiated. You can start at any time. Su Shui stood up and shook her hand. Helen, housekeeper, happy cooperation. After accepting Helen, Lin Hao said to Helen, don't worry about anything else for now. Go out with me and my wife today. Su Shui came behind Lin Hao and gently squeezed his shoulders. How? Where are we going? Lin Hao smiled. We're going to the headquarters of the Su Group. MS. Helen, I'll give you all of this information in a moment. Take a good look at it when you're in the car, and you'll be in charge of the case of acquiring the Su Group. You'll be in charge of it. Helen dryly said. Yes, prepare to pack ready. The 3 people by car to the Su Group building in front of. Just build. This building probably has more than 100 floors. The scent capsule's mighty and majestic. Following the navigation personnel to park the car to a supreme parking space, Miss Helen followed this couple into the Su Group mansion. Just before arriving at the entrance of the building, I heard someone say in a snarky manner, Lin Hao, you are so mercurial, so fast, and ask you to hook up with another one. You are not afraid of my girlfriends with you to turn over your face? Lin Hao looked up and saw that it was his ex-girlfriend Su Tingting. Everywhere. You're really a ghost. Lin Hao said very coldly. Only when Su Shui looked at him, there was some resentment, and some hatred in her gaze. We've been talking for 7 or 8 years and you don't give me a chance at all? Just so eager to marry this vixen? And where did you put me? Lin Hao said very coldly. MS. Su, what's broken between us is broken. There's absolutely no getting back together. Maybe you should stop saying these words. A hint of smugness flashed in Su Tingting's eyes. I heard that your business is not doing well lately. Quite a lot of business has been taken away from you, and now you can't stand it anymore and have come to my father to beg for forgiveness? Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. On the contrary, I'm afraid your father will have to beg for mercy from me. Su Tingting skimmed her lips. What are you talking about in the middle of the day? How could my father beg for mercy from a loser like you? Lin Hao looked around him and saw that there were several bodyguards and a few nanny-like personnel next to him, presumably accompanying him on his shopping trip. I'm here to talk to the chairman of your company about the acquisition. It has nothing to do with you. Don't get in my way, dodge. As if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, Su Tingting laughed out loud. Did you run to Huaxia to come and tell a pie in the sky story? Under our Su clan group, there are countless businesses that don't amount to hundreds of billions of dollars. What kind of international joke do you want to make about acquiring us? Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. It's not up to you guys. I guess by now your father has been pushed to the brink of fire by the bank debt collectors. Saying this, he took out his cell phone and found Su Hahai's number. Chairman Su, I'm Lin Hao. I've come here today to solve your debt crisis for you. Do you see me or not? After a night, hearing Lin Hao's voice again, Su Hahai was still in a residual rage. There's a kid like you everywhere. Don't see me. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. I'm the only one who can solve your current debt crisis. If you don't see me, you'll be waiting to find the tallest building to jump off of. Su Hahai grunted. Our Su family is huge. A small crisis is nothing. Get out of here. I never want to see you again. Lin Hao smiled. You can also consider financing. but it's still a toss-up whether those assets of yours can be sold or not. Do you want you to consider my suggestion? Before the words were finished, he was sprayed with the word roll, and came back to hang up the phone on the random end. Eyeing Lin Hao's face, Su Tingting knew that her father had made some kind of decision. She sneered. You are self-importance, told you do not come to provoke my father. You do not believe. So early to our group did not eat, right? Do you want me to order you a boxed lunch? Lin Hao smiled. I don't want to receive a free boxed lunch yet, but you can try to ask your father to receive a boxed lunch. Saying that, he came again, and when he reached the parking lot before he could leave, he was blocked by Su Tingting. Lin Hao frowned and stepped out of the car. Su Tingting, are you still finished? Su Tingting couldn't see any emotion in his eyes as he put his hand out. Excuse me, this is a paid parking lot. Please pay the parking fee of $5,550. Although this number of his had gone up to 1,000, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket in Lin Hao's heart. It was just that being extorted of more than $5,000 for no reason was always unbalanced in his heart. And he grunted. Your mother didn't find you the man of your dreams, didn't cheat the bride price, and ran to the street to blackmail and beg? Why don't you bring a broken bowl over? You. Su Tingting was so angry with him that she immediately called out to those security guards. Come here you guys. Those security guards quickly rushed to Missy's side. What do you want, Missy? Su Tingting pointed at Lin Hao. I suspect that this man is the leader of a fraudulent organization. I hope you guys can help turn him over to the relevant authorities. Several security guards hollered and surged up, about to make a move on Lin Hao. But before they could get close, they saw a group of shadows around Lin Hao, followed by the security guards screaming. When everyone fixed their eyes on him, they saw that the few security guards who had rushed up were all stacked together like Zhengluohan, and no matter how much they struggled, they didn't struggle up. Wastes, you wastes. My dad spends money to raise you guys. Is it to raise a bunch of pigs? Why don't you get up and teach him a lesson? It wasn't known what technique Helen used when she beat the people. These few people, despite wanting to get up as quickly as possible, struggled for a long time but failed to do so. Su Tingting said viciously, Surname Lin, how dare you find a killer to come over and find trouble? Although Helen was an assassin, his true identity was only known to Su Hahai or Su Zhuang, and when Su Tingting said that, she was just trying to put a big hat on Lin Hao. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. I'm sorry, this is just my new patron's butler. He only knows some rough punches and kicks. To say that he's some kind of killer is just to elevate him. Helen, drive. Without saying a word, Helen went into the car and started the car. Su Shui Lin Hao couple sat in the car. Su Tingting still wanted to come over and ask for parking fees. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Ms. Su, before you charge for parking, I suggest you go to the price bureau to check how much should be the appropriate amount to charge. Do you want me to contact the price bureau for you? Chapter 71, do something else. When Su Tingting was slightly stunned, Lin Hao's car had already backed up to the road and left. When he was halfway there, he suddenly received a phone call, but it turned out to be from Su Hahai. Mr. Lin, don't go yet. I think we can discuss your proposal. Lin Hao said indifferently. Sorry, we've left now. Whether it's hanging or jumping off a building, I suggest that Mr. Su make a decision after making arrangements. Surname Lin. You. Lin Hao smiled. Now if you sell the group to me, I'll give you an evaluation over. Today you'll wait until your company's stock drops below a penny and I'll come over to acquire it. Without hearing licensee reply, he heard a poof from the other end of the phone. The phone didn't hang up, but the sound of something falling came from the other side. Immediately afterward it seemed like someone else broke into the room and yelled, Chairman! An imperceptible smile appeared in the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. This some mesmerizing operation. Looking at Su Shui as if she was in the clouds. Honey, aren't you going to acquire Su's group? How come you went back halfway? Lin Hao said lightly, not so fast. 100 feet of the insect die hard. Want to buy still have to call Su's group die again through some? Now go to afraid Su and the sea dog anxious to jump over the wall. The loss is not worth it. We first go to do something else. Su Shui asked. What are we going to do now? Lin Hao smiled. We're going to the Jianqing Road security team to pick up a young man named Yin Tian from prison. Although Su Shui didn't know why Lin Hao wanted to pick up Yin Tian, he now knew that anything his husband did was predetermined, and he only looked at the results. Helen had already lived in the city for a long time and was a living map, so without much ado, she arrived at the designated spot in no time. Lin Hao looked at the green water ghost he was wearing on his wrist. 10 minutes early. Wait here for a while. 5 minutes later, suddenly another car arrived at the entrance of this vigilante. From the top down a thickly made-up beautiful woman. In this woman's side also followed a strange like pearl greasy man. The two men were cozy and honeyed like no one's business. That man saw a table of not so flashy middle-aged man. In front of the guardhouse door also did not care. Suddenly bright eyes found two beautiful women. That fat man quickly came to Su Shui and Helen. My humble self is Jin Jingwen, the general manager of Jin's group. This is my business card. Can I get acquainted with the two beautiful ladies? Su Shui did not reply and looked at Helen next to her. Helen was more direct. We have business. Don't disturb. That person still pretended to be elegant. Miss, don't be so angry. What's the point of getting to know each other? I earn millions of dollars a year. As long as you two are willing to be my confidant, I will give you $100,000 a month. Okay? Hearing this, Su Shui was so angry that her face turned white. Lin Hao also grunted. Miss Helen, it's time to work. It was that word "lo" that had just left his mouth when he heard that man scream miserably, covering his stomach and turning into a prawn. At this time that heavily made-up woman came over. You shrew, you vixen, how dare you hit my husband? Where's the man? Hit the man. There's a death. Helen smiled contemptuously, nor did she care. Just at this time, two investigators came out from the investigation office. What's the noise? Public units are forbidden to make noise, the heavily made-up woman said. This woman seduced my husband, and after being rejected she even beat him up. You guys hurry up and lock him up. He can be sentenced for a few years. He was bossing people around without the slightest psychological pressure. It was a pity that the relevant unit wasn't his backyard either. Helen took out her business card. The other party took a look at it with Lin Hao's information on it, and when he checked it on his cell phone, he couldn't help but stand in awe. Hurrying to Helen, he said, we didn't know that, mister. Lin came here to slack off. Please forgive us. Helen smiled. It doesn't matter. Our mister. Lin's wife came here just to pick up someone out. The staff member said, please, pick up who? Helen asked if they were keeping In Tian here. After the staff member confirmed, Helen said that we came just to pick him up. Before the words left her mouth, she heard the heavily made-up woman next to her sneer. I thought, what are you guys here for? It turns out that you're here to pick up that fraudster cum murderer. In fact, Helen didn't know exactly what great crime In Tian had committed, but these weren't things he was considering, so he was also indifferent. Just at that moment, he saw the gate of the detention center open, and there was a young man with short hair, kind of ignoring it, walking out from inside. Seeing two cars in front of him, and 4 or 5 people waiting here froze for a moment. Not long after, he went straight to the heavily made-up woman. He was quite emotional. Eva, are you here to pick me up? Thank you so much. Don't worry, I will eventually make a career and will never hold you back. Seeing that this youth was coming to embrace her, the woman, who was heavily made up, screamed, you murderer, want to find death? Ah, just came out from inside. Don't touch me. Bad luck, said as if a frightened bird, hiding behind the obese man. Young people only then see clearly that obese man. I screen up. Jin Jingwen. So it is you. Just saw that obese man. Laughed. Surname In. Lousy, already told you. A wife is like clothes. You can change them whenever you want. It's your good fortune that grandpa has taken a liking to your girlfriend, but you refused to listen and had to make a move. And as a result, you volunteered yourself here. Didn't you? In Tian is also not willing to show weakness. Surname Jean, I also warned you. Don't pester my Eva, or I'll beat you once I see you. That big fat man you called Kim Kyung Moon said disdainfully. A few years don't see a long ability, huh? Don't you want to beat me? Feel free to do so. This time, if Iwa hadn't gone through all the trouble of serving me, it wouldn't have been as simple as detaining you for 15 days. You would have been given a 15-year package, and there's no way to unsubscribe even if you wanted to. Hearing this, In Tian was struck by lightning. Eva, that woman had a man to protect her, and was reckless. In Tian, I told you long ago. Don't interfere in my private life. You must stalk me. You brought this on yourself. I'm officially telling you, we two are completely finished. Don't bother me in the future. In Tian was devastated. You just want to follow this man who once bullied you. Eva, however, doesn't care anymore. I was too innocent back then, but not from now on. Chapter 72, Don't Snap and Search. Lin Hao and a few others stood by and watched with cold eyes, listening to them bicker for a long time before they realized. It turns out that this In Tian is a teenage genius. In the computer is quite talented. Once in a high-grade software company as an executive. A few years down, not less money. Only to make this girlfriend is too materialistic. Almost all the money he earned was given to his girlfriend to buy high-grade cosmetics and other things. Who knows this girlfriend but behind his back to hook up. Eventually one day, he was in this fat man surnamed Gold when the rendezvous was sighted to the sky, caught under the anger of the man, but the result of their own exchange for 15 days of detention. Hearing that this woman had decisively dumped herself, In Tian was now not angry. Instead, you can go wherever you want, but return that BMW I bought you before this, as well as that 150 square meter house to me. The woman with the heavy makeup and colorful face heard this and sneered. Surname In, you have a problem. What you gave away is still being returned. If you can't afford a girlfriend, then don't have one. You're so stingy that people look down on you. Jin Jingwen suddenly said to the two staff members who didn't go far. Look, comrade, he's going to enter the palace again. The staff was afraid of bloodshed, but also very sympathetic to the film, lest he do something irrational behavior, but instead put himself in, so rushed over to persuade. Young man, you can get this result lesson is not enough? Why do you still want to be impulsive? If there are any legal issues involved, I suggest you find a lawyer and sue directly. Hands-on is not good for you. He saw Eva's only side at Jin Jingwen's side. In Tian, we are not in the same world, so don't bother me in the future. Let's just say goodbye. For the sake of several years of relationship, I'll order a box of lunch for you. Seeing In Tian's rather embarrassed appearance, the adulterous couple laughed loudly. At this moment, Lin Hao came to In Tian's front. Computer genius In Tian, nice to meet you. I have a job with a salary of $10 million a year. Do you want to do it? In Tian, who had already left a record to find a job is not easy to find, is worried about this matter. Suddenly someone said willing to hire, naturally very happy. Who are you? Lin Hao smiled. My name is Lin Hao. I'm the chairman of the Hao Ran Group. This is my business card. If you agree, you can get on the job right away. He heard Jin Jingwen beside him sneer. I've never heard of any Hao Ran Group. Your group wouldn't be selling purses, would it? The woman beside him mocked. Brother one, you're wrong. If it's really selling purses, it should be called the Purse Group. Why is it called the Haoran Group? And what is Haoran? Lin Hao came striding to the man called Jin Jingwen. Jin's group, right? You wait a moment. Jin Jingwen sneered. How come you're not satisfied with picking up the rags that my family Ifa left behind? And you want to invite me back as an ancestor as well? Lin Hao sneered. I just checked that group of yours. It's just $50 million in assets. Sell it or not? Jin Jingwen was like a cat that stepped on its tail, jumped up then. What kind of beautiful thing are you thinking? It's not for sale for any amount of money. Lin Hao nodded. I'll tell you to go bankrupt in 5 minutes. Do you believe me? It was as if Jin Jingwen had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Ha 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 ha. Even though I didn't go to De Yunxi, I was amused by your teasing with the ground. Calling me bankrupt in 5 minutes. Are you sure you're not talking about a myth? Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense with him, immediately picking up his cell phone and dialing a number. I don't care what means you use. Within 5 minutes tell the stock of Qinghai Province's Jinsher Group to drop below 1 point. Jin Jingwen laughed out loud. Although I don't know where you found the trustee, but the performance is very realistic. This $20 is for you. No need to find it. The $20 fell to the ground, and Lin Hao immediately told the investigator. Comrade, you saw it. This person intentionally damaged the yuan. The investigator immediately came over. It's illegal to damage the yuan at will, sir, so please pick it up. Although Jin Jingwen was arrogant, but the person was not stupid. Knowing that it was a bit inappropriate to casually damage the RMB in this place, he apologized numbly and then obediently picked it up. With such a delay, 5 minutes had arrived. Before he could speak, Eva laughed recklessly. Ha ha ha, Toad yawning. What atmosphere are you blindly coming out with? 5 minutes have come and gone. Has our brother Wen's group gone bankrupt? Before the words fell, Jin Jingwen's cell phone rang. After he connected, he heard the call. Someone on the other side panicked and reported to him. Mr. Jin, something big is wrong. Some foreign master manipulator has gathered our stocks and now it's down to 0.5 cents a share. Snapping, Jin Jingwen's cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground in pieces. He muttered, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Hao also naturally had no obligation to explain to him how he had done it, and he sneered. Now, Mr. Jin, can we talk about the acquisition? Jin Jingwen no longer had the arrogant flair he had just had. He was shorter. Mr. Lin, my company's original share price was $50 million. Now as long as you give me $10 million I'll make an offer. Let's close the deal now. Lin Hao sneered. This broken group of yours? The share price has fallen below 1 point. What other assets do you have? $1 million you love to sell or not? Jin Jingwen revealed a smile that was worse than tears. I can only drink the northwest wind with this money. Can Mr. Lin have more? Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Then you can just keep your Thai company and drink the northwest wind. Pardon me. After saying that, he led In Tian as well as a few others to turn around and walk away, not being able to take a few steps, when he saw Jin Jingwen quickly coming to him, kneeling down in front of his eyes, and bam kowtowing his head. Mr. Lin, please be magnanimous and spare me this time. I'll sell for $1 million. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Wouldn't that have been fine? I'll leave the matters with you to In Tian and this MS. Helen beside me. In Tian, you can negotiate this business, right? In Tian had been letting this guy for a long time. Hearing his boss say this, he immediately stated his position. Please don't worry, boss. I will absolutely call you satisfied. Lin Hao said to Helen. There are some legal issues that I'd like to ask Miss Helen to take more care of. And you can listen to this Mr. In Tian on how to negotiate. After their side of the story was explained clearly, they suddenly heard Yiba furiously chasing after them and hugging Ing Tian. Tian, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me, I'll be dedicated to you from now on. Oh, all that answered him was a slap on the face and a very cold, get lost. Chapter 73, Where She's From. All on the way home, his wife Su Shui received a phone call, then said to Lin Hao, hubby, my good friend Daisy just came back from abroad and is organizing a birthday party. I can't not go and I also had to ask hubby for a few days off. Lin Hao then asked, where is this good friend of yours from? Su Shui said, she's from Kyoto, and her family's background is unusual for people from outside the province. Some family members don't know about my relationship with you yet, so I want to go back by myself. One is to attend the party, and the other is to explain your relationship with me to my family. Lin Hao knew that Su Shui's family was not ordinary, and when he heard this, it was true, so he asked a tentative question. Is your family a trillionaire? Su Shui hesitated for a moment and decided to tell her husband the truth. Actually, my great-grandfather climbed the snowy mountains and walked through the grasslands, and some of the rest of our family are in business, some in other areas, all have made considerable achievements. Then look at Su Shui. Weekday life is very low-key. Treating people is also obviously higher than these girls of the same generation. Lin Hao knows that his father and his grandfather must also have a not bad background. The reason why Su Shui didn't dare to take herself back, I'm afraid that she still can't meet the requirements of his grandfather and father. That made it seem like a bit of a headache. Seeing Lin Hao pondering without saying anything, Su Shui shook his arm as if she was pampered. Hubby, I'll just take a 2 or 3 day vacation. Do you promise or not? Just at this time, that godly Ho selection system immediately popped up the option again. Promise his wife's request, get the title of single by strength, rewarded with a superior temple abbot position, razor or razor, ultimatum A, and was given the legal name of Nothing Masters. If you don't agree to your wife's request, you will be awarded the title of overbearing male president, and 1 skill card for the promotion of a dead wife. Insist on going together, rewarded with the title of bizarre wings, and rewarded with a poor wife dead wife skill card. Hula popped up 3 options, each with pros and cons. To agree to the wife's request was the best choice in the eyes of the beholder. However, due to the wife's family, there would most likely be an incident of beating the lovebirds with a stick, and no amount of wealth would be able to reverse it, and the odds were that he himself would be a monk for the rest of his life. But if you do not agree to the wife's request, the wife will resent himself for the rest of his life. All the resentment accumulated, if he is not willing to hurt her husband, can only hurt her own. Promotion and wealth do not know. Dead wife is certain. Insisting on going with his wife, the couple's relationship is certainly solid gold, but there is a possibility of obtaining the opposition of the whole Su family. Thinking of the husband and wife swept away, and even deprived Su Shui of all the honor, halo and affection. Although the 2 people are together for a long time, I'm afraid that all the wealth will be away from them, and the poor wife will have a lot of sorrow. Even if there was no problem with the feelings of the 2 people, eventually, because of such and such a thing in life, all the feelings would be wiped out. Seeing that Lin Hao was in deep thought, Su Shui asked him in blood, hubby, will you just promise me? I promise you to go and go and go. I also want to have a cute baby with you soon. Lin Hao originally intended to refuse or insist on going together, but seeing Su Shui's watering look, he suddenly felt that this insistence of his was meaningless. Finally, he gritted his teeth. No matter what, one can't confine Su Shui's freedom. It's good that he can insist on returning to his side, and if he can't, there must be a reason why the 2 of us aren't suitable. No matter how much we rebel against fate, it's impossible to be together. Thinking of this, he gently hugged his wife. You have to remember, since I love you, I won't confine your freedom. After going back, perhaps many things are out of your control. What should you do? What he meant was that since he had returned to Kyoto, it would be impossible to escape the ears and eyes of the Su family. I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as attending a party. And once he met with the Su family, as long as he revealed his relationship with himself, it was really uncertain what the subsequent outcome would be. Su Shui was silent for a while. My mom loves me the most. Even if she knows about all this, she'll help me dissuade dad and won't break us up. Hearing this, Lin Hao knew that she was going to go back no matter what, so he transferred 1 billion to Su Shui through his cell phone himself. Your husband isn't a big shot, so that's all he can help you with. Take this money and go back, and also give you an explanation for barging in over here for such a long time. Su Shui's eyes glistened with crystals, and she suddenly jumped into Lin Hao's arms. Hubby, I suddenly don't want to attend this party anymore. Lin Hao wrapped his arms around her and didn't say anything. Su Shui was like a little girl, the only one in Lin Hao's arms for a long time, before she stood up and smiled sweetly at Lin Hao. Hubby, be good and wait for me at home. Oh, I'll give you a surprise when I come back. After saying that, she got out of the car and took a taxi directly to the airport. Lin Hao was also bored and returned home. Suddenly remembering something, he made a call to his wife, but it didn't go through. Perhaps she had taken to the skies by now and her cell phone was set to flight mode. Lin Hao stopped thinking about these things and forced himself to think about some business stuff. By the evening, he tried to contact Su Shui again, and still didn't get through. However, his housekeeper, Helen, and that newly recruited genius teenager of his, In Tian, rushed back in a hurry. In front of outsiders, Helen, however, knew the score quite well. Boss, Jin Jingwen's company was successfully acquired by us. It's the contract that was signed, and tomorrow you'll be the chairman of his company. Only then did Lin Hao ask, up to now I don't even know what Jin Jingwen's company does. In Tian replied, it just sells some raw materials for construction. Lin Hao took the information and glanced at it, and gave it to Helen without taking this small company seriously. I don't care what you use. Change all the middle and top management of the company for me. Then make this construction materials company bigger and stronger for me. Ask me for as much money as you lack. I just want to see year-end earnings. Helen, however, spread her hands and said, Boss, although I can run this company, my most important task is still to be by your side to help you with your daily chores. I suggest that you set up a group that manages companies, and then find professional managers to take care of all the companies under them. With his wife not by his side, Lin Hao didn't want to manage the minutiae of it. You make a plan for these things first. I'll take a look at it after it's made, and if it's okay then we'll do it as you say. And of course you'll be solely responsible for all of this as well. Helen pouted. I don't want to go into business. It's not my specialty either. Chapter 74, better know what you're talking about. Even though he still wanted to throw his hands, Lin Hao's reaction speed was far faster than the divine hero selection system appeared. All in all, no matter what method you use to put the industries under my banner in order for me, you're a good housekeeper, or else. Helen's eyebrows raised. You'll kill me? He would like to hope that Lin Hao would go knifing with her, but how could Lin Hao do such a thing as striking out with the short end of the stick? He said very fiercely, if you meet my requirements, the bonus will be twice your salary. If you fail to meet my requirements, not only will the bonus be gone, even your salary I'll deduct to the last dime. Helen's eyes were fierce. The reason why he was working for Lin Hao wasn't because of how good Lin Hao was, it was really because he was giving too much money, telling Helen that she had no reason to betray him. Suddenly when he heard that Lin Hao could possibly tell him to work for nothing, he really had that urge to kill Lin Hao here and now. It was as if Lin Hao had guessed her thoughts. If you kill me you'll face an endless pursuit, and you won't get a dime of my money. If you weren't brain dead, you'd never do such a laborious and unappealing thing. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Helen gritted her teeth and said, you know what, surname Lin? These days I've dreamed of poking a few transparent holes in you. But, a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Dog Dato, you win. Feel free to squeeze me from now on, and I'll never make a move against you for the 300 million a year that's about to arrive. Lin Hao nodded. That's right, give the master a smile. Helen showed her teeth, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. Master, are you satisfied? Lin Hao stretched and yawned. As for how to upgrade the firewall for the computer and set up a network security system, I'll leave these things to In Tian. I'm relieved that the two of you, one civil and one military, are cooperating with each other. As soon as In Tian heard what Lin Hao had asked him to do, it was all things he liked to do. Moreover, this man had told himself to teach the dead fat guy who flaunted his wealth in front of him a lesson right out of the gate. Therefore, he was quite in awe of Lin Hao. Boss, from now on, I'll follow you. By the way, you can't pay less in wages. Lin Hao smiled. That depends on how much revenue you bring me. Helen, find him a room in the villa and tell him to go to sleep. I'm going to take a bath after organizing my things and put water in the bath when I come back. Then you can organize what I've just explained into a feasible plan. I want to see it tomorrow morning. To Lin Hao's surprise, Helen agreed. Breaking into a sentence, she said, yes, master. This reply was nothing to Lin Hao, but instead triggered a wave of suspicion from leaden sky. After arriving at the arranged room, he suddenly asked, Sister Helen, what era is it? How come there's still the category of slave master? Helen laughed. Have you heard that saying? The rich is the master. People are my bread and butter, so it's not shameful to call them masters, right? These words caused In Tian to be confused for a while. Is this society actually this sinister? Helen looked a bit fermented, so she gave another dose of medicine. To be honest, I'm actually not a general manager. I'm just an assistant beside Mr. Lin, helping him to manage some business matters as well as helping him to deal with some physical matters. These words were clearly beyond the realm of thought of this pointer 0 and 1 such digital code dealing, computer genius. Seeing In Tian standing dumbfounded, Helen smiled sweetly and exited his room. Maybe it was the heat. In the bedroom Lin Hao was now only wearing a pair of shorts top and a wide undershirt. He was looking at all the information that Helen and the others had given him, and the small company that he had acquired tonight was just too small for him and didn't attract much interest. But with his wife not around, he couldn't do anything else. so it was a diversion. He did hear a man enter his room and run to the bathroom, but it fell on deaf ears. Self-consciously, he picked up his cell phone to contact Su Shui, and a busy tone came from the other end of the line, followed by a mechanical reply from the mobile secretary desk. The number you have dialed is off. Please dial again later. Indifferently, he shook his head. This girl acted so gently with me, but is it actually so crazy for people to see their old classmates playing? Even the husband's phone does not pick up. After coming back, must be hard to beat that whatnot. The mind actually pictured the appearance of Su Shui when he was beaten, and a ringing sound seemed to come from the earwheel. Snap, snap, snap. At this moment, he couldn't wait for Su Shui to be right in front of him, and he wanted to be the first to appreciate Su Shui's charming and attractive expression. Just at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from his ears. The water is ready. Want to go in and bathe? Feeling that the voice was right by his ears, and even the other party's hot breath exhaled on his earlobes, he couldn't help his body from flaring up. Subconsciously, he wanted the person who had spoken to wrap his arms around him. Schwerer, did you come back so quickly? He now just took the woman in front of him as Su Shui, although the two hadn't broken through the final relationship, but taking advantage of her from time to time while getting along had long been taken for granted. Only when he just embraced up, he suddenly realized that Su Shui didn't know when she had plumped up a lot, and she was also a lot more enthusiastic. There is no more shyness when kissing, wanting to refuse to welcome. Instead, she responded very enthusiastically to herself. Lin Hao hadn't thought that Su Shui's kissing skills were actually so high, and at this moment, he suddenly forgot about the promise he made to Su Shui, and really wanted to turn Su Shui into his woman today. Feeling a bit suffocated, he left that woman's lips and just wanted to make his next move. Suddenly, he heard that woman breathing sharply while saying to himself, I haven't bathed yet. Master, why don't we do it together? What master? Lin Hao's heart stirred and he gazed at it, only to find a very unfamiliar face in front of him. Taking a closer look, it turned out that the one he was holding in his arms and kissing was nowhere near any Chao cave, but the famous assassin he had left by his side. Helen, how could it be you? There was some disappointment in his eyes. Helen let out a giggle. Master, you've just left your main mother for less than a day and you've lost your mind? Didn't even hear you when I called you several times. Came to you and pushed you. Instead you are so monkey. He had hugged the wrong person and kissed the wrong person, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Lin Hao hardened his head and divided his words. Helen, you know that I recognized the wrong person, and your force value is higher than mine. Why didn't you push me away? Chapter 75, Taking Everything for Granted. There was no sense of shyness on Helen's face, as if she took what she had just done for granted. When I submitted to you, I already agreed that I would usually help you deal with these things around you and be your confidant when I'm not doing anything. Isn't that what I should do? Lin Hao said with great embarrassment. In fact, at that time, I was so afraid of you that I was scared to death, so I had to talk with my mouth full to distract you, and then use money to hit you only. These are just jokes. You cannot fulfill them. Helen, however, said with a flourish, as a matter of fact, your money did smack me down. I never took it as a joke, and since the master mother wasn't around, I'll fulfill my obligations. Master, please. Lin Hao also didn't know where Helen's bottom line was. He smiled and didn't retort, following Helen to the bathroom. Suddenly, he realized that Helen was helping him undress, and he just wanted to refuse when he heard Helen say, you have enough money, and now my life is yours, so why bother with these mundane things? If you want to be faithful to your wife, although don't break through the last layer of relationship, I won't blame you, but I'll be around to help you add water and hand you clothes. Hearing this, Lin Hao only hemmed and hawed and giggled, not knowing what to say in response. Helen suddenly smiled flirtatiously. If I were in someone else's arms right now, would you still be as calm as you are now? I've heard that women are quite concerned about their first man. Aren't you afraid that I'll collude with another man to murder you? Lin Hao then thought, this woman has strength and ambition. It just so happens that because of his money, she is still willing to dedicate her to himself. If he refuses now, in the future, this woman will become an uncontrollable factor. At that time, he took the money to smash him to lie down. This is only a temporary solution to the contradiction. It does not mean that the contradiction has disappeared. Thinking of this, he did not refuse. After he entered the bathtub, the woman was really very considerate to help her add water and even take soap. And when he was soaking in the bath, he also stood behind himself and pinched his shoulders and massaged them. At this moment, Lin Hao had a feeling that this butler was really worth it. There was a moment when he suddenly really wanted to pull Helen in to have a Mandarin duck bath with himself, but on second thought, he had already somewhat apologized to Su Shui for accepting his massage, so if he continued like this, was he still a human being? Thinking of this, he forcibly restrained those unrealistic thoughts of love in his heart. While soaking in the bath, he was drinking. Helen was borderline talking about something else. Helen smiled sweetly at Lin Hao. Master, you wait for a while, I'll be right there. She left the bathroom and in a short while had already changed to retire. It was a very open swimsuit, and the vast majority of her skin was presented to Lin Hao's followers. It was a healthy wheat color, and with her stunning face, it looked even more astounding. He was holding it in his hand. 2 wine glasses held, roughly, a third of the red wine. He handed one of the cups to Lin Hao, himself absconded with a cup, sat on the edge of the bathtub, and gently shook the glass. Blood red wine, a beautiful woman like a flower, a man with a lot of gold, and a romantic atmosphere called for people to be intoxicated without realizing it. Seeing Lin Hao staring blankly at himself, Helen smiled sweetly and picked up the wineglass to clink with Lin Hao. In the swaying red wine, Helen's stunningly beautiful reflection swayed to look even more charming. Cheers! After saying that, Helen picked up the red wine and took a sip very elegantly. Lin Hao was usually very frugal and had never received an education in the realm of the aristocracy. Seeing all this was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, but since he had all these assets, his entire being had become much more subdued. He also picked up the red wine very calmly and took a sip, although it was not as elegant and charming as Helen's. This calm and introverted temperament called Helen even more mesmerized. She couldn't help but murmur, "If I hadn't chosen this career, I really wanted to have a sensational love affair with you." Saying that with a forlorn face, she raised her glass and took another sip. Lin Hao didn't know how to answer her. Even though he had some feelings for the beautiful Helen, his strong morals bound him, making him not dare to take a step beyond the thunderbolt. He sighed, "Things that are not as good as I want them to be are often 9 times out of 9, but there are no 2 or 3 that I can talk to people about. I've been chasing Su Tingting for 7 years, and I never dreamed that it would be another woman who would marry me. What's more, I didn't expect that the one who was here with me taking a bath and drinking red wine is a scary killer." Helen laughed in a cloudy manner. "I do think it's quite romantic, such a scandalous killer, but incomparably humble to submit to your feet. Don't you feel a sense of fulfillment?" This woman was like a roundworm in a man's belly, exposing a man's pathetic bit of vanity in a single sentence. Even though Lin Hao had always been loyal to his love with Su Shui, inwardly, he was still more or less complacent about the matter of Helen. Seeing Lin Hao just giggling there, he didn't say anything. Helen put down her wineglass. "You wrapped one arm around Lin Hao's neck next to the bathtub. Do you want me to go in and wash with you as well? Then we can all rest together." Lin Hao also put his glass to the side, thanks to Helen's massage. "I'm really a bit sleepy, so you should go back to rest early as well, and remember to give me the proposal early tomorrow morning." Hearing the first half of Lin Hao's words, Helen was still moved to tears, but when she heard the latter part of his words, immediately all her good feelings disappeared. "Wannabe dog Dato, you're so inhuman." Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. "Small business, sorry." Helen gently twisted on his arm before she handed over his change of clothes. "Do you want me to help you put them on?" Actually, Lin Hao was barely holding back his urges, lest this woman would rub it in if she went any further, so he hurriedly honored it. "Miss Helen better hurry back to work. I can handle myself here. See you tomorrow." Seeing Lin Hao's very firm attitude, there was nothing Helen could do, so he smiled very dashingly. "See you tomorrow, master." Watching this woman twist her waist and curl away, Lin Hao let out a long breath. This little goblin, who knew he was a fearsome killer? Shaking his head hopelessly, he very decisively put on his clothes. He was just about to lie up and go to sleep, when suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurried to the door and unlocked it from the inside. That night, he dreamed of going to Wushan with Su Shui, and when he woke up the next morning, he hurriedly threw his clothes and pants into the washing machine. Chapter 76, Sure is Gentle. When they ate breakfast, they didn't see Yin Tian. Helen took the 3/4 rare steak, picked up a slice with her fork, and very gently placed it in Lin Hao's mouth. "That kid couldn't wait to ask me to find him a quiet place to work on some code, so I arranged for him to come to your company as he wished." Lin Hao wanted to move his own knife and fork to eat, but was very dominantly refused by Helen. Basically, the knife and fork were in her hands, and he gave it very showily. Lin Hao interlude those meals that he was best at. Even though they were all Western food, Lin Hao ate them very well. It was just a pity that Helen stopped telling him to eat after only 8 minutes of fullness. "As a loyal butler, I suggest that you don't overeat, otherwise it won't be good for your health." Without waiting for him to object, he very domineeringly packed up those dishes. Before he could ask Lin Hao what he was going to do next, a call suddenly came to Lin Hao. The contact shown on the phone screen was wife. Before Lin Hao could do anything, Helen took the initiative to unlock his cell phone, then answered it and put it in his ear. Lin Hao shook his head hopelessly and had to accept her service. "Hey, did wife have a good time yesterday?" What answered him was a cold girl. "May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Hao?" "I'm MS. Su Shui's lawyer. I'm at the entrance of your villa right now. Please inform the security guards to let you go." MS. Su Shui has a document for you to sign. Lin Hao didn't know what document Su Shui asked him to sign, but still, he notified the security to let him go, didn't he? After 2 minutes he saw a professional woman who had most of her face covered by large sunglasses arrive in front of him. The other party could be described as cold as ice, snapping and dropping a folder on Lin Hao's coffee table. I was commissioned by MS Su to come and ask you to sign this divorce agreement. See for yourself. Lin Hao was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? I won't divorce Su Shui no matter what. He would never think so either. Are you commissioned by someone to come here and lie to me? That lawyer smiled contemptuously, then took out his laptop and clicked on a video to show Lin Hao. Suddenly, he realized that Su Shui was holding her ID card and a piece of paper in her other hand was mechanically reciting a passage. I, Su Shui, appoint attorney Zhu Yuhong to help me represent me in my divorce case with Lin Hao. Attorney Zhu's meaning is mine, and the term of the appointment is until the divorce is official. This was obviously a pre-recorded document. Su Shui's expression was so natural when he recited these documents, and there was no sign of any coercion or insanity. Seeing his expression as he coldly recited the documents, Lin Hao was again puzzled and somewhat sad. He still had a certain thought in his heart, just to prove that this divorce document was fake, that it was forged by someone else, and that the video was synthesized by someone else. But he carefully consulted some but found the conditions of this commission document are written clearly and truly. Su Shui gave him all those things he bought back, and even commissioned a lawyer, signed the couple's name of this set of villas are transferred to their own, then said that the two people do not have the reality of husband and wife. There is no attachment to divorce. If Lin Hao agrees to divorce, sign the agreement, and then go with the lawyer to fight the divorce certificate. There was a line of very good signatures below, and based on the writing habits, Lin Hao confirmed that this was what Su Shui herself meant. The next second he tore the document to shreds. If you want a divorce, tell Su Shui herself to come and talk to me. Your word doesn't count, that lawyer said. It was MS Su who commissioned me. Lin Hao were willing to believe. After all, Su Shui left when he showed deep love. That kind of deep love is by no means hypocritical. Why leave for a night? Everything has changed. Who knows? That lawyer is not angry at all. Calmly took out another divorce agreement from the folder. MS Su has long thought that you have this kind of reaction. Told me to prepare 15 copies in advance. I still have the source file in my computer. If you are happy, feel free to tear. I can print out a second copy anytime. Saying that, she looked at Lin Hao playfully. The big deal is that the cost of all this printing is included in the commission fee. Lin Hao sneered. Do you really want to represent this divorce proceeding? Zhu Yuhong said very proudly. This is my duty. There was a snap. Lin Hao clapped. You are destroying someone's marriage. Zhu Yuhong showed no weakness. I want to serve my client. A hint of ridicule appeared in the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. You're divorcing me on her behalf? Zhu Yuhong stood up. This is my job. Lin Hao laughed back in anger. Since you want to divorce me for him, then first complete the marriage with me for him. This sentence instead froze Zhu Yuhong. What do you mean by that? Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense. Helen, help Mrs. into the room. After these days, Helen and Lin Hao had reached some sort of tacit understanding with each other, plus the fact that his own former profession had also destined him to be a lawless person. Nor did he care to reply swiftly, tackling Zhu Yuhong before carrying her into Lin Hao's bedroom in a princess hug. Lin Hao, what are you doing? Lin Hao's face became very gentle. My dear, if it doesn't constitute a de facto marital relationship, how can there be a divorce? Don't you think so? When Zhu Yuhong sensed the danger, things had already happened in order. With Helen by his side to assist him in trying to struggle, it had all become a dream. 2 hours later, Zhu Yuhong appeared in Lin Hao's room wearing a bathrobe. He was still persistent in taking out that divorce agreement. You have to sign this agreement. Lin Hao smiled very elegantly and didn't answer. Instead, he told Helen to open the safe and put the heart of the ocean that he had bought for Su Shui around Zhu Yuhong's neck. Now that you have a de facto marital relationship with me on his behalf, you're able to raise divorce terms with me. Zhu Yuhong was furious. I'm going to sue you. Lin Hao gave a wink to Helen, who took out a check from Lin Hao's safe and swish 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 wrote a very large number on it. This money is for you. The attorney's fees you received for representing this case aren't as much as these, are they? Seeing the number on it, Zhu Yuhong was shocked. $20 million. That much? Lin Hao was a bit weary now and didn't want to talk, so he half laid on the bed and closed his eyes. Helen smiled. Of course you can also sue, and our master can also squat, but the compensation you get won't be as much as this. Chapter 77, To Seek Justice. Zhu Yuhong said indignantly, I'm not that kind of shameless woman. You insulted the women of this world. I want to seek justice for the women. Helen tore off another check and wrote a $20 million bill on it. Zhu Yuhong was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, but he did not utter a word. Only after a long time did he then say, You and MS Su haven't completely broken off their marriage. So you treat me like this. Can you still stand up to your wife? Lin Hao said lightly. She's divorced me. What's there to be sorry for? Knowing Lin Hao's style, Helen tore up another check, made a bill for $20 million, and slammed it into Zhu Yuhong's face. Zhu Yuhong instantly tucked all 3 checks into that LV bag of his, and he suddenly ripped his bathrobe down and half pounced on Lin Hao's body. Hubby, you're right. Are you still satisfied with my service just now? I'm having a flashback. Do you want to continue experiencing it for a while? Lin Hao gently pushed her away. We have already constituted a de facto husband and wife relationship. If you insist on me signing, I'll just sign. Before he could grab that divorce agreement, Zhu Yuhong was the first to pounce on him and kissed him. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't respond again for a few minutes, Helen shook her head, picked up the other man's bag and that agreement and retreated to the living room. Once the door was closed, the soundproofing was quite good. Even if it was dark inside, it was calm outside. Helen dialed a number. David, you help me to find out, the capital of the Su family of that big lady in the end, what is going on? Why cannot wait to divorce? There is something fishy in it? The phone was silent for a long time, only to pass over a rhetorical question. A top 10 ranked assassin in the Jianghu. Why did she give someone a mistress? Don't you know that this is an insult to the killer community? Hearing that kind of jealous words from the opposite side of Dai Wei, Helen smiled in a very flirtatious manner. I became an assassin to earn money, but that man told me to earn even more. Who would still sell their lives when they can earn money without shedding blood? Dai Wei on the other end of the phone wailed. Jesus Christ, how come there isn't a rich woman willing to pay me $300 million a year? Helen said very calmly. I won't treat you badly after finding out the real news. The caller immediately replied. Then give me 3 days. After saying that, he hung up very decisively. Helen waited in the living room for a long time again, realizing that the person inside hadn't opened the door to come out. She shook her head and turned to her room downstairs. 3 hours later, Helen once again went to Lin Hao's bedroom and reported to him about the afternoon schedule. There's a large auction in Jinghai City this afternoon. Although I don't know what's going to be auctioned, but according to the most reliable sources, Su and Hai will definitely be attending. Are you going, master? Lin Hao had a tired look on his face, and he didn't say anything as he wrapped his arms around Zhu Yuhong. Zhu Yuhong was leaning very lethargically in his arms and was talking to Su Shui on the phone. Ms. Su, your husband is unwilling to divorce. His attitude is quite strong. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Then try your best to convince him. As long as the demands are reasonable, I am willing to fulfill them all. The voice was still sweet, but it was no longer the Su Shui that Lin Hao was familiar with. He didn't know that Su Shui had gone back to Kyoto, what had happened, but only knew that this divorce agreement was Su Shui's own true meaning. Although he didn't hold any extravagant hopes for the marriage, he still wanted to figure out what was going on. Little Snow, why are you so desperate? There was a long silence on the other side of the phone. I'm sorry, Lin Hao. Hearing that Su Shui had long since stopped calling herself her husband, Lin Hao was incomparably frustrated. When I was in college, I had a classmate named Li Tae. He's now the president of Wall Street's Gao Chang Group in the Asia-Pacific region, and he just returned to China yesterday. Hearing his wife mention a strange man, Lin Hao's heart sank. What is your relationship? Su Shui on the other side of the phone continued to explain. The two of us started to fall in love right after we graduated from junior high school, and it lasted until our sophomore year of college, and then he emigrated with his family, and that's when we broke off contact. Lin Hao then recalled the situation. When he said he wanted to marry Su Shui, he was a bit stunned at first, but then on second thought, he agreed painfully. This speed was out of the ordinary. It was reasonable to say that two people who were not originally familiar with each other should not give it a good thought when they talked about marriage. When you and Ting Ting broke up, it was when I was emotionally down. Of course, there was also a bit of fighting for you, and when you turned around and said you wanted to marry me, I agreed without hesitation. So that's how it turned out. Lin Hao thought he had triggered some strange encounter, but it turned out to be himself, taking advantage of this girl's low mood. His so-called conjugal love was nothing more than a hug between 2 billion people. Just want to find an opportunity to explain the situation to you. I didn't expect you to be so good to me. I haven't been able to give up. When he heard on the other end of the phone, Su Shui said that she couldn't let go and had some melancholy. Lin Hao's heart also had incomparable feelings. What are you going to do? Brother Li Tae has always been recognized by my parents. His parents and my father have deep cooperation in business, and our marriage is actually recognized by both parents. Lin Hao didn't want to hear this explanation from him. I just want your final attitude. The other end of the phone was gone, sounding as if it had been hung up by someone. Not long after Lin Hao's cell phone rang with a prompt. The person whose note his wife sent you an MMS. Do you want to pick it up? Lin Hao received and downloaded a look. It was just now. He and Zhu Yuhong hugged together to make out the photo. There was also a line of text attached below. Didn't you also have a final attitude? Lin Hao's gaze became gloomy as he looked at Zhu Yuhong. Who knew that Zhu Yuhong didn't feel guilty at all? Ms. Su just divorced you and told me to do whatever it takes to get your signature. I have to be responsible for my client. What's more, you're still a magnificent and golden man. I'm not at a disadvantage. By now Lin Hao was really speechless. He told Helen to bring over that divorce agreement and signed directly on it himself. Zhu Yuhong gave him a kiss on the cheek. Master, you're still missing a legal counselor by your side, right? After I finish this case, I'll resign from the law firm and be your legal counselor from now on. Wait for me. In a high-grade villa in Kyoto, Su Shui received the printed divorce certificate. Only then did she coldly say to a rather imposing man, "Divorced? This time you are satisfied. I still say that, if you really dare to deal with Lin Hao, there will be no more father-daughter love between us." That man laughed. "You'd better marry me honestly, or else that man, even if he's rich, is nothing more than a meat chicken brought in at any time in my eyes." After saying that, he slammed the door and left, leaving behind the tearful and disoriented Su Shui. Chapter 78, Don't Waste Time. Lin Hao didn't go to the auction that afternoon, and told Helen that she could go if she wanted to. Seeing Lin Hao's depressed mood, Helen didn't go to the auction out of concern for her image. She told Lin Hao, "Why does Ms. Su want a divorce? I can find out for you." Lin Hao waved his hand in a very lost manner. "Forget it, the divorce certificate will be finalized soon, and the truth doesn't matter." Helen looked at him. "Master, then what do you want to do? Do you want me to prepare some red wine and have a drink with you?" Lin Hao thought for a moment. "It's no fun to have a drink with just the two of us. You'd better help me make an appointment with some guests, and we'll all go to the Shangri-La Hotel and hold a reception." Who knew that Helen was not interested in this? "Master, the current property is enough for you to spend for several lifetimes. You really don't need to fight that hard, and such a reception is just a waste of time. Don't you think it's more amorous with just the two of us?" Lin Hao understood what she was thinking, but didn't stop her, because he no longer had a reason to stop her. Helen didn't take a few steps, but was called back by Lin Hao. "Drinking here is even less emotional. The weather is still quite hot. Why don't you go and open our Rose Starry Night? We'll go over there and enjoy it while drinking. Isn't it more fun?" It turned out that he had everything in this villa, and there was also a special pool that was named Rose Starry Night by Lin Hao, originally intended to enjoy with Su Shui, but this thing just built. Su Shui and he had a marital affair. Even now empty rose cannot send out. It so happens that there is a girl willing to accept this rose. Why not give it to her? Helen herself had never been to this special pool, because Lin Hao planned to use it after the wedding with Su Shui. Helen was also very pleasantly surprised. "Is that place open for business too?" Lin Hao nodded. "There aren't many who are qualified to go in." He didn't tell Helen that you were the only one, but Helen didn't mind that. What she did mind was the fact that her gold master was favorable to her, and that it would be easier to earn money in the future. It would be better to stay in that relationship for the rest of her life, if possible. This man was young and golden, and since she had submitted herself to him and was willing to spend money on herself, there was really no reason to betray him. The two arrived on the third floor, only to see that it was a rather wide open space, and in the middle of this area, there was a circular pool. Strangely enough, this pool was covered by a large shell-like lid. Lin Hao took the remote control next to him and gently pressed it, and saw that the lid slowly rose up, revealing a small door from the side. There were all sorts of swimsuits on the racks next to it. Lin Hao changed into one of the fairly simple ones, and seeing the 8-pack abs on his body, Helen was as drunk as hell. She suddenly had a question. "Master, if you didn't use money to smash me into a lie-down at that time, with your own force value, would you have been able to finish me off as well?" Lin Hao shook his head. "I usually don't do anything that can be solved with money. It's too much of a waste of physical strength and not proportional to the gains." Helen shook her head. "My weapons can't be any faster than your ability to spend money. Look at it this way, you're the biggest assassin in this world, so powerful that you can ask martial arts masters like me to work for you." The one Helen reversed, the most revealing three-pointed style. He didn't care in the slightest to show his perfect body to Lin Hao, and Lin Hao wasn't in the business of existing any moral boundaries for anyone, so he held the eye of appreciating art and admired the shrewd and capable woman in front of him. The two entered the small door underneath that shell together, and suddenly realized that there was actually a rather wide space underneath. Next to it was a parapet, and below it was sparkling water. Helen suddenly let out an ouch. "Master, we forgot to take the swimming ring." Lin Hao laughed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" At this time, he was in a position away from the guardrail when he suddenly stepped on a foot and fell into the pool with his hands in the air. Helen, whose ability to improvise was quite good, called out to her master and quickly piled into the pool. She thought that she would have to put in some effort to save Lin Hao, and then she would have to control the water inside his stomach, and today's romantic swimming activities would be interrupted. Who knew that the water in this pool was actually unusually buoyant? and while he jumped down hard, there was a strong force dragging him upwards. Even without a swimming ring, his body was able to float on the surface of the water and not sink. At this time he took a look at Lin Hao again, as if it was stretching out its limbs and lying on its back on a horizontal surface, just like lying on its own Simmons bed. This water? Lin Hao said lightly. Actually, I've always had business abroad, and I commissioned them to fly me back from the Dead Sea. Seawater infused into the pool. Helen's eyes widened. How much does that cost? Lin Hao had no concept of money at all. I commissioned a Swiss bank to do this. The bank did all the work of finding someone to airlift it as well as paying for it, and I ended up seeing the seawater and signing their payment list. Helen, however, didn't face up on her back like Lin Hao, but instead lay on her back on the surface of the water like a normal girl on her bed looking at her cell phone, her hands resting on her cheeks as she quietly watched the face in front of her that had no intention of showing off her wealth. Master, do you know that expression you just made was rather unpunched? Lin Hao smiled. Why don't you come and try a beating? I'm a civilized person and would never hit back. Helen, however, didn't reach out. Want to deduct all of my 300 million? You're dreaming. Lin Hao deliberately smiled awkwardly. It's unbelievable that you found this out. Helen was a little smug in her heart. It's all because you just cared and teased me and forgot to take the red wine. Lin Hao no longer mentioned the red wine as an issue. Helen, in such a romantic place, don't you want to look up at the stars? Helen rolled over very comfortably, side by side with Lin Hao, lying on a horizontal surface, just seeing the sky twinkle and twinkle. There were many small stars and every now and then a shooting star crossed the sky. The starlight was bright and dazzling. Helen asked, how did you do this? Lin Hao said as if nothing had happened. This seems to have used a lot of cutting-edge technology to create this artificial starry sky, which includes pure 3D technology and holographic projection technology. How much would all of this come down to? Didn't expect such a simple question. All Lin Hao asked awkwardly, silent for a long time before opening his mouth. I told the first R&D unit of the Golden Sea, I just want to see the sky above the pool. Can you do it? Remuneration talked to the bank I commissioned, but if I can't see the starry sky, I'm going to turn my back on you guys. Chapter 79, Trying to Speak Human. Helen suddenly showed a fierce glare. Sorry, Master, but you've successfully aroused my greed, forcing me to go back to my old ways. This sounded a bit tongue-twisting, and Lin Hao felt extremely offended. Speak human. Helen very domineeringly put a finger on Lin Hao's head. Robbery. Just seeing this expression on his face, it startled Lin Hao, but he relaxed after a mocking demeanor seemed to flow in her eyes. Robbing for money or for sex? Helen said viciously. It's me who robbed you, not you who robbed me. Now you only have to cooperate, said this robber with a very unprofessional hand, slashing down his throat and brushing against his tendons. Lin Hao suddenly pressed her hand. You'd better rob money. I'll give you another billion. Before the words left his mouth, his person was already being held tightly by Helen, and his lips were blocked by a pair of hot, fiery lips. He whimpered several times and no words came out. The action that followed would be difficult to describe in words, and only the person involved would be able to appreciate the subtleties of it. In this moment, the two men were instantly transported back to the primitive world of the wilderness, the starry sky, and you, and me. Helen's mugging had lasted for more than 2 hours, and these two people were out of strength and had no choice but to look at the starry sky next to each other once again. Lin Hao furiously questioned Helen. Why didn't you choose to rob the money? Helen fiercely screwed him, obviously a little upset with this guy who had gotten a bargain. You think I'm stupid? If I robbed the money, can only pick up a small target, and I now, but robbed 200 million, is not it earn over? Lin Hao was blackmailed by Helen for $200 million. Not only did he not get angry, but he was a little smug. Do you want the ransom to be doubled? Helen was obviously a bit tired. Don't say anything first, I'll sleep for a while, wait until I wake up. Lin Hao was also very tired, so he lay side by side with him, and went to sleep under the stars. When the two woke up, they didn't know how long it had been. It was then that they felt a little hungry, so the two left the starry sky and returned to the living room once again. What they didn't know was that the chef that Helen had hired had already assumed his duties and prepared a sumptuous Western meal for them. Lin Hao wasn't much particular when it came to food. He ate Chinese food as well as Western food, and mostly went along with other people's tastes. When Lin Hao was going to take a shower after the meal, Helen followed, and she stretched her back comfortably. In the past, we all had to pay attention to the difference between men and women, but now there's no difference. Seeing him so athletic, the more Lin Hao looked at her, the more he liked her, suddenly mischievously picking her up horizontally. Robbery, are you afraid? Helen's hands wrapped around his neck. I like being mugged by you. Lin Hao laughed. Actually, I'm an athlete, and my favorite thing to do is squat, or else I'll give you a Ye-man squat, Helen said. Then put me down. Lin Hao, however, carried him to a large mirror in front of him, and he held Helen in a princess hug. then lifted him flat, one foot on the other, and slowly squatted down. Unbelievably, Helen couldn't help but be surprised that this man had such explosive power. Master, are you giving me a second surprise? It looks like I actually earned it last time when I didn't complete that mission. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Hao had crouched to the lowest point with one foot, then slowly stood up again. He did a dozen Ip-Man squats in a row before switching to the other foot. As he repeated this maneuver, Helen kept giggling in his arms. Master, are you telling me that I can unlock any difficult moves? Lin Hao then asked her. What do you mean by unlock? Helen laughed and jumped off Lin Hao's body before giving him an incredible yoga pose. Just let him slowly lie down on the yoga mat first, then raised his head upwards, while his legs were slowly lifting backward, the whole person completing a reverse arch. That wasn't all. Those legs of his were like boneless, suddenly wrapping around his neck and reaching out to his cheeks. It was like a beautiful woman holding her cheeks. Only this beautiful woman was holding her cheeks with his flawless legs. Lin Hao was also taken aback. You actually know such skillful yoga moves? Helen gave him a blank look. I didn't learn this for fitness. Lin Hao's heart flinched. If it wasn't for fitness, then naturally it was used to kill people. Just based on the fact that he could bend his body at will. He didn't know how many people he had pitted in the course of actual combat. Lin Hao suddenly asked her, so do you still want to continue being an assassin? Helen replied, if Master likes me to do it, I'll do it. I won't do it if Master doesn't like it. Lin Hao patted her shoulder. You'll be given that chance, but not on the mainland. What Lin Hao was thinking was that as his career grew bigger and bigger, when that island was developed, the main body of his career would definitely have to be transferred to the island. There weren't any rules or laws to rely on in that place, and what everyone followed was actually the law of the jungle. These skills of Helen's would definitely mix well there, but it was still too early to talk about that. So he said to Helen, can you get me assassins of the same level as you over here? I want to ask them to be my bodyguards, and if they are similar in stature to you, they can also be at your standard. Helen's eyes widened as she looked at him. What if the ones with higher stature? Lin Hao wrapped her in his arms. If someone like that dares to bully you, I'll buy some more assassins to avenge you. Why? Lin Hao said very domineeringly. Because you're my woman. After bathing, Helen very naturally lay down beside him. The Su family's matter will be resolved the day after tomorrow. You don't need to be always drilling yourself over this, or else I'll accompany you out for a walk tomorrow. Lin Hao then asked, is there any fun anywhere lately? Helen replied, it's rumored that international diva superstar Alice is making her debut on the mainland, and he has supporters all over the world. Should we go over and take a look? Actually, Lin Hao wasn't really interested in chasing stars. He was more interested in being able to tell this superstar called Alice to come to his villa alone to give him a solo show. Only now that he was going to accompany his woman to see it, he naturally couldn't show off his wealth like before. There are times when doing something from a normal person's perspective may not be a pleasure. Thinking about the next day's debut show, two people did not waste too much energy. Point together, embraced each other and slept. By the next day, Lin Hao suddenly proposed to take a taxi to the venue. Chapter 80, A Sneak Attack. The next day they arrived early. The show has not yet begun. Suddenly found the venue next to the wisteria climbing all over the venue. Now quite beautiful. The two did not rush to go to the venue inside, just stood by the side to enjoy those beautiful wisteria flowers. Just then, a group of people walked out from the venue. One could only see more than a dozen heavily armed bodyguards, flanking a big young man from a luxurious family, walking towards this side in a very domineering manner. They came and went in a hurry, not knowing what they were busy with. The two of them, Lin Hao, whom that magnate young man had inadvertently spotted, heard him sneer, those two assholes were even filming me there. Go break their limbs. These bodyguards surrounded towards Lin Hao and the others like wolves and tigers, and without saying a word, they picked up the short sticks in their hands and smashed them towards Lin Hao's head. Before Lin Hao did anything, reacted to see his side of the silhouette, a flash of a woman blocked in front of Lin Hao, did not see how subtle his moves, just see her gently. A hand has spent a short stick, backhanding a bodyguard to the ground. The other people saw Lin Hao's side of this woman actually so able to fight. Surprised and angry, several people surrounded them and attacked the woman specifically. At that moment, the big young man from the mansion came to Lin Hao in a very arrogant manner. Kid, you're in a big mess. Do you know who I am? Lin Hao smiled lightly. Young man, it's not good to be too angry. I'm not talking to you. Call your father out. That magnate young man sneered. What kind of dog are you? You can also go see my father? Don't need others to do it. I can beat you to death by myself. With that, he swung his fist towards Lin Hao's eyes. Before Lin Hao could do anything, suddenly there was a woman by his side, and he saw that woman grab the magnificent youngster's fist and squeeze it hard. Just like the magnificent youngster killed a pig, he screamed miserably. Come to someone. This person is a killer. It's going to kill someone. Called half a day and did not see anyone come over. Just heard Helen sneer. Do you think those trash bodyguards under you can do anything to me? Now are you willing to be reasonable? The luxurious young man really didn't hear the bodyguards respond, so he knew that things were not good, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Let's be reasonable. You put my hand down, Helen sneered and said. You should be glad that you were born in the mainland. If it was overseas, you wouldn't want these 5 fingers. After saying that, she threw away his hand with great disdain. Who knows? This young master couldn't afford to play around, and immediately called the patrol house after having his hand thrown away. Is it Teamly? Yes, I'm Principal Wang. Today a man and a woman even hid in the dark to secretly film me, violating my portrait rights, and also injured my bodyguard, dislocating one of my hands. You guys hurry over to deal with it. The patrolman came far faster than one would expect. After all, the one who called the police was Principal Wang. After coming to the scene, one of the patrolmen sank his face. Why do young people nowadays have no sense of law at all? Do you guys know that it's illegal to take private photos of public figures' portraits? Hand over all of your cell phones and then come with me to cooperate with the work. What Lin Hao was wearing today was actually a long shirt with no pockets on it at all, and with his empty hands, no one knew where he kept his cell phone. Helen, on the other hand, was wearing an evening dress skirt, which also had no pockets on it at all. The 2 men, neither of them was holding a cell phone. These 2 men held out their hands and the patrolman did not search for cell phones on either man. I can't believe you guys have such a strong sense of counter-surveillance. You actually hid your cell phones ahead of time. We're warning you, it's illegal to take pictures of public figures. Tell us where you hid your cell phones. Lin Hao smiled. Sorry, I just want to lead my girlfriend to watch an international superstars runway show today. Taking electronic products is not good for your body. Only fools do that kind of thing. Wang Dishao, who was showing off his expensive cell phone next to him, was embarrassed when he heard this. You big shot, who are you talking about? Lin Hao laughed. I'm just stating my reasons for not taking my cell phone. Is it illegal for me not to take it? That patrolman frowned a bit. He had realized that he had been set up by Principal Wang, because Principal Wang reported that the other party was secretly filming himself. The other party didn't even have a cell phone. What was there to secretly film? He didn't think that the other 2 people had supernormal capabilities. Before these 2 people could speak, he heard Principal Wang immediately accuse. Just now I saw with my own eyes that these 2 people have accomplices. It was their accomplices who filmed it. Seeing us come over to pursue the accomplices to run away, these 2 dodgy people have experience in dealing with things like this, so they stayed behind to fight the ring. That patrolman sank his face. Now we have sufficient evidence to prove that you have accomplices. You honestly explain. Who are your accomplices? Why did you secretly film Principal Wang? And what kind of gossip do you want to make up? Lin Hao hurriedly came to the side, in front of a more sophisticated patrolman. This big brother, let's take a step to talk. In fact, not all of these people agreed and unconditionally supported Principal Wang, such as this old city patrolman. Only he was a man of few words, so he shook his head. Young man, just apologize to Principal Wang. You should know that a single word from him can cause our heads to be dismissed. If you really ask him to pursue the matter, it's still you who will suffer. Lin Hao thanked this patrolman profusely. I always still believe that this world is still more good people, less bad people. This big brother, can I borrow your cell phone to use? I want to and relatives and friends to raise some money. Maybe also compensate this Principal Wang mental damage fee. This patrolman actually felt sympathetic to Lin Hao's encounter, so he quietly handed him his cell phone, but on his lips, he said, Today, I left in a hurry. I did not take the legal awareness brochure, but they are downloaded on my cell phone, so take a good look at it yourself. How should I apologize to the victim? Others thought he was mediating the dispute between this young man and Principal Wang in private, and no one cared. Lin Hao quickly dialed a number and said, There's a serious quality problem at Chanda Plaza's branch in Jinghai, and I want to expose the specific data in the media 5 minutes from now. The man on the other end of the phone let out a bitter laugh. Young Zhang, how did the other Mr. Wang offend you? Why do you have to go against him? Don't they say that more enemies make for more walls? Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. It's not that I want to get on Mr. Wang's bad side. It's really because his family's young master Wang called his bodyguards to come and beat me up for no reason. So I'm sorry. The person on the other end of the phone tried to ask, Do you want me to communicate with Mr. Wang first and ask him to personally come over to apologize to you? Chapter 81, Putting him on the phone. Lin Hao refused the request and said, Now I'm about to be taken in by the patrolman near the runway, so why don't you come over and bail me out first? The man on the other end of the phone immediately changed his face. Who's in charge of this operation? Put him on the phone. Daring to frame a good man based on one side of the story alone. Who gave him the courage? Lin Hao took that patrolman's cell phone and came to Principal Wang. Principal Wang, someone wants to talk to you. Principal Wang was really upset right now. This had happened in the old days, when his bodyguard had gotten the upper hand and had beaten someone up so fat that they had broken bones. As a result, he didn't know how it worked. He should have been squatting, but he got a stay of execution and went back to his hometown with ease. Today, he is familiar with the road, but also want to eat another wave of this bonus. I did not expect to go out of the way. A dozen bodyguards by a girl who does not look good put over on the ground. This is not to mention, he wanted to falsely accuse the other party of secretly filming himself. Who knew that the other party did not even bring a cell phone? This is called Wang Dashue. Very face, you have a problem. Go out without a cell phone. Is it that you are a thief? Harm to the old man tried to plant evidence of failure. Really deserved to die. So, he did not care who was on the other side of the phone. To the phone side of a chaotic mutiny. I say you are sick. How dare you pretend in front of grandpa? Be careful, my father told you to go bankrupt in minutes. A very gloomy voice came from the phone. Wang Dalan really gave birth to a good son. Ah, Cub Cell Master Field Heart does not hurt. Humph. This voice was not loud, but it scared Principal Wang out of his wits. Ah, Grandpa Zhang. The phone caller sneered and said, don't you call me grandpa, now you're my grandpa. I'll go meet Wang Dalan right away and ask him to comment on this. No one knew the energy of this Grandpa Zhang better than Principal Wang. Once he offended him, he was only afraid that all of Cheetah Group's business in Jinghai would face a total shutdown. And once he himself was found out somewhat black information, the day he was away from going in was not far away. Although he was arrogant in front of outsiders, but in front of Grandpa Zhang but arrogant. Not to mention him, even his old man Wang Dalan heard the name of Zhang. Old man, do not dare to neglect. So he immediately pretended to be a grandson, Grandpa Zhang. I'm wrong, it's all because I don't know what to do on your ground to give you trouble. Here to make amends to you, okay? Please don't tell my old man. Although this Principal Wang was arrogant, he was not all brainless. He knew that once his old man heard about this, although he wouldn't be past the belt, all of his pocket money as well as his shares in the group would be completely stripped away by his old man. This was undoubtedly the deadliest blow for him. A man who loved to spend his days drinking. The person on the other side of the phone grunted. I heard that you were questioning a person who didn't have a cell phone with him for secretly filming you, and also very domineeringly called for him to be arrested and sent to jail for dinner. I'm asking you, who gave you the right, and what qualifications do you have to do so? Principal Wang really regretted that he had kicked the can and gave the person on the other side of the phone a big carload of good words. The person on the other side of the phone grunted. Who have you offended, and obediently go apologize to me. If you tell me to find you Chanda's people in the media, what's the rumor here? In the future you'll never want to enter the market of Jinghai. Principal Wang still had some grievances. My Grandpa Zhang, what's in it for that mudblood? Asking you to defend him so much. What economic benefits can he bring you? It turned out that the old gentleman on the other end of the phone was named Zheng Pengju, the president of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce, and due to the many contributions he had made in the past, he was a highly respected person on the ground. Even a chairman who owned a multinational company like Wang Dalan wouldn't dare to pose in front of him. After all, a coastal city like Shanghai, with an international port, could be encountered but not sought, and once they completely offended this Zhang Lao, there was absolutely no good fruit for them to eat. Zheng Pengju told him to give the phone back to the detective in charge of this operation. That detective heard that Lin Hao was actually the honorary president of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce, but also the chairman of the board of directors of the Jinghai Investment Company. Now one of the largest investors in Shanghai is him. I can't imagine that I myself actually had the honor of meeting such an invisible big brother. These people are not the same right and wrong people, only just forced by Wang Dalan's energy. Had to be sung black face. With Wang Dalan, there are people singing red face to maintain justice. After hearing the truth of the matter, they then called both of them in front of them, and told Principal Wang to apologize to Lin Hao. Who knows? The Wang family big young man grunted. I Wang Principal a spit and ale. Never apologized for this. You love to do what you want. Now you guys are taking me in, and one day in the future you'll be crying and begging me to get out. The patrolman said to Lin Hao, our mediation has failed. If you guys still want to hold out, go ahead and sue. Seeing Principal Wang about to leave that patrol, the chief took out a pair of silver bracelets and clasped them on his hands. In view of the fact that you are provoking trouble quite seriously, please cooperate with us to go back and explain the situation. Principal Wang was still very arrogant at this time and said, I'm dissenting to the action of arresting me just now to apply for a stay of execution. Lin Hao was quite allergic to this stay of execution. He came to that patrol leader, as the directly victimized party. I'm applying for a cancellation, a stay of execution, and must tell him to get the punishment he deserves. That patrol chief said coldly, I'm sorry, it's cancelled and suspended now. Don't worry, for the sake of your reputation as a great young man of the Wang family, we won't mistreat you. Hearing this, Principal Wang said very smugly, keep that attitude. Why make it so unpleasant? That patrol plant said to him very mysteriously, The unit recently shipped in a batch of very advanced sewing machines. Principal Wang didn't understand what this meant either. Lin Hao stole the conversation and revealed the answer directly to him. I didn't say it, did I? In fact, these sewing machines were donated to a certain detention center, and in order to fit your name as Principal Wang, a sturdy and durable one was specially chosen to be distributed to you, so you can be sure that it won't break even if you step on it for 20 years. Seeing that he kicked the iron plate, it was supposed to eat yellow sorghum. Lin Hao was still arrogant in front of himself. If it is so, follow him around that quite decent woman. He can't get it. My hallowed Principal Wang, when have I ever eaten such an explosive loss? He secretly swore in his heart. This one counts as me admitting defeat. Boy, don't be too happy. One day that pretty woman beside you will be in my arms. They had been delayed for a long time outside the venue, thinking that the concert had been held a long time ago, and were just about to head back, when they suddenly heard a half-baked flower with an exotic flavor coming from the loudspeaker, and it was raining speeches. In order to wait for a good friend in Daxia, Lin Hao, the walkabout will be delayed by 1 hour. Chapter 82, a high-end crossfire. Postponing a runway show for me. Do I have that much face? Lin Hao was dumbfounded for a while, and half-heartedly looked at Helen. She saw her pick up the heart-shaped pendant underneath the necklace and said to the inside, "We're here. It hasn't started yet. Let's go to the house for dinner tonight." Seeing Lin Hao's stunned disbelief, she smiled sweetly. "Master, you don't need to be skeptical. It was me who made this show delayed. Alice is my friend. Naturally she gave me this face. If Master really wants to see it, come to our home tonight and tell her to perform properly." The two men entered the scene and found that all the audience gave them a salute. Only the eyes in that weren't angry. And Ms. Alice, who was preparing to walk the runway, had long been standing on the stage for a long time, but she waited until Lin Hao and the others came to the front row and sat down elegantly before she smiled sweetly and imperceptibly towards Lin Hao. Then she bowed gently to the audience. "In order to express our apologies for being late this time, we've specially prepared some signed undershirts to hand out to the audience at the scene, distributed according to the seats. Everyone who comes has a share, so don't coax them." After saying that, she retreated. The show officially started, and places from all over the world came out to show off their fashions. A while later, the star Alice, who had apologized to them in front of the stage, also came out. She stood at the C-seat of this team of models and took a catwalk on the catwalk with a confident stride. There was no confirmation, but Lin Hao had the illusion that Alice's gaze never left his own, and with some slight eye contact, he revealed a shy look. "Do I know her? Before I had a system, I was nothing more than a moonlight family, so how would I have the chance to know such a world-class model?" When the runway show was about to end, Lin Hao received a call from the relevant unit, saying that Principal Wang was willing to apologize to him and compensate him accordingly, and asked if he was willing to sign the letter of understanding. Lin Hao led Helen along and went to a fixed location to receive the compensation given to him by Principal Wang and accepted his apology. That side cancelled the case and released him, while Lin Hao didn't take it seriously at all, leading Helen along and turning around to leave. Just as they left the street, they heard someone behind them say, "Stand still for a moment, I have something to say to you." Lin Hao turned around, only to find Principal Wang leading a group of New Crown's bodyguards to his heels. "I don't know who's behind you, but you've been very successful in getting my attention. I'll give you a bet. Within 3 days, I'll send you in to step on a sewing machine, and your woman will take the initiative to climb up my." Hearing him say that, Lin Hao didn't get angry. Turning to look at Helen, he said, "Will you take the initiative to climb up his what's-it?" Helen said disdainfully, "If I dare to go, does he dare to want it?" Thinking of the scene where this formidable woman knocked down a group of bodyguards by herself, Principal Wang felt a pang of fear, only he didn't dare to admit it on his mouth. Beauty, sometimes it's not a matter of having a hard fist that can solve everything. "If you don't believe me, we'll see." Helen smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, instead of focusing on me, why don't you focus on your old man and how much money he lost in our Qinghai city? If nothing else, he'll continue to lose money until you, Chanda, get out of this city." Principal Wang was furious and roared loudly at Lin Hao. "No wonder my dad gave me a good scolding on the phone just now, saying that I shouldn't have kicked the iron plate. After all that, this iron plate is actually you. Have the balls to do it with me for real, plotting and scheming behind my back. What kind of a good man is that?" Lin Hao let out a big yawn. "The specific operation is not under my control. My daily task is to blow the air conditioning and look at beautiful women. This is something you look for, Ms. Helen beside me." Just at this time, Lin Hao's phone rang again. She glanced at it and realized that a text message had come, so she smiled and said, "Helen, I'll leave the matter here to you. There's a beautiful person to meet. Young master, I can go." Helen also left the titular Wang family's young master behind and came to Lin Hao with great concern. "Young master, wait for a while. How are you going to get around without driving out today?" Lin Hao came to a limousine beside the Wang family's young master and said to that limousine driver, "You're not a beautiful woman. You must not be popular here with your young master, or else you can work with brother. Brother told you to be the foreman of the small car class, with a salary of $50,000 a month. Think about it." It turned out that in addition to the Wang family's great young man sitting in a luxury car, his bodyguards around him also drove 2 or 3 cars over, and the one Lin Hao saw was one of his bodyguards' vehicles. The whole car didn't have any rows, but the people's glass was the real deal, a real high-end bulletproof glass. That driver worked here at Principal Wang, earning $6,500 a month, and still needed to be grateful to young Master Wang in real time. One less word, one less gift, and there was a danger of being fired. When he heard Lin Hao say he would give him a month, $50,000, he was immediately overjoyed. "So is there 5 insurance and 1 gold? Lin Hao said with great curiosity. "Has your family's young master ever given you 5 insurance and 1 gold? With his nature that only likes to spend money on women probably didn't think of it. If you follow me, not only will the 5 insurance and 1 gold be paid for you, but you can even consider treating your family members for free for some major illnesses. How do you think about it?" Hearing him say that, several bodyguards in this car also followed. "May I ask Mr. Lin, if we also follow this car here, what kind of treatment will you give us?" Lin Hao didn't answer directly. "Do you all know how to drive?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he immediately pieced these security guards again and said, "The same as this driver brothers, 50,000 per month. And then there's 5 insurance policies, 1 gold, and family critical illness insurance." These people all were made in front of his heel. "From now on we're your bodyguards, and you'll be the one to help us pay for the breach of contract." That driver took the initiative to pull open the car door. "Mr. Lin, please get in." Right at this moment, Principal Wang reacted. "You guys wait, this is my car." Helen took out a check very disdainfully. "This crappy car you gave the bodyguards to sit in is only half new. It was over $300,000 when you bought it. Now it's only worth over $100,000. $20 for you. I'll take it with the car." Principal Wang thought to himself, "Do I care about the car and money? What this young master cares about is that my people have all defected to the enemy under the lull of his mouth. Instead of insulting me like this, it would be better to use the sole of my shoe to breathe in my face. If I endure this breath, how can I still hang around in the circle? When I go back, I must think of a way to screw this Lin Hao to death." Chapter 83, All Turned Against. Helen immediately helped her master negotiate. "Young Wang, how much is the default payment for the 4 bodyguards in your car, counting the driver? You just name your price. I'll pay it." The 2 things that Principal Wang cared about most in his life, one was his beloved sister being pried away, and the other was the bodyguards around him being poached. Actually, the liquidated damages were trivial, and he couldn't afford to lose this face. He gritted his teeth and said, "The liquidated damages they signed can be sky high. 100 million for one person, and 100 million for this car old man. A total of 600 million, bring it." This time Helen didn't even consult Lin Hao's opinion. She directly tore off a check and reissued a bill for 600 million yuan. It was then handed over to Lin Hao, who very dashingly signed on it. Principal Wang took it over and still didn't believe it, so he called for confirmation and grunted when he learned of the validity of this check. "From now on, that Thai car and those 5 Thai people are yours. Do what you like. What else can I do?" Lin Hao suddenly picked up the cell phone in front of the car, called that a few bodyguards are standing in front of posing for a photo sent into the microblogging. Below also with a copy. "As long as the money is in place enough, there is nothing that can't be priced explicitly. Just $600 million. You can buy 5 loyal bodyguards and a car from Principal Wang." Just after it was sent out, the number of views reached a terrifying million or more. However, there were even more that brought the rhythm and cursed. Spending $600 million to buy only 5 people and a car. Is it stupid or crazy? Behind the clear color our ridicule expression. Our Wang Dishao also moved quite fast. Almost in an instant he found this report and replied with a sentence below. "I've wanted to throw away these 6 pieces of trash for a long time. I just couldn't find a garbage collection station. Now the problem is solved." Principal Wang's popularity was much greater than Lin Hao's, receiving no less than tens of millions of likes almost immediately after the news was released, as well as a number of people leading the charge. "That trash is willing to be the wrongdoer. Just tell him to go ahead." This comment received even higher likes. After doing all this, Wang Dishao said to the driver who was driving the small car for him, "What are you still looking at? We're leaving too. I still have to present flowers to Ms. Alice. Can you afford to pay for delaying the young master?" "Who knows?" That driver got into the car at a rapid speed, reversed the car a bit and quickly crashed towards Wang Dishao. Wang Dishao was so scared that he took several steps backward, finally dodged over and cursed, "You crazy." The car, however, didn't slow down and directly caught up with Lin Hao. Then that driver came down and respectfully bowed to Lin Hao. May I ask the tycoon? This car along with my breach of contract totaled $170 million. I wonder if you can. At this time, Wang Dishao ran out of breath and followed him up, pointing at the driver and cursing. I've never seen such a dumbass like you, leaving your young master behind and running away? Today I proudly inform you that you are fired. No paycheck, and you'll suffer the consequences. The fact that he had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lin Hao didn't mean that Principal Wang was a weakling. On the contrary, he was still formidable in front of ordinary people. He thought that the driver would cry bitterly and beg for his forgiveness, but the driver jumped up in excitement. Ola, finally I don't have to pay the Heavenly Realm's breach of contract. Boss, from now on I'm your exclusive driver. I'm driving this car smoothly, why don't you buy it for me as well? Principal Wang was about to take the opportunity to dislike him back a few times, telling him to lose face in front of people. Who knew that Lin Hao didn't even beg for ugliness? He directly turned to Helen, the housekeeper by his side. You go talk to Mr. Wang, and consider this driver brother's request met. That driver was moved beyond words. Thank you, Mr. Lin. At this time, Principal Wang felt very depressed, as he had regarded himself rather high. Who knew that it had been that beautiful woman beside Lin Hao who had negotiated with, and hadn't even had a chance to say a word to Lin Hao? The world says that I, Principal Wang, am arrogant. Compared to this one, I simply did not even graduate from kindergarten. Helen really turned to him. Say, how much do you need for this car? As long as you transfer it painfully, I'll beat the money painfully. Principal Wang sneered as if he was insulted by someone. Take that piece of junk with you, but I won't sell this car for any amount of money, so don't play with it. It never occurred to him that because of this broken car, Principal Wang had actually lost control to this state. Lin Hao secretly laughed in his heart and was just about to say something when that Principal Wang turned his words around and looked at Helen very perfectly. However, if he can trade you, a beautiful woman, for that car of mine, it's still something to consider. Before the words left her mouth, Helen stepped forward and grabbed Principal Wang, giving him an over-the-shoulder slam. Just as Principal Wang was about to lose his temper, he said very contemptuously, I'm willing to follow. Do you dare to take it? Principal Wang's eyes showed a hint of fear, no longer daring to molest Helen. I'll admit it today. Let's meet in the river and lake in the coming day. Helen smiled and said to the driver, Brother, since Principal Wang fired you, come with us and we'll get you a new car right away. With that, she dialed another number, and soon enough a Cadillac did drive over. The man came to Lin Hao and bowed respectfully to him. Mr. Lin, the Cadillac you ordered has arrived. Any formalities have been completed for you, so now you can drive away. After saying that, he opened the trunk, took out the battery car from it, and rode off. Lin Hao looked at the driver. This car is yours to drive from now on. Let's all go. The driver glanced at Principal Wang playfully. I'm sorry, Principal. Your broken car is better to drive. The master does not serve. Luckily, there were no reporters taking pictures next to him, or else Principal Wang wouldn't know which gutter to run and hide in. He also wanted to rely on the crowd to crush Lin Hao a little. Who knew that he was 3 words instead of all the people around him to turn back? If it is not hard to stop, I'm afraid that even the car cannot keep this Lin Hao. In fact, what is the origin? Called their own dad checked half a day. Actually did not find out a so. Really unfathomable. Principal Wang was very depressed, got into the car and accelerated towards the villa. The driver drove on the Cadillac. Helen wanted to go to the passenger seat, but was Lin Hao stopped, told her to accompany sitting in the back. Naturally, there was a kind of honeyed intimacy between the two of them, which was a bit mushy. Just then, the driver who had pretended to be deaf and dumb said, I know some of Principal Wang's losses. As long as you guys can break the news, it's not enough to bring him down with a stick, but it's enough to be able to call Chanda Group's bones broken. Chapter 84, Alice's Dilemma. On the third day, Zhu Yuhong came back from Kyoto, immediately looking for Helen to join the report. She wants to be Lin Hao's side of the legal advisor. For this kind of elite talent, Lin Hao naturally is not to refuse, also gave Zhu Yuhong quite generous treatment. That night, Lin Hao deliberately left Zhu Yuhong by his side, and the two of them were gradually getting into a good mood. Just then, Helen pushed the door in. The two who almost had to have a live broadcast were so embarrassed that they couldn't speak. Helen obviously didn't count on this. Instead she said in a businesslike manner, Master, can you save my friend? Lin Hao asked, Who is your friend and what is his difficulty? If there's anything you need my help with, just say so. As long as I can help, I definitely won't leave it alone. Helen glanced at Zhu Yuhong in Lin Hao's arms. Wanting to speak, Lin Hao reached out and hugged him over as well, and for a moment, he embraced the right and the left, which was simply too good to be true. And Lin Hao make out for a while. Helen said, that model Alice is my good friend. Last night she originally promised to come to us to enjoy the rose-starry sky. but you know why did not come. Knowing that Lin Hao could not answer this question, she immediately gave the answer herself. It turns out that the problem lies in the side of Alice, now the assistant Joni body. Alice's mother had died when she was a child, and her father had married another woman with a child, and that child was a few years older than Alice, and he had a little-known fetish. And that was to always buy Alice some very trendy clothes, and tell her to change into these sexy clothes for company. Alice reflected this to her father several times, who knew that his father was not impressed and thought it was a joke between his brother and sister. In Alice's heart, Johnny is not the brother, neither the father nor the mother. He is just a way to intimidate a bastard. There are several times he wanted to move his hands, if not Alice threatened with death. I'm afraid that he had already got his hands on him. After 6 or 7 years of this, Alice became a model. Joni also deadbeat requests to serve as her assistant. If Alice does not agree, Joni will burst Alice's some large-scale life photos. Alice was afraid and hated for Johnny. This time she came to China to tour. A bigger ingredient is to look for an opportunity to call her good friend Helen to help get away from Johnny, this asshole. Hearing this, Lin Hao said hatefully, "If you know he's an asshole, why don't you fire him? Keep him for New Year's?" Helen let out a long sigh. The chairman of this brokerage firm is Alice's father, and the president is Alice's stepmother. Even if you sue, where are you going to sue? Lin Hao then asked, "What do you want to call me for?" Before Helen could make a comment, her cell phone rang and someone sent him a message. Helen took the message and showed it to Lin Hao, who let out a bitter laugh. "Actually, I'm a foreign language illiterate. I don't know a thing about what's written here." Helen smiled slightly and explained to him, "Johnny said it's his birthday today and asked me to change into the little outfit he bought me and accompany him to celebrate. We're at the Shangri-La Hotel." Lin Hao sneered. "Right. You send a letter back to Alice and tell her to try to stabilize Johnny first. We'll go over there." He immediately called the bodyguards and drivers he had tricked from Principal Wang and told the crowd to head to the Grand Hotel with him. These people hadn't accomplished an inch since they had changed to a new master, and they were bent on performing before Lin Hao. Helen really flashed Lin Hao's identity, and the little sister at the front desk naturally opened a room with her. Lin Hao took a look at the fact that this room was next door to the one Alice was staying in, just so he could keep a deathless eye on Joni. Right at this moment, only to hear from the next door over, came the voice of an earthy man. "Little Alice, brother liked you when you were 6 years old, swore that I would not marry you in this lifetime. Over the years, the two of us did not break through the last layer, but we always slept in the same room, right? Or else let's take a qualitative leap today? You officially be my woman, and I'll give you a higher level of popularity in exchange." Seeing that this disgusting man was getting more and more aggressive, but against leaning hard towards the heel, Alice kind of wanted to vomit, but she forced herself to show a more natural smile. "You're still so rude. You don't know how to pity a woman at all. This is not the look I want." How had Johnny ever seen Alice pouting? He couldn't help but be soulful. "Little beauty, don't be afraid. No one will love you more except brother who loves you." "You say, call brother for what?" Alice said with a disgusted face. "At least take a bath." Johnny laughed. "When brother comes back from the bath, you won't be able to hide, right?" Alice got Helen's message that there was no danger next door until they had arrived and smiled. "You take a shower first." Johnny scampered into the bathroom. Just then there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Johnny's tone was a little impatient. Just then he heard someone outside say, "Miss Alice ordered a suit for Mr. Johnny and delivered it. Please sign for it." Hearing this, Johnny was even happier and didn't suspect anything. In fact, how was he to know that it wasn't the courier who had come, but Lin Hao and his group? Helen signaled Alice to quietly hide next door first, and then all these people ambushed themselves in the shadows while Helen changed into Alice's clothes and lay down on the big Simmons bed. The lights soon dimmed. Besides, Lin Hao accompanied Alice to the next door and found the girl still trembling and slowing down. He was curled up in Lin Hao's arms, and she was very surprised to hear Lin Hao softly comforting her without any revulsion. Lin Hao smiled. "Pretty girls have always had bad luck. Don't worry as long as you are. No one can force you to do anything while I'm at your heels." Alice looked at him. "But you accepted, right?" Lin Hao's hand immediately loosened. "Or you cannot accept. I will leave now and never pester." Just as he turned around, he was hugged tightly by Alice behind him. "As long as you can save me this time, I'll recognize you as my master just like River Helen." Lin Hao let out a bitter laugh. "Do you think I dare to take it now? You're an international model? I'm afraid of being chopped up by your fans." Alice could also speak Chinese rain. She smiled with a wry smile. "A famous model is just a package on me. The ultimate goal is to find a very good gold master. And you are it. I'll follow you from now on." Lin Hao then asked, "I'm afraid Helen didn't tell you that I just got divorced and now have nothing." Chapter 85, Alice returns to her heart. Lin Hao comforted Alice for a while, seeing her fear dissipate, before telling him, "Don't worry, I'll solve the problems around you once and for all today." Well, I have complete faith in your ability and commitment. The girl's voice was very gentle. Besides, in that room, Helen had long ago changed into another set of clothes and could not be distinguished through the haze of the night. Not long after, Joni rushed towards him with an excited face. Alice, from now on you will never marry. I'll stay at home with your brother, right? Before he could hug Helen, Helen suddenly kicked him off, her chubby body smashing against the wall and bouncing back, dropping to the floor and falling on all fours. Just then the bedroom lights came on full blast and Helen stood up. You animal, look who I am. Johnny gazed, but before his eyes appeared a woman whose beauty was no less than Alice's. Who are you? Where did you hide Alice? Give it back to me. She is my woman. No one is allowed to take him away. Johnny yelled hysterically. Helen, however, was unmoved. She sneered and said, you are neither the same father nor the same mother. What kind of brother are you? What reason do you have to ask Alice to do this and that for you? Johnny naturally would not take offense. This is our family's business. Don't need you to care. Help you put a USB flash drive. Placed in a host of chassis, Joni opened the USB flash drive to look at. Cannot help but be scared face like dirt. When exactly did that shoot that? Helen sneered. What you're doing now is breaking any treaties and letting her live. Otherwise the things you've done will be exposed on your home soil, and I'm afraid you'll have a few years in jail. Johnny was now very embarrassed. He couldn't fight Helen if he wanted to, and he couldn't reason with others either. There was nothing he could do. He was under the double sword combination of both Zhu Yuhong and Helen. The other party obediently wrote a statement to cancel the contract. Helen was already scared to death, so she didn't pursue the matter of liquidated damages. Lin Hao looked for a bodyguard to call Alice over. Congratulations, this disgusting guy finally won't pester you. In the future you can do whatever you want. Alice was also very happy. Do you have an entertainment company here? Can I sign with you guys? Helen was just about to tell him that running a company right now was just a preliminary idea. There wasn't even a plan on how to build it. Who knew? Lin Hao instead picked up the conversation and said, it's always been my wish to open an entertainment company. Alice, if I teach you to manage an entertainment company with a registered capital of $10 million, can you manage it? Isn't that nonsense? By now, you have to manage it well. Alice also wanted to prove her personal value. Don't worry, as long as the money is in place. This entertainment company, I'll make sure that he can make money and also promote your works overseas. Lin Hao told her to talk to Zhu Yuhong beside him about the relevant legal issues, and Zhu Yuhong was quite helpful. After Lin Hao and Helen finished their lovey-dovey entanglements, Alice hugged Lin Hao regardless. Thank you, master. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of that bastard Johnny. Please don't call me Miss Alice from now on. Just call me Alice. This was all harmless stuff. Lin Hao agreed with a wan smile. Alice said to the people next to her, there are still some questions about technology that I need to talk to the master about. Please make it easier for you guys first. After the people all exited, Alice stared straight at Lin Hao. Those two women are involved with you, right? Lin Hao's face was calm. What do you want to talk about? Alice once again said to him very seriously. You're actually half a caddy with Johnny, except that Johnny still behaves a bit more directly, while you just need to be a bit more subtle. Lin Hao remained impassive. So what? Do you want to get away from me? The scum of the earth. In the first place? Alice, however, didn't go. I promised Helen that as long as you save me from the fire, I'll serve you with him, call you master with him. He then said very playfully, will you be very happy to always have such a beautiful maid? Lin Hao smiled. Yes, very happy indeed. Alice continued, I asked you to have me before I officially work. Do you still dare to say yes? If he and Su Shui hadn't divorced, Lin Hao would have cleaned up his act and refused this type of ambiguity. But now that he had been abandoned by his marriage twice, his entire mentality had changed. If there are flowers that can be picked, don't wait until there are no flowers. He very domineeringly put Alice in his arms. As long as you give me what, wouldn't you dare? Alice giggled and rummaged through Lin Hao's drawer, taking a pill out of it and stuffing it into his mouth. I know you didn't take a lot of this stuff when you ran into that goblin Helen. Do you want another one now? Lin Hao sneered. You beauty is the best medicine. After saying that he couldn't wait to kiss her. Originally, he had other arrangements on Wednesday to fight 3 afternoons, and when Alice left, he felt faint and Yan didn't have any strength, so he continued to lie on the bed with his eyes closed. By the next day, since Lin Hao's domestic group hadn't been pulled up by now, the guys were quite idle. Lin Hao decided to take these 3 girls out for a trek together. Since this outing was all about having fun, none of the 3 talked about work, but instead competed in composing poems. These girls were all quite literate and made quite good poems, and it was Lin Hao's turn. He, however, didn't have much literary talent, so he looked around very anxiously and saw a beautiful woman not far away, quite evocative. He couldn't help but look at it a little more, and as a result, he was spotted by the girl, and his eyes froze as he saw the middle-aged man following him around. Honey, There's a scummy guy over there who keeps spying on me. That middle-aged man raised his hands and feet before he was full of official aura, still holding his emphasis, and said, "You guys have violated people's portrait rights? Do you know that? Hurry over to make amends and apologize." Lin Hao. A few people originally intended to, in addition to love, to observe the scenery. Who knows, but ran into such a rolling knife meat. Afraid of is not terrible, is a little disgusting. Lin Hao sneered. Is the scenery here not allowed for others to look at? And why am I apologizing? Who do you think he is that he deserves my aggression? That middle-aged man grunted. I would advise young people to think twice about what they do. Don't invite flying misfortunes for your family. Lin Hao also got fired up by his words and stood up. Report your name. Chapter 86, Kyokai Sarayu. The man raised his head, as if the world is in his hands. He said in a deep voice, I am the vice president of the Beijing Sea Chamber of Commerce Su Tianhai, the first big family in Shanghai. The Su family head Su Hahai is my brother. Go, it's the false poltergeist again. Lin Hao realized that he and the Su family already had an unbreakable bond, and he could bump into them when he was walking casually, so it was really unlucky. His complexion went cold. Are you sure you have to gouge my eyes out? Su Tianhai sneered. How dare you be rude to my woman? That's the biggest mistake of all. I'll make sure I tell you to pay for it. In Lin Hao's group, other than Helen and Lin Hao, the rest of those two women didn't know martial arts. Seeing that the other party had a dozen or so bodyguards, they surrounded Lin Hao and the other four in an instant. Su Tianhai's eyes showed a hint of greed as he was looking at these three women beside Lin Hao. Break that brat's limbs and gouge out his eyes. One of the bodyguards couldn't wait to swing the wooden stick in his hand and slice it down towards Lin Hao's head. Naturally, Helen wasn't willing to tell Lin Hao to suffer, and hollered as she blocked Lin Hao's path. Su Zhihai didn't know when he had gotten carried away. Don't hurt those three little beauties. I'll ask them to serve me later. Before the words left her mouth, Helen had already grabbed the baton that was hitting her, and at the same time, she flew up and kicked the bodyguard right in the stall. The bodyguard flew out upside down with a cry, and then his body curled up and turned into a shrimp. Su Tianhai big surprise, but he immediately, then he laughed out loud. Such a small pepper I still see for the first time. You do not have to be crazy. Wait a while, I call my bodyguards to tie you up. A good treat you. See, you still crazy, where to go? Perhaps they were afraid of Helen's skill. The other bodyguards just circled around Lin Hao and the others. No one dared to be the first to make a move. Lin Hao sneered. You guys are not afraid of going to jail for this willful injury? Su Tianhai laughed loudly. You're dreaming. With my false bulk, even if I cripple you limb by limb, I can still convict you of mutual assault. Not only will you not get compensation, but you'll also be fined. Hearing Su Tianhai's loud urging, these few bodyguards knew his tactics. Once they didn't listen to him, heavy fines would come immediately. There was a bodyguard in front of him, because he refused to send his woman to Su Tiankai's side to accompany him for a night. As a result, he was placed on a theft charge, and is still not out yet. As for his wife, who was pregnant with Su Tiankai's child, she didn't get the name she deserved either, and was also disliked and abused by the original husband's family. As a result, she wanted to go to make a claim, but was found. Her behavior of this kind of claim was a retaliation after the fact, and was sentenced to 3 years, and also had to compensate Su Tianhai for the common property with her husband as a loss of reputation. Who would dare to be afraid of such a fierce tiger-like figure? So these few bodyguards separated Lin Hao and Helen, wanting to break each one. Knowing that Helen's hands were good, the 10 bodyguards went over to the division. 6 of them. On Lin Hao's side, there were now only 3 people. They did not care about the 2 weak women next to them, and together they came over to greet Lin Hao. Lin Hao knows that nowadays the justifiable defense is determined quite difficult. It must be when it is happening. After this point, people will identify you as retaliation after the fact. Since these people are happening, to break the legs and gouge out the eyes, then I am sorry. The most suffocating thing about people is that people die with no money to spend. Do you want to call the old man's money into nothing? If you can tolerate it, what can't you tolerate? If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it either. His body is strengthened by the system, and does not care where the other side of the short stick comes from. Meet that short stick, flying up a foot. That short stick knocked on his leg just to hear a click. Has long been his recoil into 2 sections. His leg aftermath is not yet finished. Kicked to the chest of that big hand. That big hand sprayed a mouthful of blood wildly and fell to the ground. At the same time, the 2 thugs' batons had already struck him on the back. As a result, nothing happened to him, but the 2 short sticks were shaken into 2. Reverting back to grabbing the neck stalks of those 2 beaters and kicking them. Just at this time, Su Tianhai shouted from the side, You're retaliating after the fact. They're all done fighting. Lin Hao turned a deaf ear, grabbing the necks of these 2 men and slamming them against his head. These 2 men spun around and fainted. The few thugs who had surrounded Helen, as soon as they saw Lin Hao trying to break free, immediately came over several more to chase after him. Lin Hao took a look. To be at a disadvantage, while Su Tianhai over there was still there jumping to command. Capture the thief first, this son of a, I've been putting up with you for a long time. He has always advocated to convince people with money. Today he was really angry, and in an instant he came to Su Tianhai, like grabbing a small chicken, so that he was drenched in his hands. Just at this time there were two short sticks that had smashed hard towards his back. He turned around and used Su Tianhai's head to answer his opponent's big sticks. Hearing a few thumps, both of Su Tianhai's arms had been smashed off by the big sticks, and his head had also broken through a big hole, gurgling blood out. The three thugs who smashed him froze. Vice President. Su Tianhai was bleeding and didn't feel it. He was so angry that he cursed. You idiots, are you blind? Smashing without seeing clearly. Just then a siren was heard over there. Then a lot of people from the duty team came. Seeing that there was a man with a broken arm and his head was still bleeding, one of the duty officers froze for a moment. What's going on? Who hit him? Ai Zhu Yuhong, who was a lawyer, took out her cell phone. I'm an eyewitness and a professional lawyer. What just happened is all in my cell phone records you see. That video was saved quite clearly. The process just now was recorded clearly. The duty officer's face was grim. Take all the people back to make a statement. Not a single person can be left behind. There can't be any evidence that is not clear. Su Tianhai is still very arrogant now. I tell you, my brother is the head of the Su family. I am the vice president of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce. Who of you dares to arrest me? Which knows that this knowledge edge is a righteous person. He cares what you are the Su family head Wang family head. As long as you have committed a crime, according to the arrest cannot be. Su Tianhai is it? I suspect you are the mastermind of this incident. You are suspected of disturbing public order. Come with us. Su Tianhai is still very arrogant. No need for you to be beautiful. As long as I make a phone call, right away all of you guys will be dismissed. The few duty officers who came were all so angry by his arrogance that their faces turned blue. Only out of professional ethics. They could not just get angry. They could only endure their anger and stand there motionless. Chapter 87, The Oil Barons. I heard the captain of the duty team say, how you complain about us is your business. At least now I'm still the captain of the duty team. Arresting people who disturb the order is my responsibility. Come on people to take away. Zhu Yuhong took out the lawyer's license. Comrade, I'm the victim Lin Hao's legal counselor. What just happened is all I witnessed. What did my client go through? I will cooperate with you guys to say everything. Hearing that the other party was a lawyer, the duty captain nodded. The evidence you just provided is very favorable. We are convinced that your client was the one who was provoked and his defense did not exceed the necessary limits. Please go in with me to make a statement. It will be done soon. Due to the fact that Lin Hao had been provoked, it was quite clear. The few of them weren't released within an hour. When they came out, they heard Su Tianhai still in one of the rooms, loudly and arrogantly. On what grounds do you control me? I'm not convinced. I'm going to call my brother, offend me and get all of you out of class. Knowing that he was emotionally unstable, no one paid him any attention. Lin Hao once again thanked the man on duty. The other said, this is what we should do. On his way back, Lin Hao received a phone call. It turned out to be the general manager of Jinghai Petrochemical. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? Oil is quite scarce in Jinghai. May I ask when your several oil fields will be able to supply? Lin Hao smiled bitterly, General Manager. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but the business environment in Shanghai is quite bad now. I'm afraid that my oil shipment will be bloodless. The manager's surname Song froze for a moment. Isn't our cooperation always very pleasant? Some time ago, with the oil from your oil field, we were able to get through an oil shortage in Shanghai City. What happened? Lin Hao did not want to talk more. It is not clear on the phone. So do it, Song Manager. I want to organize a game. We are in the Shangri-La Hotel. Drink and talk. He just hung up the phone. Suddenly the phone rings again tenaciously. Open the caller ID to see. It turned out to be the president of the Chamber of Commerce of the Beijing Xi Zhengpengju. President Zheng, what are your instructions? Zhengpengju over there let out a bitter smile. I heard that you rejected Petrochemicals manager Song? Old Song wasn't comfortable with it and asked me to put in a word. Look, Lin Hao smiled. Zheng old, this is difficult to say. So do it. I organize a bureau in Shangri-La. Let's drink and talk. Zhang Pengju said. I've heard Old Song talk about this bureau of mine. It's my honor. I'll be there on time. While speaking, Helen had already very thoughtfully chartered a very luxurious elegant room at the Shangri-La. They arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel and found that several luxury cars had also just parked up from which several people walked down. Not only were there people from the Truth, there were people from the Chamber of Commerce, and people from the banks had also come. Lin Hao's eyes widened. Several of you are busy people. It's such an honor to be able to invite you. Those few leaders from the bank said to Lin Hao. I heard President Song say that Mr. Lin knocked up the drum of gathering generals. Even if we are busy, we still have to come over. By the way, Now we have some low-interest loans here. I don't know if Mr. Song is willing to lend some. Lin Hao laughed. Several leaders look up to me. Lin Hao, please, this is not the place to speak. Several inside please. A few people came in and were about to open the table. Just then a middle-aged man in his 30s came in and said to Lin Hao in a very modest manner, Mr. Lin, the city governor in charge of energy has something to discuss with you as well, and will be arriving soon. Hearing this, all the people stood up, and before they could go out to greet him, they only saw a red-faced successful man walk in. His dress was not very flashy. It was quite simple compared to these few people who wore gold and silver. The clothes were semi-new, and there were no expensive wristwatches on his hands. However, between his hands and feet, he revealed an incomparable majesty. Everyone knew that this was Yan Haiqing, the city governor in charge of energy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone pushed Yan Haiqing to take the first seat. Yan Haiqing brought up a glass of wine. To Lin Hao, he said, the patient heard that Mr. Lin, on the matter of energy shortage, some arrangements, uninvited, do not mind disturbing. This engaged in this industry's top boss. Lin Hao dare to be arrogant, quite politely said, Yen old man appreciate the face, not honored, but there are orders, only to do my best. Yan Haiqing smiled, Mr. Lin is polite, now it's us who are begging you. Lin Hao didn't dare to take this. Lin came here to do business, thanks to Yan Lao's care, simplified many approval procedures. I can't thank you enough. Yan Haiqing nodded. The reason I approved your oil to come in is because the quality of your oil is quite good. It completely meets our needs here, and it's just a matter of doing my job. If the quality of your oil wasn't up to par, I wouldn't have approved it. Lin Hao's oil field was given to him by the system, but ever since he had taken over, he had been quite strict with this piece, and its standards were almost higher than the world standards. Coming to Jinhai City was naturally a big hit, not to mention the fact that oil was still a scarce material right now, and the leaders in charge of the relevant aspects were naturally willing to hand over this kind of high-quality stuff to enter the market, therefore willing to simplify some of the approval procedures. To be certain policy support is also normal. See Lin Hao and not like to Zhang Pengju call the kind of attitude. Yan Haiqing only then put down the heart, his eyes to the side of Zhang Pengju. Zhang Pengju stood up. Just now, Mr. Lin said on the phone that it's inconvenient for you right now, so I don't know what difficulties you have, but just say it. Not to mention, I, Zhang, will definitely go all out to help you solve it. Even if I can't solve it, there's still Elder Yan here. Lin Hao sighed. So he talked about what happened this morning. Then he added, the Su family is the city's business family. Their energy involves every aspect, and Su Tianhai wants to check the quality of my oil. I'm not worried about the quality of my oil. What I'm worried about now is the quality of the inspector. Everyone present hated Su Tianhai to the core, Yan Haiqing even more so. In his heart, he thought, even if your Su family has heavenly powers, you can't see the oil shortage in Jinghai right now. Still want to push the high-quality oil to the outside market. Your head into the water? Only out of the reality of his position, he couldn't say anything with emotion. So he said to Lin Hao, our energy inspection side will send professional quality inspectors. These people have relations with the Su family. You immediately take your oil samples to be sent for inspection. We will inform you of the results as soon as possible. Lin Hao's fear was that the oil side was sniped by some local families. Hearing Yan Haiqing assuring him so, he also assured all of them at that time, as long as the test results are fine, our city's oil carriers will definitely be the first to ship in the past. Chapter 88, Su Tianhai gets defeated. Su Tianhai ate 3 days in jail, paid more than $100 for food, and signed a letter of repentance, which was released home. Outside he sought his big brother Su Hahai's lawyer. Lawyer Gao, you came too good. Is the big brother asked you to come, right? That brat dares to go against our Su family. We must use all the family's power to deal with this brat. That lawyer was still very polite. Second master, the family had asked me to bail you out on one condition. That is, he wants you to personally go and make amends to Yun Lin. Su Tianhai almost jumped up, asking me to make amends to that bastard. No way, I think he should make amends to me. Second master Su. The lawyer had no choice but to dial the family head's number and then handed the phone to Su Tianhai. Second master, the family head told you to pick up the phone. Su Tianhai had just called out to the big brother's phone, when a splitting and cursing sound came from over there. Su Tianhai, you're the guy who can't make things happen. You don't mess with the trouble underground, but you go to mess with the trouble in the sky. I order you to hurry up and open up that vixen in front of you, and then go to Lin Xiao's door to thank him for his crime. When Su Tianhai heard that he was told to open that newly found lover, he was still a bit reluctant to do so. After all, they are the Beijing Sea Film and Television Academy students. They do not know how much effort to coax to the hand. Just enjoy not even a few days, and then ask to leave. Is not distressed people, but also distressed money it. He explained to his big brother. His face was full of helplessness. Big brother, this really doesn't have anything to do with Mimi. It's that kid who looked at Mimi unsuspectingly. That's why we wanted to teach that kid a lesson. It was originally him who was at a disadvantage. Why did you ask me to apologize to him? Suhahai was shivering with anger on the other end of the phone. Our Su family has been jointly blocked by all the families in Jinghai. The banks not only don't lend us money, but also call us for debts. Now the capital chain is broken. The stock market is jumping. If we keep insisting like this, in less than a few days, the Su family is going to declare bankruptcy. Do you know that? Su Tianhai rubbed the back of his head. Even now he didn't know how Lin Hao did it. Big brother, that kid is nothing but a boomer who somehow got a fortune. What qualifications does he have to be compared to our 100-year-old family? Suhahai on the other end of the phone was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Who knows? Su Tianhai still sat over there without knowing what to say. What's more, that brat abandoned Ting Ting, causing our Su family to lose face. Are all these things not to be taken into account? I'm taking it out on you. Big brother, why don't you know better? Suhahai laughed coldly, but people have oil fields in their hands. All the oil in our Jinghai city is bought from them. Just based on this, it's enough to kill our century-old family. Is your head in the? This kid actually has an oil field in his hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Tianhai's scalp was blown away by this series of news, and he looked incredulously at the lawyer next to him. Lawyer Gao, is my big brother telling me a fairy tale? Lawyer Gao said very coldly. The family had said that if the second master still doesn't apologize, then you'll be sent away to the Ermao kingdom. Su Tianhai froze for a moment. There's a war going on there. What's the point of asking me to go there? Lawyer Gao explained very plainly. A company in Ermao country owes our Su family a debt of $700 million. The family head wants you to act as the representative of the creditor to collect the debt from them. One sentence scared Su Reclamation so much that he fell to his knees at Barrister Gao's feet with a flutter. Barrister Gao, I know you're the most fair and unbiased. Please beg my big brother for mercy. I don't want to be cannon fodder. Barrister Gao hurriedly hid to the side. He didn't dare to be subjected to this worship from the Su family's second master. Second master, don't get excited. The family head gave you a choice after all. What to do, you consider it yourself. By now, Su Tianhai finally knew that he had really kicked the bucket. It was unthinkable that the kid who dared to abandon Ting Ting actually had such a deep background. Does this still let people live? But by now, he had no choice but to break his arm to survive. Han Xin still has crotch humiliation, but it's just a matter of boarding the door and kneeling down to apologize. In order not to go be cannon fodder. I'll endure it. Just as Su Tianhai was tangled up over his next path, Lin Hao was accompanying his three confidants to enjoy the marvelous view of the rose-starry sky. It was at this time that the divine magnificent choice system once again opened up the choice question. Option 1. Asked for a woman who delivers a woman to the door, sends an honorary title of Invincible Pot Brushman, rewarded with a green hat and a new cooking broom. Lin Hao froze for a moment. Where do I have a woman delivered to my door here? Does it mean these three around me? I'm the first man they've ever been with. Where's the pot scrubbing man? Option 2. Reject that woman and receive a future-making opportunity card. Honorary title, Eyes on the Future. Just then, a speaker could be heard blaring from the dome above Rose's starry sky. Master, there's a guest outside the door. Lin Hao turned his head very lethargically in the waters of the Dead Sea. Helen, go and see what kind of distinguished guest it is. If you need me to greet them, let me know in time. Helen hurried up the bank and out of Rose's starry night. When she arrived at the front gate post, she found a few bodyguards escorting a woman to their door. Once those bodyguards knew Helen's identity, they gave a respectful salute. Hello, Butler Helen. This woman offended Mr. Lin yesterday, on the order of my second master. I've specially sent her to Mr. Lin's face. Kill or die as you please. Helen had a good memory. He recognized this woman right then and there. The same woman who had falsely accused Lin Hao and plotted against him 3 days ago. By the way, her newest big shot would be Su Tianhai, the second master of the Su family. She sneered in her heart, but didn't show any emotion on her face. Where is the second master of the Su family? Those bodyguards said. The second master has recently contracted a wind chill. He cannot come out to pay his respects. So I ask Butler Helen's forgiveness. Helen, a person who doesn't look like she has a flowery face, but is actually very dark, very politely, said to those few bodyguards, your second master's heart we received. Let the people stay. You guys go. That woman took a look at these bodyguards to leave, scared out of her wits. Please, don't leave me with that woman. He'll kill me. One of the bodyguards turned back and spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground. I spit. You blind woman. If it wasn't for you, would my second master be mixed up in this situation? If it wasn't for his fear of hitting you in the face and affecting Mr. Lin's appetite, I would have smacked you all over the place. What qualifications do you have to make conditions with me? After saying that, he left. Chapter 89, The Future Chance Card. That woman remembered Helen's terrifying combat power, and had long since lost that kind of arrogance yesterday, and obediently followed Helen into the villa. Wow! Such a grand villa. Even Second Master Su's home can't catch up to him. No wonder he's not afraid of Second Master Su. Originally, when Su Tianhai forced her to come over and apologize to Lin Hao, she was still a bit reluctant, but after seeing such a luxurious and grand villa, she suddenly yearned a little for the life here. Helen, this woman isn't as pretty as me. She actually has so much charisma. If she can, so can I. When I see Mr. Lin later, what will he tell me to do and what will I do? After being the mistress of this villa, there were many bodyguard personnel and nannies in the villa, but these people were all respectful when they met Helen. Helen led her to the basement on the negative floor. Frightened, she begged, "Miss Helen, what happened the day before yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have falsely accused Mr. Lin. Please call him out. I'm willing to apologize to him in person. Whatever I'm told to do I'll accept." Helen looked at her coldly. "Willing to accept whatever you do?" She promised with conviction. "I'll do whatever I'm asked to do, even if I'm asked to wash my hands of him." Beautifully thought. Helen looked at the woman with great disdain, her little heart almost written on her face. Who can fool? So she said coldly, "Are you really willing to do anything?" The woman said very humbly, "As long as Mr. Lin can get over it." Helen said coldly, "Take it off." The woman froze for a moment. "What did you say?" Helen looked her up and down. "Didn't you say that day that Mr. Lin peeked at you? No. I'd like to see what exactly makes you worth Mr. Lin's peek." The woman was like a cat that stepped on its tail. "You can't humiliate me like that. Death won't agree to it." Helen smiled contemptuously. "Whatever. If you don't want to do it, please leave here." The woman gave Helen a vicious look. "Fine. I'll do as you say, but you also remember this for me. In the coming days when I, Zhang Mimi, really become Mr. Lin's woman, I will definitely sell you to an island country to be a female porn star." Helen didn't say anything either and turned around to leave this basement before gently closing the door behind her. Returning to his butler's office, he turned on the surveillance and saw the extra white blinding mess in the basement. He then turned off the surveillance in that room. Then she dialed a number, passed the order down. In view of the Su family's lack of sincerity in apologizing, where all of General Lin's enterprises, all-out sniping of the Su family's industry until bankruptcy, don't get an affirmative answer from there. After that, Helen hung up the phone, then once again went to the pool on the third floor, changed into her original set of bathing suits, and went into the rose starry night. Lin Hao lay on his back on the water and asked, "Who on earth is visiting?" Helen said indifferently, "It was someone from the Su family who came over to apologize, but didn't show enough sincerity, and I've ordered an all-out blockade of the Su family." Lin Hao didn't say anything. "There's no need to report to me about such a small matter. You're the steward of all my properties. Make your own decisions." Helen suddenly felt that it was always wrong to conceal the matter of the arrogant woman, Zhang Mimi, so she changed her smile. "Master, a woman sent by the Su family said that Master could do anything to that woman. Should we ask him to come to this rose star as well?" Lin Hao froze for a moment. "I didn't tell them to send a woman in there?" Helen smiled. "It's that beautiful woman beside the second master of the Su family. She's ready and waiting for you to pamper her." "Master," Lin Hao shook his head. "She doesn't deserve to enter the rose stars. Tell her to get lost." Just then, Lin Hao's mind suddenly resounded with the cold voice of the system. "Congratulations on the host's choice. You've obtained a future domination opportunity card." Helen was still a bit unconvinced, and she thought in her mind that the host had always been immune to beautiful women. Earlier there was Su Shui, later there was me, and then there was Zhu Yuhong and Alice. Maybe he was being tongue-in-cheek? So she didn't tell Zhang Mimi to leave at the first opportunity, and continued to accompany Lin Hao here for a dip and a swim. Who knew that before long Lin Hao had come to the shore to rest? At this time, a virtual card shape suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. "The host's future control opportunity card has arrived. Would you like to consume this card to draw a prize?" Lin Hao didn't know what he was going to reward himself with, and still decisively chose to draw. This rally card in his mind instantly turned into dots of white light. It disappeared. Just then suddenly another system beep was heard. "Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a piece of western unclaimed wasteland with a total area of 1,000 hectares. Not long after, a large pile of documents appeared next to his hand. Helen's sharp eyes were the first to notice. "What's this?" Lin Hao told her to come over and help him with it, then get the legal affairs on his side to deal with the transfer. Zhu Yuhong, the legal affairs officer beside him, came over in her swimsuit and followed Helen to look at this document. 10,000 hectares of desert in the middle of nowhere. No water, no oil or gas fields. What's the point of having these deserts? Zhu Yuhong was also puzzled. Lin Hao felt that since it was something the system had given him, he should take it. Maybe it would have some other use. so he hurriedly sent Helen off with Zhu Yuhong to go through the procedures. Only Alice was left by his side, so the two cherished the spring light even more and spent an unforgettable night. By the next day, the housekeeper Helen took the initiative to appear before him. Master, all the formalities have been completed. This is the certificate of right of use. Through this certificate, you can completely utilize this desert and do any industry that complies with the regulations. Lin Hao took another look at all the information he had gotten on this piece of land, and found that the wind and sand here wasn't very big, and that the light hours per year were quite long, and that there was no other pollution. It could be said that it provided excellent conditions for fully utilizing light energy. So he clapped his big hands together and immediately finalized the plan. Helen, you immediately call your team to go there for a field trip to see if the photovoltaic industry can be developed there. I'm going to build a large-scale photovoltaic power station there, and the electricity emitted will then be sold to the power grid, which not only solves the problem of carbon emissions, but also creates a new type of energy source for the country. Isn't it a one-two punch? Helen was shocked by his pie-in-the-sky thinking. Master, how did your brain grow? Why did you think of everything that others couldn't? Lin Hao smiled. Actually, someone has been doing this for a long time in the West. Only that this industry has experienced many twists and turns and many industries have paid a heavy price for it. So we need to train our own technicians while getting on with this project as quickly as possible. Chapter 90. The Su family's dog jumps over the wall. Lin Hao had just decided on the next option, when the security guard at the door called again, and Lin Hao signaled Helen to answer. After answering it, Helen said to Lin Hao, Su Hahai, the head of the Su family, is pressuring his brother Su Tianhai, and bringing 4 or 5 girls with him, wanting to ask to see you. Master, Lin Hao stretched. I don't have any friendship with them. I don't want to see them. Think of a way to send them away. Helen smiled. Actually, Master should meet. Su Jia is really scared this time and wants to transfer all their properties to you. They only want $1 million transfer fee, as long as you allow them to emigrate overseas. Master, they will definitely not look for trouble from you. Lin Hao always found it unbelievable. Our two families are big rivals. Not long ago they spared no effort to screw us. Now why did they come over to offer? Helen smiled sweetly. That's because after you returned that Zhang Mimi they sent to them, they felt afraid and that's why they went out of their way to shell out all of their businesses to beg for a chance to live. Lin Hao was stunned by these words. Zhang Mimi, who is that? I've never seen her before. So what's the point of retreating? Helen then told the truth. Zhang Mimi is the woman who falsely accused you of peeping at him that day. Only then did Lin Hao realize, are you talking about that vulgar rouge? Too smug. With you guys in front of me, did I make the mistake of coveting her? Helen stifled her laughter. Actually, yesterday they all sent that woman to you and promised that as long as you could give up your dimensions for Su Jia, they'd be willing to accept whatever they could do to this woman. Lin Hao was even more surprised. I've been bathing in the hot springs with you guys yesterday. I haven't seen her. She really came here? Helen nodded with a smile. Indeed left that woman behind. But I knew that the master didn't want to see her either, so I didn't ask you to go out. Then what did you do with it? Lin Hao was also very curious. She gently put her lips to Lin Hao's ear, lowered her voice and said to him, I led her into the basement and told her to. Listening to Helen's introduction, Lin Hao's mind rippled. Now that you've taken care of it, let's turn the page on this. Tell them that I'd rather tell them to go bankrupt and auction off their family's assets than go over and take over at this time. Tell them to die. Helen was still a bit unforgiving. Yesterday I showed Zhang Mimi the photos of you and Alice being affectionate. She was so ashamed that her face turned red, knowing that you had absolutely no intention of being interested in him, and that's why she left our villa reluctantly. Lin Hao hummed and changed the subject. Helen preferred to pull the topic back. That Zhang Weimei is also a rare beauty. I heard that he's also a senior student at the Film and Television Academy, so he's talented and good-looking. So why isn't the master attracted to him? Lin Hao said disdainfully. After getting used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, you see who still has the heart to find those rotten vegetable leaves? Helen was quite and directly called the security booth. Tell the Zhang family, our master doesn't welcome them. Ask them to leave quickly, or else we'll call the bodyguards to drive them away. At the entrance of the neighborhood, the Su family's head couple and their daughter, Su Tingting, as well as the second master, Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianhai, looked on. Instead, they waited for the cold, icy delivery of the butler Helen. Enraged, Su Hahai cursed, good you surnamed Lin, give you a little face, you really think you're an onion. I'll never admit defeat easily, you guys wait. In a fit of rage, he led his family back to the Su family, then without saying a word, he went to his office. After locking the office door, he turned on his computer, flipped over the wall and logged into a hidden website that he hadn't logged into for a long time, then recorded Lin Hao's information there, and then said that he would spend 1 million meters of gold to buy Lin Hao's head. and that whoever took on this task could receive a deposit of 200,000 meters of gold. It couldn't be sent out, and not 3 minutes later someone checked the right box under his own task, and then that person left his remittance account. This account was opened in a Swiss bank and was withdrawn by virtue of a password. Su Hahai chatted privately with the guy who took the mission online. Are you sure you can get Lin Hao's head? The guy named Seal King immediately replied. You won't be able to do it. That's because you're stupid. Not all people are as stupid as you are. Su Hahai immediately questioned the other guy. How are you better than the world's top assassin, Helen? That Seal King quickly replied. It's undeniable that Helen's assassination techniques are far superior to ours, but he was defeated by money, not assassination techniques. Su Hahai sneered. What about you guys? Seal King, we feed on reputation. Su Hahai immediately paid the deposit of $200,000 to the other party's account and generated the rest of the money to be paid as soon as the other party completed the mission. The other party reported to him, I've now been monitoring that villa in places you can't see in Huaxia, just waiting for you to have the opportunity to perform the assassination mission immediately. Su Hahai asked the other party to complete the mission in a few days, and the other party replied that we need to plan carefully this time, and we can only take action after everything is secure. After saying that, the other party's avatar went black, apparently already offline. Su Hahai sneered. Don't blame me. It's all because you forced me to. Even if Helen loves money, it's not necessarily true that all assassins love money. Surname Lin, you're just waiting to die. Lin Hao was blissfully unaware of Su Hahai's reaction. He took the time to receive the top management of the PD group organized by Helen and attended the company's ribbon-cutting ceremony. After speaking briefly, for a few minutes, he took the people around him and hurriedly headed elsewhere on his own. Just on the way back, he suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. He hesitated for a moment, but picked it up, only to have an unfamiliar woman's voice come through. Who are you? I don't recognize you. The woman said timidly. I am the living assistant beside Miss Su Shui of the Su family in Kyoto, Xiao Mei. Because I opposed the Su family to marry the miss to someone he didn't like, I was sold to a human trafficker by the people of the Su family, and now they are going to, at me. With a scream, the phone was hung up. Lin Hao, however, froze. Was Shuer forced to divorce me? What are his hardships? Why didn't he tell me directly? Was the person who called herself Xiaomei telling the truth just now? Just when he was puzzled, Helen came to him. Master, there's no need to be anxious. If you want to figure out what's going on, just find Xiaomei and you'll be able to tell. Lin Hao said with incomparable frustration. But I don't know where she is either? Helen whispered to him. When you answered the phone just now, I've already utilized the listening device to locate where she is close to us. Chapter 91, Su Shui, where are your hands and feet? An abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city. There was an electric fence several meters high pulled up next to it, and the surrounding area was constantly patrolled by people with wolf dogs on leads. Lin Hao frowned. The situation here is complicated. What should we do? Helen took out the drone remote control. This person is nothing more than an assistant to MS. Su Shui. Is it necessary for the master to do his best to save him? Lin Hao said in a low voice. I just want to find a truth. Helen frowned and said. It doesn't matter what the truth is now. After all, the divorce papers have all been signed and you've spoken to Su Shui on the phone at one point or another. That's what she herself meant. Lin Hao twisted his head away, apparently not wanting to hear Helen continue. Helen let out a long sigh, and as he maneuvered, there were many drones in the air, silently and quietly approaching that chemical plant. The drones carrying various cameras on their bodies, like the smaller hummingbird drones. They were even able to penetrate into the room through some tiny gaps to film. The results of their shots were synchronized to Helen's phone. The drones flooded into that factory room, suddenly realizing that it had long been filled with heavily armed thugs. Instead, there was a young woman tied up 5 ways with thick wires on a chair, a woman cloaked in hair and being brutally whipped. He was in so much pain that he unintentionally made a face that startled Lin Hao. Su Shui, why is she here? Helen then realized why Lin Hao was obsessed with coming over to save the day. It turned out that there was his former sweetheart here. Is this the return of the Master Mother? Helen couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. Because the Master Mother had come back, it meant that he, the temporary Master Mother, would have to step down, and it would be impossible to make out with Lin Hao anytime he wanted to in the future. But she also knew that if she dared to not save Su Shui today, she would get farther and farther away from Lin Hao and end up being mercilessly abandoned. The current him had long since ceased to be the shadowy scar-wrapped assassin he used to be, and had instead become a very sensitive, deep-rooted resentful woman. So he shook his spirit. A phone call, called a lot of black people. These people are neatly dressed, even in size, not fat and not thin. It does not look unremarkable, but through their every move can be seen. This is some well-trained people. Helen's low voice said to them. I suspect they have silk weapons in their hands. If you really want to storm this factory, make sure you're well prepared. and the women should all wear a bulletproof vest. The men moved neatly and quickly straightened up their dress, and from their appearance it appeared that they were all adequately prepared for bulletproofing. Of course, preparing this set was not exactly to prevent accidental prohibited weapons, but also to be able to withstand the attack of the opponent's crossbow and arrows, which could be considered foolproof. Wearing insulated gloves as well as climbing tools, these people quickly climbed up the wall and then used special scissors to cut the wires of the power grid. The big wolf dog over there smelled the commotion and quietly approached this way, but was instantly put down by one of the team members with a tranquilizer gun. Not long after, the door of the abandoned factory slowly opened. Lin Hao stood up and said to Helen, "Let's go, we'll go in as well." The drones had long since seen and understood the location of the hidden sentries and had effectively pulled them out. Lin Hao and the others had come in this time to harvest the results. Very quickly, they arrived at the entrance of the factory, only to find that this factory door turned out to be a concealed lock, and from the outside, they couldn't even find out where the lock was located. One of the team members quickly adhered a semicircular object to the handle of that door, then all of them retreated to a hidden corner, and the one who placed the instrument pressed the remote control. With a bang, that big iron door was actually pushed open by a mysterious force, instantly startling everyone in the room. When they understood again, they realized that there were already many more bodyguards dressed in black inside the room, and these bodyguards had long worn bulletproof vests on their bodies, and were not afraid of any threat from them at all. Many hidden weapons were shot over there, but they were all blocked by the bulletproof vests worn by these people, and none of them were killed. Black-clothed people are more and more. In a short while occupied, the entire plant loved this plant, and the other fighters are far from the other side of the people. Scared in the inside panic, the woman tied up on the chair raised her head very indifferently. "I said, who are you? Why did you come over to save me?" Lin Hao smiled indifferently. "Helen, you go over and save Ms. Su." The ones in the abandoned factory were obviously outlaws, and instantly a small knife was placed across Su Shue's throat. "If you dare to come any closer, you'll collect this woman's corpse." Helen didn't know what to do, so she stopped in her tracks. That killer laughed loudly. "Surname Lin, I know it's you. Now your woman is in my hands. If you don't want to call for his death, hurry up and kneel and kowtow to me." Seeing Su Shue's eyes filled with fear, Lin Hao's heart softened, remembering how this girl had once supported him. "As long as you guys don't hurt him, I'll kneel." Helen was very puzzled and looked at her master suspiciously, but found that her master's feet gave him a wink, so she knew that he would never surrender sincerely, and that there would be a backstroke. Sure enough, Lin Hao's body had just crouched down when he heard a whooshing sound, and an anesthetized arrow shot right into that killer's arm. The assassin screamed, and just as he wanted to pull out the sword he had been hit with, he suddenly felt his arm paralyzed, and couldn't help but fall to the ground with a bang. His eyes glazed over. The dagger in his hand rolled out a long way. The bodyguards on Lin Hao's side saw that Helen had taken the lead, and where else would they be polite, and rushed towards the thugs. Those thugs were vicious and cruel, killing like hell, but as for the people Lin Hao had brought with him, they were terrified. Slogans are shouted to the sky, but the actual action is pulled crotch very much. In a short while by Lin Hao's bodyguards under these people toppled. The wires on Su Shue's body were cut, and despite the grief on her body, she struggled to Lin Hao's front, hugged one of his arms hard, and fell into his arms, crying, "Husband, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been compelled by others to divorce you. Not to mention that I didn't know that the object I'm going to marry was actually working as a human trafficker in private. So please make sure you arrest him and tell him to receive the punishment he deserves." Lin Hao, however, pushed her away with his face in his mouth. "Classmate Su Shue, don't be like this. We've already divorced." Those thugs were beaten up and fled by Lin Hao's bodyguards in no time. These bodyguards under Lin Hao had Su Jing's basement, but in no time, they discharged. A woman covered in blood. Su Shue awkwardly stood aside, suddenly found the dying woman on the stretcher, could not help but lose her voice and screamed, "Assistant, where are your arms and legs? How did you get them off?" Chapter 92, The Miserable Xiao Mei. On the stretcher lay a woman whose hands had been cut off at the elbow, and whose legs were missing from the knee down, making her look like a human seal. What was even more tragic was that when she was found, she was disheveled, so she must have suffered a lot of inhuman torture in just one night. She was wearing thick bandages all over her injuries, and the bandages were already drenched in blood. Su Shue cried her eyes out. "Xiao Mei, how could you be like this?" Xiao Mei's spirit was quite weak. "They were afraid that I would escape, so they forced me to have my little arm and leg removed, and said that they would throw me into the slums in the future, so that I could live off of begging." Su Shue gritted her teeth in anger. "These bastards. I won't let them go." Lin Hao walked over and asked with a grim face, "Were you the one who called me yesterday?" Xiao Mei said very weakly, "Yes, Mr. Lin. It was this phone call that they found out. That's why they poisoned me. First abused me, and then threw away my hands and feet. I can't live anymore." "Oh, Su Shui gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Mei, you don't worry, I will definitely give you revenge. Xiao Mei, Mr. Lin, don't blame Miss for being desperate. These are all forced by Master and Mrs. If she doesn't divorce you, Master and Mrs. will find the most powerful forces to deal with you, in order to protect you. Only then had to agree to Master and Mrs. S request. Lin Hao didn't say anything on this topic. Whether it was him or Su Shui, there was no going back. Even if he knew the outcome of all the problems, he himself was not the dedicated Lin Hao, and Su Shui was no longer the Su Shui who was crazy for love. Whether or not the relationship between two people can be reunited, there are many variables in between. At least in his case, Su Shui was no longer the only option. He also enjoyed his life very much now. These confidants around him had what they wanted with him, and no one had to carry too much emotional debt. So this was good. He said to Xiao Mei, don't worry, as long as I can find your broken hand and foot, I will definitely ask the best doctor in the country to help you connect them. But what they didn't know was that Xiao Mei's hand and foot had already missed the golden time to be connected. Having been detached from the body for too long and strongly infected, the survival rate after joining them was slim to none. Lin Hao was a normal man and had a great sense of justice. Seeing Xiao Mei's misery, he only felt anger. He couldn't wait to get rid of this group of genocidal guys. Xiao Mei, do you know where this group of people came from? Why did they kidnap you and Miss? Xiao Mei stammered and couldn't say anything. Su Shui spoke from the side. After divorcing you, my family started pushing hard for my marriage to the Littles, and in order to keep the family from moving into the Yun family, I had to divorce you. Lin Hao let out a bitter smile. This is all in the past. You don't need to mention it again. I've already forgotten about it. Su Shui looked rather embarrassed, but still insisted on speaking. Later on, Li Tei and I got engaged and we decided to travel abroad. He brought an assistant with him and I also brought an assistant with me. Who knew that on the way to the Jinghai International Airport, we encountered a group of inexplicable robbers? Lin Hao looked at her. Is it really such a coincidence that there were robbers on the off chance that you guys were passing through this place? Su Shui smiled bitterly. It was only after the fact that we found out that Li Ti's family had been in contact with transnational snakeheads who had been cheating people from the mainland to sell them in foreign countries, making high profits for cheap labor, and perhaps jealous of my family's efforts to combat snakeheads. That's why they wanted to kidnap me to negotiate with my family. Lin Hao grunted. Tricking you back in order to get you to join forces with Snakehead's family. What do you call the strength of the fight against Snakehead? Do they want to tell Snakehead to die of exhaustion on your belly? He did not give Su Shui any leeway in his speech now, shaming Su Shui so much that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. She carefully parted her words. They didn't know that Li Tei was related to the other side either. Lin Hao grunted. They only think that you and this Snakehead family are door to door, and it's marvelous that the one who fights Snakeheads is door to door with Snakeheads. With a flutter, Su Shui fell to her knees in front of him. Lin Hao, stop it. I know I'm sorry this time and will definitely give you an explanation afterward, but please ask me to finish my sentence. Lin Hao stopped interrupting. After we were caught, in order to sell them for a high price, the Snakehead and his minions didn't do anything to me, and finally gave Xiao Mei the opportunity to contact you. Lin Hao nodded. Ms. Su Shui, since you're out of danger, now take a flight back to Kyoto right away. Go tell your parents you're safe. We'll talk about the rest later. After saying that, he ordered people to carry Xiao Mei's stretcher and run directly to the hospital, calling an ambulance on the way. Surprisingly, Su Shui didn't leave right away, but followed closely behind him. Whether Helen was abusive or repelled, she was indifferent. This matter, their legal affairs reported to the police, their own professionals to track those kidnappers, but due to the secretive activities of these people, it is difficult to have an answer for a while. In the hospital, Xiao Mei insisted on not asking Lin Hao to send someone to accompany her, just willing to stay with her own lady. Even when the paramedics came in for medical treatment, they were accompanied by Su Shui throughout. Strangely enough, when Lin Hao inquired about Xiao Mei's injuries from the doctors, the faces of these doctors were quite brilliant. They only said that the injuries were under control, asking for specifics as well as asking for the corresponding diagnostic cases, which had not been produced for him. Lin Hao felt that he might have been a bit self-centered. No matter what, that master and servant didn't treat him as one of their own. He had already paid the medical bills for them, and had already done his best, so there was no need to dwell on it. After all, he and Su Shui had already divorced, and there was no obligation to continue caring for her, much less the need to continue caring for her. So, he instructed the doctor to make sure that the best medicine was given to Xiao Mei for her treatment, and then he took Helen and headed back. After all, there were still a lot of things going on at home. His photovoltaic group was in the process of introducing equipment, and there were many projects that required him, the man of the word, to go and negotiate directly. In addition, he also wanted to produce new energy car batteries. All of these needed some highly sophisticated things, and also needed a very strong research and development team. There is really no time to be with Su Shui here. Soon after he conveyed this suggestion to Su Shui and Xiaomei through the nurse, an alarm sounded in the intensive care unit. I don't know how long it took before Xiaomei was out of danger thanks to the powerful resuscitation by the doctor. The head nurse said, Mr. Lin Hao, the patient has said that she wants you to be there with her personally. Otherwise she would rather not be treated. Chapter 93, Struggle and Roundup. Su's family is getting closer and closer to closure. Now the reason why it did not immediately go up in smoke. Only because its volume is really too big. 100 feet of the insect die hard. Su Hahai has been going over the wall to access the information, concerned about the progress of the assassination of Lin Hao, but the reply given by the side of the sea hegemony are, the plan is being implemented. Everything is going well so far. You guys wait for good news. Su Hahai was so angry that he almost all but cursed. If you guys don't make an effort, before long, we'll be carved up by the other clans in Shanghai to the dregs, and then you can have nowhere to ask for money. The reply on the other side of the phone was rather icy. Then sell all the young women in your family off the island to make money until we are compensated for this funding. Hearing these words, a cold wind rose from Su Hahai's back. He knew that these people were true to their word and never spoke empty words. Good heavens, what kind of marvelous existence had he messed with? This still allows people to live. Just at this time, outside came the sound of footsteps. Scared him hurriedly quit the interface. The computer will return to the business interface. The door pushed open and came in a youthful and fashionable girl. Precisely his favorite daughter Su Tingting. Daddy, I fell in love with a new sports car. Quickly transfer $5 million to me. Su Hahai frowned. Our family's business has reached the moment of survival. Everyone should be thrifty. Haven't I told you so? Su Tingting, however, did not think so. I don't care. Anyway, I can't cut off my monthly allowance. If you don't give it to me, I'll live in Lin Hao's villa and ask him to support me. Su Hahai was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. You girl, why don't you know how to love yourself? You do not know that he has Su Shui, and now has 3 beautiful confidants. What kind of role do you count? Even to his front, Su Tingting's attitude was all rather obstinate. I don't care. Anyway, the 7 or 8 years of my relationship with him is not something that can be broken just by saying so. And you don't want to marry me off to one of those rich, ugly old men. Whoever likes to marry whoever they want to marry. This girl won't serve. Su Hahai raised his palm to whip his daughter, but Su Tingting was not afraid at all, and stood firm against him with her neck. In the end, he gave in. Tingting, can't you sympathize with the family's difficulties? Su Tingting grunted. You raised me to be such a realistic person, causing me to lose the one who loved me the most. I don't care. If you don't give me the money, I'll immediately sell all the remaining shares of our family to Lin Hao, and in the future, we'll call Su's group renamed Lin's group. Su Hahai was forced to take out $1 million from those coffin books he had set aside. $5 million is not available. You take $1 million and pay the down payment, and give the rest to the monthly payment. Su Tingting didn't have any good feelings towards this old man of hers. After taking the money she turned around and left. On the road, she suddenly saw a racy luxury car that flashed past her and overheard Lin Hao and a pretty girl sitting in the back seat. She clenched her fists and whispered, Lin Hao, it's me who accidentally lost you, but don't worry, this time I'm rich too. I don't need to take your money to support any of us, and how I lost you once upon a time is how I'm going to recover you now. You can only be mine. Right now Lin Hao didn't have the time to think about where he belonged. There were already 3 confidants by his side, plus the Su Shui who was now sticking hard to his side, and her assistant Xiaomei. So many things were pestering him that he rarely had time to think about Su Tingting, and when he occasionally had time to think about her, all he thought about was all the provocation and shame that her family had brought to him. It hadn't been a day or two since he had wanted to exterminate this family that had done wrong. Right now, the Su family still had a building materials company with a registered capital of roughly $100 million. This company was currently not only not losing money, but also making a profit, which was also the last of Su Hahai's coffin money. Since this company wasn't listed, the financial crisis couldn't hit it, so it survived. Now that Helen was driving, Lin Hao followed Zhu Yuhong to sit at the back, wanting to find the Su family to talk about the acquisition plan of this company. This company now had Su Hahai's nephew, Su Feng, taking care of it. Of course, the Su family is not all like Su Tianhai is a second generation. At least this Su Feng's ability is good. Even when he met the now wealthy and powerful Lin Hao, he didn't shy away from the battle at all. I'm sorry Mr. Lin, this company is a single shareholding system. Only we, Mr. Su, own 100% of the shares, so no matter how much money you offer, this company just won't sell. Lin Hao sneered. If you sell it now, I can acquire it at a 20% premium to the market price. 5 days later, I don't want it even if you drop the price to 20% of the current price. Think about it yourself. Su Feng didn't storm out, he just politely asked Lin Hao to leave. Lin Hao, the talker, was just like Han Gaozu in terms of business strategy, with varying victories and defeats. Therefore, he only provided guidance on the general strategy. As for how to operate, it was handled by Helen, the trader beside him. Therefore, he asked Helen, now that Su Jia is not willing to sell this company, do we have any other way to acquire it? Helen had long done her homework on these matters. This company is working directly with the Lone Bamboo Casting Group, and you should know that the Lone Bamboo Casting Group's steel production is the third highest in the country. Lin Hao froze for a moment. Why haven't I heard of this group? Helen gave him detailed information, because they're not listed either, and he's located in the ancient historical Lone Bamboo Kingdom. That's why it's called Lone Bamboo Casting. But the steel production over there is just huge, and with this giant in existence, this construction company won't be able to close down. Lin Hao frowned. Then can we acquire Lone Bamboo Casting? Helen said to him, looking at the property that Master delivered to me now. Acquiring this main business is still difficult. After all, people were established early and have a rich natural heritage. The folk there are tough and those who've been there have suffered greatly. Before there's sufficient preparation, I would advise Master not to dabble in there so easily. Lin Hao sighed. It's just a pity that if they don't take a stand, the plan against falsehoods won't be able to finally get implemented. Do you see if there's anything we can do to check Lone Bamboo? Helen said. Since the Lone Bamboo Casting Industry's Special 1 powder and Super Special powder both need to be imported from overseas, in recent years due to the impact of the general environment the source of imports has been greatly reduced. And amongst these industries that the Master has invested in is the industry that produces these special iron-making equipment. This is also the basis of the Master's negotiations with the Lone Bamboo Casting Industry. Lin Hao thought for a moment. Why don't we leave this matter to you to operate, and when it comes time to negotiate, you'll take Zhu Yuhong there with you. Chapter 94, True or False Evidence. Seeing that Lin Hao had graciously invited Alice to take a bath with him in the rose-starry sky, Su Shue's heart felt a little uncomfortable. She left Xiao Mei, who was convalescing in the villa, and ran out to stop Lin Hao. The rose-starry sky was built by you for me. Why did you invite another woman in? Didn't you say that this place is just a romance that belongs to me and you? Lin Hao took out the divorce certificate and handed it to her. This is what you personally commissioned lawyer Zhu to find me to sign. And even though lawyer Zhu is now rushing to Yanzhou province with Helen and can't testify to my words, this divorce certificate isn't a fake, is it? Who knew that Su Shui had taken the divorce certificate over in a fuss? Lin Hao didn't know what kind of medicine she was selling in her gourd, so he also gave her the divorce certificate. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao. I don't know if you're stupid or just dim-witted. You even believe such a simple trick? Lin Hao looked at her with great suspicion. Su Shui took that divorce certificate and pointed at it. Since this is a divorce certificate with legal effect, why is there no steel seal on it, but only a hand-carved seal from an unknown organization? Do you think this thing has legal effect? Lin Hao took it over to have a look, and only then did he realize that he had been exasperated by Su Shui before. Received the divorce certificate also did not look carefully, only saw that there is this thing, directly thrown to the side. Now looks really is so thing. Divorce certificate above? In their own name is only a bright red seal, and this seal is not a civil car, but a unit called what the divorce office. The reality is that there is such a unit, which can be really depressing. Lin Hao said with a gloomy face, even if this chapter is fake, but you also use this thing as a voucher with Li Tai rendezvous, and even honeymoon with him, this is not fake it? Su Shui sneered, if I really want to do something with Li Tai, I can just get a real one. Why would I want to use a fake one to cheat you? Lin Hao attracted attention and asked, what else do you want to say? Su Shui said in a serious manner, I just don't want the family to victimize you, and I don't want to really divorce you. So that's why I asked lawyer Zhu to help get a fake certificate, used to give the family an explanation. Lin Hao grunted, this is also just your side of the story. Who would believe it when you say it? Could it be that your family's people are all fools? Can't tell what's real evidence and what's fake? Su Shui grimaced. Originally, none of them were going to take my marriage certificate into account. They only wanted to ask the Li family to tie my people up overseas, where they would live as husband and wife, and others would be out of reach. Who would have the heart to check the authenticity of this document? When she said this, she had a despondent look on her face, causing Lin Hao to just assume for a moment that she was telling the truth. But on second thought, perhaps Zhu Yuhong had made a good thing with herself, and this had been premeditated in advance. Otherwise, how would she have sent the photos of herself and her making out to Su Shui? How could Su Shui use this as an excuse to force herself to sign the divorce agreement? He laughed coldly, even if this divorce certificate is fake, the divorce agreement should be real. This agreement you signed a long time ago. You, me and lawyer Zhu each have a copy. It doesn't matter if this document is fake. We will replace it with a real one. Su Shui tears brush out. She sobbed, Lin Hao, do you really want to break with me from now on? Remembering how helpless he was when he was forced to divorce, Lin Hao was never able to forgive this girl in front of him. whether she was forced or active. After all, she had signed the divorce agreement, and his own broken pot now has several confidants. In any case cannot return to the past. With a changed mindset, one wouldn't focus on the gains and losses of that marriage in the first place. I think it's only right for you to go home and report that you're okay. As for May, don't worry, for the sake of the fact that she used to call me to report your whereabouts. No matter what she's become, my people will take care of her for the rest of her life. He was just about to continue asking Alice to join him for a dip in the rose-starry night, when he realized that she had already gone back to her room, leaving the place to herself and Su Shui. He let out a long sigh. What's in the past is in the past. I've already let go of it, so you don't have to care. He turned around abruptly, wanting to go back to his own room. Who knew that in the next second one of his legs had already been hugged by Su Shui. Husband, please, don't abandon me. I don't want to divorce you. I'm really forced, Lin Hao said grimly. When you wanted to go back, I had stopped you, but you didn't listen either. Instead you sent Zhu Yuhong to send me the divorce agreement that you signed. No matter if you were forced or active, divorced is divorced. Let's all part ways. Saying that, she gently broke Su Shui's hand and decidedly ran back to her room. Before he could push open the door of his room, he heard a thud from Xiao Mei's room, followed by the girl's screams. Lin Hao ran into Xiao Mei's hospital room at the first opportunity with worry in his heart. Su Shui was similarly attached to Xiao Mei and rushed in with him, but she grabbed Xiao Mei before Lin Hao and helped her up, only to find that her bandages were stained with blood again. No matter how hard Su Shui tried, he couldn't carry her back to the hospital bed. Xiao Mei said ruefully, Miss, I'm the one who dragged you down and made you suffer. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been blackmailed by the family to sign a contract with them. Lin Hao also squatted down and looked at Xiao Mei with great concern. What the hell is going on here? You guys tell us once and for all. Xiao Mei let out a miserable smile. Because I didn't agree to call the young lady back and didn't want her to marry Li Tai. So that scumbag Li Tai secretly retaliated by forcing me to eat a poison that, if there was no antidote, I'd die of ulcers all over my body in less than 3 years. Hearing this, Lin Hao looked at Su Shui without irony. This is what you call a door-to-door relationship. Does your family know about people like Li Tai? Su Shui lowered her head. My parents only know how to teach and educate people. They don't know about these devious calculations of the human heart. What they see is only the surface of Li Tai. Xiao Mei continued. Since we were young, Miss and I have been like sisters. After she found out about me, she forced Li Tai to hand over the antidote. Who knew that Li Tai said that only if he agreed to this marriage could he give me the antidote? Lin Hao understood everything when he heard this. Su Shui had always been a rather kind girl who couldn't see those around her suffer any wrongs, and once the other party was in trouble, she was willing to sacrifice herself to save them. Perhaps it was the pressure from her family, or perhaps it was Li Tai's despicable methods that had forced her to give in. Chapter 95, Mei pleads for mercy. Xiao Mei's face was miserable, and her two broken arms flailed about, trying to pull Lin Hao and Su Shui's hands together. Unfortunately, since she didn't have any hands, there was nothing she could do in her empty haste. Mr. Lin, Miss, it's not easy for you to know each other and love each other. Even if it's for Xiao Mei's sake, please don't make a scene and make up. Breaking the mirror with Su Shui. This was Lin Hao's only wish some time ago, and it had even appeared several times in his dreams. But after experiencing many things, this wish was not as urgent. I don't know if it's because the two people have been away for too long, or if I was not a dedicated person. In any case, in trying to ask him to go back to that stage of his old life, for one thing, he was unwilling to do so, and for another, it was also unrealistic. He was just about to explain his refusal when he suddenly saw Su Shui looking at him somewhat pleadingly. Lin Hao, I know that you hate me, but all of this has nothing to do with Xiao Mei. Let's settle our matters privately. Don't hurt Xiao Mei's heart, okay? Saying this, she stretched out her hand to Lin Hao with a pious face, and with nothing else to do, Lin Hao had no choice but to stretch out his hand and shake it with her. Seeing this scene, Xiao Mei's miserable face brought out a hint of a smile. Lin Hao then noticed that Xiao Mei had been lying on the cold ground, so he gave her a very guilty look and gently picked her up and placed her on the hospital bed. He was just about to say something to his son or daughter when his own cell phone suddenly rang lifelessly. It was an unfamiliar Kyoto number. As soon as he connected it, a mighty and domineering voice came from inside. I'm Su Hongda. Su Shui is my daughter. I heard she's at your place now. Lin Hao said very calmly. I'm the one who brought her out of the hands of the kidnappers. Su Hongda said very domineeringly. No matter what the reason is, now that you're divorced from Su Shui, hurry up and send my daughter back, or I'll sue you for kidnapping. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt very sarcastic. Ha ha ha, this reason is so powerful. I like it too much. I can't imagine that the hallowed Su clan is mixed up with snakeheads from outside the country, selling and selling, actually selling their own daughters as well, and boasting about what 100-year-old family. I think it's just a joke. Su Hongda sneered and said, Kid, you'll pay for your own words. Those oil fields of yours as well as the natural gas. Don't you want to sell them to the mainland? As long as we, the Su family, say a word and tell you to get out of the mainland market. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a bit amused. Your mere Su family can't represent the entire mainland market. What's more, it's a stage where demand exceeds supply. It's completely a seller's market. Even if you call all the oligarchs to boycott me, doesn't it smell good for me to sell to the Hans family? If you really can't, there are still high male chicken and John old cow. Su Hongda was instead exasperated and laughed. You are now also just a figure of speech. But the old man is anticipating the enemy first, and now want to start an investigation into your possession of a huge amount of wealth. If there is no crime involving money laundering, theft and so on and so forth, it will give you a fair. Only how long this investigation lasts, it depends on your attitude. Lin Hao's face was low. Chairman Su really want to see my joke? After saying that, he snapped and hung up the phone. Listening to the content of their conversation, Su Shui already knew what had happened. Is that my father calling? Lin Hao nodded very calmly. I know you're a filial daughter. Now that your family is in trouble, I'll book you a flight, so you can fly back now. Who knew? Su Shui was not willing to leave Lin Hao no matter what. She came over and hugged Lin Hao. No matter if you drive me away or scold me or beat me up, I'm not leaving, as long as you ask me to stay with you. No matter how many women you have around, I'll never make a scene again. Lin Hao also didn't know why Su Shui's character had changed drastically for a moment. Once upon a time, although she was nice to herself, she always had her own opinions, and once she decided something on her own, even if she persuaded herself again, she couldn't change the outcome. For example, when she heard that her good friend Daisy was returning to China, she insisted on going back to Kyoto to celebrate for the other party, and no matter how Lin Hao tried to persuade her, he couldn't make her change her attitude. But today there had been a fundamental change, and it was all unanticipated. It was said that Lin Hao had already found other girlfriends, and he should have a mental cleanliness about this. Who knew that now she not only didn't stop it, but instead took an attitude of acquiescence and connivance, lest Lin Hao be unhappy, extremely humble. Although this called for some sense of accomplishment for him somehow, he always felt that there was something off about it, so he changed his strategy. Since you don't want to go back, just stay here with me for some time. Whatever you do I won't intervene, and I certainly won't get involved. Whenever you get tired of this place, leave on your own. This business-like attitude called Su Shui very hard, but she didn't say anything and instructed Xiao Mei to leave the place with a few more words. Lin Hao comforted Xiao Mei a few more times and realized that Xiao Mei was a bit depressed. Don't think about anything, since you were hurt because of me and Su Shui. No matter what you become in this life, I'll raise you. From now on you're a member of this villa. If there's a bite of food for me, there's a bite of food for you. Xiao Mei's pale face had some blush. But I've already been abused and had my limbs removed. Will you dislike me and be afraid of me? Lin Hao shook his head. From now on you're my Lin Hao's relative. How can anyone dislike a relative? Hearing this, Xiao Mei, there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. If I want to be your woman too, would you want me? Psychologically speaking, Lin Hao didn't have any childish affair with Xiao Mei. The two had crossed paths, or it only started from that Tongan phone call. Later on, he found out that he had been inhumanly abused for the sake of Xiaoli, and avoided some sympathy, which also gave him a report on all the medical bills, and the subsequent rehabilitation activities were changed to take place in his own villa. But it was only gratitude, far from it, the point of love. What's more, the current Xiao Mei is vulnerable. Once he promised him to be his woman, and he will feel guilty and criminal when he spends time with him. Finding that Xiao Mei gradually had some darkness, he felt that he couldn't strike this girl's self-confidence, so he comforted her by saying, as long as you can get better from your injuries, no matter what becomes of you, I won't abandon you. He said it rather flexibly, and it wasn't clear if this non-abandonment was a non-abandonment as a girlfriend or a non-abandonment as a friend. But Mei just loved the way the other party carefully coaxed himself, and he pleaded very weakly with Lin Hao. Miss has a heavenly grace for me. Besides, she never thought of betraying you. How about the two of you don't make a scene and get back together, okay? Just now. He hesitated for a moment, which led to a silent nod. Chapter 96, The Little Secret of the Su Family's Master and Servant. Lin Hao had a very difficult emotion for Su Shui. No matter how he felt, everything was in the past. Wanting to pick it up again wasn't really that simple. Not to mention that he didn't have any plans to do so. Even if he knew the truth of everything, he still didn't intend to turn back. Just smiled faintly and said, things are indeed what we all don't want to see, but it's already in the past. None of us can change it, so I hope you'd better go home earlier. Su Shui, however, had a little woman's pampered look on her face as she leaned against Lin Hao's side. If I only want to be by your side as one of your maidservants, or servants, then would you be willing to take me in? That's my most humble wish. Lin Hao, however, shook his head slightly and then said, even if I'm willing to take you in, I'm afraid that your mother's family won't let me go. They should be hunting me down from the ends of the earth, just like your father's phone call, which will come in a while. Helen, however, had a somewhat impatient look on her face. She told Lin Hao that, "Don't worry, master. I'm afraid that the Su family's people don't have that much guts to dare to come. If they do dare to come, I'll make sure that when he comes he's alone, and when he goes back he's a handful of ashes." Everyone on the sidelines knew that Helen was not someone who liked to talk empty words, and everyone was very clear about her terrifying battle power value. At this time, Lin Hao said to Helen very squarely, "Then remember, we won't easily take the initiative to mess with others, but we won't suffer from others' anger either. People don't offend me. I don't take offense. If people offend me, I will take offense. If people offend me again, cut off the roots and eliminate the roots." After getting such an order from Lin Hao, Helen was no longer polite. She walked to Su Shui and said, "Miss Su, there's nothing more to say. I think that if you have any regard for your face, you shouldn't be entangled again at this moment. It's better to hurry home. It's good for you and for the master." Unexpectedly, Su Shui has also reached a broken point at this moment. She threw all her face aside. "Helen, you should know that I'm Lin Hao's ex-wife, but those were all things that I was forced to do, and now even if there's a heavenly obstacle, I'm going back to him." Lin Hao was also a bit speechless. It was really hard to know how to be good when you put on such a piece of dogskin plaster. At night, Lin Hao sat in his study and was playing a game and drinking a Coke, when suddenly someone brought a basin of foot washing water. He was about to take off his shoes and wash his feet, and at a closer look it was actually Su Shui. At this time, she was doing exactly what a maidservant should do. Lin Hao didn't say anything. He didn't move and enjoyed the foot washing service. He waited until Su Shui had wiped his feet clean before he raised his head and said, pretending not to know, "This is really a misunderstanding. I thought it was Helen, but it turns out to be MS. Su, we don't have much to do with each other. How can you do such a thing?" Su Shui, however, directly whimpered and cried out, very aggrieved, saying, "Lin Hao, things have come to this point today. You still can't let go? Still refuse to forgive me, right?" Lin Hao, however, told the woman in front of him very squarely that, "It's not that I can't let go, but some things are not so simple. As long as it is missed often as a lifetime want to undo salvation, that is very difficult." Su Shui lightly unraveled her robe. She directly told Lin Hao that, "Since it's like this, then I don't have any other wishes. I just want to be your woman again before I leave. This request is excessive, but I hope you don't reject me." Lin Hao was also a very normal man. With such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, wouldn't it hurt the scenery too much if he refused? Therefore, he then said to Su Shui, "I can fulfill this wish of yours, but it doesn't mean anything, and I didn't promise you anything. After today you and I will still be parting ways." Su Shui also didn't hold any hope anymore, so she directly stopped talking and all of a sudden threw herself into Lin Hao's arms. She only hoped that today there would be wine today to get drunk, and tomorrow sorrow would come tomorrow. By the time Su Shui put her clothes back on, the corners of her eyes still had tears hanging from them, and she said, "Lin Hao, I really appreciate you fulfilling this last wish of mine, so I hope to leave a good impression on you. I'll leave now as promised, and I won't pester you from now on." But unexpectedly, Lin Hao was the one who directly took out a limited edition diamond necklace and put it on her neck and said, "Su Shui, I'm not that kind of mean and unfeeling person. You are able to do this. I won't let you leave, but I'll also make it clear to you that you're not my only woman." Su Shui's heart was of course very clear about Lin Hao's meaning, but now that she was able to make it to this level, she was also already begging for it. She could definitely not be delusional about what she wanted, or else she could only let Lin Hao go farther and farther away. In the end, even fading out in his line of sight, that wasn't the result she wanted. "But besides this, I have an unkind request that I hope you can promise me. Nowadays Xiao Mei's situation isn't optimistic, and I hope that wherever we go, we'll take her with us." Lin Hao nodded. For such a request, he had no reason not to agree. He was able to completely see the affection between Xiao Mei and Su Shui, not to mention that Xiao Mei's situation was very bad. If there was no one to take care of her, throwing her aside would only result in a self-inflicted death. Lin Hao naturally agreed to take her with him, or to arrange for someone to take care of her. However, during this period of time, Lin Hao had discovered a problem. Su Shui and Xiao Mei would sometimes always secretly say something, like they were discussing a very important matter. As soon as he appeared, the two would immediately stop their conversation, which was a very strange thing. The next thing was even stranger. Xiao Mei was obviously very dependent on Lin Hao during this period of time, even taking the initiative to ask him to help her wipe herself and take a bath. Although Lin Hao was repulsed by this, he felt that Xiao Mei had gotten credit for calling him to report the situation in the first place. The fact that he had taken care of her this time was also considered a kind of reward. When he thought of this, Lin Hao naturally didn't think anything more about it. However, Xiao Mei still seemed to be a little unsatisfied with this kind of care, and from time to time, she would take the initiative to engage in some relatively intimate behavior with Lin Hao. Lin Hao was quite a bit helpless, and he directly turned to Xiao Mei and asked, Xiao Mei, aren't you afraid that your young lady will get upset if you act like this now? If she gets upset, how are you supposed to handle yourself? Xiao Mei, however, smiled slightly before saying, then have you noticed that whenever you take care of me, Miss always takes the initiative to hide out? Chapter 97, The Woman in Prison. Lin Hao hadn't even dreamed that the Li Tei that Su Shui was talking about was now overseas on an unnamed island. He was a shadowy man with a hawkish nose and a stern gaze. The island is heavily guarded. Not only on the ground 5 steps a guard 10 steps a sentry, and even a large camouflage net. The airplanes in the air want to see clearly what is below. It is more difficult than the sky, and there were no artificial buildings on the island. All the people had just hollowed out the steep cliffs and built dwellings inside them. Seeing him enter, the sentries bowed and saluted him respectfully. Welcome, young lord. Li Tei didn't say anything and entered the door of the cave. Inside, it was getting darker and darker, and there was a camera in a hidden place. If the man had any abnormalities, the information would immediately be transmitted to the information processing center inside the cave. Leet was also careful. Every time he passed by a camera location, he raised his eyes to meet the blue light camera up there, because there was a need to extract his visual iris information to verify his identity. If the information was found to be incorrect, the police would be alerted immediately, and then there were many heavily armed guards swarming around. In this closed space, it is difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it is impossible to escape. Soon came to the depths of the cave. Here there is a large iron door. There is no sentry beside the iron door, only in the middle of the scanning device. People must stand in front of the scanning device, and then carry out a full-body scan. Just after the scanning was completed, I heard the loudspeaker above say, "Welcome home, young master." After saying that, the big iron door slowly opened. Li Tei stepped in. Inside, there were all kinds of torture devices, including the traditional whip and tiger bench, the hanging rings for tying people up, and the more modern electric chair and other equipment. In a big frame, tied a woman. There is no injury on the body of this woman. Limbs open, tied tightly. Strangely enough, there was a closed helmet hanging in the air, and the bottom of that helmet was stuck right on the woman's neck, so that the woman's jaw cannot open. The following half of the face are blocked, just in the nostrils of the location of the 2 holes, in addition to the 2 eyes exposed outside. It was not as if there were no executioners beside them. These officers looked at the woman with fierce eyes, but without the young lord's order, no one dared to be rude to her. Li Tei grimly asked, "Did you guys secretly lynch her?" The person next to him said with a depressed face, "Young master ordered that without your order, it is forbidden to torture her. We only removed his hood and fed him during meals, and told her to clean up her personal hygiene, and left her alone the rest of the time." It turned out that the ones in charge of torture and interrogation in this dungeon were all women, and they were responsible for taking care of this female prisoner's daily life in addition to keeping an eye on her. Leader ordered them to walk out, then asked with an icy gaze, "You're here now without anyone's knowledge. Maybe the outside world thinks you're dead, so why should you insist on anything?" The woman stared blankly, ignoring it. Li Tei, however, was unmoved. "I know you're playing dumb for me, but it's not useful yet. Now that young master, I have enough time. Consider it as simmering the eagle, and let's see who succumbs first." The woman's gaze was dull. She didn't even have any interest in hitting on him. Leet sneered, "This place is isolated from the world. Even the world map may not label this island, and you should not fantasize that someone will save you out." The woman still ignored it. Ritter viciously dragged on the lower edge of the helmet, forcing her to look up. "In your current situation, the young master can force you at any time. But now that you are still thinking of your old feelings and don't want to go that far, you don't want to exhaust all my patience." That woman had some expression this time, only it was contempt. "You." Leet hated to immediately go over and tear her clothes. Suddenly seeing the woman's face of despair, he finally couldn't lay his hands on her. He ruthlessly backwards several steps, removed that leather whip, very angry, out of thin air flung a bit, just heard a snap crunch. Thought it would scare the woman into a blur. Who knows, she turned a deaf ear. Leet turned his back and said very icily, "I have told the 2 women who interrogated you before the interrogation are going to ask if you are willing to submit to me. As long as it is willing, when they ask you, even blink 3 times. The woman's head hung listlessly, and she didn't know if it was because she was really tired or out of disgust for him. Naturally, Ritter didn't expect her to make any noise, much less hear what she had to say, and once again dropped his words coldly. "I'll give you another month to think about it. After a month, we're going to transfer from here. All we have to do before transferring is to blow up this island. If you don't agree to me, you'll sink with this island too." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and opened the door to go out. Leet came to his monitoring center and opened the surveillance screen. The first thing he aimed at was the cell he had just been to. he saw those two women, removing the hood for that female prisoner, then removing the bindings on her hands and feet, and pressing him into a small room next to him, which had a simple toilet in it. That woman was so weak though that even without the bindings, her body could not move and turn, and if the two interrogators had not dragged her along, she would not have been able to move even a single muscle. Beside him, an army master said, since all of them have acquiesced, what is the young master still insisting on? While he's powerless to resist now, it's better to make a raw deal. Li Tae looked at the military advisor with great contempt. How hard is it to get this woman? What I am afraid of, is the man behind her. Once I do something to this woman, in the future, if the east window comes out, our Li family will be in danger of extinction. The master-at-arms lowered his head. In fact, he was also interested in that woman, and had once privately bribed the two female jailers who were looking after that woman, asking them to make things easier. Who knew that instead, he had asked those two female jailers to give him a severe beating. Just at this time suddenly heard Li Tae asked, the number one target that I told you to focus on monitoring, where is it now? The military division immediately reported. Their family went to the Maldives for a trip. I'm afraid that they are now sunbathing on the seashore. Li Tae's gaze revealed a gloomy coldness. Now that the Su family is pressing hard, send a message to the Seal King to step up the action. If you delay the big event, I'll tell her to turn into a sea turtle. The military division hurriedly ordered through the radio, and suddenly added, Boss, the Su family is transferring their property to us. How much should we charge for safekeeping? Li Tae said coldly, what custodial fee do you want with a bereaved dog? You tell Su Hahai that all the gold bars are kept for free and tell him to send them here as much as he wants. Chapter 98, May's Perversity. May has been fitted with prosthetics on all four of her severed limbs. She was still unable to walk independently. So Mr. and Mrs. Lin Hao took turns pushing her wheelchair and leading her around the seashore. These days, she looked at Lin Hao with some strange eyes, either inexplicably angry, or becoming quite sticky. Sometimes she even ignored Su Shue's presence and insisted on asking Lin Hao to hug and kiss her. Lin Hao pitied her for having suffered misery, and whenever she made this request, he would go along with her a bit. Of course, if her request was too much, she would politely refuse. Only sometimes, however, it might not be effective, even if he took out Su Shue as a shield, only to find out that this shield not only couldn't block the arrows, but also actively pushed him to encourage him to hurt Xiao Mei more. Lin Hao is very embarrassing, because he now has a wife. In any case, do not want to continue to the former kind of flirtation absurd life, intentionally or unintentionally in the past and the self-to-do cutting. Finally was Xiao Mei's moral abduction forced anxious. He said, Xiao Mei, you do not have to be too sad. I have spent a lot of money for you to high-tech laboratories to order electronic hands. Su Shui didn't know what an electronic hand was, so she asked him. Lin Hao also only recently looked up the information. That is a new invention made by scientists to facilitate some disabled people. There is a fixed chip control inside. As long as it is fully charged, it can execute voice-activated commands. For example, you tell it to grab something, what action to do. It is just as dexterous as the original hand. Su Shui became quite gentle. This is a blessing for Mei's sister. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a snap, and I don't know what hit Su Shui's left cheek, and blood suddenly spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Lin Hao fixed his eyes on the bottom of Su Shui's foot and saw a prosthetic hand that had just fallen off. He glared angrily at Xiao Mei. Why are you hitting people? Don't be ungrateful. Xiao Mei didn't let up in the slightest. Who told her to mind her own business? Lin Hao sneered. She was only concerned about your injuries and wanted you to live a normal life as soon as possible. Is that wrong? You're really a bastard who doesn't know what's good for you and who is envious of what's good for you. Xiao Mei said angrily. It's none of her business if I like being a cripple. This vixen just wants to cure my arms and legs earlier and then leave me far away. Humph. I won't let her have her wish. Lin Hao hurriedly contacted his side housekeeper Helen, who appeared at Lin Hao's heels as fast as she could. What happened to Master? What happened to the Master's mother? Who actually hit her? Do you want me to take revenge for her? Su Shui, however, took the initiative and said, it didn't hurt much. Xiao Mei's in a bad mood right now, so don't be general with her. The words didn't fall. Lin Hao didn't agree. She's in a bad mood and I'm still storming around. Everyone is giving in to her, but not all of them owe her. You, crystal and teardrops spun in Helen's eyes, but Lin Hao was blind to them. Helen, Xiao Mei will be under your close care next. If she's willing to travel with us, then we'll stay together. If not, please send her back to the orphanage in China and I'll find the best caregiver to take care of her. Saying this he wrapped Su Shui's willow waist, looking at Su Shui still somewhat intolerant of forcing a half embrace, leading him to turn and leave. Just heard behind him Xiao Mei furiously said, now I'm angry. Limit you guys to come back within a minute to apologize to me, or the consequences are serious. Su Shui's body trembled violently when she heard this, but Lin Hao was impatient a princess hug. picking her up horizontally and striding off in the opposite direction. Helen said coldly but nonchalantly, "If you have any requests, feel free to mention them towards me. I'll take care of you like my master." A hint of viciousness showed in May's eyes, but it was fleeting. "For you, I have only one request. Now go as far away as you can and don't appear in front of me as long as I don't call you." Helen had always looked down on the pretentious woman. "Since you want to be here by yourself for a while, I'll just have to let you be. Only if something bad happens next, you can't blame us." May had to mouth off. What other bad things could happen? Helen said coldly, "I heard that some men like to torture people with incomplete arms and legs like you, and this is in a foreign country, unfamiliar with the world." Xiao Mei's heart secretly thought, that also depends on whether they have the guts, but in front of people, she is still the image of the poor and weak. Helen saw that she had a firm gaze and had no thoughts of changing her mind, so she turned around and left. Lin Hao held Su Shui and walked out for quite a distance when he suddenly realized that there was a beautiful sea stoneflower in front of him, and he just wanted to go up and dig it out. Just then, he suddenly realized that there were two tourists wearing sunglasses, moving quickly towards him. The news that he himself knew martial arts was not known to anyone in the Jianghu except for the nearest few people around him, and he usually dealt with people in the world has always been to use money to pressure people, and try not to make a move if he can. This also created a surprise effect. Looking at the feet of those few people, who were quite swift and purposeful, Lin Hao frowned. Could there really be a killer here? Before his words fell, he saw two people each draw a sharp dagger, one dagger smearing his throat, the other dagger stabbing at Su Shui in his arms. Lin Hao's hands couldn't be put down. He took a deep breath and exerted himself on the soles of his feet, suddenly leaping up in the air with a dry land pull. This movement was quite swift, and by the time the dagger stabbed down, his toes had already swept over the heads of these two people. Then he separated his legs and stepped on these two people's heads, making a jackhammer fall. Just 2 clicks were heard, and these two people were caught off guard, their cervical vertebrae being crushed by the pressure of his jackhammer, and then they collapsed to the ground with a miserable cry. Lin Hao didn't even look at the follow-up, holding Su Shui and quickly darting towards Xiao Mei over there. Just then he suddenly saw several people holding Xiao Mei hostage with daggers, while Helen, who had just arrived, was helpless as the killer's accomplices came over to disarm her. At this time Lin Hao used the physical ability that the system had strengthened for him, and he saw him exerting himself in a way that instantly flew over a distance of 7 or 8 feet, and then his 2 toes had already stuck the neck of that assassin who was holding Xiao Mei hostage. Then his body rotated with force, just heard a click. This killer was caught off guard, his neck had long been broken. Then Lin Hao also landed on his back and folded on the ground, but Su Shui in his arms was unharmed. The next few killers saw the opportunity and let out a strange cry, pouncing towards Lin Hao. But they ignored Helen next to them. She was holding a deck of playing cards in her hand, and with one hand swinging hard and repeatedly, a playing card spun and flew out. Chapter 99, Suspicions of Assassination. Her deck of playing cards is different from ordinary playing cards. It is a kind of self-defense weapon, with sharp blades hidden inside. Not only the flight speed is quite fast, and the accuracy is also quite high. Some killers are unable to avoid by the blade cut off a finger. There were even unlucky ones that had their throats cut by the blades on her poker. Helen now had no scruples, and her strikes were merciless. In a short while the few killers who came over to attack them were all killed under her hands. Even those few that were seriously injured were also killed by her with a complimentary slash. One of the killers was very frightened and pointed at her and said, "You are the sea." Before his words fell, he had already been wiped out by a dagger on his neck. Next to her, Xiao Mei was a little intolerant, and stared viciously at Helen. "Why is your woman so cruel? The enemy was already seriously injured. Why must you take his life?" Helen sneered back, "If it wasn't for me, a cruel person, such a noble Miss Xiao Mei would have already become the plaything of these killers." Lin Hao didn't like seeing these women fight, so he grimaced. "We're all being targeted by the killers. Hurry up and get out of here." However, the departure didn't go so smoothly. There was a reporter-looking person, holding a microphone, walking towards Lin Hao as if he wanted to interview him. Without waiting for Lin Hao to react, Helen suddenly struck out, snatched the other party's microphone, and then threw it out towards a deserted place. With a loud bang, the microphone actually made a violent explosion. But fortunately, the place where it landed was a flower bed planted with crosstrees, so although the petals flew about, there were no casualties. Just when Helen wanted to return fire, that reporter-like person suddenly took an innocent traveler as a shield toward. They pushed over, and then quickly blended into the crowd, and then hard to find. At this point, the gendarmes came over to inquire about the situation. There were many eyewitnesses who testified that Lin Hao and the others were in fact the victims, and if it hadn't been for the wise and decisive assistant lady beside Lin Hao, I'm afraid that it would have already resulted in several casualties in the surrounding area. After the gendarmes learned of the situation, they expressed their gratitude to Helen and her party. then facilitated their boarding of the ship and ordered them a special class cabin. After drifting at sea for 3 days, the fruitcake that Su Shui and Xiao Mei had ordered arrived when they were eating lunch on this day. Seeing the cake, Xiao Mei finally turned from cloudy to sunny, and was about to share it with Su Shui, actually asking Su Shui to feed her, when Helen suddenly came over and overturned the fruit cake. Now even Lin Hao got angry. "Helen, did you come out with me to pick a fight?" Helen said coldly, "This cake has been tampered with. There will be a strong poison in it. Just one tiny bite of it will be enough to kill a person." Saying this, he took out a syringe-like tool in his accompanying bag and inserted his needle into this cake, pumping some cream into it by these means. As its needle was thick enough, extracting the cream was also quite easy, and this cream naturally stuck to that special metal strip inside the syringe. That metal strip was tightly attached to the periphery of the syringe, and everyone distinctly noticed that the cream actually turned red. Lin Hao, as well as the 2 women beside him, all froze there, and then they heard Helen explain, "The footprint under this is named heartbeat 1. Unknowing people just have to take that one bite. 10 minutes later will produce an irregular heartbeat, and then breathing hard, just like a heart attack. After 3 hours, even the cause of death is the same as when you have a heart attack." Then immediately the police were called, and the ship's law enforcement officers came over, took the oversized cake back for lab tests, and gave statements to all of them, before releasing them back to their staterooms. On the way back to the cabin, Helen said to Lin Hao, "Lawyer Zhu is looking for you for something. There are some business matters that need to be finalized by you, or you can come with me." Lin Hao followed Helen to a secluded place and then told him about Zhu Yuhong's recent whereabouts. It turned out that some time ago Zhu Yuhong and Helen had gone to Lone Bamboo Casting together, and it had taken a lot of effort to ask them to reach an agreement on cooperation. Due to Lin Hao's new schedule, Helen had to withdraw from this negotiation, leaving the rest to Zhu Yuhong to sweep up. It looked like the work was coming to an end, so Lin Hao answered the phone. Zhu Yuhong reported to him, "Lin, the factory manager of Lone Bamboo Casting, has finally agreed to work with us, and it's foreseeable that within 10 days, Su and Hai's family will fall like an avalanche." Lin Hao commanded remotely from the ship and instructed some more details. After all of these things were done, he just Zhu Yuhong again. "After the Lone Bamboo side runs its course, you go back to Jinghai and help me register a company." Zhu Yuhong froze for a moment. "What company? Jinghai Investment Company, or just call it Vast Capital?" Zhu Yuhong followed up with another question. "How much do you plan to inject?" Lin Hao told her, "This month's oil and gas revenues have greatly exploded, so if you inject all that money into this capital, it'll be about $50 billion. Helen, who was listening in, was in awe. "It looks like this master of mine is getting richer and richer. In the future, I still have to serve him to the death, and I'm afraid I won't have any good consequences if I betray him." Lin Hao quickly hung up the phone, then put his arm around Helen's waist and quietly went back to his own special class cabin. Just as they arrived at the door of the warehouse, they heard the sound of a low conversation inside, and the 2 of them immediately lightened their footsteps. Just heard Su Shui said in panic, "Seal King, you can assassinate whoever you want to assassinate. Why did you bring me into this? He is getting more and more suspicious now. Aren't you afraid that one day you will be exposed and he will kill us back?" Xiao Mei immediately interrupted her. "Don't mention the 3 words Seal King again. Remember, you are my master and I am just your lowest maid Xiao Mei. If you call me wrong again, I will tell the crew to take a turn at you." Su Shui's voice was a bit shrill. "I'm warning you not to go too far either. Push me too far and I'll tell Lin Hao everything about your life. By then you, a handicapped person, will really become a delicacy for those special lovers." Xiao Mei suddenly let out an ah, obviously quite scandalized by this threat from Su Shui, but still not forgetting to warn, "You'd better remember that without me, a cripple, you don't even have the possibility of getting close to Lin Hao. If you dare to disobey my orders, I'll make him release the woman who can replace you." Helen quietly pulled Lin Hao's sleeve and pulled him aside. Then she said to him, "It turns out that the one lurking by your side is actually an existence that the assassin world is terrified of, the Seal King." Chapter 100, It's All a Lie to Me. After eavesdropping on Su Shui and Xiao Mei's conversation, Lin Hao realized that Xiao Mei also had the name Seal King, but he never knew what was so terrifying about this Seal King. He heard Helen say with a look of remorse, "I should have thought it was her earlier. Just because this woman is really too cunning and good at utilizing people's sympathy, so she persisted for so long without revealing herself." Lin Hao listened in confusion. "This is just a poor woman without hands and feet. Is it really as terrible as you think?" Helen told him decisively, "If my assassination skills are unparalleled in the world, then King Seal himself is unparalleled in his organizational skills." Lin Hao shook his head. "I can't see how she's unrivaled in the world. Our hands and feet were cut off when we rescued him, and we didn't see her show any unrivaled in the world." Helen shook her head hopelessly before saying, "The master's intelligence is all displayed in the ability to pay money, but he knows nothing about these rumors in the Jianghu. The Seal King has always been the lack of hands and feet since his debut. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat. What did you say? Helen continued to explain to him. This woman was originally abducted by human traffickers to beg. Both hands and feet were cut off at that time. Then there was a senior in the assassin world, who found that she had a talent for scheming, and rescued her from the nest of beggars, and after more than 10 years of training, she has just become the head of the assassin organization. Lin Hao still didn't understand. For someone like this, it's enough that others don't go kill her. How can she harm people? This woman is meticulous and vicious, and when she plans a murder, she can only be described as a mastermind. There have been many murder cases that have shocked the world, but since she didn't strike directly, she has always gotten away with it. Lin Hao couldn't imagine that the Seal King who had shocked the assassin world had lived by his side for such a long time, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. But why did she suffer another injury at Li's place again? Helen smiled sweetly. Her injuries were camouflaged. Why the treatment of the injuries has not called you to participate? It is assumed that he also used some methods to coerce those medical staff involved in the treatment. Just thought of those suspicions that appeared during Xiao Mei's treatment, and that's when he figured out a problem. If Xiao Mei's arms and legs were sawed off at that time, and hadn't been effectively treated, it's estimated that he would soon get infected, or bleed to death. But although I was also weak when I saved him, I couldn't see that I was about to die, and I was also told a lot of inciting words, so it seems that it's all a lie to me now. But there is another he could not understand. In that case, Su Shui is not a killer. Why would also listen to her words? There are even times when she is flattering and pleasing her? Helen analyzed very calmly. Either Miss Su Shui has been poisoned by an unimaginable poison and had to accept his coercion, or this Miss Su Shui is a fake. Fake? Lin Hao suddenly thought of another detail. Once upon a time, even if the Su Shui loved herself more, she wouldn't cater to herself without principle, and since he had rescued him from Li Tai, her attitude towards him was gentle and over the top, with a hint of bending over backwards to please, but more of a fear. There were other times when he shared with him some sweet past events between the two, and she pushed them away, saying that she had forgotten them. At that time, although his heart is not happy, but also sympathetic to her, just suffered a kidnapping, and did not question her. Now that I think about it, none of it is broken, none of it is deception. This woman, cheating to the old man's head, cannot tolerate. Thinking of this, he said very decisively, Helen, in this ship there is no our people. There is the same will disguise art? Helen I smart immediately give him a proficient feathered neutral person. The so-called neutrals were those women who preferred to wear men's clothing. These people were physically women but chose to live as men. In order to carry out their employer's mission, they had almost adapted to the identity they were disguising, and their every word and action screamed out to be unrecognizable. When the master of disguise named Rose appeared in front of Lin Hao thought he had an extra mirror in front of him. This was because he was clearly standing opposite another self, and even his voice and demeanor habits were very similar. Helen explained to him, Master told me to develop the security team. I've been planning for a long time to find some understudies for Master, and this MS. Rose standing in front of you is one of the best understudies. Will you call her on duty now? Lin Hao bowed respectfully to Rose. Please, Rose said very icily. Helen promised that she would give me an annual salary of $10 million a year. What do you think? Lin Hao said. I'll give you another $1 million when you pass with me. The understudy extended his hand to shake his. Deal. Happy cooperation. Lin Hao instructed her again. After you get off the ship, find an excuse to beat Helen away and create an exposure for them, and then you'll see. Is this MS. Su Shui real or not? After everything was planned, Helen suddenly called the captain of this ship and assigned Lin Hao a cleaner, but his job position was only the captain's office. Although he didn't know why this captain was so cooperative with himself, Lin Hao still had confidence in his ability to pay his own bills. Helen had also learned under her own tutelage the principle of never using your hands when you can use money. This was good. After the ship docked, Lin Hao quietly got off the ship and went through another route to a hotel to wait for Helen to rendezvous, and then the two of them quietly returned to Lin Hao's villa in Jinghai. The journey was uneventful, without any accidents. That double took out the luxury car that Lin Hao had deposited there at the car dealership and drove the car pulling Su Shui and Xiao Mei towards Qinghai. When they passed by a remote highway, they suddenly realized that the highway had been barricaded. The car was forced to stop. Just at this time, also don't know from which road junction, scurried out a dump truck, came to their luxury car, a car full of dumping down. The understudy is after all trained. See, the situation is not good. The first time to break open the window door to leap out. Almost at this instant, Su Shui holding Xiao Mei also flew out from the other side of the car door. They just left the car. That car will be buried under the dirt. That understudy broke out in a cold sweat, but he didn't forget his duty and rushed over to assist Su Shui. Shuier, are you alright? Right at this moment, Xiao Mei, who had just been rescued, suddenly spat out a concealed weapon from her mouth, and that understudy was caught off guard, hitting her right in the throat. She spat out a mouthful of black blood and pointed at Xiao Mei, refusing to close her eyes. Xiao Mei said coldly, I am not Xiao Mei, but the most terrifying seal queen in the assassin world. This one isn't really Su Shui either, but the most capable bodyguard by my side. Haley. Chapter 101, The Calm Before the Outbreak. Lin Hao's face was gloomy. Never thought that his momentary gullibility had actually caused the double's tragic death. Since that Su Shui is a fake, where is the real one? This conspiracy, she is not involved? All this is a mystery. He also knows that the Seal King generally operates outside the country. The video of the decapitated double was also sent by her from a website outside the country, meaning to terrorize Lin Hao. Lin Hao was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, hating to tell those two women to pay for their blood. Only his own powerful is also in the country. Always some whip cannot reach. He thought about it and dialed a very secretive number. And Big Head's voice immediately came from the opposite side. Brother Hao, what good news do you have for me? Lin Hao calmed himself as best he could. How's the Sky Dragon Society telling you to train? The voice on the other side of the phone looked very excited. Boss, your decision to transfer the Heavenly Dragon Society to the small island overseas was simply brilliant. Here we have to do battle with passing pirates almost every day. Keeping score, our Heavenly Dragon Society is off the charts. Lin Hao frowned. You have to remember. From now on there is no Heavenly Dragon Society in the world. There is only the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Corps. River pirates fight any casualties? Big Head, this person was not good at exaggeration and would only tell the truth. These street gangsters, the first battle was fought quite la croche, annihilating 12 of the enemy, but they themselves suffered 36 casualties. Lin Hao didn't chastise him. Alright, they dared to go head to head with the pirates, it's already a marvelous achievement. All things must come slowly. Big Head laughed more and more bright. Later I summarized the experience and bring the streets and alleys of the younger brother is not the same, which must have a formal instructor. Good and other we do not have, is the rich, the results of the day-long, self-defense guys have. The members of the military quality is also there, and those pirates actually fight back and forth. Lin Hao casually found him a few sentences, but also said that need money to say hello to themselves, then called the Big Head grateful, after saying that the Sky Dragon Mercenary Corps is Lin Hao, and entrusted them to do one thing, that is to find the whereabouts of the Killer Seal King. Big Head said with some difficulty, our mercenary group can still deal with some pirates now, but I'm afraid it's very difficult to find this kind of professional killer. And what can we do if we find them? Not only will we not be able to kill them, but we will also be wiped out. Lin Hao said that as long as you guys are prying for information, you don't have to clash with him head on. Everyone's life is precious, no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Big Head hemmed and hawed. I still have some say in the local land around here, just please be nice, boss. Lin Hao hung up the phone. Not long after the phone rang again. Thought Big Head had something forgotten, pick it up only to realize that it was Barrister Zhu Yuhong's. Mr. Lin, good news for you. I've already talked to Lone Bamboo Casting. They are willing to cooperate with us, thus stopping the supply of Su's group. Lin Hao told Zhu Yuhong, you tell them again. If they are willing to enter into a long-term cooperation, I can invest in helping them to upgrade their equipment for steel making. After a few more days of talks, Zhu Yuhong smoothly returned to Jinghai. As soon as she returned, she immediately received another call from Su Hahai. Surname Zhang, how many times do you mean? Why are you encouraging our suppliers to cut off our goods? Lin Hao shot back very icily. I'm just making a living here in Jinghai. I never thought of offending any Su family. You're the one who's been trying to find trouble with me all day long. That building materials company of yours can still hold out for a few more days without its supply of goods? Su Hahai gritted his teeth and said, Surname Lin, why don't you go to hell? The angrier he was, the happier Lin Hao was. Family Master Su, calm down. In fact, when I was first suppressed by you, I really had suicidal thoughts. Su Hahai hummed, then why didn't you die? Lin Hao said disdainfully, you're such a that you're alive. Why would I seek death? Su Hahai was so angry that he hung up the phone with a snap. Besides, Su Hahai's side just hung up the phone and felt something was wrong. Immediately contacting Seal King. Hey, I said Seal King, you took my deposit. Why aren't you working for me? The woman on the other side of the phone was just like the Xiao Mei that Lin Hao had met. The truth is that I've planned 3 assassinations. The first time he got away with it. The second time he poisoned it and dodged it. And the third time I planned it flawlessly. But who knew that the one who died was his double, causing my identity to be exposed as well. Su Hihai grunted. What does it matter to me if you say this? What I care about is that I spent the money. Why don't you guys do anything? The Seal Queen grimaced. Who are you to talk to me like that? Su Hahai sneered. You are also nothing more than a dog raised under young Master Li Tei. If not for him covering you, with your decrepit appearance, you would have long been taken over to be bred by those with special hobbies. The Seal King was furious and stormed out. But it was a pity that even though she had a prosthetic limb on her body, it wasn't of much use. and her assistant, who was holding the cell phone for him, had difficulty in appreciating her for a while, causing her to not even have a way to express her anger. Surname Sue, you are less arrogant with my mother. Aren't you afraid that my mother will send a few killers to greet you? Sue Hahai didn't care this time either. If I wait any longer, I'm going to go bankrupt, so I'm still afraid of death? You want to break the rules of the game despite the future of the Jianghu pass out to say that you kill the organization. All some words are not trustworthy waste. Seal King did not hang up the phone. You very gloomy to the woman next to you said. Haley, I don't care what method you use. Must find a few top people. Old lady want to see the head of this guy Sue Hahai immediately. Haley was the female assassin who had impersonated Su Shui. She looked incredibly groveling at the Seal King's side. Are our people going to be discovered by Lin Hao's people? And then he'll come along for the ride and we'll be exposed. The Seal King sneered. Even if that kid has heard of us, but now that the whip is out of reach, what if he's exposed? He can come over and bite me? Haley whispered. This time I'll send our creamy assassin Wang away. Do you think it's okay? Seal King whispered. This guy is only a first stage killer. He hasn't graduated yet and can't take on missions alone. Are you sure you want to send him? Seal King said in a gloomy voice. It's not a matter of whether I'm sure or not. It's our big boss who has the final say in this matter. Not to mention how this side plotted to assassinate Su Hahai. But say Lin Hao monitored the movements of Su Group's stock every day. After his family's stock completely dropped below a penny, Lin Hao immediately received a call from Su Hahai. Lin Hao, if you agree to tell our Su family to take a breather, I can exchange your wife's information with you. Chapter 102, Irrational Fans. Helen and Zhu Yuhong lived up to their reputation, and Lone Bamboo Casting cut off the Su Family Construction Company's supply source. Su Family Construction Company quickly collapsed, and soon entered the liquidation program. Su Shui was also quickly rescued, still stayed with Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao and Su Shui always have some disconnect, although she is still polite, but no matter how to make out, he told Su Shui to manage his villa, while he himself went out to wander aimlessly in search of new business opportunities. And after these days of operation, the vast capital that he was in charge of holding had already started operating. Due to his own constant earnings from the mines out there, this capital of his would never be short of a capital chain. But the money lying in the bank account did not generate profits, and he was still required to invest the money to earn a corresponding return. All he had to do now was to examine where to invest this money. Many people had suggested that he invest his money in real estate, but he knew that now that the real estate bubble was bursting, the business was not as beautiful as it once was. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the fire truck fleet was concentrating on a certain building. He didn't know what was going on, so he rushed over there very quickly. When he arrived at the place near the fire engine fleet, he saw a thick cushion of air below, and people with loudspeakers shouting towards the roof of the building. He looked up and was shocked. He saw a man standing vaguely at the top of the 19-story building, and the man looked quite agitated and about to jump down. The person who shouted said loudly, "This young man, don't be excited. What are your demands? We will do our best to help you fulfill them." The top of the building from the ground is also more than 60 meters. Above the shouting of the following people also have to see. Above the person is very excited, just in his hand holding a bunch of flowers. Very emotional shouting. Lu Pao Piao, I sold a kidney, in order to see your concert and see you privately. Why are you so desperate? Not even see your face? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Who is this Lu Pao Piao? Next to him was a beautifully dressed girl who gave him a disdainful look. You don't even know Lu Pao Piao. What a dirtbag. Lin Hao didn't get angry. Instead he said, pretty girl, then may I ask who exactly is Liu Pao Pipio? The girl told him that Li Pia Piao was a triple star of film, television and song today, and had a deep reputation in the entertainment industry. She had always toured the entire world and naturally had countless fans. Many fans have traveled thousands of miles to see her in concert. Chasing her footsteps, the boy above the well, on the other hand, was one of the many fans. It is said that his family's condition is very average, but since he became obsessed with Lu Pao Piao, every movie, every TV, and even every song of hers, he has been chasing after them, and today is even more for obsessed Lu Pao Piao. Rather sell a kidney also want to come to his concert, is said to respond to the call of the love sauce, want to send their own love to ascend to the entertainment industry, the supreme diva throne. In addition, he also had a plan, that is, to be able to privately meet with Lu Pao Piao, to obtain her autographed a CD-ROM or culture shirt. Unfortunately, after the concert, Lu Pao Pei did not see him. Under the despair, he came to the roof, wanted this extreme way to end this sinful relationship. Hearing this, Lin Hao sighed. This is the so-called rice circle culture brought about by the flow of poison. I can't imagine that this Lu Pao Pei actually has the same flavor as that Wu Sign. The girl next to him quit. Don't compare that bastard Wu Qian with our AI sauce, or I won't be finished with you. By this time, Several firemen had already gone up on the roof of the building, wanting to take the opportunity to subdue that extreme boy, who knew that the boy was quite alert. He screamed and said to the fireman, "Don't come over, or I'll jump right away." Seeing this scene, Lin Hao frowned. He suddenly put his hand on his mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and shouted to the top, "Don't be impulsive. Young man, give us 2 more hours and I'll make sure to tell you to meet your love sauce." Hearing Lin Hao's words getting dirtier and dirtier, editor Helen frowned a little and gently tugged on Lin Hao's coat. Lin Hao just wanted to ask him what was going on when he heard the teenager at the top say, "You're lying. How could PPO come to see me?" Lin Hao rushed to get here. He took out a business card and didn't care if that teenager could see it clearly from 60 to 70 meters away. "See, this is my business card. I'm Lin Hao, chairman of Vast Capital. I don't have any other skills, but finding your love sauce and telling him to come over to meet you, I still have that skill." In reality, he wasn't sure if this name of his could gain the trust of the teenager above him, but the situation couldn't be any worse than it was now. So let's beat a dead horse. Who knew that the teenager froze for a moment and subconsciously stepped his body back? The firefighters behind him were overjoyed, and if they weren't afraid of irritating the teenager's emotions, they would have just come over and carried him down immediately. The teenager said, "I believe you. As long as you can get my love sauce to come over and meet me, I'll promise you anything you say." Lin Hao frowned and turned to Helen. "No matter what you use, I want to know exactly where Lu Piao Piao is within 2 minutes. Helen's execution skills were quite strong. He made a call and got a response in no time. Lu Piao Pei is now staying in the presidential suite on the 10th floor of the Grand Jubilee Hotel. And after this happened, I'm afraid his place is heavily guarded, and it's not something anyone can see if they want to." Lin Hao exited the place very decisively. "Whether we can see Lu Piao Piao or not, we must stop this vicious incident from happening. Helen, you drive." Before he left, he told the staff of the fire brigade, "Please stabilize the teenager up there. I'll try to meet Lu Piao Piao and tell him to cooperate with this operation." The staff member very gratefully shook his hand. "This gentleman, thank you for your help. Don't worry, you will never perceive the situation to worsen until you return this time." In the car, Helen whispered to Lin Hao, "I'm afraid this Lu Piao Piao isn't that easy to meet, because when she performs overseas, she's protected by the president's rules, and with the current size of our capital, it's smaller than dust in his eyes." Lin Hao frowned. "Do you know which company Lu Piao Piao is holding?" "Su Huang AV, from that family of your wife's? The one in charge right now seems to be one of Su Shue's cousins, named Su Deki." Lin Hao muttered, "Su Deki, he can afford to lose, we can't afford to lose. No matter who it is, it won't be able to block our decision to build Lu Piao Piao. If this company acts up, just acquire it." Hai widened his eyes. "You really want to acquire it? Aren't you afraid that your wife will turn against you?" Lin Hao said very gruffly, "Not afraid." Chapter 103, Lu Pipio's Vanity. In the presidential suite of the Tianqi Hotel, a laptop computer was open at all times. Lu Pipio was wearing a very clean and wide bathrobe, sitting very comfortably in front of the computer, next to his assistant, who was explaining the current situation to him. Piu, I can't imagine that your fans are so romantic. Is this considered life and death?" Lu Pipio's eyes could not see any sad or happy expression. He just replied very plainly, "Open your statistics. See how many fans I've gained? And how can I cash in on that amount of fans?" That agent smiled. "See those people's comments on this matter. Those who support you are some hardcore fans, but there are more who criticize. The ones who criticize the most are those black fans. Of course black and red are also red. There is no need to count." Lu Piao Piao squinted her eyes and said, "But now this matter has too much impact. It's not good for my reputation after all. Do you think I want to meet this infatuated fan?" The agent was startled and hurriedly stopped him. "My missy, are you trying to smash Sudong's rice bowl? If you go to meet that person now, no matter if you can save the person or not, you'll have to take on some problems, and at that time, you won't be able to recover this loss even if you sell all of our entertainment companies." Lu Piao Piao frowned, "But some of my hardcore fans and even some of the rewarded list 1 big brothers, all want to ask me to go and comfort the die-hard fan. If I don't do anything, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of those true fans." Broker very calmly analyzed the company's opinion. "This incident may be our opponents concocted the news, specifically targeting you. The purpose is to suppress your heat, to give way to their sighted people. The company hopes that you must be calm. Cannot even involve the company's reputation." Lu Piao Piao stretched a lazy waist. "This is too meaningless. Sister Hong, accompany me to go swimming. I hope everything will settle down when we come back. Then you can ask the fan group to organize an event to support AI-chan. And if there are any hitchhikers with much support, they can get a greeting card autographed by me." Just then, a call came in from the hotel front desk. Lu Piao Piao didn't reach out. The agent answered it. "Sister Hong, there's a person down there who claims to be the chairman of Vast Capital who wants to see Sister Pipio." may I ask if you'll see him? The broker couldn't make up her mind for Lu Pipio right now, turning her head to look at her. Missy, are we going to see or not? Lu Pipio stretched her waist. What is the chairman of vast capital, full of copper odor? This girl is not happy today. She doesn't want to see. Sister Hong, make up any reason you want. Sister Hong picked up the phone and said to the receptionist, Pipio is doing a full body spa right now. She can't be disturbed by the outside world. You please ask this Mr. Lin to go back. Lu Pipio had the most bodyguards with her out of all the stars. It was an extraordinary time now, and these bodyguards almost blocked the entrance of this hotel when they stood at the front desk. However, all of these front desk ladies dared to be angry. Lin Hao's heart was anxious to barge in, but he was crossed by a nearby security chief. People don't know how ugly their bodies are, and horses don't know how long their faces are. What kind of a thing are you to be worthy of seeing MS? Piao piao. If you really want to see her, why don't you accompany the teenager and jump down from the upper floor together, reincarnate into a rich man's house, and you'll be able to see her. Lin Hao frowned. Saving someone's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Is Miss Lu so cold-blooded? The man sneered. Miss Lu has done many charity performances. Whether she is cold-blooded or not is a matter of public opinion. It's not something that people like you who are like mole crickets can be infinite. Listen to my good advice and get lost, or I'll call the police. Lin Hao knew that if he broke in hard, he might not be able to succeed, not to mention that he had limited time and might not be able to make it. He had no choice but to call Su Shui. Hubby, I'm at home teaching myself flower arranging. You miss me so soon? Lin Hao went straight to the point. Su Deki, the person in charge of Su Huang Entertainment. Do you recognize him? Su Shui was slightly stunned. That's my 6th uncle. What do you want with him? Lin Hao very simply told him about the incident that happened at Su Huang's company. Su Shui was a kind girl, and after hearing this, she hurriedly assured Lin Hao, don't worry, I'll definitely ask Uncle Six to step in and save that poor young man. After about 10 minutes, he didn't see anyone from the hotel come out to meet him, but there was an unfamiliar number calling his cell phone, which he hurriedly picked up. Are you the boy that Yuki met outside? The voice was rather imposing, and carried some contempt. Lin Hao frowned, but still didn't say anything. May I ask if you're Mr. Su of Su Huang Entertainment? The man on the other side grunted. You're not qualified to know who I am, but I'll warn you, Xiao Shui isn't something you can touch just because you say so. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and send him back to the Su family, or else the consequences will be too much for you to bear. Lin Hao didn't want to talk too much about him and Su Shui with outsiders. Mr. Su, can I trouble you to ask Lu Piao Piao to come out and persuade that poor young man? The person on the other end of the phone said very disdainfully. What qualifications does that grassroots fan have to meet our Piao Piao? This is nothing more than an incident deliberately created by my rival company in order to combat us. We will never fall for it. We also advise you people who are not in the right mind to stop pouring dirty water on our PPO. Messing with our entertainment company will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Hearing such cold-blooded words from the other party, Lin Hao's brows immediately furrowed. Mr. Su, what do you ultimately mean by this? The man on the other side of the phone let out a cold laugh. Don't you dare to act like a big-tailed eagle to me. The people who will clean you up are already on their way. Do you really think that our Su family is a soft persimmon that you can just let your little white boy pinch you? Lin Hao said very grimly. Since Mr. Su has already made his attitude clear, let's talk business. I'm very optimistic about your entertainment company. Set a price. I have a buyout now. The man on the other side of the phone dropped a dream and hung up the phone very roughly. Seeing that such a simple matter had now given rise to many loose ends, it was greatly beyond these two people's expectations. Helen asked Lin Hao, what should we do now? Lin Hao said very decisively, pass on my order. Cut off the oil and gas contract with the Su family. I want to tell the Su Group stock to jump in a few seconds. Helen knew that the Su family's arrogant attitude had completely enraged the young man, and he now wanted to tell the Su family, in order short time, to feel pain. Lin Hao hung up the phone, and only 3 minutes had passed. His cell phone rang again, and after connecting, the other party gave his name, and it turned out that this was the Su family's old family head, Su Shui's grandfather, Su Zhenfeng. Chapter 104, I want to acquire Su Huang Entertainment. Mr. Lin, once upon a time we worked very happily together, plus we had the relationship of Xiao Shui. Why did you cut off our cooperation contract? Lin Hao said very grimly, it's because your sixth son, Su Deki, said that I'm not worthy of cooperating with your Su. Surname Lin was ashamed of himself and had to take the initiative to break the contract. The heart of Su Zhenfeng on the other end of the phone was dripping blood, just because of a simple statement from Lin Hao's side. It caused his stock to shrink drastically, and it was only then that he realized Lin Hao's energy. That, granddaughter-in-law, if you have something to say, why do you need to use force? That bastard Su Deki. I'll teach him a lesson to take it out on you. Lin Hao said very grimly. I want Su Huang Entertainment. How much? Elder Su, just say it. Elder Su was very puzzled and asked. This entertainment company isn't exactly the biggest in the inner entertainment industry, let alone the best. How can you, Mr. Lin, look at him? Otherwise, I'll ask old Six to make amends to you and this will be settled. Lin Hao shook his head. I heard Master Sulu say that the people the old master sent to clean me up are already on their way. I just don't know. When they're halfway there and hear about your Su's bankruptcy, will they still continue to carry out your orders? Su, old man, afraid of what to come. Heart to Su Deki. Hate to the root of the teeth, raw pain. Do not listen to that bastard blindly. You are Xiaoshu SC on the man, but also our Su family's son-in-law. Why should I send people against you? I'll ask your sixth uncle to make amends to you later. Lin Hao said coldly. No need to make amends. I want Su Huang Entertainment. Do you want to tell the entire Su family to close down or just lose Su Huang Entertainment? On that part of the phone, the old man was silent for a long time before he made up his mind. Su Deki is also at the Jubilee Hotel. I'll ask him to get in touch with your lawyer, and the transfer will be completed in the shortest possible time. Lin Hao made a call to Su Shue's cell phone, telling him to bring Vast Capital's legal advisor, Zhu Yuhong, along to the Grand Jubilee Hotel. Su Shue's ability to execute was quite high, and without realizing it, she came to the designated place to meet Lin Hao in 10 minutes. She was very curious and asked, Husband, what is the problem? You called me to come? Just then, a person suddenly came down from the hotel, and that person knew Su Shue. So Missy is also here. Master Six is waiting on the 13th floor. Please Missy and Auntie follow me. Su Shue looked at Lin Hao with a pair of wonderful eyes wide open. Your negotiation with Uncle Six didn't go well, did it? What does he want here? Lin Hao very simply told Su Shue what happened. It doesn't matter if you look down on me. Delaying the rescue is a no-no. Shue, accompany me to meet this so-called sixth uncle of yours. This entertainment company, I want him to transfer it to your name. Very smoothly entered the hotel where Su Deki was staying. The other party sneered at Su Shue. Originally, when Su Shue went back to talk to the Su family about this marriage, she got opposition from everyone in the Su family, and this sixth uncle was the one who jumped the most. Lin Hao didn't have any good feelings towards him either, and the first thing he said when he came up was, Sixth uncle, if you want to call for the most satisfactory resolution of the matter, it's best not to encourage the artists under you to know about the killing of sins, or else it won't be a matter of transferring the company. Su Deki stared at Mr. and Mrs. Su Shue like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time. The legal documents related to the transfer have already been prepared, so as long as they are signed, they will take effect immediately. Lin Hao told Zhu Yuhong to read the contract and realized that as he had written, the company's legal person had been replaced with Su Shue. Zhu Yuhong looked at it for a long time and said to Mr. and Mrs. Lin Hao, this document doesn't have any problems and can be signed. The reason Lin Hao didn't directly want this company had his own considerations. After all, this company was all the Su family's property, and if it was transferred to such an outsider like himself, he was afraid that it would be targeted by the entire Su family. But Su Shue is the Su family's eldest daughter. The company transferred to him is like the left hand of the things transferred to the right hand. The same will not call the Su family people have any discomfort. Su Shue also knew the reason in this regard, and signed very neatly. Sixth uncle, now my husband and I are qualified to meet that Lu Piao Piao, right? Su Deki hated his teeth, but there was nothing he could do to thwart it. As long as you resume your cooperation with the Su family right away, everything in the company is on your say-so. Helen made a call to overseas and told them to resume cooperation with the Su family. Lin Hao only brought Su Shue to Lu Piao Piao's room accompanied by Su Diqi. At this time, Lu Piao Piao wasn't in the room, only the agent was there. Mr. Su, Miss Lu has been feeling sick in her heart lately. She can't see outside guests. Please ask this person VIP to go back. Su Deki smiled awkwardly. This is our Su family's eldest Miss Su Shue. Now the company, she has the final say. Your contracts are all in her hands. Now you should call her a Mr. Su. Upon hearing that the big miss was personally visiting, the agent was so scared that he almost kneeled down. If the great miss wants to come here for an inspection, why didn't she say so in advance? Su Shue hummed. You're saying I'm insensitive. When do you want to come over and still have to ask for permission from your staff? The agent broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Missy said, yes, I don't mean that. Su Shue grunted. I don't care what you mean, but right now, no matter if Lu Pao Pei is sick or giving birth to a child, as long as he has a breath, tell him to get his ass over here and meet me right away. The agent hurriedly went to another suite with a swimming pool, and in a short while, he brought over Lu Pao Pao, who was draped in a bathrobe. As a regular guest of the Lu family, Lu Pao Pao was acquainted with Su Shue. She also knew that his identity was far more honorable than the company's Mr. Su, and was so scared that she hurried over to greet her. Su Shue didn't talk nonsense with her. Change into a decent outfit. Immediately come with me to the scene of the incident and advise that young man not to be impulsive. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Lu Pao Pao very aggrievedly looked at Su Deki next to her, and the latter was not the least bit concerned about her pleading eyes. Now that the entertainment company is in Missy's hands, which also includes your contracts, now Missy is your president. What she says is in order. Lu Pao Pao then realized that the company has changed ownership. His former backer has now turned into an iceberg. It's already good enough not to sink himself. Still expect him to support him? The saying that a man who knows the time is a wise man was well interpreted in his case. Eldest miss, please don't worry. Human life is at stake. I'll go talk him down. From the time Lin Hao left the scene of the incident to the time he came back again, only an hour and a half had passed. During this time, the young man who was about to jump off the building was very stable, and Lin Hao was afraid of causing a commotion that would affect his rescue, so he made a decisive decision. Chapter 105, Rescuing People at the Scene. Miss Lu put on some ordinary makeup. Go to the roof with me, don't let anyone recognize you. Before Lu Pipio could say anything, the agent next to her grunted. You're nothing more than our Missy's husband. What qualifications do you have to manage our Miss Pao Piao? Before Lin Hao could speak, Su Shui beside him spoke. You must remember that the real chairman of the company is my husband, Lin Hao, and I'm nothing more than a president appointed by him. Anyone who dares to disrespect him, I'll make her regret it. Only then did Lu Pipio realize Lin Hao's true identity. Only then did she realize who had actually bought this company. Her air of being a big lady was instantly swept away, and in front of a true magnate, this name of hers was simply not worth mentioning. So he changed his attitude and said very respectfully, Mr. Lin, I'll listen to you. They contacted the firefighters and told those people to open up a green channel for him that led straight to the rooftop. After the firefighters got the confirmation, they immediately organized the personnel to open the way for the car and told them to park in the underground parking lot without any obstruction, and then took the elevator up to the rooftop. The young man wanted to jump several times during this period, but were persuaded, and even his family also came over to beg him not to impulse. He heard really impatient. I know you are all lying to me. Miss Pipio is so honorable. How can she come to see me? I hope you can tell her that I love her forever. Seeing that this young man had reached such an extreme point, Lin Hao viciously glared at Lu Piao Piao. For the sake of a fan circle, you guys dare to commit such a great sin? Are you really not afraid of being struck by lightning from heaven? In her heart, Lu Pao Pei was unimpressed, but on her face, she put on a very humble attitude. Mr. Lin is criticizing. Pipio has been taught. No matter what, I can't ask my fans to do anything. Please don't worry about that. Saying this, he looked at his assistant who had indeed taken out a very precious CD disc from his bag. Mr. Lin, please take a look. This is our PPO autographed CD disc. As long as you take this to that young man, he will definitely change his mind and come down from the rooftop. Between words he had already reached the top of the rooftop, and that young man was forever at the edge of the building, very agitatedly accusing these people of cheating him. Seeing such a dangerous scene, Lu Pao Piao was so scared that her face turned pale and her legs trembled uncontrollably. If she was given another chance, she would definitely not brainwash those fans and tell them to commit such extreme behavior. Seeing that Lu Piao Piao was so down that she couldn't speak either, Lin Hao had to step in himself. Young man, look back. Who did I bring you? While saying this, he glared hard at Lu Piao Piao. That meant to tell her to take a stand. Lu Piao Piao knew that if she didn't do what the big boss wanted, she would be criticized on the internet, not to mention that she was afraid that the big boss wouldn't give her a good time either. In her haste, she sang her famous song, I Will Love You Forever. That young man suddenly heard his love sauce singing and couldn't help but go limp. Seeing that he was about to fall off the roof, Lin Hao's years of hard work and training came into play at this moment as he very quickly went over and pulled the young man out of the danger zone with one hard pull. At this point the firefighters wanted to come over and carry the young man down, and Lin Hao stopped them with a pleading look. I promised this young man that I would call Lu Piao Piao to meet him. Now that Ms. Lu is here, let's ask Ms. Lu to say a few words to him. It won't take long. That young man finally saw Lu Piao Piao herself. He was very excited and said, Miss Lu, I'm your loyal fan. I've really spent a lot of energy in order to support you. Has my sincerity really touched you? Lu Piao Piao also had a clear conscience at this time, and felt that she couldn't bear to cheat an innocent and kind-hearted teenager so much, so she smiled sweetly. It's Pipio's honor to have such an excellent fan like you. Saying that, she handed that CD disc signed by herself into his hand. The young man was very excited to see the disc. Miss Lu, please don't worry. After I go back, I will definitely organize our whole class to support your new song as much as possible. Hearing this from him, Lu Pao Pao wanted to cry. For the sake of her future career and perhaps some memories, she advised very sincerely, I appreciate your feelings, only the reward support should be measured. In order to see me on one side of the self-inflicted injury to the body, called me also can't get over it. Don't worry, has been leftover money I will pay you out, until your illness is cured. It turned out that he also saw from the report, this forced to sell kidneys of the teenager has been in poor health. Once upon a time this kind of thing happened, she also only as a joke to see, but now this teenager's end is not beautiful tied to her future fate, making her have to face such a serious problem. If she could not quickly eliminate the bad influence of this incident only to be afraid of Missy's hurdle would not be easy to pass. Since he sold his kidney in order to see himself, he should do his best to transplant a healthy kidney for him and return him a healthy body. That teenager didn't know what to say. Sister Pipio, you are really good to me, Lu Pipio said to her manager. Don't let the company pay for this compensation. Go to my personal account. No matter how much it costs to transplant a healthy kidney, I will manage this matter until he recovers. The young man was already grateful. Lu Pao Pao once again told him that he must take his words to him, and asked his fans to be rational in chasing after their stars, and not to act in such an extreme manner again. Once something happened, it would not only be a tragedy for a family, but also for the whole society. Seeing that Brother Lu had now become more of a charity expert than a charity expert, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed and he thought in his heart, since I've taken over this entertainment company, I must call it off. The purpose of the establishment of this company is to dedicate true art to all people. As for those rice circle cultures, get as far away as you can. That teenager got the CD signed by Lu Pao Pao and contentedly followed the firefighters down, although he was also brainwashed to make such irrational behavior, but after all, caused quite a bad influence. Must be to the relevant units to do some statements, and receive some admonition. Lu Pao Piao very enthusiastically came to Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, such a thing was poorly thought out on my part, and I apologize to you this time. To express my apologies, let's all have a casual dinner together. Lin Hao looked at Su Shui, who nodded, just in time. I would also like to have an open and honest talk with Ms. Lu. Chapter 106, Attack on the Halfway Road. The two couples knocked Lu Pao Pao before taking the car back to their villa. On the way back, Su Shui suggested that Lin Hao should not assign specific people to manage this company. It would be best to plan it under the name of Vast Capital and then hire professional managers to manage it. This would avoid the side effects of a family-run business and the situation of nepotism. Lin Hao saw Helen next to him. You worry more about what kind of professional manager to hire. Su Shui leaned her head on Lin Hao's shoulder. Hubby, when are we going to have the wedding? After experiencing many things, Lin Hao wasn't very keen on this anymore. Right now your family hasn't officially accepted me. Even if we have a wedding right away, we won't get the blessings of your relatives. We're still young. Why don't we take this opportunity to make our company bigger and stronger? So big that even your Su family can't ignore it before we have a wedding. Su Shui knew that she had commissioned Zhu Yuhong to divorce Lin Hao, and even though this was eventually utilized by the assassins around Li Tay, the cause was still on her side. I'm afraid that the rift between her husband and herself can't be repaired in a short period of time. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Husband, sending Zhu Yuhong over to sign the divorce agreement with you that time was not my intention. It was Grandpa and Dad who forced me, and I was afraid that they would secretly do something bad to harm you and had to. In fact, Lin Hao had many questions. And how did you get to that private island of Li Tay? Did your grandfather and father sell you to Li Tay or did he trick you into going there? Su Shui had suffered a lot of torture this time. And if Lin Hao hadn't been paired with the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Corps, I'm afraid she would have died in obscurity. She let out a long sigh. I firmly expressed to Grandpa that I hated Li Tay, but Grandpa told us to get along first, fearing that you would be hurt. I had to ask someone to do a fake divorce certificate. Who knows that even then I didn't escape Li T's backstabbing. How did he backstab you? Su Shui whispered. He invited me to go to the bar run by his family to talk about things, but in the red wine to do the trick. I drank it and then passed out. After waking up has stretched out to that island. Neither know that he has been someone else pretending to be me, much less know that those people are assassins who assassinated you. Hearing her say that, Lin Hao was relieved. He knew that under the pressure of her grandfather, Su Shui had commissioned Zhu Yuhong to sign a divorce agreement with herself. But when it came to the actual divorce certificate, she couldn't be bothered, so she got a fake divorce certificate. How do you know that she missed and was captured? The fake divorce certificate also fell into the hands of Li Tay. This is what caused his own subsequent misunderstanding and also invited himself to be endlessly targeted by the Seal King. He didn't continue to ask, he was just calculating the subsequent things. That Seal King had killed one of his own doubles and was still at large. Where in the world was such a good thing? He quietly contacted his good brother Big Head and made sure to dig out this killer. As the car traveled past a 100-story building, Lin Hao suddenly received an alert from the system. Hurry up and jump out of the car. Without thinking he quickly opened the car door and flew out of it with Su Shui in his arms. The body shouted in the air, Helen Yuhong, jump out of the car. These two women, one sitting in the main car and the other in the passenger seat, were also quite responsive. Hearing Lin Hao's warning, They also opened the car doors and jumped out from both sides respectively. Lin Hao and the two women had some skill, and when they jumped out of the car, they only scratched their skins, but other than that, there were no major injuries. But the car was not so lucky, just heard a bang, was falling from high-altitude objects smashed flat. Lin Hao subconsciously looked towards the roof of that 100-story building, not realizing that a red dot had appeared on Su Shue's forehead. Not good. Someone's aiming. He subconsciously picked up Su Shui and rolled on the ground, just as he heard a whoosh sound. A crossbow arrow stuck to his body and plunged into the tarmac beside him. These heartless guys actually used a sniper crossbow. Helen was the first to react, quickly pulling up the crossbow and flinging it backwards into the air. It was a pity that human strength was limited and different from a concealed weapon fired by an organ. That crossbow arrow was discarded by him for about 30 meters, but it eventually landed. A few people were just about to run when they suddenly realized that 7 or 8 black-clothed and masked men had already surrounded the front and back. These men had white gloves on their hands, sunglasses on their faces, and were wrapped in black cloth underneath, so it was impossible to tell what they looked like. Helen recognized the leader at first. Arctic bounty hunter, you have no grudge against us. Why did you do this? The one in the lead sneered. We're responding to Her Majesty's call to get rid of you, a traitor to the assassin world. Helen explained to Lin Hao in a low voice. Killer Seal King's men, who failed to kill you last time. I'm afraid that his gold master is pressing him hard and has launched a second assassination. Lin Hao grunted. Helen, however, was very grave. You hurry up and take the Lord and Counselor Zhu with you to the car and leave. I can only fend off for you for 20 minutes. How far you can escape depends on your fate. Lin Hao knew what he meant by this. 20 minutes later, I'm afraid that his beautiful, sentimental and loyal assistant would have already been killed. It wasn't his style to leave his comrades behind in your time of danger. He pushed Su Shui to Zhu Yuhong's side. I'll trouble lawyer Zhu to help take care of this person. I'm going to fight side by side with Helen. Without waiting for Zhu Yuhong and Helen to say anything, a few people from the other side roared and rushed over. Lin Hao's goal was very clear. He wouldn't care about those little shrimp girls at all, and immediately utilized the system to give him a martial arts bonus, and flew up high, kicking right on the head of that leader. This move is not magical. Rare is fast. Before that chieftain could react, his head had already been kicked by someone else, and he looked incredulously as Lin Hao's corpse lolled limply. Helen also hadn't expected her master's fighting strength to be so high. It seemed that he wouldn't be killed even without his own protection. Helen, who had lost most of his pressure, exploded with terrifying fighting strength. He no longer asked why exactly these killers had come to cooperate with Lin Hao, using the daggers in his hands to harvest one life after another on the field. It didn't take long. The only ones who were present at the Dragon Warrior were the 4 of them. By this time, Zhu Yuhong had long reported to the police. Su Shui brightened his identity and expressed serious concern on behalf of the book family about the security of this area. By this time, the relevant staff had already found out the real information of these thugs. These people were all world-class killers. Each of them had a lot of blood debts, and they didn't know when they had moved into the mainland. If not for Lin Hao and Helen's determination, I was afraid that this time, they would have succeeded again. Chapter 107, Shueba's phone call. Lin Hao, who had returned to his bedroom, was suddenly awakened by a phone call, and after connecting it, he was so angry that he cursed. Seal Queen, are you still alive? The woman on the other side of the phone giggled. I'm not the Seal Queen, I'm your Xiaomei. If you don't recognize the identity of Haley, both of us have to play poker. Just separated these few days is not a person? Lin Hao said in a gloomy voice, this time throwing heavy objects in the air to smash my car. Did you send someone to do it? The Seal King smiled rather charmingly. You are my precious man, how could I let you die? It wasn't me. It was the cement bag itself that wanted to smash you. By this point Lin Hao didn't know what to scold her for, and the woman on the opposite side laughed once again. And I'm the Seal King, not the Seal Queen, except for you. All the men who have touched my body are dead. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. You took advantage of my guilt towards you and deliberately asked me to wait on you to eat and change clothes to an prosthetic limb. And now you're slandering me for having touched you. Seal King said disdainfully. Someone paid me to screw you. In order to succeed, I had to do that. But unfortunately, the disguise was so decent, but still told you to recognize it. Lin Hao sneered. So that's why you continue to screw me? The woman cackled. Yes, and no. What do you mean by that? That woman sneered. I screwed over one of your doubles. So you told the Heavenly Dragon Mercenary Corps to screw me over globally. Their strength can't be underestimated, and I'll only be safe if I screw over you. Lin Hao didn't deny it either. Then let it go. I'll still tell the Sky Dragon Mercenary Corps to screw you by any means necessary. The woman sighed. Lin Hao, I suddenly realized that only your intelligence is worthy of me in this world. How about you divorce Su Shui and I'll follow you? Lin Hao shook his head. No way, the woman said hopelessly. I don't object to you marrying him. I'll wash my hands in gold and you find a house to support me. Lin Hao shook his head again. Also impossible. The woman screamed. Don't think I don't know about the you're doing with that nanny and lawyer you're with. You allowed them. Why not me? Even though the woman wasn't following him, Lin Hao still subconsciously shook his head, as if spacing out and voting for someone. I will never allow a snake-like woman to appear in front of me and threaten my life at all times. That woman was silent for a while before she said, I admit that I've counted on you and tried to kill you, but at that time, we were enemies. As long as we have that kind of relationship, I'm not going to set up my man, am I? Lin Hao was about to say something when the woman continued. I've heard that you men like to keep handicapped women with no arms and legs like me to fulfill that special hobby of yours. Don't you really have any slightest idea about me? Lin Hao, you continued. At first I believed that you were persecuted by those thugs and pitied you, so I went along with you a bit. Now that I know you're a liar, why would I still pity you? Seal King sneered, but I'm in love with you. I'm jealous of your wife being with you every day. And remember your happy life. If you don't agree to my request, the hunt for you won't stop. Think about it carefully, and consider today's matter as a warning. He was just about to hang up the phone when he heard Lin Hao say, wait a minute. What I want to state is that the ones who chopped off your hands and feet were the traffickers who robbed you. Not me. I have normal hobbies and don't have the habit of just chopping off people's hands and feet. If you stop now, I can tell the heavenly dragon mercenaries to stop. And if you choose to continue to antagonize, I will never scare you. The Seal King dropped a sentence that called him inscrutable. Lin Hao, you're really putting me in a difficult position. Perhaps I should change my approach to you. Although it won't be fatal, it'll definitely make you feel worse than death. Just you wait. Snap. That side hung up the phone. The door of the room opened. Su Shui walked expressionlessly, came in to see the appearance, obviously eavesdropping for a long time. Who is that woman? Lin Hao answered truthfully. Her name is Seal King. Her men once impersonated you to deceive me, and one of my doubles died to her men. Now she wants to warn me. Su Shui was very puzzled. What is she warning you about? Today's assassination was initiated by her, with the aim of breaking up our couple. Also, she's in league with Li Tai, and she's not very close to Su Hai. Su Shui nodded. Now that the Su family has completely collapsed, Su Tianhai and Su Hihai have both gone in. Su Tingting has no place to live, and she has taken a job as a saleswoman at the Blue Sky Bar, and is rumored to be doing well. Lin Hao didn't want to bring up Su Tingting again. It's all in the past, so don't mention it. For this matter, Lin Hao didn't mention it again, but he also arranged a job for Su Shui. He told him to go over to Gusu and invest in the construction of a green villa. The so-called green villa was to recruit some soccer talents and train them here. And even though his treatment here was also generous, it needed to be exchanged for strength. As long as you have the strength, the bonus treatment is all there. If you don't have the strength, you will be dismissed. Unfortunately, the head in charge of sports did not approve. This land was built. The invitation does not come. The regular soccer team, as for the royal soccer team, is not even think about it. However, Lin Hao heard that the wind of sports prevails in several nearby villages, and there are talents in soccer and basketball. So he used this venue to entertain the fans of those village-run soccer playing here, and he offered rewards for all these village soccer matches as well. And as for the participants, he only charged a certain fee for the use of the venue here. The main thing is that the business is attached to this mountain village, which organizes various tournaments, and other products also sell very quickly. In particular, the residential buildings near this mountain villa had become sought after for a while. On this day, Lin Hao was negotiating other businesses in the mountain villa. Suddenly, he received an unfamiliar number, and after he answered it, he heard a very domineering voice coming from there. Are you Mr. Lin? I'm Shui Ba. Lin Hao was very uncomfortable with the other party's overbearing attitude. Does it matter to me that you're Shui Ba? The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sneered. Are you a qualified footballer who doesn't even know the famous Shui Ba? If you don't know, you can go look it up online. Lin Hao looked at Helen. Look up Shui Ba, the Shui of Shuipan, the Ba of Overlord. Helen went online and immediately gave the answer. Shui Ba, a famous commentator of the royal football team, inextricably linked to the royal football team. In short, all comments involving the royal football team were sent out through his mouthpiece. Chapter 108, the royal football team. Lin Hao said indifferently. You can just say whatever it is, although the other party is not an official, but the official attitude is very sufficient. I heard that you engage in a stadium to support sports. Football Association of Chenlao. Li coach you that very satisfied. Want to go over to guide the work? Lin Hao said coldly. In fact, that is a small villa. Looking for some soccer fans on that entertainment. Neither want to play out of the Hall of Fame, but also did not want to get into the World Cup. Shui commentators so say when not. The other party thought Lin Hao was being polite, so he directly picked it apart. You know that now that the royal football team lost to Syria, we have summoned that little child surnamed you to apologize. In order to help the royal football team to alleviate the wounds in the heart. Want to go to your place to recuperate? Lin Hao froze for a moment, but he was nothing more than a tycoon, and had no direct affiliation with any royal soccer team, so he didn't take it seriously. That Shueba gave a direct order. It's like this. I'll give you the specifications for hosting the royal football team. 3 meals a day must be guaranteed to be full of sea cucumbers, and you must also buy sea cucumbers that Coach Lee introduces to the merchants, or else it's not good for the development of the royal football team. Lin Hao grimaced, but the other party couldn't see it and continued on. In addition, they should be given some special care in life. Play 5 minutes of soccer, let them rest for half an hour, and it's best to find the most beautiful technician and give them a foot massage. Lin Hao was so angry this time that he had already turned blue in the face and laughed instead of being angry. Ha ha ha, isn't it true that when they train for soccer, they have to find a few more people to help them lift their feet, and then help them land their feet? Shueba seemed as if he didn't hear the irony in his words. For the soccer players, the usual meticulous care is still necessary. After all, they are national treasures, more precious than pandas. In addition, you remember windy days cannot call them to train, rainy days cannot, not when the sun is exposed to the sun. In addition, everyone is ready to prepare the lipstick, earrings and skin cream. Lin Hao became rather more calm, and then, Coach Lee also contacted a group of sports equipment wanting to update you. Except that the money has to come from you guys. They quoted the cheapest price there. I'll send it to you. Lin Hao smiled and said, send it to me on WeChat. The two people friend each other, and Lin Hao did receive a quotation. What blew his mind was that the quality of these products given to him for replacement might not catch up with what he was using now, but the price was 10 times higher than the market price. In particular, the following also recommended 2 sea cucumber merchants to him, specifying that Lin Hao must buy these 2 sea cucumbers to entertain the royal soccer team. Because the people of the royal football team are accustomed to eating these 2 sea cucumbers, they do not want to change their tastes, and if everyone has any physical discomfort, they will also be held responsible for the hospitality. Lin Hao thought in his heart, rent my place but also want to come in as a master. The world where there is such a beautiful thing? So he sneered, may I ask the academic commentator if you're done with all your conditions? Shueba laughed loudly, you let the village people play soccer, that's just playing. They are all a bunch of rookies, not professionally trained. They won't be able to do anything at all. Only the royal soccer team can make you famous. You won't ask your soccer field to be sealed off, will you? Lin Hao sneered. Sorry, commentator Shui. This ground of mine is not yet completed. It's not worthy of entertaining the royal football team, so please ask the royal football team to lift up their feet and set up training elsewhere. Shueba sneered. Are you sure you want to go against Elder Chen as well as Coach Lee? Are you tired of living? Lin Hao shook his head. I've never dreamed of entering the sports world. Even if I don't play soccer in this green field, I still have oil and natural energy. Do you think I'd invite some defeated soldiers to insult me? Shueba's face was pale with anger. Surname Lin, this is what you said. Since you're not benevolent, it's my fault. I'll be unrighteous. Not only will this villa of yours be sealed, even if your oil, 1 gallon, international oil unit, won't be able to step foot into our Kyoto city. Lin Hao smiled. Be my guest. Without waiting for the other party to say anything, he hung up the phone with a snap. Helen frowned and told him, Mr. Lin, you're too impulsive. Offending people in the white way doesn't have a good outcome. This schoolteacher is the spokesperson for the royal football team. His words represent the upper echelons. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. I don't care if he seals off the access to my small network management. At least we can still go to the multinational company's oil field as a boss and live just as nourishingly. Saying this, he handed Helen an audio file on his cell phone, as well as a screenshot from WeChat. After all this work was done, Lin Hao took his badminton racket and put on his gym clothes again. When he arrived at his own green field, this field was actually multi-purpose. Stopping an iron net in the center was the badminton court. Su Shui, also in sportswear, was at the other end, and the two started playing badminton back and forth. After playing for a while, Su Shui was so tired and out of breath that she threw the badminton ball and went to Lin Hao and jumped into his arms. It's not fun at all. Husband, let's just go back to our own villa. I like the rose starry sky. Ever since Su Shui had been rescued from Li Tai, she had been following Lin Hao around, rarely having the chance to go back to that villa. Although she had heard about the romance of Rose Starry Night, she had never been inside. Lin Hao heard, so he told her let us go back together. So immediately called Helen and told her to book a flight. Who knew that just then? Helen suddenly found him. Boss, something big is wrong. There are a lot of nasty comments about you on the internet. Lin Hao opened his cell phone to see a very eye-catching big headline. Super rich man Lin is unkind to the rich, greedy for pleasure, and doesn't support the royal soccer team's scrappy cause. The story went over how arrogant Lin Hao was, saying that he hated the royal soccer team and had caused displeasure amongst fans across the country. Just then the alarm suddenly went off, followed by the doorman coming over to report, "Sir, our place is surrounded by fans. They want to tear down this green venue, saying that your place doesn't meet the specifications." Lin Hao sneered, "This is a private place, and the construction of this venue is only for private entertainment. It has nothing to do with the Football Association's sports world. Tell them to mellow out." Just then, that retractable door of the villa had long since been pushed down and many people rushed in. Lin Hao was very calm and told Helen to lead those security guards under her, knocking down all the ones who came in to cause trouble and then calling the police. The law enforcement officers also arrived quite quickly, but they took out a detention permit, saying that Lin Hao was provoking trouble and that they wanted to take him in. Chapter 109, Washing Your Hands in a Pot of Gold. Lin Hao made a phone call to Gusa City, which happens to be short of oil and gas, because Lin Hao is the largest taxpayer here, and also the upstream supplier. The governor of Gusu City told the law enforcement officers to answer the phone, not to harass Mr. Lin, and to arrest all those who broke into the house. After this farce was over, the internet's opinion of Lin Hao got lower and lower. Some people said that he was unkind to the rich and did not support the training of the royal soccer team or the royal soccer team to break into the World Cup. Lin Hao and his wife Su Shui at home to spend time, for the outside world does not listen to the matter, until the Royal Football Association's Chen Lao and Coach Li accused him at the same time. He only released the content of Shueba called him on the internet. Then he posted the screenshot of Shueba's WeChat to him at the same time. In the end, he gave the article a title called, "Losing Army Generals Are All Called These Big Masters Spoiled. I am a private entertainment place. Do not accept those degrading national prestige guys. Come here to defile." The winds of the internet turned in exactly the right direction, and the internet was in an uproar at the sight of that vaunted offer sheet, and the demands made below. Some people scolded the soccer-playing royal football team for being some soccer lords. Others said that they could eat and couldn't. They were all some trashy white trash. Of course, there are also people to refute the upstairs point of view. In fact, the royal soccer team is not what contribution is not. At least for the Huaxia country's accumulation of fertilizer cause made a contribution. There are also people who let him coach Li, and there are also people who let check a big man surnamed Eldon. This time the royal soccer team's collective mute. As for that Shueba at this time to learn a set of tortoise method, the head of the tree hid in his villa, did not say a word. Soon that Coach Li issued a statement. Royal soccer team decided not to land in Gusu City, instead to the end of the world training. Although the number of words was very small, it revealed a lot of information. Only the comments below were even more varied. There were cynical ones and those who directly criticized. Some even hit the nail on the head. Where to get cheap sea cucumbers? Lin Hao was oblivious to these things, and just as everyone was talking, he brought his wife Su Shui back to his original villa with him. In passing the original Su's group building door, less than 100 meters from the front of the building, suddenly saw a black man from the upper side of the down, thumped on the pavement, a stream of red flowers. Immediately afterward, someone was talking. The Su family's eldest miss finally couldn't withstand all the pressure and chose to jump off the building. Lin Hao froze for a moment. They couldn't be talking about Su Tingting, right? So he told Helen to stop the car and go ask around. After a while Helen walked back. Master is right. The girl who committed suicide just now is none other than your ex-girlfriend Su Tingting. Lin Hao frowned a bit. What exactly was the reason? Helen told him, the company went bankrupt. He was homeless and had no choice but to work as an escort. I heard that she was pregnant with a child, but the other party's family had a family business and couldn't marry her. So he had no choice but to find an excuse to climb up to the rooftop of this building and jump to his death. Lin Hao let out a long sigh. Unexpected, so be it. The couple returned to the villa, only to find that there were some oddities inside, and as for what exactly was wrong, no one knew. Lin Hao then asked, where did Alice go? Where did Zhu Yuhong go? The housekeepers couldn't tell. Lin Hao said to Su Shui and Helen, maybe they're up to something else. Let's the three of us go into the Rose Star together. Although Su Shui was a bit unhappy, he also knew that the current situation was caused by his own willfulness. If he hadn't insisted on returning to Shangjing at that time, he wouldn't have given Helen any chance, nor would he have caused Lin Hao to isolate his bond with himself in despair. These are all historical issues. It was himself who first proposed to divorce him. It is not his fault, forcing himself to accept the offer even with the discomfort in his heart. Several people entered the Rose Starry Night together, when they suddenly heard someone giggling inside. Is my busybody finally free to come back? Seal King? Lin Hao was taken aback, and when he got there, he saw Zhu Yuhong sitting on a bench by the pool, tied up with Alice. The other bench, on the other hand, was authored by the Seal King, who had already had his prosthetic limbs installed, and his sidekick, Haley. Lin Hao sneered, did you guys want to come here to kill me? The Seal King gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of the Heavenly Dragon mercenary corps under you, forcing me to have no way out, no way out. I had to sneak into the mainland and come to your residence, so let's die together today." Lin Hao's face was grim. "Coming to the mainland? How many people did you kill?" The Seal King told him very frankly, "I admit that we do things quite viciously, but no lives have been lost in the mainland. That is, the assassinations against you were all done by hiring others." Lin Hao was relieved to hear this. "Since you guys don't have a record in the mainland, why do you want to die with me?" The Seal King froze for a moment. "In your hands, will you let me go?" Lin Hao smiled. "You're not the first person to kill me." Saying that, he wrapped his arm around Helen's waist and kissed her cheek. "She's the one, only she's smarter than you. The knife hasn't seen blood, and now she's living a very prosperous life, and I trust her quite a bit." Helen gritted her teeth and said, "Outside I killed one of your doubles." Lin Hao said very calmly, "If you're willing to wash your hands of gold, I'd like to ask you to be my corporate planner here. You're not afraid that I'll kill you?" Lin Hao smiled. "You're only killing people to gain profit. If I told you to earn more without killing people, would you still kill people?" The Seal King hesitated. "I can't be treated lower than her." What made Lin Hao wonder was that above his severed limb, the male's clamped hand actually lifted up and pointed at Helen next to him. "This is you," Seal King very calmly introduced. "These hands are not fake hands. He is controlled with artificial intelligence. Can do some actions according to the brainwave instructions. My current prosthetic limbs are also," said surprisingly without warning, stood up, "and also like a normal person to walk, although still chews some raw, but compared to the former, can only sit in a wheelchair situation but much stronger. You this is." The Seal King guffawed at him. "What you don't know is that Seal King is just my codename. My last name is Liu, and my name is Liu Xiaomei. So what I said I was called Xiaomei once upon a time, I wasn't lying to you." Lin Hao nodded. "Bring it." Lin Hao didn't understand what he meant. "What do you want?" "Mr. Lin is so wealthy, it's not like he can't even afford a gold basin." Only then did Lin Hao understand what she meant, and immediately ordered someone to use a gold basin to hold a basin of purified water, handing it to Helen. Although he had replaced it with a fake hand, he still washed it very carefully. "I now announce that I've washed my hands in the golden basin, and from now on, I'll be the corporate planner of Mr. Lin's enterprise, or what others call an external think tank." Chapter 110, A Marriage Raider. At this time, the Su family just as Su Shui introduced an object, let her go back to the matchmaking. Su Shui received the phone call. The heart is very annoyed. To the phone, angry wild roar. "I do not have any idea to go on a blind date. Last time that Ritter harmed me is not bad enough? Now you guys are trying to throw me into another fire pit. This is simply pitiless." At this time the Su family head had been replaced with Su Shui's uncle Su Feng, who still had a smiling look on his face as he said, "Su Shui, you may not know it, this time to introduce you to the object. You even dreaming probably can also wake up laughing. This is a once in a lifetime to seek a good opportunity." After hearing this, Su Shui was still a little confused. What kind of face his uncle had? He was really too clear. "I'm sorry, I really don't want to talk more with you guys, but this matter has nothing to discuss. I won't go on a blind date. Moreover, I won't have any relationship with other people. I hope you guys have some humanity." After saying that, she directly hung up the phone. Lin Hao looked at Su Shui being so devastated, so he asked her and said, "How could your family arrange some blind date for you again? What kind of person is this moment?" Su Shui almost replied in a snorting tone, "Who cares who he is? Love who is who I don't want to know. But whoever wants to take me away from you, then I will fight with him." Suddenly there was but a very hearty laugh from outside. "It seems that you are really a very strong woman. The more so the more interested I am. So this time I no longer wish to continue the matchmaking, but directly take you away on the line. We will immediately be married." With this voice came in a young man, looks very dashing and handsome. The face was also very handsome. This man looked at Su Shui and Lin Hao in front of him and said, "The two of you before, I already have some understanding, but I don't care. What I see is Su Shui this person from today onwards, as long as it is with me to live a good life. The previous things will never be pursued." Su Shui couldn't help but spit on the ground before saying, "You this person's face is still really quite big. When did I say I want to live my life with you? Is it so hard for you to point your face? What I want to tell you is that you mustn't get yourself into trouble. I'm not the kind of person you think I am." A group of guards suddenly came out behind that young man, and one of the leaders couldn't help but angrily rebuke and say, "Daring, do you know who you are addressing? This is Beijing's Major Marshal Zhang Qi. It's because of our Major Marshal guarding the northern border those enemies who dared to invade the Grand Xia were repelled many times and made great achievements. This time he's returning to Beijing to report on his duties." After hearing this, Lin Hao then said to him with a slight arch of his hand, "So it's young Marshal Zhang, you're also considered a hero. How can you do something like robbing a bride? Don't you mind being ashamed?" This time when you return to the capital to report on your duties. With your merits, your position should also move up a bit more. But if you hold the power of victory to forcefully marry someone else's wife, what kind of hero is this? At this time, Zhang Qi really didn't have any nonsense at all. Looked at Lin Hao and said with a contemptuous smile, morality has never been a constraint offered to those without strength. Does someone like me even need to be bound by morality? It seems like there won't be any problems at all with what you're saying, right? After saying that, he also stopped talking a lot of nonsense and directly said to his several personal guards, snatch the person for me. You guys just do it. As long as you snatch Su Shui back, then I will have a lot of ways to get her to agree to marry me. This matter, as long as you guys do it right, there will be rewards, and your positions will be elevated as well. All of these people were heavily armed guards, and at this time, Lin Hao didn't have any proper bodyguards around him. Helen had gone out on another mission and wasn't by his side, so Lin Hao's situation wasn't optimistic. It could be seen that this northern major was indeed somewhat complacent. He directly escorted the person handling the divorce to the front of the villa and said, now I'm telling you, if you don't quickly and on the spot divorce the two of them, I'll directly take your life. That clerk was so scared that he was already scared out of his wits and immediately responded, I now declare that Lin Hao and Su Shui's marriage is in fact not valid at all, and in the spirit of fairness, we declare that this marriage is completely dissolved, and that both of them are free men who can choose different partners. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Qi with pleasing eyes, hoping that this major marshal of the north would let himself live. To Zhang Qi, this clerk was nothing more than just like a pug that came at the beck and call. He certainly did not care much and said, it looks like you are a person who still understands things. Right now this major is not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. Go down and do your job properly in the future. Then, he said to his guards, immediately invite Su Shui to my special train and return to the northern realm with me. Since the blind date part can be saved, then we'll get married immediately after we return. At this time, Lin Hao was naturally infuriated, and he angrily told this young marshal that, it seems like you want to get rough with me and take away my woman. But you're really dog-eyed and think that I can't do anything about you, aren't you? Zhang Qi, however, directly took out the Northern Realms token and said, no matter what you say, I'm going to take away the people today, and I've already scouted. The only one of your people who can fight is that female bodyguard Helen Wright, but she's still not by your side, by virtue of the fact that you can't move me in the slightest, whereas my guards can take care of you at any time. After saying that, she told her to grab someone right away, and then Lin Hao had to watch Helen being kidnapped away. He looked at these scenes very slightly helplessly, his heart defiant and indignant, and said to Zhang Qi, even if you take him to Beijing, she will never submit to you, and I will find my way there to seek revenge on you. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Qi was indifferent and directly looked at Lin Hao with a smile on his face and said, well, I also believe that you're a man and have that courage, but I believe that you can't do any of that, because I've already ordered all the sentry posts in the North Realm that as long as you step foot in the North Realm, you'll immediately be arrested and directly executed for the crime of fornicating with the enemy. A weapon of criticism naturally couldn't win over a weapon of criticism. This was a very realistic thing. At this moment, Lin Hao had no recourse. He could only hold his tongue, but in his heart, he had already sworn a heavy oath that this major would definitely pay for today's behavior. Chapter 111, Trouble in the Handsome House. At this time, the major no longer cares. Directly very humiliating threw down a check to Lin Hao and said, Lin Hao, you have to remember, there are a lot of women under the sky, and I only like Su Shui this one, but I won't rob people for nothing. This check has 5 million on it, enough for you to find another good woman. Lin Hao gritted his teeth as he looked at the major in front of him, who had become completely shameless, and he growled lowly, according to your meaning, you snatched my woman, do I still have to thank you? This is really slippery, you've really taken shamelessness to the extreme. After saying that, he picked up the check and directly tore it to shreds, slamming it on Zhang Qi's face. Today, either you get me killed here, if you can't get me killed, I will find you for revenge sooner or later, but I hope you live a good life and don't just casually die like that. Zhang Qi sneered before saying to Lin Hao, actually, there are too many people in this world who wish for me to die, but while I'm still alive and well, those people have long since had their grave grasses floating up. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Lin Hao and turned around with his own guards to leave. When he arrived on top of his own major's special train, he called for his chief of guards, Hua Dason, and said, your only task now is to take care of the young granny. If anything goes wrong with her, I'll make you all pay with your lives. Do you understand? Hua Dason directly performs a big salute before saying, please don't worry young marshal, if we can't even do this errand well, then we'll be wasted. There will definitely not be a single mistake in this matter. And just after these words were said, there was a slap in the face. There was a head of the maids who came over directly and said, Major Marshal is not good. The young granny just went to the bathroom. in which she wanted to slit her wrists to commit suicide. Fortunately we found it in time, and now the blood has been stopped. The divine Dr. Ma is bandaging and treating her, but she is now in a very bad mental state. After receiving the phone call, Zhang Qi came in front of Su Shui. He said to Su Shui with a cold smile, "You are really powerful now. It looks like I don't have any way to say more to you, but I only have one thing to tell you. Just listen and understand." Su Shui raised her head and looked at Zhang Qi with a hateful gaze, not knowing what exactly this Northern Realm major wanted to say. Zhang Qi said almost word for word, "I'll tell you. If you are still alive in person you have to return to the Northern Realm to marry me. If you are dead, even if you are a corpse, this ceremony must go down." After saying this, he looked at that divine Dr. Ma and his assistant nurse Lu next to him and said, "The two of you have only one task nowadays, which is to keep an eye on him without moving an inch. As long as any mistake is made, none of you and my escort will be able to live. All of you will be guilty of death. This task, until we worship the marriage is over." These people around them had never seen the Major General being so ruthless, but they knew that this order would never be changed. And just at this time, something was happening over in the Northern Realm. Old Marshal Zhang Bijang was on pins and needles in his own marshal's mansion, and he roared angrily at his quartermaster. "What the hell are you guys doing? Even such an important matter would have such a big mistake. To have you losers, are you just for decoration?" The quartermaster was trained like an eagle dog, drooping his head there and not daring to speak, much less retort. It turned out to be a batch of military supplies on this side of the transit of the Great Pacific Ocean was robbed by bandits, completely detained by others. The quartermaster naturally didn't dare to make trouble in Depingyang, because that place belonged to an unregulated zone. The old marshal's forces could not penetrate there, and he could only watch his munitions being robbed without doing anything about it. At this moment, the old marshal was already in a fury, and after he reprimanded this quartermaster for half a day, he gave an ultimatum. "If it's you who can't get back this batch of supplies, I'm going to take your heads. You'd better still have some numbers in your hearts." That quartermaster was literally about to knock his head off. Where did he have such a great ability? This was a great misfortune that fell from the sky and happened to catch up with him. After carefully considering it, he suddenly had a bright idea and said to the old marshal, "Marshal, I do have a way, but I don't know if it will work, so I can only make suggestions. What exactly to do? That still needs to be approved by you." Listening to him so motherly, the old marshal has been anxious. Directly said, "There is something." Of course this marshal clapped the board, "But since you have a way, do not quickly say it will be a credit. What are you waiting for?" Quartermaster also only had to tell the old marshal his own ideas. Said, "In the Great Flat Ocean region there, no one's power can penetrate into it, but there is a force there that can carry out absolute control. As long as we find this person to help us, then we will be able to ask for our munitions back without any problems." The old marshal was instantly energized after hearing this. He looked at this unintelligent quartermaster and immediately reprimanded, saying, "With such a capable person, why didn't you say earlier that we need to invite them to the marshal's residence and treat them well?" The quartermaster said with a very difficult face, "I'm afraid it's also very difficult to invite people here. After all, our marshal's mansion is considered to have some issues with them, so it's very difficult to invite him. So please ask for the old marshal's understanding." Zhang Bijang was instantly confused. Although he was the marshal of the Northern Realm, he had never had any trouble with others. Thus naturally, he couldn't say that he had any beef with others. What was going on here? Then you make it clear. What kind of faults do our Grand Marshal's office have with others? This is something I never knew about. Does it mean that you guys have something to hide from me? Quartermaster by this time also could not care about the face of the Major Marshal, only had to bamboo tube poor beans like, the things one by one all told out. "Marshal, haven't you heard? The Major Marshal has already snatched Lin Hao's woman. He definitely won't just help us." At this time, Marshal Zhang was instantly confused. His own son was at least a capable tiger general. How could he do such a stupid thing? What's more, snatching other people's wives. This can only make people laugh their teeth off when they say this. This marshal will still want to come out to mix in the future. He immediately spoke to the quartermaster. "This matter, you know, it also ends here. Never spread it out. Otherwise beware of heads." Chapter 112, that's the threat. After sending the quartermaster back, the old marshal himself in the house shook his head with worry. The son is also considered to be a handsome and talented man, not to mention a famous war general in the north. Now, after returning to the capital to report to his duties, he will be able to get a more beautiful future than the present. According to such conditions, no matter what kind of woman you want, I'm afraid there is no problem. But he preferred a married woman. Let people say out is not laughing off the teeth. This future still do not want. So the old marshal simply to this son has been disappointed to the extreme. But there is nothing he can do. He only Zhang Qi so a son. Good or bad there is no way to change. He also could only sigh and said to himself, "It is also my Zhang family that has this helplessness. I really don't know what to do now, but by letting this rebellious son run amok, of course there will be even greater woes. After thinking of this, he immediately made a call to the major, asking the other party to come to his place immediately. Zhang Qi didn't seem to take this matter too seriously at all, and came in a big way, and said to his father, "Father, isn't your old man in a hurry to hold a grandchild? That son told you a good thing. I'm about to get married, and so after marriage, soon to give you a big grandson. You also have a grandchildren. Enjoy the happiness of heaven." Unexpectedly as this just finished, directly received a big slap. The old handsome directly has been completely angry. He roared loudly, "If you are fine not to provoke right and wrong outside, is it impossible to live? Let me tell you, with a character like yours, sooner or later, you will destroy the foundation of our Shui Fu." Zhang Qi is really a bit unclear. His identity wants to snatch a woman. Is not it too normal? What is wrong with you? I now simply do not know where I am wrong. Is it wrong for me to go out and find a woman? At this time, old Marshal Zhang Bijin was also completely speechless as he directly said, "I don't care if you talk so much. Without my order, you are not allowed to casually pay your respects. Hurry up and send the person back to the other Lin Hao. Otherwise I will disown you as my son." The major was also considered completely helpless, but he didn't want to send Su Shui back either. So, he found a similarly shaped person to send back, and then had the guards guard the entrance. He forced Su Shui to marry him day and night. Su Shui, however, preferred to die rather than submit, and directly scolded the major, saying, "Even if you get my person, you can't get my heart, and a brutal person like you, sooner or later you will get retribution. I won't agree to you." The major, however, just laughed and then said angrily, "Well, since that's the case, then I won't give you a chance. I'll give you an ultimatum. If you refuse to pay your respects, I'll do Lin Hao in for collaborating with the enemy, and he'll definitely die a very miserable death at that time." And by this time, Su Shui had already put life and death at risk a long time ago, so no matter what the other party said, he either found an opportunity to hang himself or made a scene to commit suicide. Although the major had been forceful, he still really liked Su Shui and didn't want to force her to die. "Do you really not care about Lin Hao's death? Since that's the case, then I don't have anything more to say." Su Shui, however, smiled coldly before she said to the major, "Could it be that you just care about our deaths? I'll tell you, as long as it's death, us being able to be together is much better than being humiliated like this, living." At this time, Lin Hao's phone call came in. After Zhang Qi picked up the phone, he was still very annoyed and said, "Lin Hao, just a person like you, how do you deserve to be with Su Shui? What I want to tell you is that you don't have any other way out right now other than quitting, or else I'll destroy you and all your people, and all your industries will be reduced to ashes." Lin Hao, however, didn't listen to him at all and instead spoke coldly, "Young Marshal Zhang, I think you're really overconfident. No matter what although you want to marry Su Shui, that Su family has no problem with it, but if you really get someone killed, I don't guarantee that the Su family will use all of their forces to fight you to the death." The threat of this sentence is indeed very big. Although Zhang Qi is a strong person, but he is also naturally very clear in his heart. I am afraid that this matter is not reliable, but meat rotting his mouth would not rot himself. After all, he was a major marshal of the Northern Realm, a fierce general who had held military power for many years. How could he let Lin Hao be intimidated by a single sentence? He said, "Lin Hao, I really don't know what to say. Your own power doesn't work, so you bring out the Su family to scare me, but you can't really scare me." Lin Hao really ignored him on this one, and just smiled faintly before saying, "Well, whether or not I can scare you is a different matter, but I really want to tell you now, if you do something stupid, I'm afraid that even your father, old Marshal, won't be able to save you." After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Having let someone snatch Su Shui from his side before, he was now already preparing to fight back. Just at this time, Helen next to him then said, "Master, although I don't like this Su Shui, but if I let her fall into the hands of that Zhang surnamed, I would be extremely annoyed. After all, he's your woman. How can she be humiliated by someone else?" Lin Hao nodded. Then he told Helen that, "Helen, you're right. Since that's the case, then I'll also tell you all about this matter. Now that you and Su Shui are both my women, you should be treated as sisters, and it's your responsibility as well as your duty to rescue her." Helen nodded her head very solemnly and said, "Master, absolutely rest assured. I will definitely do my best in this matter and guarantee that there will not be any problems." After thinking for a moment, Helen then told Lin Hao that, "His Excellency the Great Summer War God is your friend and benefactor, so if he can step in and mediate, then this matter can definitely be resolved perfectly, so shouldn't you also get in touch?" It was only at this time that Lin Hao remembered that there was still such a layer of relationship that hadn't been used, and he immediately came to his senses. If the god of war stepped in, then it would naturally be able to crush the Zhang family's power. He pondered for a moment, then immediately went to prepare for this matter. He had to be able to invite the god of war to step in, and then make the Zhang family obediently put things back the way they were. As for that so-called major commander, I'm afraid that in front of the god of war, he wouldn't even be considered a little doll. Lin Hao said to himself, good for you, Major Marshal of the North. I'm afraid your days won't be too good in the future. One should always pay some price for their impulsiveness, and I'm sure your price will be very high. Chapter 113, Happiness Begins Anew. Soon after, the great summer war god Dongfang Jinxing's eyes sank like water as he looked at the report, and then looked at the northern realm Marshal Zhang Bijing. This batch of military supplies, for the safety and security of the capital city is quite significant. Escorting the work you do, why will be robbed? By now, no matter how one explains it, it's a cover-up. Zhang Lu hung his head down and listened to his old boss scolding him, not even daring to breathe. After cursing for a while, Dongfang Jinxing also got tired of cursing, so he told that old subordinate of his to sit down. Tell me, is it difficult to get these supplies back? Zhang Bijing shook his head. Since those pirates are from other countries, we have a general relationship with them, and the other party has not joined the International Military Police Organization. I have 100% reason to suspect that those pirates are actually. Dongfang Jinxing glared at him very majestically. Don't speculate wildly if you don't have any basis for it. This is a big matter, and it can easily trigger a dispute between the two countries. Zhang Bijing gritted his teeth and said, Lord God of War, give us an order. The brethren is to put their lives on the line, but also to snatch those supplies back. The Eastern War God looked at him with some disappointment, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not say anything. Not only you people in the Northern Realm, you can't go out of the whole realm, otherwise it will become a large dispute. Right, isn't Lin Hao in your place? He can talk outside. Why don't you guys ask him? Zhang Bijing said with an embarrassed face. I can't count on it. Lin Hao because his wife divorced him and want to worship with my son, so he took the anger to my son Zhang Qi. In his opinion both sides are the hatred of wife-taking. Rushing to the red face. He is not going to help me. Dongfang Jinxing hummed. Really? He heard him say a sentence to the lounge inside. Lin Hao, I can't believe his side of the story. Come out and say it. Lin Hao calmly came to Dongfang Jinxing's heel, reporting back to Lord God of War. That Zhang Qi firebrand pressed civil affairs personnel to my house, forced me to divorce my wife and snatched my wife to the north. I went to ask for someone and he sent a fake Su Shui to my mansion, and still hasn't released her. I'm sorry for what Lord War God has entrusted me with. What he said was not the same as what Zhang Bijing said, and in the end, he showed the anomaly. No matter if you want supplies or what you are doing, I will not serve. Zhang Bijing was speechless against the god of war, but against the grasshopper Zhang Shan could have much more to say. Don't you know that dedication is the true meaning? Don't you know that dying for the country is the noblest pursuit? People like you who don't have a big picture view and don't know how to give are simply living in vain. Lin Hao didn't budge. According to what Marshal Zhang said, grassroots like me can only dedicate ourselves. While Marshal Zhang and your Yamen are the ones who are qualified to be at the back? I don't want to bleed in front of me while my family sheds tears in the back. The god of war gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Bijing, I'm not going to tell you any more nonsense. Within 3 hours, if I don't see your son and the real Su Shui, I'll send your father and son to a military tribunal for the crime of kidnapping innocent civilians. Saying that he clapped his hands. 2 guards came in and disarmed Marshal Zhang. Then someone took off all of his hats and handsome clothes. Now that you no longer have the qualifications of a marshal, what should you do? Know it yourself. If anything happens to Su Shui, I'll ask you and the beneficiaries of your tangential interests to all accompany her to the grave. Saying that, he opened his computer and took out the platoon diagram. The people from the picket section have already rushed to the northern border. If your son dares to resist arrest, it will be treated as treason. Extraordinary times. Punished severely. At this point, Zhang Bijing knew that the tide had turned and called his son, Zhang Qi, under the watchful eye of the relevant personnel. Little brute. Listen, I don't care what you want to do now. Immediately bring Ms. Su Shui along to Kyoto to pay a visit to the war god lord. If you dare not come, military law will be merciless. After saying that, without giving his son a chance to explain, he hung up the phone with a snap. 3 hours later, Zhang Qi was seen arriving at the war god's office with a panicked face, suddenly seeing that his old man was already under control. He just wanted to pull out his instruments, but immediately someone came over and dismounted his instruments, then took off his hat and stripped off his clothes. The god of war sneered, Young Marshal Zhang, what a big bully. How dare you use a gun on my old man? Do you know who I am? Zhang Qi had long been scared to death. The god of war sneered, you'd better pray that Miss Su Shui didn't hurt a single hair of sweat, or else you'll have to martyr your family to him. The so-called disaster is not as bad as wives and children. That's only in peacetime. In extraordinary times, in fact, wives, Children and family members were also beneficiaries of illegal benefits, and there was nothing wrong with targeting them. Zhang Bijing hurriedly called his men. Quickly invite Miss Su Shui in. Surprisingly, blood transfusion, handcuffs on his hands and shackles on his feet. Logically speaking, Zhang Bijing and Zhang Kefuzi wouldn't dare to make this mistake even if they were stupid and arrogant. Yet this was how Su Shui was brought in. The god of war became even more enraged and ordered his guards to surround these few people who were escorting Su Shui. Zhang Qi, what's going on here? Are you trying to set up a private court? At this time, Zhang Qi screamed up and crashed into the sky. Lord God of War, it's not my fault. It's Miss Su Shui herself who refused to remove her handcuffs and shackles, saying that this is how she will meet Lord God of War. The God of War, however, was not one to be fooled. Who put them on her? Must give me a statement. This father and son too, in front of the irony of the fact, know that the power is gone, so they can only beg for forgiveness. The God of War handed them over to the military court. Later, the perpetrator, Zhang Qi, was dismissed from all his duties and went from the army to work as a cook in a cooking class in the south, and his father Zhang Bijing, because of the crime of harboring, was also exempted from all duties, was transferred to the local as a librarian. After all these things were settled, the god of war repeatedly apologized to Lin Hao on behalf of his war god legion, and Lin Hao also took the good with the bad, and instructed the people of the Tianlong mercenary corps to act immediately. Soon the missing shipment of munitions was also claimed back. As for the people who had illegally given Lin Hao and Su Shui a divorce, they were all dismissed from public office and sentenced to 3 years in prison. After the dust had settled, Lin Hao and Su Shui politely declined the war god's offer to stay and return to their home. They heard Su Shui blush scarlet and say to Lin Hao, "Hubby, since you and Su Tingting divorced and married me instead, we haven't had a round room until now, right?" Lin Hao knew what she meant, but my current relationship experience. Su Shui blocked his mouth, lest he say something desperate. I'm also responsible for all of this, and I accept it, but you can't tell all the people to know. Lin Hao was then very happy to lead him back to the villa, and a few days later a very grand wedding was held in the villa. Su family's family also made a 180-degree turn and attended the wedding of Lin Hao and Su Shui at the same time, sending them their most sincere congratulations. From then on, the two lived happily ever after.